Why me, why me? I don't want to enter the horror tale world. Mom, Dad, where are you? I'm so scared, boo hoo hoo. Damn it, damn it. So many people in the whole country, why pick me? When I bought lottery tickets, why wasn't it this accurate, damn? Sun Kai frowned, watching the people in front of him shouting and yelling. He was a bit confused. What is this place? Suddenly, he felt a pain in his head. Some memories that didn't belong to him suddenly appeared. Horror tale world? And chosen national destiny players? Through these memories, Sun Kai understood one thing: he had traveled through time, and he came to a strange world that had a horror tale world. At the same time, he had become the current national destiny player. Don't think national destiny player is a good title. They are the ones chosen by the horror tale world, and are about to enter it to represent their country in a competition. If they pass the horror tale world, both they and their whole country will gain benefits. But if they fail, not only will they die, the horror tale world will also come into the real world. In a place they couldn't see, the whole country's people were watching them through a live broadcast. We're doomed. Starting off with a 5-person difficulty level. Will we all be wiped out? Yeah, the old data mentioned the easiest is 1-person difficulty, and the highest is 10. 5 is not easy. 2 old people, 2 men, and 1 woman. This group doesn't feel right. Are we Xia country going to go through another long dark age? Sun Kai didn't know that every move he made was being watched. He looked around. This was a very ordinary 3-bedroom 1 living room place, and there were 5 people here. Men and women, old and young, all were here. An old man with glasses, with a bit of a scholarly look, seemed like a professor. An old lady with a kind face, dressed simply, her back slightly hunched. A young woman who looked about Sun Kai's age, very beautiful, but her crying had messed up all her makeup. The last one seemed to be a 17 or 18-year-old boy, full of anger, kicking the sofa non-stop, cursing without stopping. At this moment, some information automatically appeared in their minds. Welcome to the Rule Horror Tale world. Here, please follow the rule instructions. Do not try to break the rules. Whether true or false, it is all rule. Please note, your final result will affect your country. Sun Kai specially waited a while, finding there was no more information. The others seemed the same. What should we do next? The speaker was the old professor. He looked fairly calm. Based on past data of the horror tale world, what we should do is complete this horror tale world's copy. The speaker was the simple-dressed old lady. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. Past data? He recalled in his mind, only then remembered, the horror tale world appears once every 500 years. How long it lasts is unknown. I don't want to complete any copy, I just want to go home. The young woman cried and cried, tears with makeup, but no one cared about her. The boy curled his lips, then shouted, "Cry what cry, crying can take you out? Stop talking nonsense here, think of a way to finish the copy quick, I don't want to die here." Though the boy's words were harsh, what he said was true. I suggest we search this house first, see if there are any clues. The horror tale world threw them here without any hints. That was the most troublesome part. Sun Kai's words got their agreement, so each person chose a place to search. Sun Kai chose the master bedroom. He pushed the door open and walked in. It was a very typical couple's room, with a double bed placed in the center. On the side, there was a wardrobe and a computer desk. The computer monitor was somewhat bulky, it seemed like an old model. But Sun Kai's eyes immediately fell on a wedding photo on the bedside table. The man wore a black suit, and the woman wore a white wedding dress, both of them were smiling brightly. What made his scalp tingle was that the man and woman in the photo were actually him and that young woman. What's going on? Why is the wedding photo of me and that woman? We don't even know each other. Sun Kai leaned in and looked closely, confirming that the man really did look like him, and the woman was indeed the woman from the photo. He took a deep breath, temporarily avoiding the wedding photo, and moved to the computer desk, trying to turn on the computer, but it failed. The computer didn't respond at all, it seemed to be broken somewhere. Is this a diary? Sun Kai suddenly had a flash of realization, noticing a small notebook placed beside the computer desk. He hurriedly picked it up and looked at it. Rule strange tale, playing house. A family must be neat and harmonious, none can be missing. Rules. 1. You are a father, you must play the role of a father well, remember, you are only a father. 2. Do not tell anyone your name. 3. There cannot be any conflicts between husband and wife, they must sleep in the same bed, even if the other person is not your wife. 4. After turning off the lights, do not trust any sounds. 5. Remember to send your son and daughter to school on time, do not talk to the teachers. There was only this content, and Sun Kai wrote it all down. According to the previous information, these rules must be followed, but the information also mentioned that some rules may be true and others false. He had no way to prove which rules were true or false. If he failed, the price he might pay could be his life. At the same time, in a very secret place in Summer Country, a group of people sat here, watching the scene in front of them. They've already started to encounter the rules, didn't expect that right at the start they'd get 5 rules. Immediately have the think tank analyze and find the issues with the rules. We only have 3 chances to remind them, we can't waste them. A middle-aged man spoke in a calm voice. He was none other than Xia Nation, the leader of the team formed by Summer Country to support these national operatives. Received. The first rule, the role of the father is crucial, and the importance of the father in a family is very prominent. This means that the man playing the role of father cannot have any accidents. To be cautious, we must leave him at least 1 or 2 reminders. The second rule, not telling anyone your name, this means that their name is very important to them. It's not clear why this restriction exists. The third rule is a bit strange. If the other person isn't your wife, how can she be your wife? This rule might be a false rule, but even if it's false, part of it is true and must be followed. Pay attention tonight, always remind the father. The fourth. Each rule was analyzed in detail. In their eyes, there were scenes of other people, each finding the rules they needed to follow. But strangely, the number of rules for other people was not as many as Sun Kai's. Just as Sun Kai was about to look elsewhere, he suddenly noticed in his peripheral vision that beneath the second rule, there was a small line of text. The name is just a code, you can call yourself Zhang San or Li Si, as long as you don't say your real name. A look of surprise appeared on Sun Kai's face. What was going on? Was this a new rule? But he clearly remembered that this line of text wasn't there earlier. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Sun Kai shook his head, and his gaze once again landed on the wedding photo. This time, he noticed something strange. When he stood at the door of the bedroom, he felt as if the 2 people in the wedding photo were looking at him. But when he stood by the computer, he still felt the gaze from the photo on him. This situation made his scalp tingle. He didn't linger for long, grabbing the diary and walking out of the bedroom. Outside, the 2 elderly people and the boy were already waiting in the living room, but there was no sign of the young woman. Where did she go? Sun Kai asked. I remember she went to the bathroom, the boy said with some disdain. Sun Kai frowned. The bathroom wasn't big, it shouldn't take much time. Just as he was about to check, a sharp scream came from the bathroom. Sun Kai reacted quickly, rushing over, opening the bathroom door, and then he saw. The young woman was crouching in the corner, holding her head, while a girl who looked to be about 10 years old was sitting on the toilet not far away. She tilted her head and spoke in an innocent, pure voice, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you scared of CC? Chapter 2, Keeping the home clean is a mother's duty. Sun Kai suddenly remembered that the 5th rule in the diary said that he should send his son and daughter to school on time. Earlier, he had been wondering, the son must be that boy, but what about the daughter? He never expected the daughter to be here. According to logic, the bathroom was this small, and the woman should have seen her as soon as she entered, so why did she seem to be scared by the little girl? Or maybe when the woman checked the bathroom, the little girl sneaked in? Cece, Mommy was just scared by you. Don't play pranks next time. Sun Kai didn't forget the rule, he was now a father, and naturally, he had to act like one. After casually saying something to the little girl, he walked over to help the woman up. But the woman seemed to have weak legs, unable to stand, so he had to support her. When they saw the little girl, the other 3 people clearly showed signs of surprise. They never imagined there was another little girl in the room. Someone so young can also be chosen as a national fate carrier? She won't be dragging us down, right? What kind of trashy creepy story world is this? Ugh. When they saw the little girl, the big boy looked disdainful, spitting on the ground. But he didn't notice the strange look the little girl gave him. The big boy noticed the little girl's gaze, and in a displeased mood, he walked over, grabbed the little girl by the collar. You little brat, do you have a problem? Huh? The little girl's smile was bright, her mouth almost stretching to her ears. Brother, are you playing with me? I'll play with you. Put. A small knife was stabbed into his neck, and the boy's arrogant expression froze in place. A large amount of blood sprayed from his neck, staining the surroundings red. Sun Kai felt his heart stop for a moment, the scene was just too sudden. No one expected that the person who was fine just a second ago would be stabbed the next. He saw very clearly, the little girl was holding a fruit knife, and directly stabbed it horizontally into the boy's neck. The boy let go of the little girl's collar and held his neck, but the blood kept flowing. Brother, shall we play house together? The little girl's face was covered in blood, but her smile was still as innocent and lovely, making Sun Kai and the others swallow nervously. You. The boy, scared, stepped back, but his neck had been severely injured, and he didn't get far before collapsing onto the floor. The 2 elderly people had already collapsed in fear, trembling violently. Sun Kai was also holding on with all his strength, not collapsing, as this scene was simply pushing one's sensory limits. If it weren't for the woman being sent to her room, if she had seen this scene, she would probably have fainted on the spot. At this moment, over 80% of the people watching the live broadcast were scared by what they saw, vomiting uncontrollably. Even the support team members had some nausea, their faces were extremely pale. It hadn't been long, less than half an hour, and one of the 5 people had already died. This was a huge blow. You have to know, the world of Strange Tales is participated in by countries, with each country randomly selecting 5 people, but no one else's country had experienced any deaths. It was only their summer country that was the first. A bad start. Haha, look, summer country has already lost one, this is hilarious. TSK, wasn't summer country always so awesome? Why aren't they so awesome now? Only our foot basin country will make it through this time. Bullshit. It's clearly our eagle country. At this moment, Sun Kai suddenly noticed that a line of text appeared above the boy's head. As an older brother, you should maintain a good relationship with your sister, not use violence against her. Now Sun Kai understood, the boy had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as an older brother and had broken the rules of the brother role, which is why he was eliminated. According to this rule, the 2 elderly people should be his parents, and the young woman should be his wife. Each person had to play their role well. Once they failed in their roles, their fate would be the same as the boys, and they would be killed by this so-called daughter. The girl seemed to have grown bored and casually tossed the heart aside, turning around with an innocent smile to look at Sun Kai. Daddy, my brother doesn't want to play with me, how about you play with me? Sun Kai's muscles tensed all over, knowing that his response would determine how the daughter would treat him. He barely forced a smile. Cece, be good, mommy is not feeling well, and daddy needs to take care of her. You play by yourself for now. The girl's face showed clear disappointment. Okay then, I'll wait for daddy to have time to play with me. Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had passed this test. But when he looked at the boy's mangled corpse in front of him, Sun Kai didn't know what to do. Should he go and collect the body, or pretend he hadn't seen anything? He looked at the 2 elderly people, but they were already huddled together in fear, clearly expecting no help from them. At that moment, another line of text appeared above the boy's head. Keeping the family clean is the mother's responsibility. Sun Kai realized that the mother must be the one to handle the body, but the problem was, that woman was so timid, could she really do it? The little girl Cece was sitting alone on the sofa, obediently watching TV. Sun Kai took this opportunity to hurry into the bedroom. What's going on outside? I keep hearing people shouting? The woman hurriedly grabbed Sun Kai's arm and asked, her face pale as a ghost. Sun Kai patted her arm and spoke in a very low voice, one of the 5 people we came in with has already died. Died? The woman was greatly shocked and was about to scream, but luckily Sun Kai was quick, covering her mouth in an instant. Don't scream, unless you want to die too. The woman nodded in fear, and Sun Kai then released his hand. The woman swallowed hard, her face still full of panic. How did he die? He was killed by our daughter. This time, we should be playing our respective roles. Sun Kai briefly explained what he knew to the woman, otherwise, the number of deaths would just keep increasing. The less help he could get from these companions. The boy was purely digging his own grave. So that means, I have to play the role of the mother properly? The woman finally understood what she should do. But asking her to get close to a daughter who just killed someone, she couldn't do it. That's right, once you do something out of line, the outcome will be the same as that boy. Oh right, this is just my guess, but it's very likely. For a mother, she must keep the house clean, so, I have to deal with the boy's body? The woman said blankly. Sun Kai nodded. The woman's face collapsed, tears rolled down instantly, she looked at Sun Kai with pleading eyes. But Sun Kai had no way either, the prompt he saw clearly said, this is the mother's duty. If he did something beyond what a father should do, his end probably wouldn't be better than the boy's. The woman had no choice. If she didn't want to die, she had to do what a mother should do. But when she walked out of the bedroom and saw the boy's body with his chest torn open, she couldn't help but throw up. Chapter 3 You Are Alone. Ah, Mommy, why did you throw up? The little girl saw the woman vomiting, and her tiny feet pitter-pattered as she ran over, wanting to support the woman. But the woman already knew from Sun Kai that it was this harmless-looking little girl who killed the boy. She instinctively shrank back, dodging the little girl's outstretched hand. Not good. Sun Kai was shocked inside. If the little girl went berserk on the spot, who could stop her? Sure enough, the smile on the little girl's face froze, and she showed a heartbroken expression. Mommy, you don't like CC? The woman suddenly realized, she shouldn't have backed away just now, but she already had fear in her heart toward the little girl, and that action was just instinctive. How could that be? CC is so cute, Mommy likes you the most. The woman spoke against her heart, and even the smile at the corner of her mouth twitched a little. The little girl immediately smiled through her tears, spread her arms, and threw herself over. This time the woman forced herself not to back away and hugged the little girl. But her whole body was extremely stiff, afraid that the little girl might stab her in the next second. Luckily the little girl didn't do that. After the hug, she happily went back to watch cartoons. Mommy, brother made the house really dirty. I'll come clean up right away. Even though the body was still terrifying, the woman knew she had to handle it well, or what awaited her would be death. But soon a problem came up. When the boy was killed, there was just too much blood, and many places in the house were stained red. To return it to how it was before, even a whole day might not be enough. Suddenly, the woman thought of a very serious problem. This was a corpse, she couldn't just toss it in the trash. If the police came to the door, she would definitely fail this horror tale world challenge. The result of failure was only one death. The woman didn't want to die, so she could only look at Sun Kai with pleading eyes. She didn't count on the two old people. The only one who could help her now was Sun Kai. Why is this woman so stupid? Just toss the body somewhere. This is the horror tale world, not the real world. I feel this woman is done for. She's just dragging the team down. The two old people are useless too. Now we can only rely on that man. Go take a look at the Eagle Country's team. They have a movie king father who made the little girl so happy. Sun Kai couldn't help directly, but giving advice was fine. Find something to wrap the body up, and wait till night to take it out and bury it. Remember, this is the horror tale world. The woman's eyes lit up. He immediately realized something, went inside to find a bedsheet, wrapped the corpse in it, and placed it in the bathroom bathtub. He then began cleaning up the bloodstains in the house. Not long after, the little girl suddenly said, "Dad, we're going to be late for school." Only then did Sun Kai remember, the fifth rule clearly stated that he had to send his daughter and son to school. Just as he was about to send the little girl to school, his face changed. Oh no. First of all, he had no idea where the school was. He couldn't just randomly pick a school and drop her off. Secondly, the rule said he had to send his daughter and son to school, but his son had already turned into a corpse. What to do now? Oh no, Father Sun Kai's fifth rule has encountered an objective problem that cannot be solved. The support team immediately became flustered. Among the 5 people, Sun Kai was the only one with any hope of completing the task. If he failed, what could the 2 old people and a woman do? The son is dead, what should we do? We can't just find someone to replace him, can we? This rule is unsolvable. It's all because the person playing the son had to go and die. Now the entire team is in trouble. Many people watching this scene scolded the already dead boy, because it was his fault that everyone else had to suffer too. On the surface, Sun Kai remained calm, but in reality, he was a bit panicked. He could find a way to ask for the school's address. But with his son's role gone, what was he supposed to do? The 2 old people sat on the sofa, not daring to say a word. Luckily, their roles as old couple didn't require them to do much. He couldn't fail here. Suddenly, Sun Kai had an idea and quickly thought of an excuse. "Cece, darling, your brother isn't feeling well. I'll go help him ask for leave from school later." "Oh, that's why. No wonder brother didn't play with me earlier. Then, Dad, please take me to school." Seeing that Sun Kai managed to avoid a deadly situation using this method, many people from Xia country breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was school, of course, the backpack and other things had to be brought. Sun Kai took this opportunity to finally find the school's name in a bedroom. Kuwei City First Primary School. He thought carefully. There was absolutely no city by this name in reality. "Mom and Dad, I'm taking Cece to school." Before leaving, Sun Kai called out to the elderly couple. "Take care on the road." The 2 waved their hands and called out. Once outside, Sun Kai knew the one thing he had to be careful about was the 5th rule, sending his daughter and son to school, but not speaking with the teacher. His son was already dead, so he couldn't just make a new son. This meant that he had already broken half of the rule. If there were no more problems, then it meant the 5th rule was actually a fake rule. He didn't know if it was entirely fake or just partially fake. He had always kept the little notebook where the rules were recorded with him. He had taken a look earlier, and no new prompts had appeared, which made him feel relieved. In fact, he had also noticed that the prompts usually appeared at crucial moments. Sun Kai didn't know whether he had a car or not, so he treated it as if he didn't, hailing a taxi to take the little girl to school. "Driver, to First Primary School." Sun Kai called out. The driver glanced at him and started the car, casually asking, "Isn't today Sunday? What are you doing going to school alone?" Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, he suddenly felt cold all over and froze. He had heard clearly that the driver said "you alone," but the little girl was clearly right next to him. Didn't the driver see her? It wasn't just Sun Kai. At that moment, all the people watching the livestream in Xia country felt a chill down their spines. The little girl looked at Sun Kai, her smile innocent and pure, but the feeling it gave him was eerie. The support team analyzed with all their might. This is bad, this little girl might not be human, we've made a mistake from the very beginning. If Sun Kai says the wrong thing here, he might trigger the plot kill directly. We must remind him. Just as team leader Xia Changqing was about to use a precious reminder, Sun Kai opened his mouth. Master, is there a law that says we can't go to school on Sunday? Sun Kai's rhetorical question caught the driver off guard. The driver grunted and didn't speak again during the entire ride, which was exactly what Sun Kai wanted. He didn't want the driver to cause any more trouble later. If his daughter really went on a rampage, his life wouldn't be able to withstand it. The best option was for the driver to keep his mouth shut. Sun Kai noticed that the smile on his daughter's face seemed to have returned to normal, without the creepy feeling from before. It seemed the crisis had passed, but he knew there would definitely be more trouble ahead. From the driver's behavior earlier, it seems he can't see my daughter. This means she is probably not human. If she's not human, then some things make sense now. Earlier, Sun Kai had found it strange. The 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment was at most just over 100 square meters, small by any standard. They 5 of them went to 5 different places to check, how could no one see her? And when they were in the bathroom, his wife had clearly been scared by their daughter, which meant she hadn't been in the bathroom at first. Thinking back, she probably appeared suddenly, which startled his wife. Another thing, where did she pull out a knife to kill the boy from? His daughter was wearing a skirt, and it didn't look like it could conceal a knife. The strangest part was, the knife used to kill the boy seemed to have disappeared. All this evidence pointed to one thing, his daughter wasn't human. Seeing that Sun Kai had once again avoided a plot kill, the support team let out a sigh of relief. They realized that the person playing the role of the father might be more capable than they thought. This was a good thing for their country, Xia. The ride continued in silence, and the taxi stopped at the entrance of the first elementary school. Just as the driver had said, it was Sunday, and there was not a soul in sight. The school gate was also closed. So the question was, how could he get his daughter to go to school on a Sunday? Sun Kai noticed that his daughter was once again looking at him with that innocent expression, and it made him a bit frustrated. Daddy, the teacher will come to pick me up soon. His daughter's sudden words left Sun Kai a little confused. A teacher on Sunday? Soon, he was slapped in the face as a simple-dressed female teacher walked out from inside. She wore round glasses, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her looks were above average. You must be Cece's father, right? Cece always says her dad is handsome, I didn't expect it to be true. The female teacher walked over and said warmly. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, he suddenly remembered the 5th rule, he couldn't talk to the teacher. But the first part of the 5th rule had already gone wrong, so what about the second part? Was it real or fake? It wasn't just Sun Kai who was confused, many people in Xia country were also torn. What do we do now? Should we answer the teacher or stay silent? If we speak, we might violate the rule and die on the spot. But if we don't speak, that could also break the rule. This is really tricky. The support team quickly analyzed and concluded that responding to the teacher was more likely to be the right choice. After all, the 5th rule was already a false rule. Very well, use the first reminder opportunity. Xia Changqing decisively said. At this moment, Sun Kai heard a voice in his mind, Sun Kai, I am Xia Changqing, from Xia country. According to our analysis, the possibility of talking to the teacher is a bit higher, but you can make your own judgment. This is the first reminder, and we still have 2 chances left. Don't worry, the entire Xia country is behind you. Sun Kai was slightly stunned, then showed a faint smile. Although he wasn't from this world, the fact that the other side spent a precious reminder opportunity made him feel something different. At this moment, Sun Kai's choice was. He ignored the other person. He directly held Cece's hand and walked toward the school gate. Xia Changqing was stunned, what was happening? Although he said Sun Kai could make his own judgment, how could he choose to ignore the other person so quickly? What if this triggered a plot kill? The female teacher, seeing that Sun Kai ignored her, angrily chased after him, Cece's father, why are you ignoring me? Sun Kai still didn't speak, and at this moment, the little girl tilted her head, looking at him curiously. Daddy, why aren't you talking to the teacher? Sun Kai still didn't speak, his eyes glanced at the top of the female teacher's head, where a line of text appeared. Is there anyone here? There is clearly only a mass of air here. It was this reminder that made Sun Kai directly choose to ignore the female teacher. Compared to Xia Changqing's reminder, he was more inclined to believe the hint he saw, after all, this hint had saved him several times. Seeing that Sun Kai still ignored her, the female teacher's body began to twist, and her face turned horrifying. Why won't you answer me? Why won't you look at me? Like a broken tape static noise, it occasionally passed through Sun Kai's eardrums, and the teacher's twisted face was almost pressed against Sun Kai's face. But he remained unmoved, firm in his steps, and walked to the school gate. The moment Sun Kai placed his hand on the school's iron gate, the sound disappeared, and the female teacher also vanished, as if she had never been there. At the same time, national fortune bearers from other countries also encountered this female teacher. Some of them made the same choice as Sun Kai. They didn't know that the teacher had a problem, but they simply followed what the rules said. However, some others, thinking they were clever, believed the rules might be fake, and took a gamble, responding to the teacher. And then, accompanied by a scream, the screen went black. Hey hey hey, what are you doing? There's no class today. A security guard saw Sun Kai and hurried over. Oh, I graduated from this school before, I just wanted to come back and visit my alma mater, do you think you could make an exception? Saying this, Sun Kai skillfully took out a cigarette and handed it to the security guard. So that's how it is, well, alright. The security guard, initially hesitant, saw the cigarette handed to him and immediately agreed. Sun Kai noticed that the security guard's gaze didn't even look at the little girl beside him, which once again confirmed something: the little girl was not human. Sun Kai took the little girl inside, squatted down, and smiled, saying, "Cece, you go ahead, daddy is leaving now." The little girl, as if the previous female teacher had never appeared, showed no sign of asking anything. Instead, she nodded. "Daddy, remember to come pick me up tonight, I'm going to school, bye-bye." Watching the little girl happily run into the school building, Sun Kai sighed in relief. At this moment, a strange voice sounded, "You're not a teacher at this school, how did you get in?" Sun Kai turned around and saw, to his surprise, it was the same female teacher from before. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, the same trick wouldn't work on him. Chapter 5, The Old Couple Has a Problem. Sun Kai pretended not to hear her words and continued walking toward the outside. The female teacher immediately felt something was wrong and blocked his way. "Who are you? If you don't speak, I will call the security." Sun Kai sneered, thinking, "You think by saying that, I will answer you?" This time, the female teacher was very decisive and loudly shouted, "Security! Security!" Sun Kai froze. If he remembered correctly, when the female teacher came out earlier, she didn't shout for security, did she? Could it be that this time it's not fake, but real? Hearing the female teacher's voice, the security hurried over. "Ms. Jean, what's the matter?" The female teacher pointed at Sun Kai. "This person was sneaking around just now. I suspect he's a thief." The security guard looked at Sun Kai, smiled, and said, "Ms. Jean, this is a misunderstanding. He is an alumni, just here to visit his alma mater." Immediately, the female teacher showed a hint of embarrassment on her face. She had thought he was a thief, but he turned out to be a former student. "Sorry, I misunderstood you," the female teacher apologized, lowering her head. At this point, Sun Kai still didn't see any signs from the female teacher, so he guessed that the teacher should be fine. "Oh, it's okay. Just a misunderstanding." Seeing how reasonable Sun Kai was, Ms. Jean felt a bit ashamed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Upon realizing that the female teacher was genuine, Sun Kai suddenly had an idea. Should he take the chance to inquire about the little girl's information? The little girl, even if she's not human, still wanted to come to this school, which meant one thing: the little girl might have been a student of this school when she was alive. "Ms. Jean, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Go ahead." "I want to ask, does your school have a little girl named Cece?" Before Sun Kai could finish his sentence, Ms. Jin's expression suddenly changed, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. "You? How do you know the name Cece? What is your relationship with her?" Sun Kai was a bit confused but still said, "I am Cece's father." "Impossible!" Ms. Jean shouted sharply, interrupting him. Her face was full of disbelief. "Cece has no parents. She only had an old couple who were not her biological parents supporting her to go to school." "You're lying to me." "What?" Sun Kai showed a shocked expression. He had always believed that he was playing the role of the little girl's father, and that this identity existed. But what Ms. Jean said seemed completely different from what he knew. What was going on? Sun Kai knew that if he continued claiming to be Cece's father, Ms. Jean would probably not tell him more information. So? "Alright, Ms. Jean, actually I am a relative of that old couple. I just pretended to be her father earlier. I'm really sorry." This explanation was finally accepted by Ms. Jean. "Sigh, this matter is a long story. Let's go to the playground and talk." The two of them went to the school's playground, and Ms. Jean started. "Cece was once my student. She was very well behaved and a good child, but..." Tears suddenly appeared on Ms. Jin's face, and her voice choked. "It was my fault, I didn't think things through. She was always bullied by other kids in class, but every time I asked her, she said she was fine. But last year, Cece jumped from the roof and committed suicide." Sun Kai's face slightly changed. "So, you're saying the little girl Cece was bullied for a long time and, unable to bear it, jumped off the building to commit suicide? That means she should have a lot of resentment. But from start to finish, unless something triggered the little girl, she would take action. Usually, she was a well-behaved child. There's also something very strange. Since there was an old couple, why haven't they been seen up to now? Ms. Jean, do you know the exact location of the old couple? Teacher Jean was stunned and looked at Sun Kai strangely. Aren't you the relatives of the old couple? How could you not know where they are? Sun Kai said without changing his expression, I only recently learned about Cece by accident, so I came to check the situation. The old couple still don't know yet. Teacher Jean did not doubt him. After all, ordinary people would not take the initiative to get involved in this kind of thing. The old couple live in Building 4, Room 404, Xia Mansion. After knowing the location, Sun Kai chatted with Teacher Jean for a while, then quickly left here. He stopped a taxi and said directly, Driver, go to Xia Mansion. Okay. After a while, the car stopped. Just as Sun Kai was about to get off, he looked outside and thought he had come to the wrong place. Driver, did you make a mistake? The driver glanced at him and pointed to a stone sign at the entrance of the community. On it were 4 big words, Xia Mansion. At this moment, not only was Sun Kai confused, all the people of Xia country were also confused. Because they remembered very clearly, Sun Kai had come out from this community. Thinking carefully, it seemed that when Sun Kai came downstairs, the floor he was on was the 4th floor. A chilling feeling spread all over Sun Kai's body. He remembered very clearly, when he opened his eyes, there were 5 people present, including an old couple. No matter what the old couple said or did, it made people feel that they were also national fate players in the rules horror. But just now Teacher Jean had said, there was an old couple who adopted the little girl, and their address was inside Xia Mansion. If what Teacher Jean said was true, then it meant that the old couple had a big problem. Sun Kai knew he had to go back and confirm, he could not run away. Following the direction in his memory, he came downstairs to his house, and the big number 4 on the wall made him clearly realize something. The house he lived in was exactly the address Teacher Jean said about the old couple. In this way, the old couple among the 5 national fate players, he thought, very likely had a big problem. Not only did Sun Kai realize this, the support team also clearly realized, this problem was too serious. Is there anything abnormal in the live broadcast of the old couple? Xia Changqing immediately asked. Captain, there is nothing abnormal in the old couple's footage. They look just like a real old couple, watching TV at home, growing flowers, chatting with each other. Xia Changqing frowned. Every national fate player has their own personal footage. Since there was no problem with their footage, does it mean this old couple is not the one Teacher Jean mentioned? Because there was too little information, Xia Changqing could not make a decision. He could only continue to watch Sun Kai's actions. At this moment, Sun Kai was already standing in front of his own door. The house number on the door clearly showed 3 digits. 404. So it really is here. Sun Kai recalled, among the 5 rules, there was no mention of the old couple. But this did not mean the old couple had no problem at all. Since doubts had already appeared, Sun Kai naturally would not let go of this chance. He took out the key and opened the door. I'm back. Where are Mom and Dad? Sun Kai casually closed the door and took off his suit jacket. The woman took it at just the right moment. Mom and Dad are on the balcony, enjoying the sun. They said they're old now, and without the sun, they feel weak. The woman said with a smile. Sun Kai nodded and moved close to the woman. He spoke in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Did you find any clues in the house? He had been out for nearly an hour. If the woman found nothing, he had to think about whether to bring this burden along. Luckily, the woman knew she had to show some value. She quickly said, I did find something. Look. The woman took out a pink phone and opened the notes on it. Rules. 1. You are a mother, and also a wife. 2. Don't tell anyone your name, except your husband. 3. Among the 5 people, 1 is not human. Sun Kai held his breath. Honestly, he had thought maybe everyone had different rules, but he didn't expect them to be so different. First rule, the woman is not only acting as a mother, but also a wife. That means her role is harder. If she breaks even one rule, the result is clear. The second rule is the same at the start, but at the end, it says she can tell her name to her husband. What does this mean? Are the others not to be trusted? Or is this rule fake? If the woman says her name, will she die right away? The scariest is the third rule. 1 among the 5 is not human. This rule clashes with his doubt about the old couple. If there is a problem with the old couple, then it should be 2 non-humans, not just 1. Does that mean this rule is also fake? Sun Kai looked carefully. No hidden hint this time. Looks like he can only rely on himself now. He closed his eyes and thought hard. First, the rule was found by the woman. She gave it to him, which means she trusts him. So she is probably not the non-human. The boy is already dead. His body is still in the bathroom. He's also not the non-human. He had already doubted the old couple. The question now is, are both of them the problem, or only one? Last, Sun Kai looked at his own hands. A thought came to his mind, one that made him a little scared. What if the other four are fine, and he himself is the problem? This is possible. Forget it. Thinking about this is useless. There's not enough info to figure out how to survive this rules horror game. What matters most now is to test the old couple, and see if they are human. He made up his mind. Sun Kai whispered, I'll go test them. You be careful. The woman nodded quickly. If Sun Kai hadn't helped her a few times before, she wouldn't have shared the rules with him. She was not stupid, just panicked at the start. She knew, only by clearing the rules horror game could she live. And from how Sun Kai acted, she felt only by sticking close to him could she have a chance to live. Sun Kai fixed his face and walked to the balcony with a smile. The old couple were calmly enjoying the sun. When they saw Sun Kai, they called out, Son, you're back? Mom, Dad, I'm back. How are you two doing? Still the same. At our age, how good can the body get? The old lady smiled kindly. Yeah. You kids should come back sooner to chat with us. The old man smiled the same way. Sun Kai knew very well that both of them were playing their roles, as the rules required. He just didn't know exactly what the rules of the two elderly people were. After chatting with the elderly couple for a while, Sun Kai left, searching other rooms but finding nothing special. He secretly observed the elderly couple's behavior, which seemed normal. They had exchanged some information quietly, but there was nothing significant. Time passed, and when school ended, Sun Kai arrived at the school and met the little girl happily walking out of the gate. Daddy, school was so fun, but the teacher said I must go home when school ends. What did the teacher teach today? We learned a lot of things today. Their conversation was entirely like that of a father and daughter, but if anyone had stood nearby, they would have realized that Sun Kai was talking to himself. At home, the woman had already prepared dinner, and the family was enjoying a harmonious meal together. But at that moment, the little girl suddenly said, Why isn't brother coming out to eat? Sun Kai's expression stiffened slightly. Why wasn't he coming out to eat? Don't you have a clue in your mind? Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Saying it would be the end. Brother's stomach hurts, he will wait for me to bring him food. We can eat first. Sun Kai's answer was flawless, and the little girl obediently nodded and began eating. It must be said that the woman could actually cook, and the food tasted quite good, which surprised Sun Kai a little. After eating, Sun Kai noticed another hint above the woman's head. It is the mother's responsibility to put the child to sleep. Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Putting the child to sleep is something anyone can do, right? But here, it was clearly designated as the mother's duty. How narrow-minded. Sun Kai took the opportunity to remind the woman, and she gave him a grateful look before taking the little girl into the room. Before long, the woman came out. She's asleep. Now there's only one thing that needs to be dealt with, the boy's corpse. Sun Kai had never forgotten the body in the bathroom bathtub. If they didn't deal with the body soon, it would start to smell in a couple of days. At that point, no one could live here, and if someone found it, they would call the police. They certainly didn't want the failure of this strange rule to be caused by such an external factor. If they failed, the price they paid would be their own lives. But when they opened the bathroom and pulled back the waterproof curtain of the bathtub, they were horrified to discover the boy's body was gone. Chapter 7, Equality Among All Beings. Sun Kai and the woman looked at each other, their whole bodies feeling as if frozen, cold beyond belief. This can't be possible. I've been at home all day, didn't go anywhere, how could the body disappear? The woman spoke, her teeth chattering. Sun Kai believed that the woman wouldn't lie to him about this, especially since the elderly couple was still in the house. If the woman had moved the body, they would have definitely seen it. Sun Kai carefully examined the bathtub, which was completely clean. There wasn't even a trace of blood, as if the body had truly disappeared into thin air. Don't panic, this is a strange world of rules. Anything can happen here. Sun Kai reassured her, and the woman nodded, seemingly convinced by his words, though the fear in her eyes still remained. With the body gone, they no longer had to worry about burying it themselves. When it was time to sleep, Sun Kai and the woman, as a married couple, had to sleep in the same bed, as the rules dictated. But just as they were about to enter the room, Sun Kai noticed that the elderly couple was still watching TV on the sofa, so he called out. Mom and Dad, it's time to sleep. It's fine, you two go ahead, we'll watch a little more and then go to sleep. The grandmother said with a smile. Sun Kai nodded, walked into the bedroom, and closed the door. At this moment, the woman was very nervous. You have to know, she had never been in a relationship before. Sun Kai knew very well that both of them were playing their roles, as the rules required. He just didn't know exactly what the rules of the two elderly people were. After chatting with the elderly couple for a while, Sun Kai left, searching other rooms but finding nothing special. He secretly observed the elderly couple's behavior, which seemed normal. They had exchanged some information quietly, but there was nothing significant. Time passed, and when school ended, Sun Kai arrived at the school and met the little girl happily walking out of the gate. "Daddy, school was so fun, but the teacher said I must go home when school ends." "What did the teacher teach today?" "We learned a lot of things today." Their conversation was entirely like that of a father and daughter, but if anyone had stood nearby, they would have realized that Sun Kai was talking to himself. At home, the woman had already prepared dinner, and the family was enjoying a harmonious meal together. But at that moment, the little girl suddenly said, "Why isn't brother coming out to eat?" Sun Kai's expression stiffened slightly. Why wasn't he coming out to eat? Don't you have a clue in your mind? Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Saying it would be the end. Brother's stomach hurts, he will wait for me to bring him food. We can eat first. Sun Kai's answer was flawless, and the little girl obediently nodded and began eating. It must be said that the woman could actually cook, and the food tasted quite good, which surprised Sun Kai a little. After eating, Sun Kai noticed another hint above the woman's head. It is the mother's responsibility to put the child to sleep. Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Putting the child to sleep is something anyone can do, right? But here, it was clearly designated as the mother's duty. How narrow-minded. Sun Kai took the opportunity to remind the woman, and she gave him a grateful look before taking the little girl into the room. Before long, the woman came out. She's asleep. Now there's only one thing that needs to be dealt with, the boy's corpse. Sun Kai had never forgotten the body in the bathroom bathtub. If they didn't deal with the body soon, it would start to smell in a couple of days. At that point, no one could live here, and if someone found it, they would call the police. They certainly didn't want the failure of this strange rule to be caused by such an external factor. If they failed, the price they paid would be their own lives. But when they opened the bathroom and pulled back the waterproof curtain of the bathtub, they were horrified to discover the boy's body was gone. Chapter 7: Equality Among All Beings. Sun Kai and the woman looked at each other, their whole bodies feeling as if frozen, cold beyond belief. This can't be possible. I've been at home all day, didn't go anywhere, how could the body disappear? The woman spoke, her teeth chattering. Sun Kai believed that the woman wouldn't lie to him about this, especially since the elderly couple was still in the house. If the woman had moved the body, they would have definitely seen it. Sun Kai carefully examined the bathtub, which was completely clean. There wasn't even a trace of blood, as if the body had truly disappeared into thin air. Don't panic, this is a strange world of rules. Anything can happen here. Sun Kai reassured her, and the woman nodded, seemingly convinced by his words, though the fear in her eyes still remained. With the body gone, they no longer had to worry about burying it themselves. When it was time to sleep, Sun Kai and the woman, as a married couple, had to sleep in the same bed, as the rules dictated. But just as they were about to enter the room, Sun Kai noticed that the elderly couple was still watching TV on the sofa, so he called out. Mom and Dad, it's time to sleep. It's fine, you two go ahead, we'll watch a little more and then go to sleep. The grandmother said with a smile. Sun Kai nodded, walked into the bedroom, and closed the door. At this moment, the woman was very nervous. You have to know, she had never been in a relationship before. She had never even held a boy's hand before. Now, here she was, having to play the role of a wife, and even sleep on the same bed at night. How could she possibly remain calm? I can sleep on the floor. In the end, the woman couldn't suppress her inner shame and spoke these words. If it weren't for the rules, Sun Kai wouldn't have cared about this at all, but the rules were there. The rules, you know. Sun Kai only said this, and the woman understood everything. She knew this must be a rule from Sun Kai's side. The woman nodded, and after taking off her outer clothes, she lay down on the bed. Her heart was beating fast, and her face was slightly flushed, making her already stunning looks appear even more delicate. Taking advantage of the moment when she was undressing, Sun Kai glanced at the wedding photo above the bed. This time, he noticed that the gaze in the wedding photo didn't seem to be staring at him. He lay on the other side and was about to turn off the light when something occurred to him. After the lights are off, no matter what sound you hear, don't believe it, even if it's my voice. The woman nodded repeatedly. She had already made up her mind to cling to him, trusting anything Sun Kai said. Click. Sun Kai pressed the button, and the bedroom was instantly engulfed in darkness. At that moment, he noticed that there was no light leaking through the crack in the door, meaning the lights in the living room had also been turned off. Did they return to their rooms so quickly? Sun Kai was a bit surprised. After all, from entering the door to getting into bed, it had only been a few minutes. He didn't think much more of it, closed his eyes, and was ready to sleep. But just then, a faint voice seemed to come from a very distant place. Why didn't you save me? It's so cold here, I'm so cold. Will you come keep me company? The voice came closer and closer, until the last sentence sounded as though it were whispered right next to Sun Kai's ear. Sun Kai felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, but he still tightly closed his eyes and didn't say a word. He clearly remembered the rules, which said not to believe any sound after the lights went out. If he responded to this voice, he might be doomed. But Sun Kai felt that this voice sounded somewhat familiar. Whose voice was it? After thinking for a while, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his back. He remembered. The owner of this voice was the dead boy. And with the boy's body mysteriously disappearing from the bathroom earlier, a thought began to rise in his mind. The boy wouldn't be coming back from the dead, would he? If this were the real world, Sun Kai definitely wouldn't believe in such things as resurrection, but this was the world of strange stories. Even a dead little girl had appeared here, so what's so strange about a boy coming back from the dead? Suddenly, Sun Kai felt a violent trembling beside him. It was the woman. She must have also heard the boy's voice and was frightened. Sun Kai reached out and grabbed the woman's hand, seemingly offering her a little encouragement. The woman's trembling gradually lessened, calming down little by little. If it weren't for the situation, she probably would have said thank you. But without getting a response, the boy's voice suddenly turned frantic. Why aren't you responding to me? I'm so cold, I'm in so much pain, where is my heart? Did you hide it? Sun Kai frowned. The boy's voice was becoming more distorted and sharp, giving him a headache. The woman's body trembled again. Her hands were gripping Sun Kai's tightly, seemingly struggling with the discomfort. Sun Kai knew this couldn't go on. With such loud noise, it would be impossible to sleep. He had to think of a way to solve this problem. I remember the rules said not to believe any sound. So, as long as I don't make a sound or respond, there should be no problem, right? Sun Kai squinted his eyes, slowly opening a crack. What relieved him was that he didn't see the terrifying scene he had imagined, but instead, he saw something else. A line of flickering words. Under the light, all beings are equal. Sun Kai's eyes brightened. The rule only said not to trust any sounds after the lights were turned off, so what if he didn't turn off the light? Normally, people turn off the lights when they sleep, and Sun Kai would do this instinctively as well, but in reality, there were many places in the rule to look for loopholes. Thinking of this, Sun Kai reached out and turned on the switch beside the bed. The moment the light turned on, all the sounds around disappeared. The woman also opened her eyes and saw Sun Kai turning on the light, nervously asking, was that sound just now from the dead boy? Sun Kai nodded, it was indeed him. The woman trembled in fear, is he turning into a ghost to seek revenge on us? I'm so scared. He didn't die by our hands, and logically and emotionally, he shouldn't come after us. Don't be afraid. As long as the light is on, the sound won't appear. If we sleep with the light on at night, there shouldn't be any problems. The woman was overjoyed, realizing that she had indeed made the right choice. This man in front of her was truly a solid ally. But when she saw Sun Kai getting out of bed and putting on clothes, she hurriedly asked, why are you getting up? Going to the bathroom. Sun Kai's voice sounded a bit helpless. He had already tried to drink less water, but the urge to pee kept coming, and he couldn't avoid it. Unless he was willing to pee his pants. I'll go with you. The woman mustered her courage and said. She wasn't stupid. Going to the bathroom at this time could easily lead to some situations. If something happened to Sun Kai, there was no way she could survive on her own. Chapter 8, Where do they live? Sun Kai thought for a moment and agreed. He was also a little afraid to go to the bathroom alone, after all, this was the world of weird tales. After the woman finished dressing, Sun Kai opened the bedroom door, revealing the pitch-black living room outside. Standing at the door, he looked at the living room as if staring at a beast lurking in the dark, waiting for him to walk in. Gulp! Sun Kai swallowed, remembering that the switch for the living room was by the hallway, and the door to the master bedroom was about 3 meters away from it. If it were daytime, he would have walked over in 2 or 3 steps, but now, it felt like once he entered, he wouldn't be able to come back. Wait, I'll go over to turn on the light. If there's anything unusual, you need to be prepared. Sun Kai told the woman, then stepped into the darkness. As his figure completely entered the darkness, a chilling voice came from his ear. Sun Kai, do you want to leave this copy? The voice was still that of a boy, but with a hint of temptation. If Sun Kai hadn't been walking along the wall, he would have really thought someone was beside him. After all, this voice was coming from the wall. Sun Kai remembered the rule, not saying a word and walking towards the hallway. The boy's voice spoke again, Sun Kai, don't you want to know what the world of weird tales really is? I do want to know, but there's no way I'll talk to you, who might be a ghost. Sun Kai thought to himself, his steps not slowing down. He knew that as long as he ignored the voice, it couldn't hurt him. But what Sun Kai didn't know was that many national players from other countries, after turning off the lights at night, responded to the voice due to various unexpected situations, and then they went completely black. Finally, Sun Kai reached the hallway and directly turned on the living room light switch. The sound disappeared instantly. Phew, it's okay now. Seeing that Sun Kai was really fine, the woman stepped out. The two of them arrived at the bathroom door. The woman felt a bit scared. After all, a corpse had just disappeared in the bathroom. You need to be careful. The woman's eyes carried a hint of worry. Sun Kai nodded. He pushed open the door and directly turned on the bathroom light switch. He closed the door. Standing beside the toilet, Sun Kai prepared to flush. Suddenly, he heard the sound of running water, and turned his head to see that the sound came from behind the waterproof curtain. Sun Kai remembered very clearly that they had lifted the waterproof curtain when they entered. Who closed it? After flushing, Sun Kai did not go over. He had no intention of actively approaching danger. But when he tried to open the door to go out, he found that the doorknob wouldn't turn. Are you out there? Sun Kai shouted in a voice that could be heard outside the door. Of course, he did not dare to shout too loudly, worried about startling the little girl. I'm here, what's wrong? The woman's voice came, which made Sun Kai slightly relieved. The door won't open. Huh? The woman was taken aback, then tried it and found it really couldn't be opened. Suddenly, she became a bit anxious. It was fine just a moment ago, how could it suddenly not open? I don't know, but there is running water coming from the bathtub, and the waterproof curtain has also been closed. Sun Kai stayed very calm, telling the woman his situation. The woman widened her eyes. She immediately thought of the missing corpse. Don't go over there must be danger. Sun Kai certainly knew there was definitely something wrong over there, but with the bathroom door unable to open, he could only go over to check the situation. He carefully looked over there, and no hints appeared. Did this mean safety? Sun Kai walked over to the side of the waterproof curtain, reached out and quickly pulled it open, revealing the situation inside. There was nothing, just the bathtub faucet turned on a little, a thin stream of water flowing down. It seems like it was accidentally touched by the old couple. Sun Kai turned off the faucet, stood up straight, and there were no abnormalities around. He walked over and tried to open the door. This time the door opened smoothly. Seeing Sun Kai come out, the woman clearly sighed in relief. She was really worried that something would happen to him. Let's hurry back to the room. The woman didn't want to stay outside at all. She felt that being close to Sun Kai was the safest. Sun Kai nodded, casually turned off the bathroom light, and just as he was about to return to the room, he inadvertently glanced at something on the coffee table. It was a half-finished cigarette and a half-drunk bottle of cola. Cigarette and cola? Sun Kai remembered very clearly that when he greeted the old couple, he had never seen these two items. The old couple were so old, they couldn't possibly smoke and drink cola, right? Who left these things behind? Following Sun Kai's gaze, the woman also noticed the items on the coffee table. Aren't these the cigarette and cola from the boys' room? How did they end up here? This remark made Sun Kai's expression change. He looked around and saw no abnormalities. Could it be that these two items were taken out by the boy? Could the boy have turned into something like the little girl? In the world of strange tales, this possibility was not non-existent. Logically, Sun Kai should return to the room. That would be the safest choice. But he made a decision. During this time, he would go to the boys' room to see if there were any new discoveries. Everyone plays a role, and everyone has their own rules. And about the boys' rules, he knew nothing. I'm going to check the boys' room to see if there's any discovery. Sun Kai expressed his thoughts, and the woman immediately tried to stop him. I already checked during the day, there was nothing found. I even searched the corpse's clothes. Sun Kai was somewhat surprised. This woman actually had the skill to touch corpses without any training. Day is day, night is night. After a pause, Sun Kai continued, if you were scared, you can go back first. I will go and take a look myself. The woman shook her head, I will go with you. Since they made a decision, the two prepared to go to the boys' room, which was next to the little girl's room. Fortunately, in the room, there were two light switches, one at the bedside and one by the door, ready to turn on directly. It was a very ordinary room, with a single bed and a desk, and many basketball star posters on the walls. Unfortunately, Sun Kai didn't recognize any of them. Just as Sun Kai was about to enter, the woman beside him suddenly said, Strange, our house is indeed a 3-room 1 living room, right? Although Sun Kai didn't know why she asked this, he still nodded, that's right. Well, I live in one room with you, the little girl lives in one, the boy lives in one, then. Where do the old couple live? Chapter 9 Boys' Rules. In an instant, a cold chill spread throughout Sun Kai's body. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Yes, a 3-room 1 living room, each room had people living in it, yet there was only no place for the old couple. Where do they live? Sun Kai remembered very clearly, he didn't hear any door closing sounds when he went to bed. Why didn't I notice such an obvious thing? Sun Kai's face looked very ugly. He had actually overlooked such an obvious thing, and if it weren't for the woman's sudden reminder, he might have remained unaware of it. Am I being influenced by the rules? Or is there something I don't know? The house was only this big. Apart from the 3 rooms, there was only a kitchen and a bathroom left. But in these 2 places, he could see everything at a glance. He went to the kitchen and found nothing. This represented one thing: the old couple was really not here. This made Sun Kai very suspicious that the old couple were not human. As the woman's rules had mentioned, there was one that was not human. Never mind that for now, let's go in and see if there are any clues, preferably related to the boy's rules. The woman nodded. Following behind Sun Kai, they both entered the room and began to search. The room was only this big. They finished searching in less than 5 minutes, finding nothing. There's nothing here. Disappointment was clearly displayed on the woman's face. She knew that the more rules they knew, the more hopeful they were to get through. Now they didn't even know the conditions to get through, so their chances of failing would be very high. Sun Kai didn't believe that the boy had no rules. If the boy didn't have any, it meant the rules remained here. But they had searched everywhere they could just now, only. Sun Kai's gaze fell upon the posters on the wall. He walked over, ripped one off directly, and looked at the back of the poster. Instantly, he smiled. Rules. 1. You are a son and also a good brother. 2. Do not tell anyone your name, except for grandma and grandpa. 3. You cannot be the first to die, or terrible things will happen. 4. From midnight to 1 a.m., take the cigarettes and cola from the coffee table to the kitchen for grandma and grandpa. 4 rules. The first one Sun Kai directly ignored. The second one was different from theirs. The boy's name could be told to grandma and grandpa. This made Sun Kai think of something. That was, after they separated to search, when he came out. There were only the old couple and the boy outside. If at that time, the old couple asked the boy's name, and the boy told them. This possibility wasn't non-existent. If he did, it would mean this rule was true. However, if he didn't say anything after the old couple asked, it would indicate that this rule was false. Sun Kai recalled the first hidden hint he saw. It is precisely the second rule, which means that his second rule is true. But he cannot be sure whether the boy's rule is real or fake. Skipping the second rule, Sun Kai looks towards the third rule. This rule makes his expression very serious. It's simple: the boy is the first person to die, and the rule says he cannot die first, otherwise, terrible things will happen. Missing bodies, the boy's voice appearing after the lights are off, all of this confirms one thing. The third rule is real. And the last rule immediately reminds Sun Kai of the cigarettes and cola on the coffee table. Should he take these 2 items to the kitchen and hand them to the grandparents? Does this mean the old couple lives in the kitchen? The problem is, he just checked, and there was no one in the kitchen at all. Is this rule real or not? What time is it now? Sun Kai suddenly asks. The woman looks at the clock in the living room and says, it is 12:25 a.m., do you want to go to the kitchen? Yes, the old couple is a breakthrough for us. Your rule is probably fake. They should not be people. The woman is confused. If they are not people, then why not stay away from them? Isn't that safer? You must remember one thing: there is no truly safe place in this world. We must find a way to break through quickly, or else we will eventually die here. Sun Kai knows very well that boiling a frog in warm water is the most terrifying method. Once they truly believe that as long as they follow these rules, they can live forever, then it becomes dangerous. Once a person forms a fixed mindset, it is very difficult to break free. Sun Kai cannot continue to follow the rules like this. He wants to live. Of course, the reason he has the courage to do this is simply because he saw an extra line of text beneath the 4th rule. At this time, the old man's teeth are bad, and he does not eat meat. The meaning is very clear: between midnight and 1 a.m., the old couple won't do anything to him. But after this time, it's hard to say. Having made a decision, Sun Kai directly picks up the cigarettes and cola from the coffee table and walks to the kitchen. The kitchen lights turn on, and it is only about 10 square meters, which can be considered very small. When they saw Sun Kai preparing to enter, the support team was worried sick. They do not have Sun Kai's ability to see the hints and instinctively feel that this action is too risky. Of course, Sun Kai's previous adventures have made them break out in a cold sweat. Captain, should we use reminders to stop him? No need, since he is so confident, he must have seen something. I really didn't expect our national luck bearer, Summerfruit, to have such an outstanding person. Xia Changqing's eyes were full of praise. He had seen Sun Kai's performance during the day, which gave him a lot of confidence in him. Just as Sun Kai stepped into the kitchen, he felt a flash in front of him, and 2 figures appeared in his sight. Son, why haven't you gone to sleep yet? The old professor looked at Sun Kai with a surprised expression. Yes, son, staying up this late will make you late for work tomorrow. The old lady even said in a slightly reproachful voice. The 2 elders seemed to just be chatting here, completely showing no signs of any problem. Sun Kai quietly glanced back. The woman behind him was still there, but her face showed no other expression. He has a bold guess that the scene the woman sees may not be the same as what he sees. Otherwise, with the woman's courage, she would at least let out a scream, rather than show no change at all. I just went to the bathroom and happened to see the things on the coffee table, wondering if you left them behind, so I just took them. Looking at the cigarettes and cola in Sun Kai's hands, the old couple's eyes lit up, as if they had seen something they loved most. Chapter 10, The Way to Pass. The old couple swallowed hard, staring at the things in Sun Kai's hands, which puzzled him a bit. Isn't it just cigarettes and cola? Why such a reaction? Son, put the things down. It's getting late, hurry up and go to bed. The old professor's eyes had fixated on the things in Sun Kai's hands. The old lady didn't speak, but it seemed she thought the same way. Sun Kai felt confused. What did this rule of the boy mean? Was it just to give these two things to the old couple? He always felt something was strange. Instead of putting the items down, Sun Kai deliberately asked, Mom and Dad, can I ask you something? Just say it. Don't beat around the bush. The old professor's attitude suddenly turned sour, scolding directly. Son, if there's something to say, hurry up. The old lady was more or less the same. Sun Kai was a bit tense, but his presence proved that the boy's rule was real. In the face of the true rule, everything must follow the rule. No one could defy the rule. With this confidence, Sun Kai dared to ask some questions at this moment. He looked at the time, there were still more than 20 minutes until 1 a.m., plenty of time. I want to know, are you both human or ghost? In an instant, the whole kitchen's temperature dropped suddenly, as if summer had turned directly into winter, bone-chilling cold. Not only did the temperature drop, but even the kitchen light seemed to dim significantly. Son, do you really want to know? A haunting voice came from the old professor's mouth. At this moment, he lowered his head, his face hidden in the darkness, making it impossible for Sun Kai to see his expression. Son, sometimes it's better to be a little confused. The old lady stood beside the old professor, using the same posture and voice to speak. Sun Kai remained unfazed, as if he hadn't noticed their abnormality. That's right, this is what I want to know the most. I wonder if you could tell me. At that moment, the support team held their breath, no one daring to make a sound. If this old couple exploded and took down Sun Kai, then this time, their country's fortune would be doomed ahead of time. No one expected that woman to pass the trial, only Sun Kai had a chance. Time ticked by, the old couple said nothing, and Sun Kai didn't urge them. When there were less than 3 minutes left until 1 a.m., Sun Kai started to feel anxious. If they didn't speak, he had to leave the kitchen, otherwise, he would violate the rule and be doomed. At that moment, the old professor finally spoke. When did you start to doubt us? When I sent Cece to school, her teacher told me in person that Cece has no parents, just an old couple taking her in. The old lady nodded, so it was teacher Jean, she is a good person. Unfortunately, Cece does not have this blessing. Who are you both exactly, and why are you disguised as national fortune bearers? This was what Sun Kai couldn't figure out the most. If the old couple hadn't initially acted so perfectly, he wouldn't have thought so much. At first, no one doubted the identity of the old couple. It's simple, because we are past national fortune bearers. Sun Kai was completely shocked. This old couple was actually past national fortune bearers? Even though he knew that strange tales had occurred multiple times, he didn't expect former national fortune bearers to appear here. This news stunned everyone who was watching the live broadcast. Xia Changqing even directly used his authority to have someone check all the past information about the strange tale world. Team leader, we found it. The only two people that match this old couple are these two. They were the last selected fate bearers, who failed in the first bizarre world and died on the spot. Xia Changqing rubbed his chin. I didn't expect that the deceased fate bearers would appear in the new rule bizarre world. This news needs to be recorded. Yes. Sun Kai never thought the old man would give such an answer. But shouldn't you have died long ago? This time, it was the old professor who replied, we indeed died, but this time the bizarre world chose us two to mislead you fate bearers. If this world is a game, then we too are NPCs. This explanation was easy to understand, and Sun Kai quickly got it. Initially, there were 5 people, excluding the old couple, there were actually only 3 fate bearers? Sun Kai glanced at the time, there was less than a minute left, and he could only ask one last question. How can I clear the game? There are several ways to clear the game. To get the highest S rank evaluation, you must fulfill the little girl's wish within a week. For a rank evaluation, play your role well and last for 2 weeks. For B rank evaluation, collect the names of other fate bearers and give them to the little girl. For C rank evaluation, eliminate the other fate bearers. As Sun Kai mentioned the last evaluation, he could clearly see that the old couple looked strange. Their bodies twitched, their expressions twisted, their eyes bulging, looking as if they wanted to eat someone. Hurry, give me the stuff. The two extended their thin, bony arms towards Sun Kai, their appearance enough to scare anyone to death. Sun Kai saw that there were only 5 seconds left on the clock. He quickly threw the cigarettes and cola aside and rushed out of the kitchen. When he looked back, the kitchen was empty, as if everything had just been his illusion. The woman was startled by Sun Kai's actions, almost screaming. "Weren't you checking the kitchen? How did you suddenly run out?" The woman looked at him strangely. Sun Kai thought for a moment and didn't tell her everything. The reason was simple: this time's clearing methods included 2 evaluations that were obviously intended to cause infighting among the fate-bearers. He only mentioned the first 2 methods: either play his role well or fulfill the little girl's wish. Hearing about the clearing methods from Sun Kai, the woman was very happy. She realized following Sun Kai was indeed the right choice. If it were her alone, she definitely wouldn't have been able to go in and wouldn't know the clearing methods. So what should we do now? Choose the first one or the second one? The woman knew she had no power to decide. The power was in Sun Kai's hands. Sun Kai pondered for a moment. Let's first try to find out the little girl's wish. If we can fulfill it, that would be best. If not, then we'll play our roles. The woman nodded repeatedly. This way, both methods could be covered. After finding everything they needed, the 2 prepared to go back to sleep. But before leaving, Sun Kai looked back at the kitchen. There was one thing he forgot to ask earlier. Why did the old couple want the cigarettes and cola so badly? Chapter 11, Suicide. Knowing the effect of the lights, they kept the lights on in the living room and bedroom, so there were no noises, and they enjoyed a good sleep. The next day, Sun Kai walked out of the bedroom and saw the elderly couple outside the door. After a round of casual conversation, Sun Kai conducted a test and discovered something. The elderly couple seemed to have no memory of last night, as if they had never met Sun Kai at all. The little girl was up too, and after washing up, Sun Kai sent her to school. It was Monday, and many parents were accompanying their children to school. "Cece, make sure to listen to the teacher when you get to school, okay?" Cece is the best." Looking at Cece bouncing into the school gate, Sun Kai didn't rush to leave, but went to the teacher's office and found Teacher Jean. "Oh, weren't you the one from yesterday?" When Teacher Jean saw Sun Kai, she was quite surprised. "Teacher Jean, I'm here about Cece." Teacher Jean nodded and led Sun Kai to a separate empty classroom. "What do you want to ask?" "I want to know more about Cece." Teacher Jean sighed lightly and told Sun Kai everything she knew about Cece. In Teacher Jin's words, Cece was a very lovable child, did well in her studies, and was cute. It could be said that every teacher liked such a child. But Sun Kai keenly sensed that this situation would make some children who did not receive the teacher's favor feel jealous. So it seemed, Cece being bullied by other children was understandable. "So you're saying, Cece's wish is perhaps for me to find these kids and give them some punishment?" Sun Kai frowned. The old couple only said that the condition to pass was to fulfill the little girl's wish last night. But what the little girl's wish was, he didn't know at all. He couldn't just go directly and ask the little girl what her wish was, right? If he wasn't careful, he might end up being dealt with by the little girl. The dead boy was a cautionary tale. Just as the 2 were discussing Cece, suddenly screams came from outside. They exchanged a glance and hurried out. Soon they discovered a group of children leaning over the railing, looking down. Following their gaze, their faces changed drastically, and Teacher Jean turned away and began to vomit. Having gone through the incident with the boy, Sun Kai had developed some mental resilience, but even so, his face still looked terrible. Because a corpse, mangled beyond recognition, lay right before him. From the size, this corpse seemed to belong to a student, apparently having fallen from the rooftop. The problem was, how did a student end up on the rooftop in the first place? Such a huge incident quickly alarmed the school leadership, and students were taken to the playground, with the police arriving shortly. After a simple investigation, the police concluded that the student had committed suicide. Impossible, how could Xiao AI commit suicide? She was clearly so cheerful and lively, she even said she would draw a picture for me. Teacher Jean cried like a broken-hearted person. The student who had died was in her class. "Teacher Jean, please accept my condolences." Sun Kai sat beside her, trying to comfort her. Since a death had occurred, the area was temporarily secured, and everyone was questioned about the situation. Especially Sun Kai, as an outsider, he was certainly the focus of attention. But the police couldn't find any connection between Sun Kai and that student, so they just took a statement and ended it. At this moment, Sun Kai was recalling the scene from earlier. When he ran out, he seemed to have seen a familiar figure on the rooftop. That was Cece. Could it be that this deceased student was pushed down by Cece? Connecting it to her death experience, Sun Kai felt he might have grasped the main point. "Teacher Jean, was the student who just died close to Cece?" Teacher Jean wiped her tears and said faintly, "I used to think they had a good relationship, but later I learned that Cece was always being bullied by them." Now Sun Kai understood, the deceased student was very likely harmed by Cece. Teacher Jean didn't know that Cece had turned into a ghost, but he did. Is this her wish? But if it were that simple, there's no way to easily achieve an S-level rating. Sun Kai left the school. He needed to look for more clues. Based on the information he had gathered so far, there are only 3 people in the nation's fate: him, the woman, and the dead boy. The rules for the 3 of them are all here. There is currently nothing different. But if the old couple, as NPCs, also has their own rules, then he might know more things. Sun Kai returned home and walked up to the 2 old people, directly asking, "What are your rules?" If they didn't remember last night, they would still see themselves as the nation's fate bearers. It's normal for those in the same fate to share information. Sure enough, the old professor spoke first, glancing around quietly as if to confirm the little girl was present. "I have only 2 rules. One is to play the role of grandfather, and the other is to tell my partner only my name." "I am the same as him," the grandmother said. Sun Kai was a little surprised. Their rules were so simple? Such simple rules seemed to hold no important information. Not only that, until now, he had not seen any new prompts, as if the prompts had broken down. Sun Kai returned to his room alone, his eyes instinctively looking at the wedding photo, which showed no abnormalities. He sat in front of the computer, deep in thought. At that moment, the woman walked in and quietly said, "Today while cleaning, I kept hearing dripping water in the bathroom, but when I went in to check, there was nothing. The biggest problem in the bathroom was the missing boy's body. And the boy's rule mentioned that the boy could not die first, or something terrible would happen. This world has proven that ghosts do exist, and Sun Kai strongly suspected that the boy might have turned into a ghost. As long as we do our part, he won't come after us." Sun Kai comforted the woman, for now, she was his only assistant. The woman nodded, and then she seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, I actually wanted to tell you something last night." "What is it?" My name is Luin. What is your name?" Sun Kai instinctively said, "My name is Sun." Suddenly, Sun Kai stopped. Why did the woman want to ask his name? He clearly remembered that his second rule stated not to tell anyone his name. Chapter 12, Food for Ghosts. Sun Kai looked at the woman. Her face held a faint smile, as if the previous matter was just a casual greeting. However, his whole body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, filled with coldness. Quite simply, he saw a long-lost prompt above the woman's head. "The person in the painting is not the real person." The person in the painting? In the whole room, the only painting was the wedding photo. He glanced at it and found that the woman in the wedding photo had indeed disappeared. Sun Kai almost wanted to curse. There were surprises everywhere, and one careless mistake could lead to disaster. If it weren't for his caution and the prompt, he would have been done for the moment he spoke his name. His rules clearly stated that he could not tell anyone his name. But at that moment, he couldn't say nothing at all. Sun Kai remembered the first prompt he had seen. The real name cannot be said, but a false name could be said. "I am called Sun Ming." Sun Kai spoke nonsense with wide-open eyes. "Then I'll call you Brother Ming from now on." The woman playfully winked, giving off a taste of first love. After chatting with the woman for a while, she left the room. Until Sun Kai saw the woman in the wedding photo appear again, he sighed with relief. There are too many dangers in this house. It's too hard to get through 2 weeks safely. Who knows what other dangers lie ahead? Sun Kai secretly cursed. It seemed that he only had one choice: to help the little girl fulfill her wish. At that moment of his contemplation, he saw the woman's figure appear again. In this instant, Sun Kai wanted to curse. "Why are you back here? I just thought of something, and I don't know if it can help." The woman spoke in a voice only Sun Kai could hear, whispering softly. Sun Kai sneered in his heart. "I want to see how you trick me this time." "What is it?" "In all the rules we have, the first rule is to play our own roles. This is very important, as it relates to whether we can clear the level. I understand this. But the second rule, I've always found it strange. Why can't we casually tell others our names? Is a name really that important?" Sun Kai, who was ready to say nothing, suddenly revealed a thoughtful expression upon hearing the woman's words. "Yes, why is a name so important? What does a name truly represent? Why is a name so important as the second rule for every national fortuner? Even the old couple, who are NPCs, have only 2 rules, one of which is about names. What does a name ultimately represent?" Seeing that Sun Kai was deep in thought, the woman quietly walked out, not disturbing him. After thinking for a long time, Sun Kai still had no clue and could only give up. At this moment, he also realized that the woman from earlier was real. He went to the living room and his gaze inadvertently fell on a room. That was the little girl's room. If there was a chance to find information about the little girl, it was most likely in her own room. But when we searched the rooms earlier, who went into the little girl's room? Sun Kai suddenly became aware of this question. He had entered the master bedroom while the boy had also gone into his own room. The woman had gone to the bathroom, and what about the old couple? He did not ask, and they did not tell him. Maybe, as NPCs, they hadn't searched any rooms at all. This meant the little girl's room might not have been checked at all. Wait, the woman has always been at home. She hasn't been to the little girl's room? Sun Kai found the woman and voiced his confusion. The woman looked a bit embarrassed, and she said shyly, "I'm sorry, I was a bit scared. I've never been to her room." Sun Kai could understand, the woman was timid by nature, and it was natural for her not to dare enter. Sun Kai didn't waste time and directly walked into the little girl's room. This was a very typical girl's room, everything around was pink and filled with a dreamy atmosphere. A few minutes later, Sun Kai found a diary. He was very excited, this diary might contain information about the little girl's wishes. He opened the diary, and inside were some crooked letters, as if written by someone who just learned to write. Weather, clear. I'm so happy today, I made my first friend, and Grandpa and Grandma are happy for me. Weather, overcast. Aren't we best friends? Why doesn't she play with me? Did I do something wrong? Weather, rain. I've been trying so hard, the teacher praises me, but why don't they play with me and even bully me? Weather, snow. I don't have any friends left. There wasn't much content, and it even skipped around, but Sun Kai could feel the little girl's emotional journey from happiness to sadness. He turned to the next page, where there were no words, only some abstract drawings made with colored pens. In Sun Kai's eyes, he couldn't see what the drawings depicted at all. From this content, it seemed like Cece really wanted a friend. Could this be her wish? His role as Cece's father in becoming friends with her was not an easy matter. Sun Kai put the diary back and suddenly let out a cry. Because he found all kinds of snacks inside Cece's little cabinet. The key point is that all these snacks were opened, including half a bottle of cola and some cigarettes he saw last night. Last night, the cigarettes and cola appeared on the coffee table by themselves. Could it be that Cece put them there? What do these things really mean to the old couple? Sun Kai realized that the more he understood, the more confused he became about this strange world. Thinking of this, he reached out his hand, ready to take a bag of chips. But at that moment, he saw a line of words. The food that ghosts like the most. Eating it can keep your mind clear. Humans cannot eat it. Ghost food? Sun Kai suddenly remembered the scene from last night when the old couple looked at the cigarettes and cola as if they hadn't eaten for several days. To his surprise, this was actually food meant especially for ghosts, which proved one thing, the old couple had indeed turned into ghosts. What does it mean that eating it can keep you clear? Does it mean that without this food, they can't even maintain their own clarity? As for the last sentence that humans cannot eat, Sun Kai ignored it completely. He would never eat ghost food. Combining the incident of the cigarettes and cola on the coffee table last night, Sun Kai concluded that the little girl was taking care of the old couple. With that, things became interesting. The cigarettes and cola situation is resolved, now there's just the issue of the name left. Chapter 13, Brother, you are too noisy. As for the name, Sun Kai had no clues for the moment. He secretly took a piece of gum and chocolate, the smallest items among the snacks. These snacks would naturally be for later use at night. He planned to ask the old couple some things again tonight. However, just then, he heard a woman's shrill scream. Sun Kai rushed over immediately, the sound was coming from the kitchen. But when he saw the woman's appearance, he was speechless. The woman wasn't attacked, she simply cut her hand while chopping vegetables. Sorry, When the woman saw Sun Kai coming, she blushed a little and wanted to explain. Sun Kai waved his hand, he didn't mind at all, as long as the woman was okay, that was best. Do you have any band-aids at home? There are some in the upper cupboard. Sun Kai took out a band-aid and helped the woman put it on. Just as he was about to leave, the woman's voice came. Do you think we can live to go back? Sun Kai paused, didn't turn his head and said, I can't promise anything, but I will do my best. The woman showed a faint smile, and Sun Kai's answer had already satisfied her. Time flew quickly, and soon it was night. After the little girl fell asleep, Sun Kai waited until midnight, and he stepped out of the bedroom. But this time, there were no snacks on the coffee table. It seems they don't need to eat these things every day. Sun Kai strode towards the kitchen, holding the gum and chocolate. As soon as he walked in, the old couple's figures suddenly appeared. Why have you come again? When the old couple saw Sun Kai, their faces were full of helplessness. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that the figures of the old couple seemed a little transparent. What's going on with you? Sigh, it's because we told you so much yesterday, we were punished by the rules. We NPCs cannot leak too much, but this is our first time, and we didn't know many rules, so we got punished. Sun Kai didn't expect that by revealing some information, the old couple would actually be punished. He hesitated, unsure whether to continue asking this time. But the old couple exchanged glances, and the old professor smiled and said, Anyway, we've long been dead. Although we are not from the same generation, by the measure of time, I am also your ancestor. Where would an ancestor trip their own descendants? What do you want to know? At that moment, all the people in the summer country watching the live broadcast felt their eyes warm up. Xia Changqing stood up straight and bowed respectfully to the live broadcast screen. Go find the descendants of these two elderly people, they are heroes of the summer country, and we cannot let the descendants of heroes bleed and cry. Yes, team leader. Sun Kai knew that this was not the time to waste, he had to know more information. Why can't people know their own names? What does a name really represent? However, to Sun Kai's disappointment, the two elderly people also did not know the meaning of names. Do you know what Shishi's wish is? The two elderly people still had no idea. Sun Kai asked again, I want to know, was it you who originally adopted Shishi, that old couple? This time, the two elderly people answered the question. To be serious, it was indeed us, but it was not exactly us. You should have seen us during the daytime, right? Sun Kai nodded. At night, we have all the memories, but during the day, we have the memories of NPCs, the daytime us doesn't know anything that the night us does. In other words, during the day, they were indeed the old couple who adopted Shishi, and they were also playing the roles of grandparents. Just as Sun Kai was about to ask more questions, a voice came from behind him. Daddy, what are you doing? Sun Kai felt a chill run directly to the top of his head. He stiffly turned around to see little girl Shishi standing there, hugging a doll. He never expected that the little girl, who had already gone to bed, would wake up by herself. This is trouble. Sun Kai didn't know if the little girl could see the old couple at this moment, and he couldn't take the risk. Daddy is a bit thirsty, just came out for some water. Why did Shishi wake up by herself? It was brother who woke Shishi up. As Sun Kai was about to nod, he realized it was brother. Then he suddenly jolted, brother? The little girl's brother was the boy who had already died, wasn't he? How could he wake the little girl up? Just as he was thinking this, a figure appeared behind the little girl, a face full of defiance that was none other than the boy who had already died. In that instant, Sun Kai felt his breath stop. The boy was dead, he had seen it with his own eyes, blood splattered everywhere. But the boy in front of him, aside from being a bit pale, looked just like he had come back to life. Dad, what are you talking about with Grandpa and Grandma in the kitchen so late at night? The boy spoke with a son's voice, but it had an eerie feeling to it. Although there was light in the living room outside, the boy gave Sun Kai the feeling that he came with his own shadow. Sun Kai was 100% sure that this boy was definitely not human. This is bad. Blocked by the little girl and the boy who had turned into a ghost at the kitchen door, he could not escape at all. If he couldn't get through this level, there would be no need to think about the next. Xia Changqing's face was also very ugly. Quickly analyze how to break this situation. Sun Kai cannot die. A group of people around were quickly analyzing, trying to find a way to solve the current problem. But no matter how they analyzed, they came to one conclusion. Sun Kai was doomed. Sun Kai quickly calmed down. He knew that in a crisis, he couldn't panic. Panic would only make him die faster. Just as Sun Kai opened his mouth, ready to speak, he saw a line of words appear above the boy's head. Did someone just talk? No? You must have heard wrong. Sun Kai's expression changed. He thought of the earlier situation with Teacher Jean, who had initially appeared as an illusion. So this means the boy is also an illusion? Facing an illusion, once you answer the other party's question, you would fall into the trap. Thinking of this, Sun Kai closed his mouth, as if ignoring the boy completely. Seeing that Sun Kai did not pay attention to him, the boy's face darkened, his voice becoming even gloomier. Dad, why are you ignoring me? Why did you watch me get killed? Why? One voice after another kept pounding on Sun Kai's eardrums, making him feel quite uncomfortable. What Sun Kai did not expect was that the little girl suddenly scolded, Brother, you are too loud. The piercing sound stopped abruptly, as if the previous voices had never existed at all. Chapter 14: A Different Wife. The boy closed his mouth, his gaze towards the little girl filled with a hint of fear, obedient like a quail. A smile reappeared on the little girl's face, and this time she did not pretend not to see the elderly couple behind Sun Kai. Grandpa and Grandma, are you used to living here? Do you want to change to another place? Sun Kai noticed that the elderly couple's bodies trembled slightly, as if they had heard something terrifying. Cece, no need. We are old, living here is fine, no need to change places. The old professor's face was full of flattering smiles, the old lady was similar. Yes, this place is very good, we really like it. The little girl nodded, that's good. Dad, hurry up and go to sleep after drinking water. I will make my brother quieter so he won't disturb you. The little girl left, and the boy followed her closely. Only Sun Kai wiped away a cold sweat. It was extremely dangerous just now. He did not know if his actions would touch some point with the little girl, leading to his own demise. You should hurry back. Luckily, you didn't break the rules just now, otherwise, you would have died in vain. Sun Kai turned back to look. The figures of the elderly couple had dimmed a lot, as if they might disappear at any moment. Your bodies. The old professor looked down for a moment, smiling as he said, it's nothing. We were just punished by her, but we won't disappear so soon. After all, this time the ghost story world is still here. Sun Kai understood the hidden meaning in his words. As long as someone completed the ghost story world or they were completely wiped out, they would also disappear. Sun Kai could not help them and could only put the chewing gum and chocolate aside before walking out. Outside, the little girl and boy's figures were no longer visible, and both room doors were closed. Back in the bedroom, Sun Kai was filled with dread. Just now was the most dangerous moment since he came here. It was truly a narrow escape. What happened? The woman saw Sun Kai's expression and hurriedly asked. Sun Kai told her what had just happened, and the woman felt a wave of fear as well. If he had made a mistake, he would have been doomed. If Sun Kai was doomed, she wouldn't be far behind. Did the boy really turn into a ghost? The woman tightly grabbed Sun Kai's arm, trembling with fear. After all, the boy was like them, a national luck bearer, but he died at the hands of the little girl on the first day. Yes, he indeed died in front of me. What appeared just now should not be human. Sun Kai suspected that the boy's transformation into a ghost was related to that rule of his. After comforting the woman, the two lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. However, Sun Kai's mind was still filled with thoughts. Among all the rules, the importance of names was undeniable, but the elderly couple did not know the meaning of names, and he naturally did not either. But besides names, he remembered he had a rule that he had not verified until now. In his drowsiness, he felt a cool little hand sliding back and forth on his chest. The little hand paused for a moment, gradually reaching down. Sun Kai suddenly awoke, grabbing this mischievous little hand. Without guessing, he already knew who the owner of this little hand was. It must be the woman beside him. Sun Kai felt a bit confused. Was it because of his help that the woman was planning to repay him in some special way? But every move they made was being watched in the livestream, countless eyes were on them. Sun Kai didn't have the heart for a reality show in front of so many people. Just as he opened his eyes, ready to clarify things with the woman, he found it strange that everything was pitch black in front of him. Weird, I remember the lights in the room should still be on. Did she turn them off herself? Sun Kai felt that something was off. He had noticed the woman's courage. It was almost impossible for her to turn off the lights herself. However, the darkness in front of him proved one thing: the lights were indeed turned off. Moreover, the absence of light meant the boy's voice had also vanished from his ears. This reminded him of what the little girl had said before. She wanted the boy to be quiet at night. Sun Kai reached out to turn on the light, but after feeling around for a while, he couldn't find the switch. That's strange, the switch was right here, why can't I find it? Feeling uneasy, Sun Kai quickly withdrew his hand, turned over, and whispered to the woman, something's wrong. Did you turn off the lights? As he spoke, the small hand he was holding continued to squirm, trying to break free. Sun Kai felt helpless. Didn't she realize what was going on? Why was she still struggling? Annoyed, Sun Kai pulled with a bit more strength, and then he realized he had pulled her hand over. But the hand came over, yet her body didn't move. What was going on? Sun Kai felt completely bewildered, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and just then, he heard the woman's alluring voice. Hubby, can you please let my hand go? For a moment, Sun Kai didn't know what to do. Should he give her back her hand, or ignore her words? At that moment, he recalled a rule he had: in a marriage, there couldn't be conflicts, and they had to sleep on the same bed, even if the other person wasn't your wife. The key was in the last part of that rule: even if the other person wasn't your wife. He had once puzzled over what this meant. If she wasn't your wife, how could you sleep in the same bed? Now he understood, the person beside him was definitely not his wife. How could someone have a detached hand and still be perfectly fine? This rule was real, meaning he couldn't leave the bed. If he did, he would break the rule. He had already witnessed the consequences of breaking the rule. The boy's body was gruesomely cut open, and he died a terrible death. Upon closer inspection, this rule actually pointed to 3 things. No conflicts, sleep in the same bed, and regardless of whether the other person is your wife. The last 2 had already been verified, so was the first hinting that he had to maintain a good relationship with this wife? Sun Kai's lips twitched, forcing a smile. He didn't know if she could see his smile, but he had no choice. Sorry, I was too strong just now. He quickly returned her hand, hearing a cracking sound as if a bone had slipped into place. It's okay, whatever my hubby does is fine. If a normal woman had said this, every man would be overjoyed. But at that moment, Sun Kai wore a bitter smile. After all, knowing that the person lying beside him wasn't even human made it impossible to feel excited. Chapter 15, These are all people. Faced with this unknown wife, Sun Kai could only find ways to avoid angering her. The rule said he could not have conflicts with his wife. Once a conflict occurred, he estimated that he was not far from death. But being so passive, Sun Kai was worried that something might go wrong. He didn't know where the woman had gone, and at that moment, he couldn't care less about her safety. His own life was no longer in his hands, so how could he worry about anything else? Sun Kai clenched his teeth and said, Wife. What's wrong, husband? The voice was still as delicate as ever. It was unmistakably that woman's voice. Actually, I wanted to say, let's go out and play together tomorrow. You've been at home as a housewife, it must have been tough for you. The wife was silent for a moment, and Sun Kai felt a bit nervous. Did he say something wrong? At that moment, the wife suddenly started to cry softly, which scared Sun Kai. Fortunately, the wife spoke up, "Husband, I always thought you would look down on me for not earning money at home, and that I couldn't even take care of the child. How could that be? You are my wife, the woman of Sun Ming, how could you be lacking?" Sun Kai secretly wiped off a cold sweat. He almost revealed his own name just now. It was obvious that the wife was very happy, so Sun Kai took the chance to chat about where they would go to play the next day. After chatting for quite a while, Sun Kai couldn't hold on anymore and said, "Wife, it's getting late, let's hurry and sleep." A faint voice came, "Don't you want to talk to me?" Sun Kai jumped, instantly alert, joking around. If he said the wrong thing, he was sure to be finished in seconds. How could that be? I wish I could talk to my wife every day. At that moment, Sun Kai's will to survive reached its limit. That's great, let's continue chatting. What should we eat for lunch tomorrow? The wife was very happy, but Sun Kai was not happy. He chatted with her all night long, and only after the sun rose outside did he notice that the wife seemed to have disappeared. And next to him was a woman sleeping soundly. The woman opened her eyes, saw Sun Kai with dark circles under his eyes, and was very surprised. "What's wrong with you? Why do you have such heavy dark circles?" "Last night I..." Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if someone was watching him. He used his peripheral vision to take a look and found that the woman in the wedding photo was looking at him with a half-smiling, half-not smile. Sun Kai immediately swallowed what he was about to say and changed his words, "Just a little insomnia, it's nothing." "Alright, if you're tired, rest a bit at noon." The woman did not suspect anything. After getting up, Sun Kai realized one thing. It seemed that an unusual situation would occur every day. If this continued, if he failed at a certain checkpoint, he would be finished. No wonder the A-level clearance conditions look so simple. The problem lies in these random dangers that pop up. With just one careless mistake, everything would be over, meaning it wasn't as simple as it looked to survive for 2 weeks. At that moment outside, there were less than 10 lucky survivors. There used to be dozens of them, but during last night's wife replacement, many did not realize the problem and just black-screened. The man from the Eagle country playing the father role was an award-winning actor. He used his superb acting skills to play the father of the little girl well. It seemed that his relationship with the little girl was very good, and even the other 2 survivors had not encountered any problems as well. One could say that Eagle country was the only nation without any losses. Many believed that if anyone could clear this horror world, it would definitely be the lucky survivor from Eagle country. Sun Kai had no knowledge of the outside situation. Following his usual routine, he took the little girl to school. But this time, the taxi driver said with a smile, "Young man, your daughter is quite cute. Which grade is she in?" Sun Kai instinctively replied, "She's in the 4th grade, huh?" He was stunned because he discovered that. Why can the taxi driver see the little girl? It's important to know that before, no one outside of just a few people at home could see the little girl. The driver didn't realize the problem and continued speaking, "4th grade, huh? My daughter is in 5th grade, you're much better than I am. If I had had kids earlier, they would probably have already graduated from college, haha." Sun Kai said nothing, quietly glancing at the little girl. In his eyes, the little girl hadn't changed at all. But why could the taxi driver see the little girl now? Even though someone committed suicide at school, the students still had to attend classes. At the school gate, teacher Jean was standing there, and many students greeted her. When she saw Sun Kai walking over, she hurriedly approached. "Cici, good morning." "Good morning, teacher." Seeing this scene, Sun Kai scoffed coldly in his heart. Here comes the same old routine, really lacking any new ideas. He directly ignored teacher Jean, took Cici's hand, and walked inside. But this time, Cici looked at him oddly. "Daddy, did you have a fight with teacher Jean? Why are you ignoring her?" What could Sun Kai say? Could he directly say that teacher Jean didn't exist? But teacher Jean seemed unwilling to give up and directly blocked Sun Kai, looking somewhat angry. "Sir, why are you ignoring me? As Cici's father, is it so hard to greet me?" Sun Kai said nothing, coldly laughing inside. "Do you not have a clue why I'm not speaking? And shouldn't you be disappearing by now?" Sun Kai always felt that teacher Jean had existed for too long. Last time she disappeared in a while. Just as he thought this, a father walking by to drop off his child approached and advised him. "Friend, greeting your child's teacher is not a difficult thing. It's a way to set a good example for the child." Sun Kai shot him a glance, still saying nothing. "Do you think that because there's one more hallucination this time, I will answer you? In your dreams." As more and more people around him urged him, Sun Kai felt that something was off. This time, not only had the duration of the hallucinations increased, but there were also more people, which was a bit strange. It seemed that even the hints couldn't be tolerated anymore, and Sun Kai noticed a line of words appearing in front of him. "They are all people. Sun Kai's expression instantly froze, so all his previous actions were in vain? In an instant, Sun Kai felt like he had socially died. Then he suddenly realized a horrifying fact, that Cece had clearly already died, so why was Teacher Jean not shocked at all? And on the road, the taxi driver also saw her. What on earth was going on? Chapter 16, Fighting Poison with Poison. The little girl went in to go to school. While Sun Kai did not leave, he found Teacher Jean, prepared to have a talk with her. Cece's dad, what's the matter? Teacher Jin's attitude was somewhat cold, and Sun Kai knew it was because of what happened at the school gate earlier. Sun Kai awkwardly smiled. At that time, he had thought Teacher Jean was an illusion, who knew she was a real person. Teacher Jean, I want to ask about Cece. Hearing about this matter, Teacher Jin's expression softened a little, and she glanced at him with some helplessness. Cece's dad, I know you may be busy usually, but no matter how busy you are, you should spend some time with your child. The child is still so small, they need their parents' companionship. But I've heard that you and Cece's mother are always busy with your own things, and don't have much time to accompany her. Teacher Jean earnestly said many things, the gist of which was to urge Sun Kai and his wife to spend more time with Cece. But strangely, the conversation completely omitted mention of the elderly couple, as if they didn't exist at all. Teacher Jean, has Cece ever mentioned her grandparents? Teacher Jean looked at Sun Kai with some confusion. Actually, that's not the case. Does her grandpa and grandma live with you? To be honest, if he wasn't sure that this Teacher Jean was the same one he met before, he would have doubted that Teacher Jean had been switched out. He deliberately asked Teacher Jean about some of their previous conversations, only to find that everything had changed. In her words, Cece was not dead, she had always been her student. She didn't have any grandparents, all she had were her parents. The only thing that was the same as before was the student who committed suicide was truly dead. Sun Kai felt a bit of a headache. He realized that ever since that student died, everything had been different. Everyone around could see Cece, and Cece seemed to still be alive. What on earth was going on? Filled with confusion, Sun Kai returned home and told the woman everything. He had no clues and hoped to discuss with the woman to see if they could discover something. After listening, the woman was equally shocked by Sun Kai's words. A little girl who was already dead had actually come back to life? If we don't know the little girl's wish, let's try to survive for 2 weeks. It is already the 3rd day. Normally speaking, if they couldn't get an S-level rating, getting an A-level rating would be good too. But what the woman didn't know was that Sun Kai was facing some other problems. The suspected ghost of a boy, as well as the eerie wedding photos in the bedroom, didn't guarantee that new dangers wouldn't appear in the future. 2 weeks' time wasn't something to pass so easily. Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of something. You didn't encounter anything strange at home today, did you? No, the 2 old folks didn't make any noise. The old couple looked just as kind as before, with no changes, only Sun Kai felt something was strange, unsure if it was his illusion. He always felt that the light by the old couple seemed a bit dim, even though it was broad daylight. Then, Sun Kai took 2 snacks and waited until evening. He planned to visit the old couple again. Only the old couple was the biggest breakthrough. As former national luck bearers, they were willing to help Sun Kai. Sun Kai stood at the kitchen door. When the hour hand struck midnight, he walked in. This time, the old couple did not appear. What's going on? Where are they? Sun Kai's expression changed. He was counting on the old couple to provide him with more information, yet they had vanished this time. No matter how he searched, there was no sign of the old couple in the kitchen, as if they had completely disappeared. He tried again, walked into the kitchen, but the result was the same. Could it be that Cece has gotten rid of the old couple? This thought suddenly popped up, startling Sun Kai. He wondered if his frequent visits made the little girl feel that the old couple was a nuisance. That possibility was not impossible. Since he couldn't find the old couple, Sun Kai returned to the bedroom. How was it? Seeing Sun Kai come back, the woman quickly asked. They are gone. The woman's face changed drastically. She naturally knew what it meant for the old couple to be gone. It meant they no longer had a new source of information. In this place, without information, it meant they could only passively face various difficulties. So what do we do now? Sun Kai didn't speak. He was thinking, casting an unnatural glance at the wedding photo. This time, he found nothing unusual about the wedding photo, so a bold idea popped into his mind. The wedding photo was a strange object, and ever since the boy appeared, his room had been kept closed. So what would happen if they threw the wedding photo into the boy's room? This is called attacking poison with poison. After having an idea, Sun Kai immediately began to take action. He stood on the bed and took down the wedding photo, leaving the woman very confused. What are you doing with the wedding photo? Although she was startled by her own image in the wedding photo at first, she became indifferent after seeing it more often. She really could not understand what use Sun Kai had for a wedding photo. Sun Kai did not explain and carried the wedding photo to the boy's room door. He had already tried before. All the doors in the house were not locked, meaning he could open them directly. Sun Kai took a deep breath, instantly opened the door, and directly threw the wedding photo inside before closing it again. The action was done smoothly, without any pause. He thought that throwing the wedding photo inside would make some noise, but unfortunately, there was not a sound from inside. Sun Kai didn't care and went back to sleep. The fourth day. Sun Kai had gotten used to the fact that Cece was still alive. After sending her off to school, he began searching for clues everywhere. The old couple was still around during the day, but unfortunately, there was no useful information here. At night, there was still no sign of them in the kitchen. Not only that, but when Sun Kai was in the bathroom, he was startled by the sudden appearance of the boy. But the boy did not attack, he only looked at him with a chilling smile. What made Sun Kai's scalp tingle the most was that the wedding photo had mysteriously returned to the head of the bed. This time he saw it clearly. The two people in the photo had an eerie smile. No, the A-level evaluation is a trap. In that instant, both Sun Kai and Xia Changqing had this thought pop into their minds. On the surface, it seemed like a simple way to clear the level as long as they persisted for 2 weeks. The premise was that there wouldn't be any other messy troubles. At this point, Sun Kai had already realized how much of a trap the A-level evaluation clearance method was. Chapter 17, You Cannot Die. First of all, the wedding photo is the first trap. This thing is like a stubborn plaster, it cannot be torn off, even if thrown away, it will bounce back by itself. Secondly, there is the boy's ghost. This guy really lingers on, popping out to scare people from time to time. But apart from scaring him, the boy took no other action, which indicated that he was also restricted by the rules and couldn't act freely. This was Sun Kai's current advantage. That's right, but it's only a temporary advantage. He remembered very clearly that on the first day, the wedding photo only stared at him and did not attack. But on the second day, the wedding photo turned aggressive, becoming his wife at night and almost dragging him into the abyss. The boy's ghost was similar. After being dealt with by the little girl on the first day, he turned into a ghost. Once the lights were off, he would hear the boy's voice beside him, filled with temptation. He believed that if he really answered the boy, he would die a miserable death. This was just the current danger. Sun Kai had no idea if there would be more dangers ahead. It could be said that he had to clear this world of strange tales before he got himself killed by traps. The A-level evaluation clearance method was not that simple. Surely there's only one way, and that is to know the little girl's wish. Sun Kai was very troubled. He recalled all the rules he had seen before, but he still did not know the significance of her name. I remember her second rule stated that she can only tell me her name. Should I give it a try? Sun Kai hesitated. After all, he did not know if this rule from the woman was fake or not. If he made a wrong choice, not only would the woman be doomed, he would also share in that doom. I can't wait any longer, let's take a gamble. Since there were dangers all over the house, Sun Kai directly took the woman outside. What's wrong? The woman asked curiously. Tell me your name. Sun Kai's serious expression surprised the woman. But she didn't waste time and directly said her name. My name is Luin. Sun Kai's face changed. This name was exactly the same as the name mentioned in the wedding photo. What is going on? How could a wedding photo know a woman's name? Suddenly, Sun Kai thought of something else. It seemed that the woman in the wedding photo had directly called his name. What is this situation? He had never said his name. How did the other party know it? Could it be that the wedding photo had the ability to know their names directly? If that's the case, can he get other people's names from the wedding photo? Sun Kai remembered that a B-level evaluation required knowing the names of other national lucky users to give to the little girl, so that they could pass. If the S-level method of passing doesn't work, then he could only consider the B-level method. As for the worst C-level, eliminating other national lucky users, he didn't consider it at all. Luin had no grievances with him, she was even helping him. If he were to harm Luin, it would probably cause everyone from Xia country to condemn him. At the very least, I have to ensure that I can pass. B-level is fine. I must take a risk today. Sun Kai bit his teeth and told his plan to Luin. No. Luin and Xia Changqing voiced the same objection. Luin thought Sun Kai's actions were too risky and could lead to disaster. She had placed all her hopes on Sun Kai. If Sun Kai died, she estimated she wouldn't last long either. Xia Changqing was different. He considered it from the perspective of Xia country. Among the two remaining national lucky users, only Sun Kai had the possibility of passing. As for Luin, Xia Changqing had no expectations for her at all. Her performance was simply unbearable to watch. If we really have to go, then let me. I'll go. Lu Yin's body trembled, but she still looked directly at Sun Kai and said those words. I don't have much ability. If I'm successful, that's best. If I fail, our Xia country still has you. You can't die. Sun Kai remained silent. He could see that Lu Yin was very scared, so scared that she was about to cry. But despite this, she was still willing to take the risk herself, just to give Sun Kai a slight chance of success. Don't be impulsive. All of us from Xia country are your support, and whether the wedding photo knows names is just your guess. To stop Sun Kai from taking risks, Xia Changqing used his second reminder opportunity. Sun Kai smiled slightly, thanks for the reminder, but I still insist on doing this. I believe you can all see that if we continue to delay, our situation will become even more dangerous. We don't have time. Xia Changqing said nothing. He could certainly see that Sun Kai and Lu Yin's situation was getting worse as time passed. Now the wedding photo had already begun to take action, and the boy's ghost would definitely strike on some later day. Who could help them then? Sometimes, if you don't take risks, it really is just waiting for death. After making up his mind, Sun Kai sat quietly in the bedroom, waiting for the wedding photo to make a move. And Lu Yin was reminded by Sun Kai not to enter regardless of what happened inside. The waiting time was very torturous. Sun Kai didn't know what kind of method the wedding photo would use this time. The first time, it pretended to be Lu Yin, acting as if it were entering to clean the room. The second time, it directly replaced Lu Yin. If he hadn't pulled off the other's arm, he probably wouldn't have realized. Sun Kai sat in front of the old computer, looking like he was in a daze, but in reality, he was waiting for the wedding photo to attack. I wonder if throwing the wedding photo into the boys' room last night will make it angry. Is it going to pull a big trick on me this time? Sun Kai's heart felt a bit uneasy as he continued to wait. But strangely, there was no sign of movement from the wedding photo, as if it were asleep. Has it changed its mood, only coming out at night? Sun Kai didn't know the situation. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard Lu Yin's voice. Honey, you were so cruel last night, tossing me out like that. Sun Kai's heart jumped. It was here. He turned around and saw a woman who looked exactly like Lu Yin standing behind him. If he hadn't known in advance, he would probably mistake this person for Lu Yin. Huh? Did I? I thought we were sleeping. Sun Kai pretended to be confused and scratched his head. He understood that she was referring to him tossing the wedding photo into the boys' room, but how could he admit to such a thing? Of course not. Lu Yin smiled slightly, seemingly not bothered by it. She directly sat on the edge of the bed and pulled her shirt down, revealing half of her shoulder. Lu Yin's appearance was definitely star level. At this moment, her face was slightly flushed, deliberately displaying her fragrant shoulder. This scene stunned not only Sun Kai, but all the men in the live stream. Darling, I'm so hot. Can you help me take off my clothes? Chapter 18, Fake Rules. Is this really content we can watch without paying? Quick, 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 we need to see the next step. Hey upstairs, can I have a word? You guys hurry up and get out of the way, don't block my view. Many people were looking forward to seeing Sun Kai transform into a beast, battling the beauty for 300 rounds. But would Sun Kai fulfill their wishes? Of course not. Even if it was just a wedding photo, even if Lu Yin herself was here, Sun Kai wouldn't do such a thing. Facing this life and death moment, who still had the mood to think about those inappropriate matters? It's okay, I'll turn on the air conditioning. Sun Kai picked up the air conditioner remote control, opened it, and switched it to cooling mode. Lu Yin's expression stiffened. She probably had never encountered such an unromantic man. I'm dressed like this, and you actually turned on the air conditioning? Am I hot? I'm a bit thirsty, I want to drink some water. Lu Yin stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, which was full of enticing charm, making many men swallow hard instinctively. They wished they could replace Sun Kai. Facing such a woman, which man could withstand it? I have bottled water over here, go ahead and drink. Sun Kai casually opened the bottled water on the table and handed it over. Lu Yin's eyes twitched wildly. Was this man a bit off? I've hinted so obviously, yet he has no reaction at all? Taking this opportunity, Sun Kai decisively said, Honey, do you remember the names we chose for our children? Of course I remember, what's up? I want you to say the meaning behind the names we chose for our children. Lu Yin smiled slightly, seemingly with a hint of mockery, causing Sun Kai's heart to skip a beat. Did she see through his intentions? Just as Sun Kai was thinking this, Lu Yin spoke. What's so hard about it? Our son is named Sun Changlo, and our daughter is named Sun Shishir. You said you hope our son can be happy all the time, so you named him Changlu. As for our daughter, you said she looks like Shishir, so you simply named her Shishir. Sun Kai's mouth twitched. The names were a bit casual. Of course, that was not the point. The key was that the names of the son and daughter actually shared the same surname with him. That was a bit strange. Were the names real? Or was this just a name made up by the wedding photo? While Sun Kai was thinking, he saw a line of words pop up above Lu Yin. No one can say the name, the wedding photo is no exception. Sun Kai's face changed. The wedding photo was actually deceiving him? Realizing he had been tricked, Sun Kai quickly found an excuse to leave the room. He discovered that the range the wedding photo could influence was only the bedroom. Once he leaves the bedroom, the wedding photo becomes useless. The method to get the name from the wedding photo has failed. But Sun Kai has a backup plan, which is to find the boy's ghost. He understood the wedding photo somewhat, but he knows too little about the boy's ghost. If he goes directly, the risk is high. But at this moment, he has to try, no matter how great the risk. Did you succeed? Luin saw Sun Kai come out and quickly asked. Sun Kai shook his head, failed. Disappointment appeared on Lu Yin's face, but she quickly regained her spirit. It's okay, just one failure, we will definitely make it out alive. Yeah, I think the same. With a wave to Luin, Sun Kai arrived at the boy's door. Just when he was about to go in, the hint he saw earlier flashed in his mind. No one can say the name, and the wedding photo is no exception. The focus is not on the latter part, but on the first half of the sentence. No one can say the name, but he remembers clearly that not long ago, Luin told him her name, and this was a rule. The rules cannot be wrong, but the hint has saved him several times, so it must also be correct. What is going on? Assuming the hint is correct, Lu Yin's name is actually a fake name, then Lu Yin's second rule is actually a fake rule. Why would she lie to me? What benefits would that have for her? At this moment, Sun Kai found it hard to understand. He and Lu Yin have a mutual aid relationship. Why would Lu Yin deceive him here? It can be said that without the hint's emergence, he would never have known about this matter. After all, the existence of the rules, along with no changes after Lu Yin voluntarily said her name, makes it worth believing. Unless the rules she showed me are all fake. Sun Kai's heart was struck with a huge impact, but his expression remained unchanged. He knew that if he acted unusually, Lu Yin would definitely notice. He recalled carefully and discovered something. Lu Yin's rules are on the phone's memo, and memos can be completely fabricated. So why did she modify the rules? Unless her rules are different from others, or even said that her rules are disadvantageous to herself. It seems Sun Kai had been standing at the door for a long time. Lu Yin asked out of concern, "Are you okay?" "Oh, I'm fine, just a little dizzy." Sun Kai casually found an excuse to get by. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly harmless woman. Now he even suspected that the weak appearance of this woman since entering was all a persona she set for herself. Sun Kai was troubled. 3 national fortune bearers, one is dead, another seems to be preparing to become Voldemort, and he is the only one working hard to get through. It's simply ridiculous. In any case, names are very important, otherwise, why wouldn't the woman dare to say her true name? Now, his only breakthrough point is the boy. Creak. Sun Kai opened the boy's room and walked in. The boy's room had not changed since last time, and the boy was nowhere to be seen. Sun Kai casually closed the door and spoke to the empty room. "I know you're here, come out and chat?" In the next second, a figure appeared in front of Sun Kai in the blink of an eye. Had he not been prepared, he would have likely been scared to death. Once the boy appeared, he said nothing, just stared intently at Sun Kai. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself? After all, you died too quickly, missing even a chance to communicate." Sun Kai said this to deliberately provoke the other party. He knew the opponent had certain limitations and could not act against him, otherwise, Sun Kai wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Sure enough, facing this kind of delinquent boy, harsh words were very effective. "You listen to me, I am Zhang Xiaotian, my dad is Zhang Gang." Sun Kai could tell that the boy was speaking the truth. After all, the boy did not seem like someone who had any hidden depths. This was a good start. Chapter 19, The Girl's Name. "Zhang Xiaotian, you should know that you are already dead, right?" Zhang Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, then his expression suddenly darkened. "Of course I know. Do you have any last words? I will help you send them back." As long as one is human, one will have emotions. Sun Kai believed Zhang Xiaotian must have something to say. Zhang Xiaotian's expression was extremely conflicted, looking like he wanted to say something but was unwilling to do so. At that moment, Sun Kai recalled the anger Zhang Xiaotian had when he first came in. Could it be that his family was complicated? "Sure enough," Zhang Xiaotian said, "just help me send a message to my dad, tell him to take good care of himself, his son is already dead." There was no mention of his mother in his words. It seemed his family really had problems. What Zhang Xiaotian didn't know was that a middle-aged man was watching the live broadcast. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down his face. Sun Kai chatted with Zhang Xiaotian for a while, feeling that the other person might not be bad at heart, just turned angry because of family issues. After chatting for a while, Sun Kai decisively spoke up. "Can you help me? Only I can go out alive, and bring your words back to your dad." But what Sun Kai did not expect was that Zhang Xiaotian shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but you have no possibility of going out alive." Sun Kai's expression changed. He quickly asked, "Why? You don't know what she means to us?" Fear showed in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes, even his voice unintentionally dropped. "She is the ruler of death." Sun Kai could see that the fear in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes was genuine, but was this talk a bit too extreme? "No matter who she is, I have not given up hope. As long as you are willing to help me, I have a certain grasp of going back alive. Don't you want me to help you convey your message to your dad?" It seemed the last sentence touched Zheng Xiaotian. He slightly nodded and said, "What do you want to know?" "I may not know more than you. I want to know the names of the other people." Zheng Xiaotian scratched his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "How do you know I can see the names of others?" Sun Kai was overjoyed. Originally, he just held some hope, but he didn't expect Zheng Xiaotian to truly give him a surprise. "You can see the names of others? Then what about her?" Although Sun Kai did not name her directly, Zheng Xiaotian still knew who she was. He shook his head. "Only I can see. She told me this is a personal ability of every ghost. To be honest, the ability to see other people's names is very weak. But at this moment, for Sun Kai, it was the best ability possible." "Then tell me, what is my name?" Zheng Xiaotian said without hesitation, "Your name is Sun Kai." Now Sun Kai believed that the other party could really see his name. After all, he had never told anyone his name. "What about the woman who played husband and wife with me?" "Her name is Lu Yun." Sun Kai squinted his eyes. It turned out that woman had deceived him. Now he knew the names of 2 other fate-bearers, meaning he could at least pass at B level, with no more worries. When Xia Changqing saw the scene, he let out a sigh of relief. He knew Sun Kai had already gained an invincible position. He also knew Sun Kai wanted to aim for an S-level rating, but S-level ratings were too difficult. He would rather Sun Kai choose the B-level rating to clear the challenge now, but the last chance for a reminder should not be wasted like this. The old couple's names, Zheng Xiaotian also told him. "The man's name is Su Jiaqiang, and the woman's name is Huang Lanfang." To Sun Kai, the names of the old couple aren't that important. What matters most is the little girl's name. "What is her name?" Zheng Xiaotian seemed a bit timid. After a while he said in a low voice, "Her name is Fang Cici." This name isn't anything special, at least Sun Kai didn't see anything special about it. "Zheng Xiaotian, thank you for your help. As long as I can get out alive, I will definitely pass the words to your dad." "Thank you." Then, Zheng Xiaotian seemed to think of something and said, "You must clear the level quickly, otherwise, the troubles you encounter will keep increasing." Sun Kai had already anticipated this. It seemed that Zheng Xiaotian was restricted by the rules and could not say more. Even so, Sun Kai still gained a lot. However, when he walked out of the room, the expression on his face suddenly turned gloomy, as if he had failed. Lu Yun approached and asked, "How was it? Did he say anything?" Sun Kai glanced at her. This woman had been pretending since she walked in, and her cunning was truly frightening. If he hadn't accidentally discovered this woman's true nature, he would have probably been deceived by her all along. Indeed, the prettier the woman, the better she is at deception. He didn't say anything. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, he probably would have taken me out. One must admit that Sun Kai's acting skills were quite remarkable. At least Lu Yun didn't notice anything unusual. Perhaps Lu Yun believed that the chances of Sun Kai's actions failing were greater. The situation is already very clear. He has grasped the conditions to clear the level, and he can now clear it with a B grade. But this is not what Sun Kai wants. He wants to try if he can clear it with an S grade. His intuition tells him that if he clears it with an S grade, it might bring him great benefits. When school ended in the afternoon, Sun Kai arrived at the school gate, ready to pick up the little girl and take her home. But even though it was time for school to end, not a single student came out, which puzzled the parents outside. "Master, isn't it already time for school to end? Where are the children?" Someone asked the security guard at the gate, but the guard looked just as confused. "Well, I don't know. Let me go ask." Before the guard could ask about the situation, a police car rushed in quickly, and several police officers got out. "Open the gate." The guard blankly opened the small door, and several police officers quickly ran inside. Seeing the police's appearance, many parents suddenly felt nervous. If nothing serious happened, the police wouldn't be in such a hurry. Sure enough, soon the situation exploded. Another student has jumped from a building to commit suicide. This news caused all the parents to turn pale. This was the second student to commit suicide by jumping. One can say it was an accident, but what about the second? A panic atmosphere spread all around. Sun Kai's face also changed dramatically. If he remembered correctly, after the last student died, Cici became a living person. Everyone could see her, so what would happen this time after another student died? Chapter 20, The Grave. When Sun Kai picked up Cici, the sky was almost dark. Every parent was hugging their child, alarmed and frightened, until they saw their own child. Everyone feared that the one who jumped might be their child. But there was always one exception. My poor child, why did you leave like this?" A woman directly collapsed on the ground, crying out continuously, her voice heart-wrenching. Everyone knew it was her child who had committed suicide. "Cici, are you okay?" As a father, Sun Kai naturally had to inquire about his child's situation. At the same time, he was observing Shishi's reaction. Shishi smiled and shook her head. "Dad, I'm fine." Sun Kai saw clearly that Shishi was really happy, and not pretending. A student had died, and she was instead very happy? This was clearly a problem. What was it that he didn't know? He thought carefully about the rules of everyone, he knew them all, but there was one person's rule he didn't know. That was Luyan's rule. The rule she had set for herself must have been modified. If Luyan's upper rules contained information about passing the level, then lacking these rules was very disadvantageous for him. He just felt that he seemed to have overlooked something, but couldn't remember what it was. Let's go home. Back at home, Luyan was cooking, and the family happily sat together at the dining table, a harmonious scene. Sun Kai secretly scanned all of them with his eyes, then he was slightly taken aback. He finally remembered what he had ignored. In this rule bizarre tale, 3 national luck bearers, plus 2 from the previous generation, that meant 5 people had rules. So as the 6th member of this family, what was Fang Xixi rule? What was her rule? Was it that she couldn't harm the national luck bearers at will? Or did her goal mean to eliminate all national luck bearers? I have already searched her room, there are no rules in there, could it be that she has no rules? Sun Kai had a feeling that with each student that died, Fang Xixi was undergoing a transformation. At first, only they could see Fang Xixi, but after a student died, the people around could also see her. Now that a second student had died, what would happen? No one knew. If this continued, there would be no need to wait until the later phase, Fang Xixi could actively take action against them herself. No, I must think carefully. If she really has rules, where would her rules be placed? Even lying in bed, Sun Kai continued to ponder this question. He knew that all other clues had been cut off, this was the only clue he could utilize. As for Luyan's side, he was not yet prepared to act. When the time was right, he would let Luyan reveal her own rules. That night, the wedding dress photo appeared again, this time her initiative greatly increased. If it weren't for Sun Kai's resistant attitude, he probably would have been fooled by the other party. During the day, Sun Kai took Fang Xixi to school, and unexpectedly, this time the taxi driver who stopped was the same one he met on the first day. Oh, young man, you already have such a big daughter? Last time I went to school was also for your daughter, right? The driver seemed to have forgotten the last time they had a confrontation and asked with some surprise. Sun Kai nodded, and suddenly he remembered something. When he first met this taxi driver, he couldn't see Fang Xixi at all. At that time, Fang Xixi was just a ghost. In Teacher Jin's words, Fang Xixi had been dead for quite some time. How did I not realize it? At that time, Fang Xixi was already a dead person, her rule could only be placed in one place. That place was naturally the grave. Sun Kai felt extremely excited inside, but on the surface, he managed to stay calm, sending Fang Xixi into the school, and then prepared to search for Fang Xixi's grave. But soon he thought of something, Fang Xixi was now alive, even Teacher Jin didn't remember she had died. How could Sun Kai search for Fang Xixi's grave in this situation? And in this case, whether Fang Xixi's grave still existed was questionable. Wait, Fang Xixi also committed suicide by jumping off a building. I will ask where the last student who committed suicide was sent. After half a day of inquiries, Sun Kai. He finally knew where the grave was. It was in a cemetery on the outskirts of the city, where many people chose to be buried. Sun Kai arrived at the cemetery and looked at the astonishing number of tombstones in front of him, his mouth was twitching. With no other choice, he could only find the cemetery manager, an old man. Old man, can you help me find where Fang Xixi's grave is? As Sun Kai spoke, he handed over a cigarette. The old man took a look, accepted the cigarette, and asked, "Who are you to her?" "I am her relative, here to pay my respects." "I see, her grave is over there, you can find it yourself." Following the direction the old man pointed, Sun Kai finally found Fang Xixi's grave, which let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that if Fang Xixi's grave disappeared, he would really have no way to proceed. Fang Xixi's grave wasn't much different from others, after all, it was a public cemetery. The photo was of a little girl around 10 years old, smiling brightly. On the tombstone, there were supposed to be some words of mourning, but here, they turned into a set of rules. Rules. 1. You are a daughter, merely a daughter. 2. You cannot tell anyone your name unless the other party is your parents. Once your real name is known by your parents, you will become an ordinary person. 3. You can kill one student every 2 days. Each time a student dies, part of your power will be unlocked. 4. You must go to school every day. 5. Your wish will only be told to the first person who asks you. The first rule was quite normal, just like them. But the second rule, once he and Luyan discovered Fang Xixi's real name, she would lose all her power and become an ordinary person? Is this rule really true? He had already guessed the third rule. The fourth rule was a bit strange. Why did Fang Xixi have to go to school every day? No wonder on the first day he came, which was clearly a Sunday, she still had to go to school. It turned out this was the rule. And the fifth rule made his eyes light up. So Fang Xixi would tell the first person who asked her what her wish was. This gave Sun Kai the last piece of the puzzle. Just as Sun Kai was preparing to take action, a voice rang out from behind him. "It was worth it for me to follow you all along. I didn't expect you to really discover the key place." Sun Kai was shocked. This voice was Lu Yun? Chapter 21, The Insidious Woman. Sun Kai felt something was wrong, and instinctively shifted his body slightly, then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. A kitchen knife had struck directly down onto his shoulder. If it weren't for the hardness of his shoulder blade and the person using the knife not having much strength, he would have doubted if his shoulder would be cut off. Sun Kai was drenched in cold sweat, both from the pain and fear. Just a moment ago, if he hadn't slightly shifted his body, the place where the knife fell might have been his neck. He hurriedly pulled away from the other party, finally seeing clearly that this person was indeed Lu Yun. But at this moment, Lu Yun had completely changed from her previously timid demeanor. Although it was still the same face, it felt like she had become a different person. She was filled with aggression. You surprised me so much. When I saw you eating yesterday, I had my suspicions that you had found some key clue, and now it turns out to be true. I'm very curious, when did you realize I had a problem? Otherwise, with your personality, you would have definitely told me about the clue. As Lu Yun spoke, a pink tongue kept licking around her lips, her demeanor very tempting. Sun Kai was sweating coldly from the pain. With a kitchen knife resting on his shoulder, this feeling was truly unbearable. But facing Lu Yun, he didn't dare let his guard down. He swallowed the pain and said, "It was the boy who told me. He can tell if someone is lying just by observing, and he told me that you have always been deceiving me." In fact, it wasn't like that at all. Hints had revealed some things to Sun Kai, and he linked them to Lu Yun. Zhang Xiaotian's words were just a confirmation. So that's how it is. I said my acting was flawless. How could you possibly find me out? Lu Yun realized she was very confident in her acting skills, and when she entered, she perfectly portrayed the image of a timid woman. But unexpectedly, she actually lost to a dead person. This was something she never imagined. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Kai showed some signs of weakness yesterday, she wouldn't have come over and discovered the rules on the stone tablet. Sun Kai knew that this time he was in grave danger, and the only thing he could rely on now was the hint. "Big brother, please give me a hint quickly. If you don't come, I'm really going to die." Sun Kai kept mumbling in his heart, seeming to feel that even the hints believed he shouldn't die here. Then, he saw an arrow appear right in front of him. That's right, it was. The arrow pointed directly behind him, as if urging him to run along with it. Without hesitation, Sun Kai instantly decided to run in the direction indicated by the arrow, and Lu Yun sneered, "Injured, where do you think you're running?" After running for a while, Sun Kai discovered that the arrow was actually pointing down from a break in the ground. What is this for? To make him jump down and commit suicide, so Lu Yun wouldn't have to act. But Lu Yun was hot on his heels. If she caught him, he would probably be finished. Thinking of this, Sun Kai clenched his teeth and chose to trust his hint, jumping down from the break. Whether it was a coincidence or not, a truck full of goods passed by, and Sun Kai landed on top of it, unharmed. "You're lucky this time." Lu Yun let out a cold snort. Even though Sun Kai survived, she had already learned the rules. This time, the one who would clear the level was only her. Sun Kai knew that although he had survived, it was unlikely he could get an S-level rating for clearing the level. Oh well, getting a B-level rating for clearing the level is fine too, at least I'm still alive. After the truck stopped, Sun Kai went straight to the hospital and had the doctor take the knife off, bandaging him up. He had saved his life, but the pain in his shoulder wouldn't heal anytime soon. Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. This saying was not just a casual remark. The events between Sun Kai and Lu Yun were watched closely by the people of the Xia country. Many were angrily criticizing Lu Yun. Because she had deceived everyone, even willing to resort to deadly measures just to clear the level herself. Get Lu Yun's information right here. The moment she returns to the real world, find her immediately. Even in the strange world, it's not a lawless land. Xiao Changqing's face was extremely gloomy. He had also been deceived by Lu Yun's performance. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that she actually wanted to eliminate Sun Kai and monopolize the clearing rewards. This was simply setting a bad example for all national luck bearers. If future national luck bearers were like her, then Xia country would become a joke. At this time, there were more people focused on Lu Yun than on Sun Kai. They all wanted to see if Lu Yun could successfully clear the level after knowing the key rules. You should know that at this moment, there were hardly any survivors left. Currently, only 3 countries had people still alive: Xia country, Eagle country, and Foot Basin country. After knowing the rules, Lu Yun hurried to the school and found her teacher. "Hello, teacher, I am Cece's mother. Cece forgot to bring something today, could you please call her over?" At this moment, Lu Yun again displayed her acting skills, transforming into a virtuous wife and mother. Teacher Jean did not suspect anything and called Cece over. "Mom, what does Cece have to lose?" Facing Cece's gaze, Lu Yun showed a motherly smile. "Cece, can you tell mommy what your wish is?" This sentence seemed to touch some kind of switch, and Cece answered without hesitation, "I have only one wish, which is to go to the amusement park with daddy and mommy." Lu Yun was taken aback for a moment. This wish was too simple, wasn't it? But soon she frowned, meaning together with daddy and mommy, her husband had to be present too. However, she had just chased her husband away, and now she didn't know where he was hiding. Completing this wish seemed almost impossible. Seeing this scene, many people laughed. Haha, serves her right. This woman used Sun Kai at first, and then abandoned him, not to mention she even planned to kill him. It's simply shameless. Even as a woman, I have to say, this woman is really cheap. She deserves it. She never thought that the little girl's wish would be this simple, right? Yeah, such a simple wish, and now she can't fulfill it at all. Many people were watching her joke. If she hadn't done such things before and had acted with Sun Kai, this wish would have been as easy as pie. But now, in Lu Yun's eyes, this simple wish had become impossible to fulfill. Lu Yun's face turned unsightly, and after coaxing Cece back, she rushed home to look for Sun Kai. But at that time, Sun Kai was not at home. He was in a grave. That's right, Sun Kai made a round and came back. Chapter 22 Wish. No one knew why Sun Kai returned. The rules were already there. Could there be anything missing? The reason Sun Kai came back was that when he escaped earlier, he caught a glimpse of some extra words on the rules. He knew this was a hint for him. But at that time, he was fighting for his life. There was no time to observe closely, so he could only return after Lu Yun left. This time, he saw clearly. Under the last rule on the tombstone, a line of words had been added. Who said ghosts cannot lie? Sun Kai's eyes flickered. The meaning of this was obvious. This rule was fake. Since it was fake, then Fang Cece's wish told to Lu Yun must also be untrue. In this case, even if Lu Yun knew the false wish, she could never achieve an S-grade clearance. In other words, he still had a chance. Sun Kai didn't waste time and returned home, entering Fang Cece's room. He opened the diary again, and surprisingly, there were new contents on it. Weather, sunny. I have daddy and mommy, and also an older brother. Unfortunately, my brother has a bad temper, so I can only kill him to make him listen to me. Sun Kai could tell this clearly referred to the first day they arrived here. Weather, sunny. Daddy is really nice, takes me to school, I have a good daddy. Mommy is okay too, though a bit timid. Weather. Sun Kai quickly flipped through, and there was nothing special in between. He knew the content recorded every day, and continued until the latest page. Weather, sunny. I know they are not my real parents, but I still like the feeling of having parents, so I'm not a child without parents. The content contained made Sun Kai silent. One could say that aside from being a ghost, Fang Cece was just a pitiful child without parents. What does such a child need the most? Naturally, it is parental love, but he and Lu Yun were not Fang Cece's real parents. That kind of love and care for children cannot be faked. Sun Kai reflected. This time, the ghost story world was playing house, and everyone was in their roles. And his first rule is to act as a father, specifically mentioned above. Just a father. Does this imply something? Why is it a father and not an old couple's son? Sun Kai's intuition tells him this is very important, possibly related to whether he can achieve S-level rating and unlock the passage. As a father, besides loving the child, what else is there for a father to do? If Lu Yun knew that the Sun Kai she was desperately searching for was at home, she would probably break down. Lu Yun has been searching outside for a long time but can't find any trace of Sun Kai, but she thought of something. Every time after school, Sun Kai must pick Fang Cece up and take her home. If she just waits at home, she can find Sun Kai. So she went back and saw Sun Kai at home. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back. Lu Yun's face was cold. Running around outside all day had tired her out. She never imagined that Sun Kai had been at home all along. Why can't I come back? This is also my home, or are you planning to take action against me at this moment? Sun Kai sat on the chair, seemingly not worried at all that Lu Yun would take action. Through the journal's description, he realized something. Fang Cece knows they are fake parents, yet she still enjoys this feeling. Once Lu Yun really took action to kill him, Fang Cece would be the first not to agree. Lu Yun seemed to think of something. She didn't take action but sat opposite Sun Kai. I already know her wish. Sun Kai raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand what Lu Yun meant. Since Lu Yun already knows, shouldn't she fulfill Fang Cece's wish right away? Sun Kai knew this wish must be fake, but Lu Yun couldn't possibly know that. He was still waiting for Lu Yun to complete this so-called fake wish to see what would happen next. Her only wish is for her parents to take her to the amusement park. Sun Kai suddenly understood. No wonder this woman was willing to let him go. It turned out Fang Cece's fake wish was this: to have her parents take her to the amusement park. Thus his role as a father cannot be absent, otherwise, Lu Yun would never be able to achieve the S-level rating. As for other ways to clear the levels, she can't do any of them. This is her only chance. Lu Yun thought Sun Kai would agree to fulfill the wish with her, but was shocked when Sun Kai said, I refuse. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want to die here? Or do you want to go down with me? Lu Yun's eyes were extremely cold, like a venomous snake. Sun Kai shrugged. I don't want to die, but I already have a way to clear. No need to strive for S-level clearance. Lu Yun's face changed dramatically. Impossible. You said yourself that A-level rating is almost impossible. Sea level rating, that boy is already dead. Could it be you already know my name and his? You are lying, I never told you my real name. How could you possibly know my name? At this moment, Luyan stopped pretending and directly stated that what she told Sun Kai was a fake name. But to Luyan's horror, Sun Kai's expression was very calm, seemingly already knowing that her name was fake. Luyan's face changed unpredictably. If Sun Kai really knew her name and the boy's name, as long as he told the little girl their names, he could complete the B-level rating clearance. Although the reward might not compare to S-level, he could live to go out, while she would be doomed. Luyan suddenly panicked, evil rose from her heart, directly pulling out a fruit knife to stab Sun Kai. Since she couldn't live, she wasn't going to let Sun Kai live either. But Sun Kai's expression was extremely calm, without even a move to evade. Just as the fruit knife was about to touch Sun Kai's body, a figure blocked in front of him. Puff! The front part of the fruit knife plunged entirely into the opponent's body. But strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed. Luyan froze and raised her head, seeing a pale face. Oh, Mom, your knife is so precise. Ah! Luyan let out a scream, rolling and crawling several meters away, but she found she couldn't open the door no matter what. She couldn't get out. Xiao Tian, thank you. Sun Kaiji was so calm purely because he had his own backup plan. Without Fang Xixi's order, Zhang Xiaotian was free, but he just couldn't leave this house. He had promised Zhang Xiaotian that he would help him bring back his last words. Zhang Xiaotian naturally wouldn't just watch Sun Kai get killed. Luyan's face was full of terror. She realized she had underestimated Sun Kai, who somehow reached a kind of cooperation with the boy-turned-ghost. He can help you, and I can help you too. Chapter 23, A Son's Failure is a Father's Fault. Luyan had no way out. She could only find a way to convince Sun Xiaotian. Though Sun Xiaotian was a delinquent, he wasn't a fool. This woman could casually kill even Sun Kai. It was impossible to hope for her promise. Moreover, because of his mother's situation, he was filled with distrust toward women since childhood. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Luyan said. Seeing that Sun Xiaotian didn't respond, Luyan bit her lip. She couldn't just wait to die. She focused her gaze on Sun Kai. The breakthrough was Sun Kai, not the boy. As long as you are willing to take me with you to clear the game, I will tell you all my rules. Sun Kai laughed. At this moment of capitulation, do you think I would agree? You will definitely agree because one of my rules is related to you. Sun Kai's expression didn't change. He simply didn't believe this woman. She was too good at acting. From the moment she entered, she was acting, setting up her character, deceiving everyone. How could Sun Kai trust such a woman skilled at deceit? He knew everyone's rules, but he didn't know the rule in Luyan's hands. But this didn't affect his decision. As long as he knew Fang Xixi's wish, he could clear the game with an S rank. Keep an eye on her for me, don't believe anything she says. Can you do that? Sun Kai said to Sun Xiaotian. Rest assured, I will watch her closely, she can't trick me. Sun Kai left there and went to school. At this moment, Fang Xixi was in class. He didn't go inside to find her. Instead, he went directly to teacher Jean and talked about Fang Xixi. At that time, any information was very useful for him. He hoped to learn Fang Xixi's true wish from the conversation. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information in their dialogue. Just then, a male teacher rushed over in a panic. Teacher Jean, it's bad. Fang Xixi from your class has taken a student to the rooftop. She's going to throw her down. Teacher Jean was instantly stunned. After all, she had never thought about such things. Sun Kai's expression darkened. He knew Fang Xixi was preparing to kill more students to restore her power. This was mentioned in the rules. Teacher Jean hurriedly ran toward the rooftop, with Sun Kai following closely. When they reached the rooftop, they saw Fang Xixi holding one student's hands with one hand and a small knife against the student's throat with the other. The student had already been scared into crying endlessly, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this scene, Teacher Jin's heart shattered. Xixi, you are the teacher's favorite child, why are you doing this? Put down the knife, okay? Teacher Jean kept persuading, appealing to her emotions and reason, but Fang Xixi's expression showed no change. Teacher, do you know what she says about me behind my back? Fang Xixi wore a smile on her face. The small knife kept swaying back and forth on the student's face. She is saying, I like to pretend to be well-behaved, to trick you teachers into liking me. When the teacher is here, she seems like my good friend, but when the teacher is gone, she never talks to me. Teacher, do you know? Every day, the water I drink has their spit in it. My books are all covered in their doodles, and... Every word from Fang Xixi deeply pierced Teacher Jin's heart. She had always thought Fang Xixi had a good relationship with other classmates. She had never considered that Fang Xixi had been bullied by them all along. Xixi, it's the teacher's fault, I didn't notice, but you can't do something silly, you are still young, and there's a long road ahead. Teacher Jin's eyes were filled with tears. If it wasn't for the fear that Fang Xixi might push the student down, she would have wanted to rush over and hold Fang Xixi in her arms. Standing beside them, Sun Kai remained silent. He knew he couldn't provoke Fang Sisi at this moment. If she really threw the student down, or if her hand shook and cut the student's throat, that would mean she had killed someone again, and no one knew how much stronger she would become then. If he angered Fang Sisi, he would probably be done for on the spot. Sun Xiaotian was a warning from the past. As the student was about to be pushed down, at this critical moment, Sun Kai saw a line of text appear above Fang Sisi's head. "What are you waiting for? Scold her." Sun Kai thought he was seeing things. The prompt urged him to yell at Fang Sisi as if his own death wasn't fast enough. What a joke. Fang Sisi was someone who could speak heart to heart with people on a whim. No, she was a fierce ghost. If he really dared to scold her, he might find another body here soon. But he quickly remembered that the prompt had helped him many times before. Without the prompt, he might not have even lived to this moment. Thinking of this, Sun Kai gritted his teeth and spoke with authority. Fang Sisi, stop. Fang Sisi paused, turning to look at Sun Kai, her eyes clearly filled with surprise. She probably didn't expect Sun Kai, as a fake father, would dare to talk to her like this. Sun Kai's face was filled with anger as he strode towards Fang Sisi, his steps powerful, standing less than 3 meters away from her. Look at you now, do you still look like a student? How can a student treat classmates like this? I know she has been bullying you, you can fight back, you can tell me, but you absolutely cannot do this. I know you don't see me as your father, but here, I am your father. If someone bullies you, I will stand up for you. If she made a mistake, the teacher will teach her a lesson. If the teacher can't, there's always the law, and if the law can't, there's still me. Sun Kai didn't know why he said these words. Maybe it was because of Fang Sisi's experiences that made him feel some sympathy. Perhaps he didn't want Fang Sisi to go through the same painful experiences again. All this time, he never took on the role of a father seriously, he only did it superficially. But after that scolding just now, he suddenly felt that being a father wasn't just about loving the child. It also meant stepping up when the child did something wrong. He fiercely scolded her awake. If a child is not taught, it's the parent's fault. Chapter 24, S-Class Evaluation Completion. But after the scolding, cold sweat broke out on Sun Kai's back. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The one in front of him was not a real little girl, she was a ghost. And a very powerful ghost at that. Previously, when he spoke to Fang Sisi, he used a soft voice, not daring to raise it too high. He was worried that he might provoke Fang Sisi and get himself killed. But this time, pushed by the prompt, he actually scolded Fang Sisi fiercely. Now he felt that death was not far away from him. Teacher Jean, who was standing beside him, was stunned. Was this not more likely to provoke Fang Sisi? If Fang Sisi really pushed the student down, Sun Kai would at least be half responsible. For a moment, the place was incredibly silent. While Sun Kai was waiting for his countdown to death, he heard Fang Sisi's voice. Dad, I am very happy. Question mark. Sun Kai was stunned. I just scolded you, and you're happy? What the heck is this? Sun Kai saw Fang Sisi put down the small knife and directly let go of the student. The student cried and ran towards Teacher Jean, directly being held in her arms. Actually, I know you aren't my real dad, but I've never experienced what it feels like to have parents, so I don't care if you are fake. Fang Sisi's face was filled with a smile. This time, the smile looked very comfortable, without a hint of eeriness. When I was in school, I envied others. They all had parents to go to school and come home with, but I was always alone. My grandparents are not in good health, and it's already very hard for them to support me for school. I can't ask for too much. But I also want to know what it feels like to have parents. I didn't expect that when I was alive, there would be no chance, and after I died, I found this opportunity. Fang Sisi's eyes burst with light, like the transition from a black and white image to a colorful picture. My experiences over the past few days have already satisfied me. Dad accompanies me to school and back every day, and Mom makes dinner waiting for me to eat together. The older brother may have a bit of a temper, but he has improved a lot later. Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Was Zhang Xiaotian doing this willingly? That was clearly forced, okay? He couldn't even find peace in death, he was turned into a ghost to serve you. I still feel like something is missing, but I don't know what it is, but I just found out. Fang Sisi looked at Sun Kai, and the smile on her face proved that she was truly happy. Because Dad has never said this to me before. When other kids make mistakes, their parents will scold them, but you have never done that. I know you all fear me, and don't dare to be harsh with me, but I also want to feel the feelings that others have. Now Sun Kai understood everything. His unintentional act had actually fulfilled Fang Sisi's wish. But this wish was really too tricky. Who would have known that Fang Sisi's wish was for her parents to scold her? At the beginning, they all knew Fang Sisi was a ghost. In that situation, who would dare to scold her? Wouldn't that be seeking death? If it weren't for him believing the prompt, he would have never guessed that Fang Sisi's wish was this. Dad, thank you. As soon as the words fell, new information appeared in Sun Kai's mind. Congratulations to the National Luck Bearer Sun Kai of Xia Country for completing the Rule Horror Story, Playing House. Completion Evaluation, S-Class. Reward, National Luck Bearer Sun Kai's physical quality increased by 10 points, all citizens of Xia Country's physical quality increased by 2 points, Xia Country's national luck increased by 10%. National Luck Bearer Sun Kai, would you like to return to the real world immediately? Sun Kai instantly felt a significant change in his body, his strength had noticeably increased a lot. Physical quality increased by 10 points. How much is this? There is no standard given. As for whether to return to the real world, the choice was clear, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Before leaving, he waved at Fong Sisi, I'm leaving, goodbye. Choose to return. In the next moment, Sun Kai's figure vanished from the spot. Looking at the disappearing Sun Kai, Fong Sisi's lips curved into a faint smile, Dad, I hope we can meet again. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, who was being watched by Zhang Xiaotian at home, had a very dark expression. She had tried many ways, but Zhang Xiaotian was completely unmoved, not paying attention to her at all. At that moment, her expression changed, and new information appeared in her mind. The National Fortune Bearer Sun Kai has completed the rules of the Strange Talk, while the National Fortune Bearer Lu Yun has failed to meet the third rule. The final stage must be completed by you. Violation of the rule results in punishment. Permanently trapped in the world of the Strange Talk. No! Lu Yun let out a piercing scream. When the people of Xiagua saw Sun Kai completing the challenge with an S-rank evaluation, the entire nation cheered. After the rewards were distributed, everyone felt their bodies grow significantly stronger. Xia Changqing even smiled. Once Sun Kai returns, invite him over immediately. Remember, the attitude must be good, he is the hero of Xiagua. As for Lu Yun, no one cared about her. She was left in the world of the Strange Talk, purely due to her own actions. At this moment, the national fortune bearers from the Eagle Country and the Foot Basin Country were still struggling to hold on. When the support teams from the two countries learned about the little girl's wish from Sun Kai, they immediately used their last reminder chance. So the little girl's wish was for her parents to scold her? This is too easy. The national fortune bearer from the Foot Basin Country was so excited upon learning this answer. He rushed into the school, dragged Fong Sisi out of the classroom, and scolded her harshly, even hitting her. His movements were so familiar that one might doubt if he was also like this in real life. But he didn't notice that Fong Sisi, who was being scolded and hit, had a strange smile on her lips. Just as the national fortune bearer vented all his anger on Fong Sisi, he suddenly realized that a group of people had gathered around. One by one, the students stood there, staring at him with fixed, piercing eyes, without saying a word. The scene made people uneasy. From beneath his feet came Fong Sisi's eerie voice, Dad, it hurts so much, it really hurts so much. Does it hurt? Before he could finish cursing, the students swarmed forward, tearing pieces of flesh from his body, and the scene quickly went dark. The people from Foot Basin Country were all cursing, wondering if the national fortune bearer was an idiot. We told you to scold, not to hit. Originally, they could have gotten an S-rank evaluation, but now it was a total loss. The people from Eagle Country were more careful. They didn't hit anyone, but used a method that seemed like scolding, but in fact, looked more like pampering. In the end, Eagle Country completed the challenge, but their evaluation was C-rank. Chapter 25, Return to Reality. This result was unacceptable to the people of Eagle Country. They had used the same method as Xiagua's national fortune bearer, so why did it turn out like this? After analyzing it, Eagle Country's support team concluded that the issue was with the situation. Sun Kai had made the right move at the crucial moment, and it could be said to be perfectly executed. But the national fortune bearer from Eagle Country, although it seemed like he was scolding, it wasn't actually scolding, and getting through the challenge was already a miracle. The first batch of national fortune bearers numbered nearly 600, but in the end, only 2 survived. Sun Kai from Xiagua and Miller from Eagle Country. Originally, there was another survivor from Eagle Country, but his rule was the same as Lu Yun's, and after Miller left, he would remain there forever. The first rule of the creepy story world ended, and people all over the world were searching for Sun Kai and Miller. It was well known that Miller was the famous actor of the Eagle Country, but no one knew who Sun Kai was. Is this my house? Sun Kai opened his eyes and found himself in a rental room covered in garbage. Unsurprisingly, this was his place in this world. The information that appeared in my brain before was still too little. I need to know more about the creepy story world. With this thought, Sun Kai found a phone on the bed, turned it on, and directly searched online. At that moment, news about the creepy story world suddenly dominated the trending searches. The headline was about him. After a while of searching, he finally found some things he didn't know. It turned out that in this creepy story world, only he and one person from the Eagle Country survived, the other hundreds all died inside. This result made Sun Kai's expression change, the death rate was too high. Upon careful thought, if he hadn't been able to see hidden prompts, he would probably be among those who died. Even with the existence of prompts, he had to put in tremendous effort to clear the level smoothly. The failed countries of those national operators had their national fortune weakened by 10%, and even this time's creepy story world, playing house also descended upon their countries. Looking at various videos and pictures posted online, Sun Kai's expression was quite ugly. It clearly showed daughters suddenly becoming killers, killing their fathers, mothers, and others on the spot. The deaths of these people were bizarre and gruesome, not one was complete. He knew very well that this represented those people did not play their roles well, violating the rules. Through others' descriptions, he clearly learned one thing: these daughters appeared out of nowhere. Even a single man would suddenly have a daughter. No solution. The only way was to play their roles well. 1 or 2 days could be managed, but this was a lifelong affair. Who could guarantee that they could play a role for a lifetime? Once any problems occurred in between, they would be killed by their daughters. Some people thought about resisting, they directly attacked their daughters, and then they died even more miserable deaths. Now they all broke down. Seeing the situations in other countries, and then looking at their own country, the people of Xia country felt very fortunate. We all have to thank Sun Kai. If it weren't for him clearing the creepy story world, we would now be like the people of other countries, living a life worse than death. Yeah, seeing those people's miserable conditions made me realize how happy we are. Not only that, didn't you feel your body strengthening a bit? This is the reward brought to us by Sun Kai's success. Other countries are in terrible situations, their national fortune dropped by 10%, and their physical qualities have weakened. It's just tragic. Does anyone know what benefits national fortune has for us? To be honest, Sun Kai was also very curious about national fortune. Although he was a national operator, what special significance did the increase or decrease in national fortune have for the citizens like them? After looking for a while, he saw this explanation on a special official website about the creepy story in Xia country. National fortune is closely related to everyone. If national fortune is strong, then citizens will be healthy, things will go smoothly, and favorable weather will prevail, without various large-scale natural disasters. In summary, the higher the national fortune, the more benefits it brings. Once the national fortune drops to a certain level, natural and man-made disasters will be constant. There is no need for the creepy story world to descend, as a country will collapse on its own. According to some information online, the last creepy story world lasted for several years. In the end, Xia country barely maintained around 50% of its national fortune. There is no destruction of nations. But many countries, after their fortunes fell below 30%, were not destroyed by the rules of the strange tale world. Instead, they perished in natural disasters and man-made disasters. There were less than 10 countries in the world that truly experienced the last arrival of the rules of the strange tale, and did not perish. As for the winners, there were none at all. Every time the rules of the strange tale world came, it was different, with no patterns to follow. It is already quite difficult to barely ensure the minimum evaluation for clearing, not to mention the A-level and above clearances, which would increase the national fortune. The more he watched, the more Sun Kai understood the world of the rules of the strange tale. But just then, his door was knocked on. "Mr. Sun, we are from the support team of Xia country, inviting Mr. Sun to the headquarters." Sun Kai's expression was calm. It was too easy for the machinery of a nation to find him. Rather, it was a bit late, it had almost been an hour. Sun Kai opened the door, and outside stood 3 men in military uniforms. The leader looked very young, seemingly only in his 20s, and saluted to Sun Kai. "Hello, Mr. Sun, I am Ling Xiao, responsible for ensuring your safety." "Hello, I am here to meet Xia Changqing." Sun Kai had not forgotten that person named Xia Changqing, who had given him 2 hints, though they were not very useful. But Sun Kai accepted the other party's kindness. After all, they also hoped he could survive. "Yes, team leader Xia is waiting for you at the headquarters." "Then let's go." Under the protection of these people, Sun Kai arrived at the headquarters of the support team, which was in a very remote mountain. And the location of the headquarters was inside a peak. They actually excavated the mountain. When Sun Kai first saw such an exaggerated project, he was stunned. He was escorted to a separate room. Inside there was only a stable-looking middle-aged man. "Mr. Sun, it seems this is our first meeting. I am Xia Changqing." The middle-aged man saw Sun Kai walk in and actively extended his hand. "So it is team leader Xia." Sun Kai shook hands with him, the two exchanged simple pleasantries and sat down. "Team leader Xia, you brought me here. It should be about the next rules of the strange tale, right?" Sun Kai did not beat around the bush, he went straight to the point. Chapter 26, The Hope of Xia Nation. Xia Changqing felt a slight fondness for Sun Kai's straightforwardness. After all, he came from the military and disliked unnecessary talk the most. "Mr. Sun is so straightforward, I won't say any more unnecessary words. First, on behalf of the people of the nation, I would like to thank you for your successful clearance." As he spoke, Xia Changqing stood up and bowed to Sun Kai. Sun Kai was startled and quickly stood up. "There is no need for that, I am doing it for myself." That may be true, but Mr. Sun not only saved his own life but also protected the lives of countless children of Xia Nation. I believe Mr. Sun has seen those videos online, right? Sun Kai nodded. Of course he had seen them. It was precisely because he saw them that he realized this world was no longer the world he once knew. If it were not for Mr. Sun, our Xia Nation would also have suffered such things. We experienced this once hundreds of years ago. Xia Changqing invited Sun Kai over not just to chat about these things. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared on the wall. The content of the image depicted a place that looked somewhat similar to this era, but not completely so. The streets were filled with dark shadows, humans had almost no place to stand, and anyone touched by these dark shadows would be entirely engulfed. This is... Sun Kai's expression changed, the scene made him instinctively clench his fists. This is the first arrival of the rules of the strange tale world experienced by Xia Nation hundreds of years ago. Xia Changqing's expression was a bit dim, even though it was not the first time seeing this scene. He still couldn't suppress the anger inside him. A few hundred years ago, did the Xia Nation already have this level of technology? Sun Kai's focus was on this point. After all, that was a few hundred years ago. Actually, our current level of technology is not much different from that of hundreds of years ago. The arrival of the rules of the Strange Tales world destroys our knowledge inheritance every time. We have spent a lot of time trying to restore the technology of the past. By the time we can surpass the past, the rules of the Strange Tales world will appear again, as if deliberately holding us back. Sun Kai frowned, hearing Xia Changqing say this. The rules of the Strange Tales world indeed had problems. But even knowing there was a problem, they had no way out and could only passively accept it. Now Mr. Sun should know how significant your actions are for the Xia Nation. Sun Kai scratched his head. At that time, he couldn't think about anything related to the Xia Nation, he was only thinking about one thing, staying alive. But his success had benefited the entire Xia Nation, making him realize for the first time the importance of his identity as a national luck bearer. Alright, is there any more information, Team Leader Xia? I want to know more. After all, the next rules of the Strange Tales world could start at any time. Of course, according to past data, the interval between the rules of the Strange Tales world is roughly between 1 day and 3 days, the time is not fixed, and what specific rules apply is currently unknown. Xia Changqing had invited Sun Kai over to help him understand more information. Only by doing so could Sun Kai survive in the upcoming rules of the Strange Tales world. Xia Changqing had noticed Sun Kai's performance this time, leading him to believe that Sun Kai might become the strongest national luck bearer in the history of the Xia Nation. Starting from this day, Sun Kai lived here, focusing on studying all the materials that the support team had. To the outside world, the support team announced that national luck bearer Mr. Sun Kai was concentrating on preparing for the next rules of the Strange Tales world, hoping no one would disturb him. He was the hope of the Xia Nation. Unlike Sun Kai, Miller from the Eagle Nation had become a hot figure, running around everywhere, showing off his achievements. Key point, the Eagle Nation officials showed no intention of stopping him. As one of the only 2 surviving national luck bearers in the world, many people compared Sun Kai and Miller. But many believed that Miller had merely survived by obtaining Sun Kai's method to pass. Otherwise, he would likely have died in the Strange Tales world. This news reached Miller's ears and made him very unhappy. Just a lucky guy from the Xia Nation. Next time in the Strange Tales world, let's see how I step on him. The second rules of the Strange Tales world is about to begin. National luck bearer Sun Kai, as the cleared S-rank evaluator from the previous rules of the Strange Tales world, you have the right to know some information in advance. While having breakfast, information suddenly popped up in Sun Kai's mind. He was somewhat surprised. An S-rank evaluation clearing came with such benefits? No wonder teachers in school like students with good grades, occasionally giving them extra help. He didn't expect the Strange Tales world to have this too. The second rules of the Strange Tales, hide and seek. Little cutie, be sure to hide well, don't let me find you. Rules 1. In the darkness, you cannot change your hiding place. After waiting for a while, Sun Kai found the information was gone. Is that it? That's too short, right? Sun Kai internally complained, but he had to admit that this information was enough to let him see some things. The next rules of the Strange Tales were about them hiding while something came to find them. Once found, the next course of action goes without saying. But if not found, does that mean they win? How many times do you have to evade the other's search in order to win? It's pretty much like last time, they didn't directly tell us the conditions to clear the game, we have to find them ourselves. It's really a hassle. Though he said that, Sun Kai immediately found Xia Changqing and told him the news he just received. What? An S-level evaluation has such a privilege? We must record this quickly, this is brand new intelligence. Xia Changqing was greatly shocked and immediately had someone record it. Before this, no one in Xia country had ever completed an S-level evaluation, and no one in the entire world had either. You could say that Sun Kai was the first person to complete the S-level evaluation. This information was immensely valuable. After recording, Xia Changqing had everyone present analyze the information. Hide and seek. This is a game among children, where one child acts as the seeker while the others hide, and they cannot be caught by the seeker. Generally speaking, hide and seek has a limitation of space, there is a range. We just don't know how large this range is right now. Based on the first rule we know, it's clear that hide and seek is divided into day and night, and during the night, you cannot change your hiding place. Doesn't this imply that you can move freely during the day? One by one, useful information was analyzed by these people, which also greatly surprised Sun Kai. As expected, this support group gathered the country's elites, they were not to be underestimated. Chapter 27 Hide and Seek. In Sun Kai's mind, there was a countdown, only 1 minute left. He knew that once the time was up, he would enter the world of the second rule Weird Tale. Mr. Sun, no matter what kind of world you enter this time, please remember that Xia country will always be your support. Xia Changqing said solemnly, standing in front of Sun Kai. Sun Kai nodded heavily, he had noticed how much Xia Changqing and the others valued him since he arrived here. Don't worry, team leader Xia, I want to come back alive. By the way, today's fried egg was delicious. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Kai's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. At the same time, a live broadcast that everyone around the world could see appeared once again. When Sun Kai opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a patch of grass, and surprisingly there was not a single person around. Sun Kai was delighted. Could it be that this time he was lucky enough to enter a one-person level Weird Tale world? You must know, the data he saw at the support group was not fake. According to the records, they found one situation: the fewer participants in the game, the relatively simpler the Weird Tale world would be. Of course, it's only relatively speaking simpler. Even in a one-person level Weird Tale world, it is still full of danger, otherwise, why would the highest clearance record only be an A level? Sun Kai did not stay in place and carefully looked at his surroundings, randomly choosing a direction to walk in. But as he walked, he found that the grass here was too tall, some even higher than people, which was simply unbelievable. Am I supposed to hide and seek in a place that's all grass? When does it start, and when does it end? He did not know these things, his understanding of the rules was too limited. Sun Kai looked up at the sky. Based on his unskilled knowledge, he inferred that it should still be morning, probably around 9 o'clock. This meant that there was still a long time until sunset, which indicated that he could move freely. However, when night fell, he could only stay in one place, so he must be prepared. Prepared for a prolonged battle. According to the rules of hide and seek, one person must act as the seeker to catch others hiding. In this world of ghost stories, there is no need to act like a ghost, just find a ghost directly. In other words, once caught by a ghost, it's likely to end very badly. After walking for who knows how long, the grass seemed unchanged, and Sun Kai didn't see anything else besides grass. I have no clue at all, how do I pass this? Sun Kai was a bit tired and plopped down on the grass, ready to take a rest for a while. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of an arrowhead in the air. His hint appeared. Sun Kai was overjoyed, he didn't care about resting and hurriedly ran in the direction the arrow pointed. People who saw Sun Kai's actions were puzzled, they could tell he was about to rest, so why did he suddenly start running? At the same time, new national fortune bearers from other countries appeared in this grassy place. Like Sun Kai, they were all like headless flies, spinning around aimlessly. Until, a national fortune bearer from a small country pushed aside the grass in front of him and bumped into something. What is this? As soon as this national fortune bearer finished speaking, he realized something and froze, looking up to see a monster with a gaping bloody mouth. Yes, it was a monster. This person had a human body, but his head was completely non-human. Not only was it enormous, but when it opened its mouth, it swallowed the national fortune bearer's head whole and began to eat. Each national fortune bearer had people from a support team assigned to monitor them. When the ghost appeared, the person monitoring this national fortune bearer quickly relayed the information back. A ghost appeared? How could a human-level difficulty be this high? Or is he just really unlucky? Xia Changqing was puzzled. According to previous data, a human-level difficulty should not lead to such quick death. However, aside from this unfortunate guy, no one else had encountered any trouble. Following the arrow's hint, Sun Kai ran for at least half an hour and finally stopped at the side of a wooden house. Why is there a wooden house in this place? Sun Kai couldn't help but want to complain, there was only grass in this eerie place, where did the wood for the house come from? But he also understood that searching for reality in a ghost story world was truly a sign of madness. In a world of ghost stories, everything abnormal is normal. Sun Kai didn't rush in, he cautiously peeked his head through the glass window to look inside. There was no one inside. The hint shouldn't lead me astray, but I still need to be careful. Sun Kai quietly pushed open the door, which was not locked. As he opened it, a whiff of dust filled the air, as if no one had been here for a long time. Inside were only some simple pieces of furniture, and there was an oil lamp on the table. What caught Sun Kai's attention the most was a plastic box placed on the table, which seemed out of place with the surrounding environment. The plastic box was not large, about the size of a laptop, it seemed to contain something. Sun Kai hesitated about whether to open it, as he didn't know if it was a trap. Once he fell for it, he would basically be waiting to die in this place. But thinking about how the hint had led him here, what was there to worry about? Sun Kai walked over, picked up the plastic box, took a deep breath, and opened it. Inside were only 3 items: a bottle of mineral water, a packaged piece of bread, and a card? What is this? A transformation card? Looking at the 3 words written on the card, Sun Kai was filled with questions. Soon, he recalled the information he had seen before, where there was a ghost story world that resembled his own. The card he obtained would have effects beyond human imagination, like playing a game. It said it was a transformation card. Could it be that he could change into the form of something else? What limitations are there in between? The most important thing is the transformation card a one-time use? When Sun Kai looked at the back of the card, his expression became serious because he saw the new rules. Rules 2. After dark, do not trust anyone, even if the other party is your acquaintance. This rule is a bit strange. This time it's a human-level dungeon. Where would he get acquaintances? Is it possible that this is a fake rule? Looking at the transformation card in his hand, Sun Kai hesitated, unsure if he should use it. At that moment, he heard rustling sounds coming from outside. He knew that it was the sound made when something was moving. Could it be that outside is a ghost? Chapter 28, Transformation Card. Sun Kai hurriedly glanced inside the wooden cabin. This cabin was very peculiar, with no toilet at all, just one room. Who the hell built this house? Thank you very much. Sun Kai muttered in his heart and quickly hid behind the door. As long as the other party opened the door, he would be blocked by the wooden door, thus allowing him to escape. The rustling sound grew closer, then, suddenly stopped. Sun Kai was startled. This ghost was not simple, it made no sound when walking. If he wanted to determine the ghost's position by sound, it was almost impossible now. Sun Kai held his breath and kept waiting. But after a long time, the door remained motionless. He could almost imagine a ghost with a vicious expression standing outside the door, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. This was simply terrifying. At this moment, Sun Kai didn't dare to move at all. If the ghost came in, he would be trapped immediately. 1 hour. 2 hours. Sun Kai had stood for 3 hours, sweat covering his entire body. He was about to give up. At this moment, he finally heard the rustling sound outside. The ghost had left. Damn it! Sun Kai sat on the ground. He felt like his legs were not his own anymore. While he was rubbing his legs, he caught sight of some words appearing on the door. Little bunny, be good, open the door, I want to come in. Sun Kai froze for a moment and then was horrified. What the hell? This ghost was actually deceiving him. It had never left. It pretended to make noise just to make him let his guard down. This is bad. Seeing the scene, Xia Changqing's expression changed drastically. Once encountered by a ghost in such a small space, Sun Kai couldn't escape at all. Team leader, the transformation card, hurry and let Sun Kai use the transformation card, a team member shouted loudly. Xia Changqing's eyes lit up, directly using his first reminder opportunity. Sun Kai, transformation card. Xia Changqing's voice seemed to directly appear in Sun Kai's mind. He instinctively took out the transformation card with just a thought. A beam of light enveloped him, and then this information appeared in his mind. The national luck bearer Sun Kai uses the transformation card. You can transform into anything within your line of sight for 30 minutes. Sun Kai was overjoyed. His gaze swept around and quickly locked onto a mop right behind him. Although it was strange that there were 2 mops in the room, he didn't have extra time to think. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a mop that looked exactly the same and leaned against the door. Meanwhile, the front door finally opened. A dark figure stepped inside. At that moment, Sun Kai felt incredibly strange. He clearly felt that his body had indeed changed into a mop. But amazingly, he still had vision, and even he could move. Although, his speed of movement was somewhat lacking. In his sight, he saw a huge monster walking in. This monster had a human body and a monster's head, with a bloody mouth almost taking up half of its face. So this is a ghost. I didn't expect to encounter one so soon. Sun Kai was very calm. He had turned into a mop, and the ghost could never have imagined that. He also realized one thing: this game of hide-and-seek was indeed not simple. The transformation card could turn into anything he saw around him for 30 minutes, the only regret was that this thing was one-time use. But he believed that since there was the first, there would definitely be a second. He needed to look for more cards, only then could he survive and complete this bizarre world. After the ghost walked in, Sun Kai finally noticed that it was dragging a corpse. Sun Kai's eyes widened. Wasn't this supposed to be a human-level bizarre world? Where did this corpse come from? Could it be that he wasn't the only one here, but there were other luck bearers as well? Xia Changqing was also stunned by the scene before him. What is going on? Isn't Sun Kai the only one? Team leader, we don't know either. the luck bearer from Xia country is indeed only him, there are no other images. This live scene appearing directly in front of them was very miraculous. As long as they were willing, they could see the images of luck bearers from all countries. But what was going on with the corpse in the ghost's hands? Sun Kai observed carefully. This corpse seemed to be a man, about his height. Since he couldn't see the face, he didn't know what this person looked like or how old he was. The ghost casually threw the corpse on the table, plopped down on a bench, and then started to eat. This bloody scene instantly made many viewers of the live stream vomit. No one expected the ghost would start with such explosive actions. Eating people. Sun Kai's expression changed. He finally understood what would happen if caught by the ghost. He would become food for the ghost. It seemed that the log cabin was not only the ghost's residence but also its dining area. Yet Sun Kai had a strange feeling but couldn't tell what was odd. After some observation, he finally realized where the discomfort was coming from. It was about the ghost's physique. To know, the ghost looked to be nearly 2 meters tall, while the log cabin was just a bit over 2 meters. The ghost could easily reach the ceiling with its hand. No matter how he looked at it, this house didn't seem to be made for ghosts. The information he currently had was too little, so Sun Kai could only continue to wait. But the ghost kept eating and showed no signs of leaving. Sun Kai was quite anxious. His transformation only lasted half an hour. Once the transformation time ended, if he was still a large person here, his body would become the ghost's dessert. No, I must save myself. Fortunately, the ghost was facing away from Sun Kai. He tried moving, and the mop could actually move without making any noise. This made Sun Kai happy. Just as the ghost came in, it hadn't closed the door, so he slowly moved and finally got outside. Once outside, Sun Kai immediately filled himself with power and ran like crazy in any direction. A mop running across the ground looked extremely out of place. But Sun Kai couldn't care less. He ran until the time for his transformation ended and he returned to his original form before stopping. I should be a good distance away from the log cabin. That was really scary. Sun Kai felt a bit hungry and took out water and bread from his bag and started eating heartily. Compared to him, the other luck bearers were not so lucky. They were still hungry. After eating, Sun Kai left the bottle behind to avoid not having anything to store water when he encountered a water source. But looking at the grass around him, he felt helpless. Which way to go this time? Chapter 29, The Tribe. Rustle. Sun Kai's ears perked up. He heard a rustling sound around him, which made him very tense. Could it be that the ghost from earlier caught up with him? Shouldn't we take it easy? I just finished eating. At this moment, Sun Kai knew that it was best not to move, or else the sound of moving would expose him immediately. But staying here also had its risks. Wherever people walk, there will be traces left behind, and this is impossible to erase. Now I'm doomed. Sun Kai covered his mouth, worried that he would expose his position, his ears constantly listening for sounds. It wasn't until the rustling noise suddenly stopped that a voice came from behind him. Don't be afraid, friend. I'm a person, not a ghost. Sun Kai was taken aback, turning to look, and saw a plain-looking man with bright white front teeth smiling at him. The man seemed to be in his 40s, holding a long stick with a tied gun head at the end. Strangely, he had a snakeskin bag on his back. That's right, he was wearing it. The snakeskin bag seemed to contain a lot of stuff, but Sun Kai couldn't see inside. Sun Kai was quite surprised, not expecting that there were other people in this world. He really thought he was the only one here. Who are you? Sun Kai feigned a confused expression while cautiously standing guard. There are no rules saying that people in the world of weird tales are all good people. My name is Deku, and I'm from a nearby tribe. I was out collecting trash and happened to run into you. A tribe? Sun Kai's expression was a bit strange. This person in front of him couldn't be a savage, right? Nonetheless, the other party didn't seem to have any ill intent, and he needed to get some information about this place from him. I'm Sun Kai, a lost person. Sun Kai instinctively reached out his hand, but Deku looked confused, thinking Sun Kai wanted something. He reached into the snakeskin bag and pulled out something, placing it in Sun Kai's hand. Here, you must be hungry. Eat this and you won't be hungry anymore. I just ate. What the hell? Sun Kai was about to refuse when he saw what was in his hand. This was actually a burger. In such a grassy place, where did this burger come from? Suddenly, he thought of something. He had previously opened bottled water and bread from a plastic box. Could it be that the other party also found food from a plastic box? Dude, where did you find this burger? Sun Kai directly asked. This thing is called a burger? I thought it was called a meat pie. It tastes pretty good. Seeing Deku's irrelevant answer, Sun Kai quickly reminded him. Bro, are you confused? This thing is definitely opened from a divine box. If it weren't for the divine box, we would have starved to death long ago. From Deku's mouth, Sun Kai finally learned some information. First, this world doesn't have a name. They can't be bothered to name it. For now, Sun Kai called this world the Grassland World. Secondly, the people here have always lived here. In their impression, there is nothing but grass. All their food, clothing, daily necessities, etc., are found in the divine box. The divine box is the plastic box that Sun Kai saw. This thing comes in various sizes, and the things inside are diverse. But it must be said, if it weren't for the divine box, the people here would have died long ago. Yet even so, they still have a natural enemy, which is the ghost that hunts them. They don't know how many ghosts there are, but so far they have discovered at least 9 ghosts. Generally speaking, ghosts prefer to act at night, but there are exceptions. They can only venture out during the day to search for divine boxes, using the food and supplies from the divine box to keep the tribe alive. Since ghosts capture people at night, why do you still gather together? This is the most unbelievable thing for Sun Kai, although he doesn't know how strong the ghost's fighting power is. But to be a ghost, it definitely isn't something humans can handle. If they gather together, wouldn't they be wiped out by the ghosts? Ah, my friend, you must be dizzy, otherwise how could you say such things? The tribe is different from other places. Once night falls, it is the safest place, the ghosts won't enter the tribe. Sun Kai was taken aback. Is this true? But the other person had no reason to deceive him. If he really stayed inside the tribe, wouldn't he not need to worry about the ghost's threat? Brother, can I go to your tribe? Of course, our tribe welcomes anyone wandering outside. Sun Kai followed behind Deku, and he noticed Deku seemed to randomly choose a direction, turning left and then right, with no pattern at all. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How do these people outside judge direction? After he asked, Deku looked at him with the expression of someone who thought he was foolish. Can't you see the big sun? Distinguishing direction by the sun is something even a 3-year-old in the tribe can do. What's going on in your tribe? Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Oh, our tribe's teacher died early. So that's it, your tribe has a gap in knowledge, what a pity. Deku didn't dwell on it. In a place like this, it was too normal for tribe members to get into trouble. Almost every day, tribe members die outside, otherwise, how could ghosts survive? On the way, Deku shared everything he knew with Sun Kai without reservation. Thus, Sun Kai learned how to determine direction using the sun. I didn't expect it to be 4 o'clock so soon. We must hurry back to the tribe, otherwise if it gets dark, it will be troublesome. Deku glanced at the watch on his wrist and sighed. At this moment, Sun Kai didn't want to criticize. A tribe member casually mentioning the time and wearing a watch looked very strange. Brother, what's the saying here? Deku had already taken Sun Kai as a newcomer just out of the tribe, not even knowing the direction, completely lost. Fortunately, this world is very special. With the existence of ghosts, humans do not have much internal competition. Whenever they encounter humans outside, they will do their utmost to help and pull the other party into their own tribe. In this day and age, talent is the most precious treasure. At 5 o'clock, it will be dark. Once it gets dark outside, it becomes very dangerous. At that time, the ghosts are much stronger than during the day. Sun Kai's gaze sharpened. This is important information. Ghosts in the night are stronger than ghosts in the day. Chapter 30, After Dark. Deku simply identified the direction and led Sun Kai towards the tribe. As they walked, Deku suddenly smiled. Look, a divine box. Following the direction Deku pointed, Sun Kai saw a box the size of a half-person tall suitcase placed there. Deku walked over, skillfully opened the suitcase, and inside was filled with snacks. That's right, snacks. Cookies, bread, etc., and he even saw spicy strips. Sun Kai took a glance and didn't find any cards, which made him a bit curious. Could it be that only the national fortune bearers could open it to find cards? Or is it that the cards are also random? Deku's mouth bent with a big smile. With so much food, the tribe members can finally last a little longer. Goodness, using snacks as a staple food. But in such a bizarre place, this is also a necessary solution. There is only grass here, and not even seeds of plants. Dreaming of farming is almost impossible. Moreover, farming would require large pieces of land and time. Once discovered by ghosts. This is the most unbelievable thing for Sun Kai, although he doesn't know how strong the ghost's fighting power is. But to be a ghost, it definitely isn't something humans can handle. If they gather together, wouldn't they be wiped out by the ghosts? Ah, my friend, you must be dizzy, otherwise how could you say such things? The tribe is different from other places. Once night falls, it is the safest place, the ghosts won't enter the tribe. Sun Kai was taken aback. Is this true? But the other person had no reason to deceive him. If he really stayed inside the tribe, wouldn't he not need to worry about the ghost's threat? Brother, can I go to your tribe? Of course, our tribe welcomes anyone wandering outside. Sun Kai followed behind Deku, and he noticed Deku seemed to randomly choose a direction, turning left and then right, with no pattern at all. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How do these people outside judge direction? After he asked, Deku looked at him with the expression of someone who thought he was foolish. Can't you see the big sun? Distinguishing direction by the sun is something even a 3-year-old in the tribe can do. What's going on in your tribe? Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Oh, our tribe's teacher died early. So that's it, your tribe has a gap in knowledge, what a pity. Deku didn't dwell on it. In a place like this, it was too normal for tribe members to get into trouble. Almost every day, tribe members die outside, otherwise, how could ghosts survive? On the way, Deku shared everything he knew with Sun Kai without reservation. Thus, Sun Kai learned how to determine direction using the sun. I didn't expect it to be 4 o'clock so soon, we must hurry back to the tribe, otherwise if it gets dark, it will be troublesome. Deku glanced at the watch on his wrist and sighed. At this moment, Sun Kai didn't want to criticize, a tribe member casually mentioning the time and wearing a watch looked very strange. Brother, what's the saying here? Deku had already taken Sun Kai as a newcomer just out of the tribe, not even knowing the direction, completely lost. Fortunately, this world is very special, with the existence of ghosts, humans do not have much internal competition. Whenever they encounter humans outside, they will do their utmost to help and pull the other party into their own tribe. In this day and age, talent is the most precious treasure. At 5 o'clock, it will be dark. Once it gets dark outside, it becomes very dangerous. At that time, the ghosts are much stronger than during the day. Sun Kai's gaze sharpened, this is important information. Ghosts in the night are stronger than ghosts in the day. Chapter 30, After Dark. Deku simply identified the direction and led Sun Kai towards the tribe. As they walked, Deku suddenly smiled. Look, a divine box. Following the direction Deku pointed, Sun Kai saw a box the size of a half-person tall suitcase placed there. Deku walked over, skillfully opened the suitcase, and inside was filled with snacks. That's right, snacks. Cookies, bread, etc., and he even saw spicy strips. Sun Kai took a glance and didn't find any cards, which made him a bit curious. Could it be that only the national fortune bearers could open it to find cards? Or is it that the cards are also random? Deku's mouth bent with a big smile. With so much food, the tribe members can finally last a little longer. Goodness, using snacks as a staple food. But in such a bizarre place, this is also a necessary solution. There is only grass here, and not even seeds of plants. Dreaming of farming is almost impossible. Moreover, farming would require large pieces of land and time. Once discovered by ghosts, the farmland will become nothing more than decoration. The sun shines on me, the flowers smile at me, the little birds say chirp chirp chirp. A man in his 40s suddenly sang a children's song, startling Sun Kai into shock. Big brother, where did you learn this song? This is a song our teacher taught us in the tribe. They said he learned it from a singing little box. Unfortunately, that little box hasn't worked for a long time. Sun Kai could be sure that the little box was a toy music box for children. It couldn't sing, probably because it had run out of batteries. So, the two walked for a while, until it was almost 5 o'clock. Suddenly, Deku excitedly rushed forward, and Sun Kai didn't know what he was doing, but he followed him. When they pushed through the last of the grass, he found that his view suddenly opened up wide. This was a place without grass, filled with broken houses built from all sorts of strange materials, and people doing their own things in the open space. The materials for these houses included, but were not limited to, plastic buckets, fishing nets, phone boxes, and mud. One could say that arriving at such a chaotic place to build houses, they were all talented people. So many people. Sun Kai couldn't help but exclaim. There weren't many people here, at most 100, even counting the elderly and children. But one must know, while walking in the grass, Sun Kai hadn't seen a single person. Seeing more than 100 people at once made him feel completely different. Deku is back. Someone spotted Deku and shouted loudly. Many people gathered around, and when they saw Deku bring back so much food, they were all extremely happy. I almost forgot, this is Sun Kai. He is a lost person from another tribe, can't go back. From now on, he will be one of us. Hearing Deku's words, the people around cheered. For the tribe, the most important thing is young people, especially males. Seeing that Sun Kai was a strong man, this meant they had a greater chance of surviving, and anyone would be happy about it. On the other side, an elder was the fortune bearer of a small country. He was lucky and encountered the tribe people early on, being brought into the tribe. However, his treatment was far inferior compared to Sun Kai. An old man can do very little, apart from wasting food, he had little use. Once he entered, not many people paid attention to him, it was quite reality-driven. Same people, different destinies. As a strong male, even if Sun Kai didn't do anything, the tribe still assigned him a small room. Yes, a small room in the literal sense. Looking at the little room that could barely fit one person lying down, Sun Kai felt somewhat amused yet helpless. However, after looking at the living conditions of others, he found that his small room was actually quite nice. Many people still lived in large shelters, crammed together. As night was falling, Deku began to distribute food, and what he got for Sun Kai was a packaged chicken leg and a bit of mineral water. It seemed quite ordinary, but after seeing some people eating junk snacks, or even spicy strips, he could only say, the chicken leg smells really good. After finishing his meal, the outside world was completely dark. It was almost pitch black. In such a dark night, being exposed outside is very dangerous. Sun Kai quickly made a judgment, and after eating, he prepared to lie down in his small room to think about his next plan. So far, he hadn't found any other rules or methods to get through. Staying here isn't an option, he must take the initiative. But just as he lay down, he felt something poke at his waist. What is this? Wait, isn't this the divine box? Sun Kai reached out and touched it. This size, this feel, what else could it be but the divine box? The problem was, he had been sitting at the door, and no one had come near. Where had the divine box come from? Never mind, since the divine box appeared, isn't this just giving me a card for free? Sun Kai excitedly opened the box, and as he expected, inside was still the classic combination. A bottle of mineral water and a loaf of bread. Next to it, there was a card. Unfortunately, the surroundings were too dark, and he could hardly see the words on it. Sun Kai didn't mind, putting the items in the innermost corner and lying directly down on the bed, ready to sleep. As he dozed off, Sun Kai seemed to hear someone calling him. Sun Kai, Sun Kai. Sun Kai slowly opened his eyes, and there was a shadow next to him, calling his name. That voice, are you Deku? Sun Kai suddenly became alert. Although it was very dark around, a person accustomed to darkness could still vaguely see a silhouette. He could tell that the person in front of him was indeed Deku. Yes, it's me. What are you shouting for at this late hour? Deku said mysteriously, in a low voice, I just made a new discovery, related to the divine box. Upon hearing it was related to the divine box, Sun Kai immediately became interested. But just as he was about to get up, he remembered the second rule he had seen during the day. After dark, do not trust anyone, even if the other person is familiar to you. In an instant, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, chilling him to the bone. Thinking carefully, he had just met Deku today. Why did Deku know about the divine box? It chose not to tell the tribe but told him instead. This was obviously suspicious. At the same time, he also recalled the first rule. That is, at night, do not move around casually. He didn't know the truth of these two rules, but he preferred to believe they were real. What would await him if he really left with Deku? Chapter 31, Deku, Death. In this moment, Sun Kai felt a bit scared. Was the Deku in front of him really the Deku he saw during the day? Sun Kai was very doubtful. After all, in the last bizarre world, there was the illusion-like teacher Jean. Deku, I'm tired from walking today, I don't want to go out, let's talk about it tomorrow. Sun Kai waved his hand and simply ignored him. Sun Kai felt a bit tense inside. He didn't know if this Deku would take other actions, but he was willing to take a gamble. Deku stood by, watching Sun Kai for a while before silently leaving. After Deku left, Sun Kai realized his back was drenched with sweat. Fortunately, he bet correctly, this Deku could not randomly attack him, he too had to follow the rules. As long as he didn't trust the other's words, then the other had no way to do anything to him. Sun Kai slept soundly here, but the fortune bearers from other countries did not have such good luck. Until night fell, they had not found the tribe and could only hide in the grass outside. Not every fortune bearer had found the divine box or seen the rules on the card inside. Those who didn't know wandered around at night and then encountered ghosts. And some who knew the rules, who didn't move at night, instead escaped disaster. The support groups from various countries quickly reached a conclusion: if you didn't move at night, there was a possibility of avoiding ghosts. But if you kept moving, you would soon encounter ghosts. Of course, if you could enter the tribe, that would be the safest place. However, on the first day, almost 200 fortune bearers had already died, a quarter of them. This was just a person-level difficulty, and the death rate was that high. When morning came, Sun Kai woke up. He found the people around him were all busy with their own things. The elders started doing what they could, like cleaning up the tribe, etc. The woman was responsible for washing clothes and such tasks, while the children were not expected to do anything. However, these children had to attend 2 classes every day, taught by the wisest people in the tribe. Such people were referred to as teachers by the tribe. As for the strong and healthy men, most of them would go out to look for the divine boxes, with only a few remaining in the tribe just in case. Sun Kai, you are a newcomer, today I will take you along, and starting tomorrow, you will have to act alone. Deku walked over and patted Sun Kai's shoulder. Sun Kai recalled what happened last night and quietly asked, Deku, did you come to find me last night? No, I went home to sleep when it got dark. If I don't sleep well, how will I have the energy to go out looking for the divine box today? Sun Kai could tell that Deku was not lying, which indicated that last night's Deku was indeed different from the Deku before him. The pitfalls of the weird world were truly many. The strangest part was that there had been no hints at all last night. Was it because it thought he could see through the identity of the other person, leading to no prompts? Take the bag, we're leaving. Deku handed Sun Kai a snakeskin bag, tied with 2 straps, so it could be carried on his back. The two of them walked out of the tribe, wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, Sun Kai noticed something strange. Commonly, there would be people moving around the tribe, so the grass should be flattened. However, he saw that the surrounding grass remained standing tall, with no traces of being trampled at all. He voiced his question, and Deku laughed, saying, "The grass here stands back up every hour, restoring itself to its original state." Sun Kai was shocked. What kind of grass was this? How could it be so amazing? But this time, whether due to bad luck or not, they searched for more than 2 hours and found not a single divine box. Deku, however, remained calm and said, "This is very normal. There were times when the tribe went 3 days without finding food." Sun Kai's expression changed. He clearly saw that there was only a tiny bit of food stored in the tribe. Going 3 days without finding food would be a huge test for any tribe. Without Deku needing to say more, Sun Kai could already guess that the situation must have been very brutal. Suddenly, Deku showed a look of surprise. "There's a house ahead, there must be useful things inside." Sun Kai looked over, and indeed, a wooden house appeared ahead. It was different from the last time he saw it, larger, and it even had a backyard. Peering over the backyard fence, Sun Kai was utterly stunned. He actually saw plants other than grass, namely various vegetables. In a corner, there was even a chicken coop with 2 hens inside. What's going on? Could it be that the divine box could bring out vegetables and hens? Not only was Sun Kai bewildered, but even the supporting team members were also confused. They all knew that many things could emerge from the divine box, but vegetables and hens were something they had never seen before. Aren't those the vegetables the teacher mentioned? And that fuzzy thing, what's it called, the hen? Deku's face was filled with joy. It was his first time seeing these things too. Overwhelmed with excitement, he directly jumped over the fence, wanting to catch the hen. But the two forgot to check the interior of the wooden house first. With the back door of the wooden house opened, a gigantic figure emerged. It was a ghost. Deku was frozen, momentarily forgetting to escape. Sun Kai reacted quickly and shouted, "Run!" Deku jolted and hurriedly ran out. But the ghost was faster. In the blink of an eye, the ghost ran over and delivered a slap directly to Deku's body. Deku's body flew directly out, and the blood he spat from his mouth drew an arc in midair. "Don't worry about me, go." Blood kept flowing from Deku's mouth. He knew he couldn't survive, but he had to make sure Sun Kai lived. Sun Kai's eyes were slightly red. He had no words to say about Deku. If it weren't for meeting Deku, he wouldn't have been able to go to the tribe and learn so much information. But in this situation, if he rushed in, it would only feed the ghosts. Sun Kai gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, turned around, and ran. Seeing Sun Kai run away, Deku smiled. It's good if one person survives. Sun Kai kept running. He was like a headless fly darting around until he felt tired and suddenly collapsed on the grass. "Deku, although we've known each other for a short time, I will definitely not forget you." Sun Kai took a deep breath, looked at the sun, and confirmed it was around 12 noon. His stomach also growled, indicating it was time for lunch. He took out a piece of bread from the bag behind him, and just as he was about to eat, he noticed something purple out of the corner of his eye. Out of curiosity, Sun Kai went over to take a look, and it turned out to be a purple divine box. Chapter 32, Unreasonable. The purple divine box was about the size of an ordinary computer case. Sun Kai remembered clearly that the divine boxes he had seen were all blue. How did a purple one suddenly appear? He reached out to open the divine box. Inside, there were a lot of compressed biscuits and bottled water, and in the corner, there was a purple card. Sun Kai was ecstatic. So much food would be enough for him to wander outside for a long time. With Deku dead, he didn't even know how to return to the tribe. Without food, he would eventually meet his end. He picked up the purple card. The front had the words Gale card, while the back had new rules. Rules 3. After 3 days, the tribe will lose any protective effect, and the probability of the prairie divine box refreshing will increase. Sun Kai's face changed. The tribe would lose its protective effect in 3 days? Does this mean the ghosts can find Deku's tribe? How many people would be able to escape alive by then? Does this 3 days count from when I first arrived, or from now? Sun Kai felt a headache. The suddenly appearing rule felt like it was forcing everyone to run for their lives. In the face of ghost hunting, these humans could only hide everywhere, playing hide and seek in the truest sense. As Sun Kai was about to put the card away, he suddenly remembered that he had received a card last night. He had left in a rush that morning, without time to look closely at it. This card was different. It was named Binding Card. Judging by the name, it seemed capable of binding the opponent, which was very effective when escaping. With one binding card and one Gale card, he at least had some means to escape when facing the ghosts. At the same time, there was another rule on the back of the binding card. Rules 4. The total population cannot drop below 100, or the ghosts will turn into real ghosts. Seeing this rule, Sun Kai almost let out a greeting from his homeland. How was he supposed to play with this? To this day, he didn't even know how many people were here. Even if he knew, he couldn't protect them. As long as the ghosts acted every day, the total population would definitely decrease rapidly. The real ghosts mentioned in the rule would likely resemble the kind encountered in the last horror world, like Fong Cc. Such ghosts were simply unsolvable. Even with card help, escaping from such ghosts seemed almost impossible. That means he had to find a way to keep the number of people above 100. This was simply unreasonable. Why does it feel like this time in the horror world? Is it harder than last time? Sun Kai shook his head helplessly, counting the items on him, confirming that if he conserves, he can at least last a week. But the biggest problem now is that he needs a place to stay for the night. Last night in the tribe, he didn't have to worry about this issue. But the rules have already stated that the tribe will lose its function after 3 days, and now he can't find a way back to the tribe. He can only rely on himself. Yet in this boundless grassland, there are only 2 places to stay. One is the tribe, which he has ruled out. The other is the haunted wooden house. Sun Kai doesn't believe that every wooden house is haunted. If he could find one that isn't, that would be great. He packed everything into the bag behind him and chose a random direction to walk. At that moment, he experienced the benefit of having increased his physique by 10 points. Even with such a heavy load, he still felt like he was flying, hardly feeling exhausted. He walked for an unknown period. Even with the sun almost setting, he still hadn't found a new wooden house. At most, he came across a few small divine boxes, and inside, aside from some food and supplies, there wasn't even a single card. Sun Kai instantly realized that cards are very rare resources. Not every divine box contains one. He had been quite lucky to find so many cards. It was around 4 o'clock. Sun Kai decided that if he didn't find a wooden house in half an hour, he would give up searching. There's a saying, the flowers planted with care do not bloom, while the willows planted unconsciously provide shade. This described Sun Kai's current situation. He was about to give up when unexpectedly, at the last moment, he really found a wooden house. And this wooden house looked very old, as if no one had visited it for a long time. This time, Sun Kai was very cautious, carefully observing outside, and found no ghosts or other people inside the house. Great, I'll rest here for the night, but just in case, I should prepare a bit. Sun Kai pushed the door open and walked in. Aside from some dust and slightly worn furniture, there was nothing particularly unusual inside. He placed the snakeskin bag on the table and found a small shovel in the corner of the wooden house. He came to the front of the wooden house and began to dig quickly. In no time, he had dug a small hole and placed some wooden pieces he had taken from a chair inside it. He laid a plastic bag over it and covered it with dirt, creating a simple trap. This trap was not meant to catch ghosts but to give him a chance to escape. He believed that even if it was a ghost, stepping on it would definitely let out a scream, and then he would have a chance to run when he was startled awake. Previously, he had noticed that ghosts always went barefoot, never wearing shoes. Then, Sun Kai sat on a chair and leisurely ate his compressed biscuits. At this time, the sky outside finally darkened. Although the wooden house was quite dilapidated, it brought Sun Kai a sense of security. Thinking about sleeping outside in the wind and rain was already uncomfortable. After finishing his meal, Sun Kai lay down on a wooden bed. This bed was meant for ghosts, very large, and he lay on it. It was like a baby lying on an adult's bed. Gradually, Sun Kai drifted into a deep sleep. But he didn't know when, a piercing scream reached his ears, waking him suddenly. What sound is that? Could it be a ghost coming? Sun Kai was startled and instinctively took out a card to use. However, soon he heard a ouch sound coming from outside the door. This made his expression quite strange. Outside the door was not a ghost, but seemed to be a person? Without even looking, he knew that this person had definitely fallen into his trap. Originally, this trap was meant for ghosts, but unexpectedly, a person from who knows where got caught. Wait, this can't be the second Deku, right? Sun Kai thought of what happened last night, feeling a bit worried. But the person outside kept screaming, and if there were ghosts nearby, they would be drawn over sooner or later. Just then, Sun Kai saw a line of words reaching in from outside the door. Chapter 33, The Merchant. This is a wild merchant, an opportunity that must not be missed. A question mark popped up on Sun Kai's head. A wild merchant? What is this thing? He had never seen the word merchant in the rules. If this were someone else saying it, Sun Kai would definitely not believe it, but this was a hidden hint. Thinking of this, Sun Kai didn't hesitate and directly opened the door, vaguely seeing a person lying on the ground with one foot impaled by several tiny pieces of wood. Blood was flowing profusely. Don't make a sound, do you want to attract the ghost? Sun Kai whispered sternly, and the other party immediately closed their mouth, clearly aware of the terror of ghosts. Then, Sun Kai helped the person to sit down by the bed. After closing the door, Sun Kai asked directly, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Although the hint had already told him that the other party was a merchant, Sun Kai wanted to learn for himself. "Friend, can you help me pull out these pieces of wood first?" I have gauze and iodine in my bag, can I tell you after? Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Gauze and iodine? This person actually had important medical resources? You should know that even the medical resources in Deku's tribe are so pitifully scarce. Sun Kai's actions were quite rough as he directly reached out to pull out the wood from his foot, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly crying out. After pulling it out, the other person rummaged through his nearby bag and took out a roll of gauze and a bottle of iodine, bandaging himself. Once finished, the other person finally let out a sigh of relief. Friend, thank you so much. I wonder which wicked thing set a trap at the door, it's truly shameless. Sun Kai remained calm, as if he wasn't being scolded at all. My name is D2, I am a merchant. I've traveled all over the prairie, and I know every tribe very well, and I also have many goods on me. Before D2 could finish his words, Sun Kai hurriedly interrupted him. What did you say? You know about every tribe? The other party froze for a moment and nodded. Yes, this is the most basic thing for a merchant. If you don't even know how many tribes there are, how can you get by? How many tribes are there here, and what is the population? This was what Sun Kai wanted to know the most. He hoped the population was not too low, or else once the ghosts turned into real ghosts, everything would be over. Originally, this information was supposed to cost money, but since you saved me, I'll tell you for free. The other party spoke in a tone that suggested he thought Sun Kai had hit the jackpot. There are a total of 9 tribes here, each with a population of over 100, so it adds up to about 1,000 people in total. As for those wandering outside, I don't know, but it shouldn't be many. About 1,000 people? This population number was significantly more than Sun Kai had imagined. However, once the tribe truly lost its function and those people remained inside the tribe, they would definitely be wiped out by the ghosts. At that time, the population would sharply decrease, and this situation must change. Thinking of this, Sun Kai's eyes brightened. The merchant Diktu knew the locations of every tribe, so couldn't he be asked to take him to the tribes and persuade those people to leave? But soon, Sun Kai discarded this idea. Those tribes were the places where their ancestors had lived for generations. This made his expression quite strange. Outside the door was not a ghost, but seemed to be a person? Without even looking, he knew that this person had definitely fallen into his trap. Originally, this trap was meant for ghosts, but unexpectedly, a person from who knows where got caught. Wait, this can't be the second Deku, right? Sun Kai thought of what happened last night, feeling a bit worried. But the person outside kept screaming, and if there were ghosts nearby, they would be drawn over sooner or later. Just then, Sun Kai saw a line of words reaching in from outside the door. Chapter 33, The Merchant. This is a wild merchant, an opportunity that must not be missed. A question mark popped up on Sun Kai's head. A wild merchant? What is this thing? He had never seen the word merchant in the rules. If this were someone else saying it, Sun Kai would definitely not believe it, but this was a hidden hint. Thinking of this, Sun Kai didn't hesitate and directly opened the door, vaguely seeing a person lying on the ground with one foot impaled by several tiny pieces of wood. Blood was flowing profusely. Don't make a sound, do you want to attract the ghost? Sun Kai whispered sternly, and the other party immediately closed their mouth, clearly aware of the terror of ghosts. Then, Sun Kai helped the person to sit down by the bed. After closing the door, Sun Kai asked directly, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Although the hint had already told him that the other party was a merchant, Sun Kai wanted to learn for himself. "Friend, can you help me pull out these pieces of wood first? I have gauze and iodine in my bag, can I tell you after?" Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Gauze and iodine? This person actually had important medical resources? You should know that even the medical resources in Deku's tribe are so pitifully scarce. Sun Kai's actions were quite rough as he directly reached out to pull out the wood from his foot, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly crying out. After pulling it out, the other person rummaged through his nearby bag and took out a roll of gauze and a bottle of iodine, bandaging himself. Once finished, the other person finally let out a sigh of relief. "Friend, thank you so much. I wonder which wicked thing set a trap at the door, it's truly shameless." Sun Kai remained calm, as if he wasn't being scolded at all. "My name is D2, I am a merchant. I've traveled all over the prairie, and I know every tribe very well, and I also have many goods on me." Before D2 could finish his words, Sun Kai hurriedly interrupted him. "What did you say? You know about every tribe?" The other party froze for a moment and nodded. "Yes, this is the most basic thing for a merchant. If you don't even know how many tribes there are, how can you get by? How many tribes are there here, and what is the population?" This was what Sun Kai wanted to know the most. He hoped the population was not too low, or else once the ghosts turned into real ghosts, everything would be over. Originally, this information was supposed to cost money, but since you saved me, I'll tell you for free. The other party spoke in a tone that suggested he thought Sun Kai had hit the jackpot. There are a total of 9 tribes here, each with a population of over 100, so it adds up to about 1,000 people in total. As for those wandering outside, I don't know, but it shouldn't be many. About 1,000 people? This population number was significantly more than Sun Kai had imagined. However, once the tribe truly lost its function and those people remained inside the tribe, they would definitely be wiped out by the ghosts. At that time, the population would sharply decrease, and this situation must change. Thinking of this, Sun Kai's eyes brightened. The merchant too knew the locations of every tribe, so couldn't he be asked to take him to the tribes and persuade those people to leave? But soon, Sun Kai discarded this idea. Those tribes were the places where their ancestors had lived for generations. Could he really make them leave the tribe just by using his own mouth? Sun Kai didn't even believe it himself. As he was tangled in his thoughts, Big Head asked, "Friend, do you want to buy something? I have many good items here, you saved me, so I'll give you 20% off, what do you think?" Sun Kai recalled the hint that told him, opportunities once lost are not found again. In other words, what good things did this merchant have? What good items do you have? Sun Kai's words made Big Head grin widely. He pulled something out of his bag and placed it in Sun Kai's hand. It felt like a bottle of water? The other party called himself a merchant, but he just gave him a bottle of water? Before Sun Kai could ask, the other party said in a mysterious tone, "This is a bottle of gasoline, an absolutely good item, it's not available outside." Sun Kai was shocked. This was actually a bottle of gasoline? What is gasoline's greatest characteristic? Highly flammable. Just a tiny spark can make gasoline ignite instantly, and the burn lasts a long time. If this bottle of gasoline was thrown on a ghost and then ignited, would the ghost be burned to death? For a moment, Sun Kai felt tempted. This thing was too useful. "Big Head, how much for this bottle of gasoline?" "Naturally, it's an exchange of goods. You show me what you have, and if there's something I need, we can trade." Sun Kai opened his bag for the other to check, but after rummaging through, Big Head seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "You have nothing here, I can't trade with you." Saying this, he was about to take the gasoline back. But Sun Kai would never give up the gasoline, this was his only means to deal with the ghost. "Wait. I can let you stay here for a night in exchange for the gasoline, what do you think?" Big Head was dumbfounded. He never expected that as a merchant, he had to pay for a place to stay. In those tribes, he stayed for free, and always in the best places. But this is not a tribe, it's just a broken house, and the person in front clearly arrived here before him. Okay, let's consider this bottle of gasoline as the accommodation fee. With gasoline, he needed fire too. "Do you have a lighter? Or anything that can create a spark? I can trade food for it." A lighter wouldn't be worth much outside, but in such a broken place, its price was not low. In the end, Sun Kai traded 4 blocks of compressed biscuits for a lighter that was only half full of gas. With a lighter and gasoline, Sun Kai finally had another weapon to deal with the ghost. He wasn't the only lucky one. In other fortune bearers, some had also encountered merchants. Faced with so many items from the merchant, some developed ill intentions, wanting to forcibly take the merchant's goods, and then the merchant instantly stopped pretending, ripped off a layer of skin, and transformed into a ghost. The screen went black. Seeing this scene, the members immediately informed Xia Changqing of the situation. Xia Changqing's expression changed drastically. Sun Kai was staying in the same wooden house as a merchant. If the merchant transformed on the spot, Sun Kai would be doomed. Just as he was about to use his second chance to remind, he was stopped by someone. "Captain, don't worry, the ghost disguising as a merchant seems to have restrictions." That person attacked the merchant, which made the merchant turn into a ghost. "And over here with Sun Kai, there has been no violent action at all, it's all normal transactions, so I think as long as he buys things seriously, there won't be a problem." Xia Changqing immediately calmed down, looking at the nearly pitch-black screen, and stopped reminding. Chapter 34, Killing Ghosts. If Sun Kai knew that the merchant under the same roof as him was actually a ghost in disguise, he would probably be dumbfounded. For this suddenly appearing merchant, Sun Kai still held a trace of vigilance in his heart. Who would be out in the wild when? Do you believe a stranger's words? He didn't know what time it was, but he thought it should be close to dawn. Sun Kai leaned against one side of the bed, while the merchant was on the other side. Neither of them spoke. Taking this time, Sun Kai counted some rules he currently knew. 1. In the dark of night, you cannot change your hiding place. 2. After dark, do not trust anyone, even if the other party is your acquaintance. 3. After 3 days, the tribe loses any protection, and the probability of the prairie god box refreshing increases. 4. The total population cannot drop below 100, or else the ghosts will become real ghosts. The night was the most troublesome, as can be seen from the first 2 rules. But the second rule seemed not to include the merchant? And the hint also told him that he could trade with the merchant. What was going on? Suddenly, Sun Kai's expression changed. The second rule said not to trust anyone, but what if the other party isn't human? In an instant, Sun Kai felt a chill all over his body. Besides humans, there were only ghosts here. In other words, this merchant was disguised as a ghost? But why didn't he attack him immediately? Could it be that ghosts are also restricted by the rules? When they become merchants, they can't casually attack humans? Sun Kai quietly looked over at the merchant. He seemed to be eating food and wasn't making any other movements. This made Sun Kai breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the other party didn't make a move, everything was negotiable. Thus, Sun Kai held on for a long time, and just before dawn, the merchant stood up. "I'm leaving, my friend. Thank you for your help last night, this is a gift for you." As he received the card the merchant handed over, the merchant smiled slightly and walked out. Sun Kai looked at the card and was shocked to find it was the transformation card he had used before, and the back had a fifth rule added. Rule 5, the last person alive is the winner. Sun Kai's eyes changed. This rule meant that he would have to watch those people get killed by ghosts. Moreover, once the number of people dropped below 100, ghosts would become real ghosts, and whether he could escape their hands was still unknown. This rule was practically useless. Just as he was thinking this, some more words appeared on it. There is only one truth, ghosts fear a larger number of people. Sun Kai's expression brightened. He recalled the tribe's situation, where dozens of people gathered every day, and ghosts never went to the tribe's place. He had previously thought the tribe had something special, but now it seemed they simply didn't dare to go there because of the large number of people. Wait, what is going on with that third rule? Is it a false rule? For a while, Sun Kai didn't even know which rule was correct. This was a headache. Forget it, the most important thing now is to find more supplies, especially cards, as they are life-saving items. Sun Kai walked outside the wooden house, and the surrounding grass had returned to its original state, showing no traces of his passage from yesterday. What surprised him the most was that the merchant had gone out before him. Why were there also no traces of the grass being pressed down? Sun Kai remembered that the position he came to last night was in front of the wooden house, which meant he had to leave from the back this time. The prairie was very quiet, not even a whisper of wind. Sun Kai stopped to rest after walking a distance to ensure he had plenty of energy. Otherwise, if he encountered a ghost without any energy, he could only wait to die. This time he seemed to be lucky, encountering 2 god boxes, but unfortunately, there were no cards inside. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound ahead. The noise was very hurried, as if someone was running. Sun Kai immediately stopped his movements and saw a figure quickly running not far ahead. But running through the grass required pushing aside the obstructive grass in front of him. This will undoubtedly slow down their speed. Behind this person, a huge ghost is chasing after him. Although it is not the first time encountering a ghost, this time Sun Kai has some confidence inside. Even if he cannot defeat it, he can still escape. At that moment, the ghost suddenly threw the large club in its hand, smashing it directly onto this person's head. Bang! The head burst open immediately, a foul smell rushing towards Sun Kai, almost making him vomit. The ghost seemed very satisfied with the result, surprisingly not taking the body away, but instead squatting there to eat. It must be noted that Sun Kai is less than 2 meters away from the ghost. At this moment, Sun Kai's heart is a bit shaken. Should he take the chance to leave now, or get rid of this ghost? If he runs away, he will definitely make a sound, and the ghost's speed is not slower than a human's. If he continues to be chased by the ghost, he will eventually be caught. In this case, there is only one way. Get rid of this ghost. Having made his decision, Sun Kai immediately took out a bottle of gasoline from his body and pulled out a small piece of cloth as a wick. He lit it with a lighter, and in an instant, the gasoline bottle was on fire. Go! Sun Kai threw the gasoline bottle at the ghost, while at that moment, the ghost was still eating the body and hadn't noticed the gasoline bottle at all. Or even if it noticed, it had no time to dodge. Boom! Crash! The gasoline bottle exploded on the ghost, like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. Its whole body was burning with flames, screaming in pain. This is thanks to the lush green grass around. If it were dry grass, Sun Kai wouldn't dare to do this even if you killed him. Once a large fire breaks out, he would also be burned to death. Ayo. The ghost rolled around in the grass, but this is gasoline, not so easily extinguished. Not long after, Sun Kai smelled a burning smell, and the ghost's screams became weaker and weaker. Finally, the ghost lay on the ground, motionless, as if it were dead. Sun Kai did not rush forward but continued to hide in the original place, observing in secret. An hour passed like this, and Sun Kai noticed one of the ghost's hands droop down, feeling a bit scared inside. He didn't expect this ghost to actually be intelligent, wanting to trap him in its last moments. Fortunately, he has always been cautious, or he would have been humiliated by the ghost's trickery. It would be a disgrace back home. After waiting a while longer, Sun Kai felt it was about time and approached. This ghost's death was very tragic. The hair on its head was burned to charcoal, and its face was utterly disfigured. What Sun Kai cared about more was whether the ghost had any information he needed. He crouched down to carefully search the ghost's body and found a metal box in an instant. Chapter 35 Ghost's Rules. The previous divine boxes were all plastic boxes. This is the first time I've seen a metal box. Sun Kai was very curious and slowly opened the box, revealing a card inside. This card has a strange name, called the Daylight card. What does this mean? Can this card only be used during the day? Fortunately, at this time, a hint appeared. This card can turn the night into day. Sun Kai was greatly shocked. The effect of this card was incredible. It must be known that the limitations on humans in the dark are very great. Only during the day can humans possibly escape the ghost's grasp. This card can be a lifesaver at a critical moment. Each card has a rule on the back, and Sun Kai was eager to know what the rule for this card would be. Rule: Ghost. 1. The number of ghosts is maintained at 9. If a ghost dies, one human will be randomly chosen to become a ghost. 2. Ghosts must eat one person every day, otherwise, they will die. 3. Ghosts have poor eyesight. 4. At night, 2 ghosts will randomly be selected to turn into merchants. Facing the merchants, one must trade normally. Oh my gosh, 4 rules suddenly popped up, all about ghosts. Through these rules, Sun Kai finally understood the number of ghosts, a total of 9. In such a large place, only 9 ghosts, to be honest, is quite few. The ghosts actually need to eat a person every day, otherwise they will die. This is a very useful rule. If he focuses on one ghost and prevents it from eating, that ghost will also perish. But the probability of this is too low. If it weren't for the gasoline bottle this time, he could never have killed a ghost. Moreover, once a ghost becomes a real ghost, physical attacks will probably be ineffective. The ghosts have poor eyesight, something he didn't know, since when he sees a ghost, he instinctively runs away. Who would think so much? This rule has a high possibility of being true, otherwise, why would the rule specifically say not to move around casually after dark? Once you move, you will be discovered by the ghost. Only when you stay still can the ghost not notice you. The last rule, Sun Kai guessed last night. He felt a bit scared. Luckily he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts. If he really went after the merchant would probably lay it all out. Facing a ghost, especially in the same house, he could never escape. As one of the 2 national fortunate ones from last time, many people from various countries are watching him. When they saw these brand new rules, they immediately noted them down and notified their own fortunate ones through 3 reminders. At least knowing these rules means they won't easily die. Meanwhile, the other miller, since finding the tribe, began to brush up favorability here. However, he had no intention of leaving, as if he wanted to stay forever. But when he saw the reminder from his country's support team, his face changed. If the tribe loses its function in 3 days, then all his previous preparations would be in vain. Damn! This rule is very unfavorable to me. I must find a way. Sun Kai didn't know Miller's thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Ghosts cannot be killed endlessly, and humans will eventually be killed one by ghosts. This is a deadlock. He must find a way to clear this haunted world. For now, the way to clear it is either in some tribe or on the ghosts themselves. But the gasoline bottle in his hand has already been used. The chance of encountering the merchant again to buy another gasoline bottle is purely based on luck. After walking a distance, he saw a new wooden house. From the surface, this wooden house seemed to have been in use for a long time, similar to the last one. Sun Kai guessed that these wooden houses should be the places where ghosts live. Only some ghosts have died, and new ghosts appeared. This would lead to many old houses here, which could also be an opportunity for their fortunate ones. Basically, as long as one hides in the dilapidated wooden house, they won't encounter ghosts. At night, 2 ghosts even turn into merchants, adding a higher safety level. But just as Sun Kai was preparing to approach, he heard a slight noise coming from inside the wooden house. Ghosts? Sun Kai was startled and prepared to run, but then he heard a person's voice shouting from behind. Friend, we are human, not ghosts. Sun Kai hurriedly stopped, turned around, and indeed, 2 people, a man and a woman, walked out of the wooden house. Sun Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they are not ghosts, it's fine. I'm called Debang. This is my sister Dehua. What's your name? Sun Kai had long wanted to complain about the names of the people here. Everything starts with De. Is this envy of the ghost's huge size? I'm Sun Kai. How did you end up here? According to the information previously told by Deku, people from the tribe usually rarely enter ghost places. After all, no one can guarantee whether the ghost is inside or not. Last time, Deku was so careless, purely because the things behind the wooden house were too tempting, making him let his guard down. This is an abandoned house haunted by ghosts. We occasionally come here to rest. Which tribe are you from? Dabong was very enthusiastic and even took out food from his own supplies. I come from the Daku tribe. That's right, the name of the tribe that Sun Kai went to before is exactly this. And Daku is also the chieftain of the tribe. So you're a friend from the Daku tribe. We are from the Dabong tribe. Sun Kai was a bit surprised. The ordinary-looking man in front of him was also a chieftain? How come he keeps encountering chieftains everywhere? After a brief exchange, Sun Kai learned that these siblings were out searching for food because their tribe's food supply had a problem. Brother Sun Kai, I wonder if your Daku tribe can help us a little? Faced with their hopeful gazes, he smiled wryly and said, Actually, I used to be a wanderer and was brought back by people from the Daku tribe, but last time I encountered a ghost, he died, and I don't know how to return to the tribe. The siblings suddenly understood. Generally speaking, people who just joined a tribe really do not know how to return to the tribe. In that case, do you have any thoughts about joining our Dabong tribe? Sun Kai's heart soared with joy. He needed to go to the tribe to see the situation, especially since today was the third day. If the rules were indeed calculated from when they first entered, then tonight, something would happen in the tribe. Of course. Seeing Sun Kai agree, the siblings were very happy, and the three of them began searching for the mystical box outside until it was almost time to return. On the way back, Sun Kai noticed that the siblings were very fast, as if there was a lighthouse ahead, with no stops whatsoever. If it weren't for the enhancement of his body, he probably wouldn't be able to keep up with their speed. After walking for what felt like a long time, Sun Kai found himself arriving at a new tribe. Chapter 36, The Secret of the Tribe. The Dabong tribe and the Daku tribe are not too different, it's just that this village seems to have fewer young and middle-aged people. No wonder Dabong was so happy when he heard Sun Kai was willing to join. Their tribe really has very few young people left. After a round of introductions, many people greeted Sun Kai with friendly smiles. After dinner, Sun Kai lay on his bed, looking into the darkness outside. If the rules are not wrong, something will happen tonight. At this moment, it was very quiet outside, with only faint sounds of people snoring. Sun Kai picked up the liquid crystal watch in his hand and checked the time. This was a thing he exchanged with Dabong. It's now midnight, it probably won't be long before the ghost appears, right? As a result, Sun Kai waited all night and didn't see a trace of the ghost, which left him dumbfounded. No way, could it be that the rule is fake? If it really was fake, that would be great. The problem is that Dabong suddenly called everyone together, holding a pager in his hand. We just received news from the Dashu tribe. Their tribe has already been destroyed by ghosts. These words shocked everyone. The tribe had always been the safest place. This was something imprinted in their minds like a theorem. Now suddenly saying that a tribe was destroyed by ghosts, how could they believe it? Although I don't want to believe it either, this is indeed a fact. Each of our tribes has one of these. We only use it in case of major events. Chieftain, what do we do now? The tribe isn't safe. If we go out into the wild, we'll soon be eaten by ghosts. Someone let out a piercing scream, and others echoed in agreement. No one wanted to believe this matter. After all, the tribe is unsafe, and they must go to the wild. But the dangers of the wild are even greater. No one knows from where the ghosts will appear. Encountering a ghost outside can mean certain death. Looking at so many people chattering away, Dabang felt a bit anxious. Although he was the chief, his power in the tribe wasn't that strong. More often, he served as a manager. Only in this way could the tribe thrive. But now their tribe had lost its purpose, and no solution would work. At that moment, Sun Kai knew he needed to step forward. Everyone, may I say something? Upon seeing that the speaker was a newcomer to the tribe, others turned with curious eyes. Sun Kai, what do you want to say? Since the Dishu tribe has been destroyed by the ghosts, this proves one thing: the tribe can no longer protect us. We must take advantage of the daylight and find another place. I understand that, but where can we go? Sun Kai's lips curled up, naturally to those abandoned wooden houses. Sun Kai had thought about this earlier. If they really abandoned the tribe, where else could they go? So he thought of the abandoned wooden houses. Although he didn't know how many there were, at least it was a place to stay. If they stayed in the grass, they would eventually be caught by the ghosts. Dabang's eyes lit up. They couldn't stay in the tribe. The abandoned wooden houses were the best choice. But the wooden houses are only so big. How can they hold so many of us? Someone asked. In response, Sun Kai was also prepared. He looked at Dabang. I'd like to know, why can the place where the tribe is located prevent grass from growing and still provide shelter here? Clearly, in the whole tribe, only the chief was qualified to know this matter. Faced with Sun Kai's inquiry, Dabang hesitated a bit. His sister, Da Hua, frowned and said, Brother, what time is it? Are you still trying to hide something? Do you have to wait until everyone in the tribe is dead before you speak? Sun Kai secretly gave Da Hua a thumbs up. Only she could say such words. Others probably didn't have the courage. Alright, this matter has always been passed down by the chief. I can only tell you this much. Dabang led Sun Kai to the side and looked at the edge of the tribe. Do you know, actually, in the beginning, there were no ghosts at all. We don't know what happened later that caused the ghosts to appear. Dabang thought that when he spoke these words, Sun Kai would be very shocked. But Sun Kai already knew that ghosts were humans transformed, so he naturally wasn't surprised. Ghosts eat people, and people must avoid ghosts, but in this vast grassland, there's nowhere for people to hide. If this continues, humans will surely die out, and without people to eat, the ghosts will die one by one. I don't know which hero negotiated with the ghosts. He needed the ghosts to give humans a place to thrive, and the price was that the ghosts could hunt humans elsewhere. The ghosts agreed, thus several human tribes were formed, but then another problem arose: if the ghosts did not eat humans, they would die. The ghosts freed up a spot. They must turn humans into new ghosts, so the chief was born. Sun Kai was dumbfounded. He finally realized what the chief's position meant. They were actually the ghost's reserves. If a ghost died, then the chief would take that position. Most importantly, he learned one thing: the tribe had no role in protecting humans. Instead, the ghosts intentionally spared this area to avoid depleting their resources. And one more thing I want to know: why hasn't grass grown here in the tribe? Dabang's eyes carried a hint of dejection. It was said, using the blood of mixed humans and ghosts can stop the grass from growing. The number of humans and ghosts that died to create so many tribes is incalculable. Sun Kai was filled with questions. Were these ghosts crazy? To help humans create the tribe's residents, they actually let many ghosts die? Did they really have the heart to let themselves die? You don't know, among the 9 ghosts, there is one most powerful ghost, we call him the Ghost King. It was him who negotiated with our human hero, leading to what happened later. Sun Kai suddenly understood. The Ghost King was the strongest, he could force the other ghosts to die as long as he himself stayed alive. After learning the secret about the tribe, Sun Kai thought of the ghost he killed yesterday. If he could use the blood of both ghosts and humans, wouldn't that expand the area around the abandoned cabin? At that time, their tribe could still gather together. Sun Kai did not forget the hidden hint that told him ghosts feared places with many people. For the sake of this hint, Sun Kai was willing to take a gamble this time. When Sun Kai told Big Stick about killing a ghost, his face was filled with shock. Chapter 37, A New Tribe. According to the records of human history here, only that hero who negotiated with the Ghost King killed a ghost alone. Since then, no one has ever done such a thing. One could say Sun Kai's actions left him very shocked. You must be the hero sent by heaven. Seeing Big Stick excited, Sun Kai quickly got to the point. What I mean is, the ghost I killed is not far from the cabin. If we search for it, we can use its blood along with our blood to expand the area of the cabin. There was no reason for Big Stick to refuse this plan, it was impossible to live in the grass. After spending half a day, a group of people packed their things and reluctantly left the tribe they had lived in for a lifetime. Big Stick knew that the ghosts had previously spared humans because of the agreement with the hero. But this time, it was unknown what had gotten into the Ghost King, suddenly prompting the ghosts to attack the tribe. This meant the past agreement had lost its effect. If they continued to stay here, there would be only one outcome: to become the food of ghosts. More than 100 people walked on the grassland, like a long snake. These people seemed to have a great sense of direction. After just a few moments of positioning, they found the abandoned cabin where they had rested before. Seeing this new place to live, many people's eyes finally showed a glimmer of hope. This is our new home. Everyone, let's tidy up a bit. A few people come with me. Big Stick gathered a few people and, based on Sun Kai's memory, took quite some time to finally find the dead ghost. Upon seeing the ghost's body, the tribespeople were very shocked. Chief, who killed this ghost? Big Stick pointed at Sun Kai, with a proud look. Of course, it was Brother Sun Kai. The few were astonished and then looked at Sun Kai with admiring eyes, nearly making him float away. Only Sun Kai knew that being able to kill the ghost was entirely due to luck. First, the ghost was eating a corpse and hadn't noticed him behind it at all. And once the gasoline bottle ignited, it would cover the entire body of the ghost. He would have only one outcome: being burned to death. The group quickly moved the ghost's body. Although it had been set overnight, the ghost's body showed no signs of decay. Returning to the new tribe, the people inside showed shocked expressions upon seeing them carry back a ghost's body. When they learned that it was Sun Kai who killed the ghost, they were all stunned. Big Stick took this opportunity to tell them how to expand the land. So everyone began to offer their blood. Mixed with blood obtained from the ghost, almost enough to fill a plastic bucket. Is this enough? Sun Kai was a bit doubtful. It's enough. Although it might not be as much as before, it can barely accommodate all of us. Dabeo carried the plastic bucket to the edge of the grass, then took out a ladle to scoop some blood and sprinkle it directly. In an instant, the dense grass, as if seeing a ghost, wildly retreated backward, pulling back several meters. So amazing? It seems this bucket of blood is nearly sufficient. With Dabeo sprinkling, the blood made this place expand considerably. These people began to build a simple house for themselves, as they had very few supplies they could carry. Dabeo, did you get any responses from the other tribes I asked you to contact? Sun Kai took a moment to ask Dabeo. They all responded, but 3 tribes refused to leave. Sun Kai nodded, understanding that not everyone could decide to leave the place they had lived their whole lives. Moreover, even if they found an abandoned wooden house, without the ghost's blood, they could not expand their living area. More than 100 people squeezed into a space of just a few dozen square meters, which would be even harder to bear. Sun Kai could not care for everyone, he just needed to ensure the number did not fall below 100. This meant he needed to guarantee that Dabeo's tribe would be safe. Dabeo, can you take out some useful supplies from the tribe for me to see? If it were anyone else, Dabeo might not agree, but Sun Kai had already proven his heroism through actions. Without hesitation, Dabeo took out all the resources from the tribe, allowing Sun Kai to pick as he wished. Sun Kai carefully looked through the items, but he was disappointed. There were lighters and even candles, but no gasoline. Trying to burn the ghost seemed impossible now. Nevertheless, he did not give up. Since fire attacks were not an option, they would pile up their numbers. Sun Kai found some scrap metal pieces, tied them with a wooden stick, and made simple weapons. Such weapons did exist in the tribe, though not many, usually used for clearing paths. As for dealing with ghosts, no one had such an idea. "Brother Sun Kai, what are you doing?" "Dabeo, since the ghost has decided not to spare us, we must find a way to save ourselves. Pick up your weapons. When encountering a ghost, even if we can't win, we must tear off a piece of its flesh." Sun Kai had encountered ghosts several times and had gained some basic understanding of them. Ghosts were very tall, about 2.5 meters, and looked extremely terrifying. Especially the ghost's strength, it could easily lift a person weighing over 100 pounds and throw them away. This strength was definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. In a direct confrontation, they needed a large number of people and to attack the ghost's weak points. Only then could there be even a slim chance of defeating the ghost. Dabeo was not a coward, he just had too many concerns before, but now that things had turned out like this, what else was there to worry about? "Brother Sun Kai, if I ever become a ghost, my sister will be the next chief. She will take over as the new Dabeo. The tribe will be handed over to you." Sun Kai was stunned. He could tell that Dabeo was sincere, which put a lot of pressure on him. In order to find a way to deal with the ghost, Sun Kai activated his brain and began to think of how he could handle the ghost. Then, he finally thought of something. That is the cards. Right, how could I forget about the cards? Although I haven't drawn cards capable of killing ghosts yet. But there is a possibility of this. In excitement, Sun Kai directly found Big Stick and asked him about the card. As a result, Big Stick looked at him with a puzzled face. "What card? Our tribe doesn't have such a thing." "What? No." Sun Kai was stunned for a moment, then remembered something. Big Ku, after all, is a chieftain. Why wouldn't he have something to protect his life? Chapter 38 Hero Card. Earlier, he thought it was because Big Ku died too quickly and didn't have time to take it out. Now it seems that the people of this world simply cannot produce cards. So, Sun Kai made a request for everyone to collect the divine boxes and hand them over to him to open. On one hand, he wanted to obtain more cards to help improve the survival abilities of Big Stick's tribe. On the other hand, he wanted to see if there were more rules on other cards, especially the methods to pass levels. So far, he still did not know what the method to pass levels was, and neither did the other national fortune bearers. On the 4th day of entering this world, about 60% of the national fortune bearers were left, but not one had obtained the method to pass levels. Even the rules for humans and ghosts, they were all copied from Sun Kai. It can be said that without Sun Kai, their performance would be even worse. After receiving Sun Kai's instructions, Big Stick immediately ordered the tribe members to retrieve the divine boxes for Sun Kai to open. Faced with the chieftain's words, no one refused. This time, Sun Kai did not go out. He wanted to greatly increase the safety of this place. "Big Stick, if the soil is dug out, will the soil still exist there?" This was what Sun Kai was most curious about. Even if the grass was pulled up, it would grow back, so, from another angle, what about the soil? If it's in our place, the soil won't reappear after being dug out, and the outside soil won't either, but the grass will still grow back from the dug-up area. Sun Kai nodded. So that's how it is. Even so, he could still set up some simple traps. After the merchant incident, he realized something: ghosts could also be harmed. As long as the traps were set well, even if it was a matter of luck, it could weaken the ghost's combat power. "I need some manpower to set simple traps nearby." Sun Kai shared his idea with Big Stick, who immediately agreed. Since the young and strong were sent out to search for divine boxes, only the elderly, children, and women remained in the tribe. This time, concerning the safety of the tribe, they all expressed their desire to join. Thus, a group of people began digging traps within 100 meters around the new tribe, making a total of 10, nearly covering all directions. Of course, they would dig them first and then make final arrangements when those people returned. Otherwise, it would be hilarious if their own people stepped into their own traps. That day, not a single person encountered a ghost, but Big Stick received another piece of news. A tribe that hadn't left its original position was destroyed by ghosts. There were only 9 tribes in total, and now 2 had been destroyed, with no one knowing how many had died. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it would be their tribe's turn. Upon hearing about the fate of the second tribe, the remaining 2 tribes that hadn't left finally came to their senses and chose to leave their original tribe. In an area as large as the grass, there was hardly anywhere to survive, but there was one place that was their best choice. That was the abandoned wooden house. Sun Kai couldn't control the other tribes, but the people who went out from Big Stick's tribe finally returned before dark. Almost everyone brought back several divine boxes. Those who were lucky even brought back as many as 10. Such a divine box wouldn't be very big at all. Big Stick stood beside Sun Kai after having others finish the last step of the trap. He also wanted to see what the card Sun Kai was talking about was. Sun Kai took a deep breath and began to open the divine box. Great, the first one was sent. Inside, apart from a little food and daily necessities, there was nothing special. It wasn't until the third box that a card finally came out. Unfortunately, it was a transformation card, which could only avoid ghosts and couldn't defeat them. Sun Kai did not give up and opened all 56 divine boxes in one breath. In the end, he got 6 cards, which was about a 1/6 chance, a pretty good result. Among these 6 cards, there were 2 transformation cards, 2 swift cards, and 1 binding card. He already had these cards, so they did not catch his attention. The only card he was concerned about was the last one. Hero card. When he saw this card, his mind was filled with question marks. What did this mean? Could it be that using this card would turn him into a hero? But if it were that simple, wouldn't this spooky world be too easy to clear? Sun Kai instinctively believed that the possibility was not great. However, many of those watching his livestream believed the hero card was key and notified their own national luck bearers right away. But without good speaking skills and without having killed a ghost, how could they casually persuade a chieftain? In the end, very few succeeded. One of them was Miller, who really was an acting emperor. His skills would easily fool a chieftain. He completely copied Sun Kai's method and led the tribe to an abandoned wooden house. But he hadn't killed a ghost, so he couldn't obtain the ghost's blood, and a group of people could only squeeze into such a small place. To be honest, it looked quite pathetic. He also had the tribe help him find divine boxes, and indeed many were found, but when he opened them... Damn it! Miller blurted out a curse. Not only were there only 2 cards inside, but they were both transformation cards. These things were useless except for avoiding ghosts. What he needed was the hero card. His curse made the tribe look at him with strange expressions. Originally, he had persuaded the chieftain with his speaking skills, but others did not treat him kindly. It was simple, not everyone was willing to leave, especially since coming to such a place made sleeping a squeeze. Miller did not notice this, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. In his eyes, these people were just NPCs, and he wouldn't feel sorry even if they all died. On Sun Kai's side, he checked the rules on the back of the 6 cards and found that there were indeed no new rules, before looking at Big Stick. Big Stick, this is the card I was talking about. But what Sun Kai never expected was that upon seeing him pull out these cards, Big Stick actually knelt directly. Big Stick, what are you doing? Sun Kai was shocked. You must be the hero sent by heaven to save us humans. Big Stick was in tears, making Sun Kai's lips twitch a bit. Get up first, can you speak properly? After Sun Kai's persuasion, Big Stick finally stood up and told him why he had knelt. Because he believed that Sun Kai was the hero of these humans. Many years ago, when the last hero appeared, it was also at a time when humanity was on the brink of collapse, saving humanity from disaster. Chapter 39, Brother, want a drink? The most important thing was that the chieftain spread a story. That is, the former hero held some cards and faced the powerful Ghost King directly. At first, when Big Stick heard Sun Kai mention the cards, he had some doubts. Only when he saw the cards with his own eyes did he confirm that Sun Kai was definitely the hero sent by heaven to save them humans. Sun Kai was dumbfounded. How did he suddenly become a hero? Everyone around had heard Debang's words and looked at Sun Kai with eyes full of admiration, as if they were seeing a divine being. Debang, I really am not a hero, but I will do my best to ensure the people of the Debang tribe survive. Debang smiled and nodded, seeming to think it didn't matter whether Sun Kai believed it or not, they had already decided on this matter. Seeing the expression on the other's face, Sun Kai knew his explanation was in vain. Forget it, let's first organize the supplies. And one more thing, at night it's best to have someone keep watching shifts, that would be safer. Previously, Sun Kai thought the tribe had a protective role and never considered this issue. But now, things were different. If there were no one keeping watch and a ghost truly got lucky, stepping into a trap, then that would be disastrous. At that time, besides him who had the card, the others wouldn't be able to survive at all. Wait, can the others use the card? Sun Kai thought for a moment, then found Debang and gave him a transformation card, asking him to try it out to see if he could use it. Brother Sun Kai, you mean this card can let me transform into anything around me? Debang was completely amazed. Now he understood why the human heroes of the past could contend with the Ghost King. With such a magical card, he could do it too. But after what just happened, he already knew one thing. That is, only Sun Kai could open the cards, others might spend their whole lives opening the divine boxes, but they would never get a card. Debang looked around and directly chose grass. That's right, what is the most abundant thing on the prairie? It's this endless grassland. If he turned into a blade of grass and hid in the grass, who could find him? Debang felt very strange. He knew he had turned into grass, but he still had his vision and hearing, and even the ability to move. It was just that this movement was very slow, only at the speed of normal walking. He slowly moved into the grass and stood still. With this, no one could tell he was a human. "Debang, since you can also use the card, I will only keep one card for myself, and you can arrange the rest." Unfortunately, as grass, Debang lost the ability to speak. After half an hour passed, Debang looked at him with a shocked expression. "Brother Sun Kai, is this really okay? This is your tool to deal with ghosts." Sun Kai waved his hand. "Everything is for humanity. Tomorrow let them continue searching for divine boxes. The number of divine boxes nearby should increase a lot." Sun Kai hadn't forgotten that the rule said if there were problems in the human tribe, the refresh rate of the divine boxes outside would increase. Seeing Sun Kai willing to take out such a precious item as the card moved Debang deeply. "Brother Sun Kai, as long as the Debang tribe exists, we will not let you die in front of us. The Debang tribe will always protect you." Sun Kai, just as he said, kept one transformation card, one swift card, and one binding card. And a hero card whose effect he still did not know. At night, Debang followed Sun Kai's orders and had some people from the tribe take turns keeping watch. These people weren't sneaky, whatever needed to be done, they did, and nothing happened that night. On the 5th day, they went out again to collect divine boxes. This time Debang also went out and even gave some brave people from the tribe a card to carry. These cards could save lives when encountering ghosts at critical moments. Sun Kai actually wanted to go out too, but was persuaded by Debang to stay behind. Because he was too important for the Debang tribe, and only he could draw the cards from the divine boxes. If something happened to Sun Kai, their tribe could only wait for death. But at noon, someone from the tribe hurriedly ran back. "Brother Sun Kai, I encountered a ghost outside, not far from here, chasing a person." Sun Kai's expression tightened. A ghost nearby meant the other side might find them. With that in mind, they had to be careful. "Which direction?" "Over there." Following the direction the person pointed, Sun Kai immediately sent someone to stake out, to prevent the ghost from coming in. Fortunately, they waited until the afternoon without any sign of a ghost. But this also meant one thing: the ghost was out hunting humans. When night fell, and everyone returned, Sun Kai's face changed. He remembered clearly that about 30 people went out to collect the divine boxes. But this time, only 28 people came back. Where are the other two? No need to look, they should not be coming back. Debang's voice was very deep, and the atmosphere in the tribe suddenly darkened. Sun Kai realized how dangerous it was to go out collecting divine boxes, especially at this time. Those ghosts were crazily hunting for humans, and people going out could easily encounter them. Just happenstance, the two missing people did not have cards. Yet, one person who had gotten a card said he also encountered a ghost, but he had a swift win card and successfully escaped the ghost's pursuit. This made Debang realize the importance of cards. As long as they had cards, they would have safety when going out. "Brother Sun Kai, open the divine box. As long as we have enough cards, we can save our lives from the ghosts." Sun Kai nodded and opened the divine box once again. His luck had always been good. This time, he actually got 7 cards, mostly of these 3 types with no other types. But even with these 3 types, it was sufficient. Debang continued distributing the cards, then came over to Sun Kai. "Brother, care for a drink?" He suddenly had a bottle of liquor in his hand and 2 small cups. "Aren't you afraid of drinking too much and not being able to run when the ghosts come at night?" Sun Kai teased him with a smile. 1 or 2 cups is fine, as long as I don't drink too much." Sun Kai certainly knew this, he was just reminding him. The 2 clinked cups and sipped. "Ah, it's really spicy, but this feeling is quite nice." Debang grinned. Their people rarely drank. Sun Kai smiled. Some people in the real world were alcoholics. Besides, the liquor was so strong. Wait. Strong liquor? Sun Kai suddenly stood up, looking at the liquor by his side. How did he forget? Liquor is as flammable as gasoline, just that gasoline is a bit stronger. But at this moment, Sun Kai didn't have the heart to be picky, having something usable was already good. Debang, where did you get this liquor, and how much is left? I found it in the leftovers from the previous chief, there are only 2 bottles left. Don't drink it, bring over the other bottle. This is the best weapon against ghosts. Hearing that this thing could deal with ghosts, Debang quickly got up and went to get the other bottle of liquor. Brother, how does liquor deal with ghosts? To them, liquor was just something to drink occasionally. When things got busy, he didn't touch alcohol at all. This time, if it weren't for the impact of Sun Kai's cards, he wouldn't be in the mood to drink. Liquor is similar to gasoline, both are flammable materials. As long as you ignite it and throw it at the ghost, it basically won't kill the ghost but might burn it. A bottle of gasoline can take down a ghost, but a bottle of liquor is still uncertain. Debang's eyes lit up. We only have these 2 bottles, but other tribes might have more. When I let people meet other tribes. Let's trade. At this moment, the Big Stick also understood that as long as the people of the Big Stick tribe were alive, he couldn't control the other tribes. Just do your best. If it doesn't work, don't force it. Finding the white liquor was a pleasant surprise. After it got dark, a group of people returned to the temporary houses they had built to rest. Fortunately, the prairie has one good thing: there isn't much change in the weather here, with temperatures around 20 degrees all day long. Because of this, even sleeping in the grass, it would be impossible to freeze to death. Sun Kai slept deeply until he heard a piercing voice. The ghost is coming. In the quiet night, this voice suddenly woke many people. A group scrambled up, instantly throwing the entire tribe into chaos. But just then, a shout rang out, "Everyone stay where you are and don't move." It was the voice of the Big Stick, and he was holding a flashlight in his hand, a rarity even in the tribe. In their eyes, something that could shine in the night was a treasure. According to what was agreed before, those who have the flashlight, turn it on and aim it at the ghost that is about to come. Elders, children, and women gather together, ready to leave at any time. The evacuation team, protect them, others follow me. With the Big Stick's command, the tribe finally stabilized. Sun Kai was quite satisfied. The Big Stick was indeed the chief, showing courage at a crucial moment. A group of people holding flashlights directed their beams ahead, and a terrifying ghost, holding a wolf's fawn club, stepped forward. Humans, so many humans. Seeing so many people here, the ghost's eyes almost sparkled. Sun Kai saw this scene and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Tip, didn't you say ghosts are afraid of places with many people? Why do I feel it's even more excited? Unfortunately, no matter how much he cursed, the Tip had no response. The ghost charged towards the closest Sun Kai and the others, as if planning to catch them all in one go, ready for a buffet. Who will use a wind card first to keep cursing at the ghost, attracting its attention, and hopefully get it to step into the traps outside? Sun Kai said to these people. I'll do it. A man stepped forward without hesitation, directly using the wind card. His speed instantaneously skyrocketed as he dashed forward. Ugly monster, fat pig, come catch me. As he spoke, he deliberately turned his back to the ghost and gave it a couple of slaps. This level of mockery almost drove the ghost mad. 2 puffs of blue smoke came out of its nose. Humans, all food. The ghost howled and chased after that man, completely ignoring the others. Sun Kai couldn't help but chuckle. This ghost was completely brainless. However, this also facilitated their actions, with Sun Kai and the Big Stick each holding bottles of white liquor, already plugged with gauze, and their lighters ready. They followed the ghost into the grass. Due to the tall grass blocking much light, they could only rely on sounds to catch up. This posed great danger for Sun Kai and the Big Stick. If they collided with the ghost, with just one slap down, they wouldn't even have time to use their cards. At that moment, they heard a painful scream up ahead. The ghost stepped into their trap. Good job, take advantage of this moment. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. He quickly ran over and saw a ghost clutching one foot, howling in agony. He lit the gauze and threw it directly. Bang! Splash! The ignited white liquor splashed all over the ghost, causing it to wail in pain. It looked quite miserable. But no one felt the slightest pity. Humans and ghosts were enemies, and this enmity was irreconcilable. It was unclear whether it was the white liquor's power being weakened a bit or if this ghost had high fire resistance. It actually endured the burning pain and stood up. Humans! The ghost shouted, throwing the wolf-toothed club towards the direction of the tribe, before falling heavily to the ground. Sun Kai and the others' expressions changed. Not good. When they ran back to the tribe, what they saw was a crowd gathered together, with the cries of children and the sobs of women. Even the men who were supposed to protect them were crying. As they got closer, the scene made their hearts stop for a moment. Blood, shattered entrails, and stark white bones were everywhere. Roughly speaking, there were about 5 or 6 dead. Along with the injured, there were even 7 or 8. It can be said that once the ghost threw away the wolf-toothed club, it dealt a significant blow to the tribe. Debang gritted his teeth tightly. His fist bled without him knowing. His hatred for the ghost had reached its peak. Although Sun Kai had seen such bloody scenes before, this time, he felt very upset inside. Spending the past few days in the tribe, he had already established good relations with these people. Seeing the people he played and laughed with yesterday now turned into shattered corpses, nobody could feel good about it. At that moment, Sun Kai suddenly remembered something and pulled Debang to the side. This ghost is dead. Who will be the next ghost? Debang shook his head. Not me, I don't have that feeling. These words relieved Sun Kai. If Debang turned into a ghost at this moment, it would be troublesome. Even though they had killed the ghost, several people in the tribe had died, and for the time being, no one felt like celebrating. Sun Kai found the second metal box on the ghost's body. The previous metal box contained the ghost's rules, so what about this one? Chapter 41, Even Ghosts Have Houses. He opened it, carefully looking under the light of the nearby candle. Indeed, inside the metal box was a piece of paper, which wrote exactly the way to clear the game. How to clear the game. S rank, defeat the Ghost King. A rank, survive until only you are left. B rank, kill 9 ghosts, just reaching the number 9 is enough. The simplest C rank evaluation to clear the game surprisingly requires playing hide and seek with a ghost for 3 consecutive days. To be honest, this difficulty is not considered high. Fortune bearers can draw cards from the Divine Box, including the Gale card, Transformation card, and Binding card, all of which are good things for avoiding ghosts. It can be said that having these items significantly increases the chances of survival. The only difficulty is ensuring it is the same ghost and for 3 consecutive days. This means the fortune bearer needs to keep an eye on a ghost's residence and take it out for a stroll every day. As for the B rank evaluation to clear the game, killing 9 ghosts is no small challenge. Even he had only killed 2 ghosts so far, so the difficulty is quite high. The A rank evaluation is even more ridiculous. Who will be left until only I am the last one? Are you kidding me? With that rule, when the number of people drops below 100, the ghosts will turn into true ghosts. How do you even play like this? Even with cards, it is not guaranteed that you can outrun a real ghost. How much luck is needed to clear the A rank evaluation? As for the first S rank evaluation to clear the game, Sun Kai's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know how strong the Ghost King was, he could guess a little from the fact that he could command other ghosts. The Ghost King is stronger than the other 8 ghosts combined. How can he fight such a powerful Ghost King head-on? It seems that the only way to leave here is by using the C rank clearing method? But this left Sun Kai feeling somewhat unwilling. He stood here not just for himself, but also for Xia country. He clearly saw the tragic state of other countries in the last strange talk world of playing house. A wave of terror swept across the entire world. Many people in various countries are on the brink of collapse. If he cannot clear the level, then the people of Xia country will also suffer from the arrival of this bizarre world. At the same time, he will die. Not clearing the level means death, a very simple truth. At the same time, people from other countries saw the way to clear the level from Sun Kai and immediately used their last reminder opportunity. They informed their own national fortune holders of the clearing methods and kindly gave them a choice. That choice is the C-level clearing method. The S-level was the first to be eliminated. They simply do not have the ability to confront the Ghost King head-on. Not even Sun Kai could do it, so why should they? The A-level is also very difficult. They naturally saw the rule that once a ghost becomes a real ghost, who can guarantee that they can survive until the end? If they had such good luck, would they still be so unnoticed? As for the B-level clearing, the probability is also low. So far, Sun Kai has only killed 2 ghosts, relying on flammable materials like gasoline and white wine. But in this world, such flammable materials are truly scarce. Even if there are some, can you guarantee that you can safely kill ghosts every time? If any accidents happen, you will be left there forever and become food for the ghosts. Most national fortune holders saw the 4 clearing methods and without hesitation chose the C-level clearing. This is their only chance. They only need to find a wooden house where a ghost lives, then keep an eye on this ghost every day, taking it out to play hide and seek. After 3 consecutive days, they can clear the level. By then, they will be heroes of the nation. They happily followed through, but not everyone chose the same way. Some people decided to take a risk and chose the B-level clearing, while others chose the A-level clearing. And a few people surprisingly chose the highest difficulty S-level clearing, including Miller. Before he entered, he announced that he would let Sun Kai know how powerful he was. But his performance after entering was disappointing, making him somewhat angry and ashamed. Now that he finally knew the clearing method, he wouldn't think too much about it. He couldn't find the Ghost King alone, but he could mobilize the strength of the tribe. However, Miller overestimated his importance in the tribe. After he proposed to search for the Ghost King, he was directly kicked out by the chief, standing outside the tribe with a confused expression. This scene made many Xia country people watching him laugh uncontrollably. Who do you think you are, to be compared with our Sun Kai? On Sun Kai's side, after knowing the clearing method, he thought for a long time. In the end, he decided to play it safe and use the C-level clearing to return to reality. According to the records, if he uses the C-level clearing, the national fortune will not increase, and the citizens will not receive rewards, but conversely, the national fortune will not decrease, and the bizarre world will not arrive. It can be said to basically remain unchanged. But that is enough. Sun Kai is not planning to always take an S-level clearing every time. The last time was because he had already secured a guarantee for clearing and wanted to fight for an S-level clearing. This time, although he has a guarantee for the C-level clearing, he needs some time and cannot be distracted to deal with the Ghost King. Most importantly, what does he have to deal with the Ghost King? After making his decision, Sun Kai found the big stick the next day and said he had to go out for something. Brother, be careful outside, bring more food. Almost forgot, you don't seem to know how to return to the tribe, right? The big stick slapped his forehead. There had been too much going on these days, and he actually forgot this matter. Honestly, Sun Kai has always been curious about how the people here can find their own tribe precisely in this vast grassland. It's like everyone has a positioning system in their minds. Very magical. I saw the big stick extending its index finger to point at Sun Kai's forehead, with a serious expression. In the presence of all the members of the Big Stick tribe, Sun Kai officially joins the Big Stick tribe, and will fight for the rise of the tribe from now on. As soon as the words fell, Sun Kai felt a new place in his mind. That's right, this feeling was very magical, he could clearly sense the spot beneath his feet. But he did not know about other places. So this is how you find the tribe, I thought it was some scientific method. Sun Kai was a bit amused and confused. Since the tribe was established until today, it has always been this way. I can't say what the principle is, I also don't know. The big stick said with a big smile. Sun Kai didn't care about studying the principle, he just needed to know how to return to the tribe. He took some food and casually walked in a direction. Since he was preparing to complete the sea level evaluation, naturally, he had to find a ghost with a house. In this era, even ghosts have houses. Sun Kai thought for a moment, and his face darkened. Damn! Chapter 42, Kill the Merchant. After Sun Kai's relentless effort, he finally found a wooden house, and it seemed that a ghost lived inside. But the ghost wasn't in at the moment, and he didn't have the courage to walk straight in, so he simply waited at the edge of the grass. He believed the ghost would come back. He waited like this until almost dark, and then he saw a ghost dragging a corpse, walking slowly inside. Finally, it was dark. Miraculously, the ghost actually lit a kerosene lamp, but Sun Kai didn't want to watch the scene of it eating the corpse. I wonder how this 3 days is counted, is it by hours, or by day and night? But no matter which way, he had to provoke the ghost proactively. Provoking a ghost at night was like courting death. Ghosts in the night enter a berserk mode, greatly enhancing all abilities, including speed. If a ghost truly pursued him, even the win card could only outrun the ghost by a little. This point, Sun Kai had clearly seen last night. Only during the day could the win card help people shake off the ghost. Sun Kai was quite patient, waiting outside for several hours. He had to wait until the ghost fell asleep before he dared to sleep. Otherwise, who knew if the ghost would suddenly strike back? But just after the kerosene lamp went out, unexpectedly, the wooden house's door opened. Sun Kai gave a start, his spirit jolted, and he stared intently in that direction. Even though it was pitch black, once a person's eyes got used to the dark, they could still make out some shapes. Moreover, Sun Kai's physique had increased by 10 points, and since the eyes were part of the body, he could see more than an average person. In his vision, the figure that walked out of the wooden house was not a tall shadow, but a small, seemingly human figure. This left Sun Kai bewildered. What was going on? Then he suddenly remembered something. In the rules of ghosts, there was a clause. As soon as night fell, 2 ghosts would turn into merchants. How surprising that he stumbled upon this coincidence. What should he do at this moment? Should he directly strike down the merchant? But if he did that, would it count as killing a ghost? Or should he just pretend he saw nothing and still complete the sea level evaluation? Sun Kai felt a headache coming, but seeing the merchant about to leave, he knew he had to make a decision. So he stepped out directly and blocked the merchant's path. Oh, you scared me to death. Do you know that people can die from being scared? The merchant was startled and patted his chest upon seeing Sun Kai suddenly appearing. To be honest, if he hadn't witnessed this merchant coming out of a wooden house with a ghost. Very magical. I saw the big stick extending its index finger to point at Sun Kai's forehead, with a serious expression. In the presence of all the members of the Big Stick tribe, Sun Kai officially joins the Big Stick tribe, and will fight for the rise of the tribe from now on. As soon as the words fell, Sun Kai felt a new place in his mind. That's right, this feeling was very magical, he could clearly sense the spot beneath his feet. But he did not know about other places. So this is how you find the tribe, I thought it was some scientific method. Sun Kai was a bit amused and confused. Since the tribe was established until today, it has always been this way. I can't say what the principle is, I also don't know. The big stick said with a big smile. Sun Kai didn't care about studying the principle, he just needed to know how to return to the tribe. He took some food and casually walked in a direction. Since he was preparing to complete the sea level evaluation, naturally, he had to find a ghost with a house. In this era, even ghosts have houses. Sun Kai thought for a moment, and his face darkened. Damn! Chapter 42, Kill the Merchant. After Sun Kai's relentless effort, he finally found a wooden house, and it seemed that a ghost lived inside. But the ghost wasn't in at the moment, and he didn't have the courage to walk straight in, so he simply waited at the edge of the grass. He believed the ghost would come back. He waited like this until almost dark, and then he saw a ghost dragging a corpse, walking slowly inside. Finally, it was dark. Miraculously, the ghost actually lit a kerosene lamp, but Sun Kai didn't want to watch the scene of it eating the corpse. I wonder how this 3 days is counted, is it by hours, or by day and night? But no matter which way, he had to provoke the ghost proactively. Provoking a ghost at night was like courting death. Ghosts in the night enter a berserk mode, greatly enhancing all abilities, including speed. If a ghost truly pursued him, even the win card could only outrun the ghost by a little. This point, Sun Kai had clearly seen last night. Only during the day could the win card help people shake off the ghost. Sun Kai was quite patient, waiting outside for several hours. He had to wait until the ghost fell asleep before he dared to sleep. Otherwise, who knew if the ghost would suddenly strike back? But just after the kerosene lamp went out, unexpectedly, the wooden house's door opened. Sun Kai gave a start, his spirit jolted, and he stared intently in that direction. Even though it was pitch black, once a person's eyes got used to the dark, they could still make out some shapes. Moreover, Sun Kai's physique had increased by 10 points, and since the eyes were part of the body, he could see more than an average person. In his vision, the figure that walked out of the wooden house was not a tall shadow, but a small, seemingly human figure. This left Sun Kai bewildered. What was going on? Then he suddenly remembered something. In the rules of ghosts, there was a clause. As soon as night fell, 2 ghosts would turn into merchants. How surprising that he stumbled upon this coincidence. What should he do at this moment? Should he directly strike down the merchant? But if he did that, would it count as killing a ghost? Or should he just pretend he saw nothing and still complete the sea-level evaluation? Sun Kai felt a headache coming, but seeing the merchant about to leave, he knew he had to make a decision. So he stepped out directly and blocked the merchant's path. Oh, you scared me to death. Do you know that people can die from being scared? The merchant was startled and patted his chest upon seeing Sun Kai suddenly appearing. To be honest, if he hadn't witnessed this merchant coming out of a wooden house with a ghost, he thought he had made a mistake. A ghost has no IQ, right? Even the size is so big, how can it turn into a human-like merchant at night? All I can say is, the rules are amazing. You are a merchant, right? Huh, you know me? I have seen one of your companions and bought a lot of things from him. He even gave me a discount. The merchant was shocked. Discount? How is that possible? We never give discounts unless. Did you help him with something? Sun Kai was a bit surprised. This merchant was quite clever. That's right, he hurt his foot, and I helped bandage it. I knew it. We merchants usually don't give discounts. You can buy things, but let me be clear, I do not give discounts. Sun Kai's purpose, of course, was not to get a discount, but to see if this merchant had a gas canister. Do you have a gas canister? The merchant shook his head. No, but I have other good things here. Sun Kai was a bit disappointed. If you don't even have a gas canister, what good things could you have? Puff. Sun Kai sprayed out instantly. What did he see? The merchant was surprisingly holding a pistol in his hand? What a joke, how can there be a pistol in a place like this? If there really is a pistol, what's a ghost? Even a ghost king he could take on directly. But when he examined it closely, he found this was just an empty shell. There were no bullets inside. This made his heart sink. Without bullets, what good is a pistol? It's just a decoration. Do you have anything else? As the merchant brought out one item after another, although they all looked nice, none of them were what Sun Kai needed. Are you going to buy or not? If not, I'm leaving. The merchant got a bit angry, his eyes turning even red. It was obvious he was on the edge of fury. Although outwardly he looked human, inside he was still a ghost. Seeing a human in front of him stirred his inner cravings to want to devour this person directly. But the rules did not allow it. He could only wait for the human to act first, only then could he eat the human. Knowing this, Sun Kai was not worried at all, beginning to check each item one by one. There weren't many items, just over a dozen, and Sun Kai spent more than an hour to finish looking. He even had the merchant light candles so he could look closely at each one. The ghost inside the merchant was going crazy. What was wrong with this human? Seeing so many good things, he shouldn't be acting. Why isn't he acting? Why aren't you making a move already? Sun Kai's gaze soon locked on a short knife. The blade was only about half a meter long, and it felt very sharp to the touch. Waving it casually could fell a patch of grass. He picked up the short knife and came to the merchant. How much is this knife? Of course, it's a trade. Bring your most valuable item. Puff. A flash of the knife, a head flew straight up to the sky, still with a hint of confusion in its eyes. This human is not following the rules of martial ethics. After the merchant's body was separated from his head, the dead body and head quickly transformed back into a ghostly form. Seeing this scene, Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief. He had bet correctly. In fact, he had a kitchen knife on him, but compared to this short knife, the sharpness was lacking a lot. When he saw this knife, he had already changed his approach. Taking advantage of buying the short knife to get close to the other party, he instantly killed him. He had previously suspected that when ghosts became merchants, their bodies were human bodies. And human bodies were much weaker than ghostly bodies. With one strike, as long as the ghost didn't react in time, he could guarantee a one-hit kill. The facts proved he was successful. This was the third ghost he had killed. Initially, he planned to use this ghost to help him achieve a C-grade evaluation. But who knew this ghost had to turn into a merchant? Wasn't that deliberately attracting him? With the merchant dead, the things on the ground. All of it is his trophy. This is the biggest factor that drove Sun Kai to take risks. The handgun has no bullets, but there's no telling he might find bullets later, at least it's a hope. Chapter 43 Revenge. Among these things, the most valuable is this dagger and handgun, the others are quite ordinary. After putting away these items, he dug a pit at the door as usual before going to sleep. With a 10-point increase in his physical condition, he needs less sleep time to replenish the energy consumed during the day. Day 6. Last night's merchant is dead, so the ghost here no longer exists. The only thing Sun Kai is worried about is whether the big stick will be chosen as the new ghost. I can only rely on the big stick's luck. He set off again, walking into the grass, ready to search for a new wooden house. But this time, whether due to bad luck or something else, he did not discover a single wooden house. However, he did find a lot of divine boxes on the way, opening 2 transformation cards and taking whatever else he could carry. What he couldn't take, he left on the ground, hoping someone else might find it. He kept walking until the afternoon when he vaguely heard some noises. The sounds were chaotic, as if there was an argument. This was not the kind of noise a single person could make, it seemed many people were gathered together. Sun Kai sneaked closer to take a look. He saw a dozen people gathered here, split into 2 groups, arguing loudly. After listening for a bit, he understood the situation. These people were the survivors of 2 destroyed tribes. They happened to meet here and got into a dispute over the divine boxes. For them, who had no fixed place to rest, every divine box was crucial, no one was willing to give up. Sun Kai did not want to get involved in their argument, his current goal was to find a ghost. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly a scream rang out, coming closer and closer. It's a ghost, run! The shrill cries erupted from this group of people. No one expected to encounter a ghost here, and in an instant, they scattered like birds and beasts. But the ghost was too strong, it stretched out its hands and grabbed 2 people, slamming them together in the middle. Smash! The heads of the 2 people burst open on the spot, their bodies thrown to the ground by the ghost. Sun Kai hid in the grass, motionless. Luckily, no one ran his way or he would have wasted a transformation card. He noticed something strange. This ghost did not eat the corpses at first, instead, it continued to chase after people. Had the ghost's behavior changed? Or was there something he had not noticed? The ghost killed nearly 10 people in this area before it finally stopped. It piled up all the corpses and walked away leisurely while holding them. This was the moment Sun Kai had been waiting for. He quietly followed, holding a transformation card, ready to use it at any time. Fortunately, the sound made by the ghost moving was much louder than his, and it had no idea a human was following it. He followed all the way to behind the wooden house and discovered that there was actually a small yard behind the wooden house. His face darkened as he remembered. This is where Daku died. In that case, this ghost is the one that killed Daku? His planned scheme wavered again. Should he play hide and seek with this ghost to complete the sea-level clearance? Or should he take down this ghost and avenge Daku? Forget it, there are so many ghosts, but Daku's revenge cannot go unfulfilled. Sun Kai made his decision, to take down this ghost. He looked at what he had in hand, the only thing that could deal with the ghost was a dagger. But the dagger must be used up close to the ghost to have any chance of killing it. However, getting so close to the ghost only increases the chance of being slapped to death by it. He had to come up with a good plan. Kill this ghost. The ghost tossed a heap of corpses into the yard, directly tearing off an arm and throwing it into the chicken coop. The 2 hens inside immediately ran out, starting to peck at the arm. This made Sun Kai furrow his brows. These chickens were actually raised on human flesh, and after killing the ghost, he couldn't keep the 2 hens either. The ghost nodded in satisfaction, casually dragging a corpse into the house. Seeing Sun Kai's actions, anyone would think he was ready to complete the B-level clearance. After all, he had already killed 3 ghosts, he only needed to kill 6 more to finish the B-level clearance. But who knew that Sun Kai just wanted to complete a C-level clearance? B-level is already very good, but it's still a bit risky. If only he chose C-level instead. Xia Changqing felt a bit regretful. This time, passing A-level and above was nearly impossible. The only hopes were the B-level and C-level clearances. Xia Changqing would rather Sun Kai choose the C-level clearance method than risk attempting the B-level clearance method. However, many national fortune holders had already begun the C-level clearance method, and now some had persisted for 2 days. They had one last day, and they could clear and leave this damn world. Sun Kai had been quietly observing this ghost, looking for more weaknesses. I only have one chance. If I fail, I can only use the card to escape. Sun Kai was very clear about his strength, he had to seize that instant opportunity. But it seemed that the ghost, having stored a lot of food, was not planning to go out for now. 1 hour. 5 hours. Until the next day, Sun Kai had been hiding in the grass, his eyes bloodshot. This kind of surveillance was very torturous, but Sun Kai did not give up. Finally, he heard the sound of the ghost walking inside, as if it was about to come out. Sun Kai acted instantly, using the wind speed card, light as a swallow. In a few steps, he reached the edge of the door, but that wasn't enough. When he used the transformation card before, he felt a kind of sensation. The transformation card lasted half an hour and could end early. He used the transformation card again, directly turning into a piece of mud on the ground. Next, it was just waiting for the ghost to walk out. Creak. This was the sound of the door opening. The ghost walked out from inside. The moment the ghost's back was completely exposed to Sun Kai's eyes, he instantly lifted the effect of the transformation card and took out his third card. Binding card. The ghost's body suddenly froze, unable to move at all. A countdown also appeared above the ghost's head, starting from 5. This indicated that a binding card could bind the ghost for 5 seconds. That was completely enough for Sun Kai. He raised the short knife in his hand and began to slice madly at the ghost's neck. Once, twice, 3 times. Blood spurted out, splattering everywhere, while Sun Kai was oblivious. His only goal was to completely kill the ghost before him. Until the 5 seconds ran out, only a layer of skin remained where the ghost's head connected to its body. Sun Kai used this short knife to nearly sever the ghost's head completely. When the ghost's body fell heavily to the ground, Sun Kai sat down, gasping for breath. Chapter 44 Sea Level Clearance. This time he was able to kill the ghost, partly because the ghost was careless. The ghost probably never expected that a human would be squatting at the door, just waiting for him to come out. On the other hand, Sun Kai's weapon was extremely sharp. Those tribes didn't have weapons this sharp. And also the effects of Sun Kai's 3 cards. The effect of the wind speed card not only increased his speed but also the speed of swinging the weapon. The transformation card made Sun Kai undetectable by the ghost at first, otherwise, even if he was squatting nearby, the ghost would have sensed it. The last key is the bondage card, a 5-second strong control. If he can't kill a ghost in that time, Sun Kai feels he deserves to die. That seemingly short 5 seconds feels like a long time to Sun Kai. He doesn't even know how many times he swung his knife, he only knows that once the time is up. If the ghost doesn't die, then he dies. It's really not easy to kill a ghost. Sun Kai stood up, looking at the dead ghost in front of him, his gaze a bit complicated. He already knows that these ghosts were once human. But after becoming ghosts, they seem to have lost their memories of being human and completely see themselves as ghosts. This particular ghost killed Deku, which is why Sun Kai is so desperate to kill it. Deku, I have avenged you. When Sun Kai said this, everyone watching him was shocked. After all that, Sun Kai is actually dealing with the ghost to avenge someone named Deku? To many people, those who live there are just NPCs, and it doesn't matter if they all die. But some believe that Sun Kai is truly sincere. Of course, there are also those who say Sun Kai is being sentimental. Sun Kai doesn't care about other people's opinions. He walked into the room where the ground was covered in bloody bones. There is a strong smell of blood in the room. Sun Kai remained unfazed as he walked to the back of the yard and quickly killed 2 old hens, then looked at the vegetables in the yard. He was a bit suspicious that these vegetables might be growing thanks to human blood and flesh. Just as Sun Kai was about to leave, he heard a faint voice coming from the pile of dead bodies. Help, help me. Sun Kai was stunned. There was still a living person inside? He hurried over and saw that under the pile of dead bodies, there really was a person's finger still moving. When Sun Kai dragged the person out, he shook his head helplessly. This person's abdomen had a large gash, blood flowing out copiously. He was basically doomed. He wasn't dead yet, probably just barely holding on. Friend, if you have any last words, just say them. Help me protect the Deku tribe. Once he finished speaking, this person took his last breath. Sun Kai didn't expect this person to be from the Deku tribe, but he didn't know where the Deku tribe was. Even if he did know, he wouldn't abandon the Debang tribe to go to the Deku tribe. Friend, if I really encounter the Deku tribe, I will lend a hand. As Sun Kai closed the man's eyes, he searched around inside and out but found nothing special. He even searched the ghost's body and unexpectedly found a map. This made Sun Kai overjoyed. The biggest trouble on the grassland was the lack of a map. Having a map would make things much easier for him. When he opened the map, it displayed a circular image filled with greenery. In the center, there was an incredibly hideous ghost head surrounded by 8 smaller ghost heads. In the wider area, there were 9 human heads scattered around. This was 9 human tribes and 9 ghosts? But isn't this a map? Where is there a place that looks like this circular shape? Sun Kai then realized that this was not the real world but a world of strange tales. Then is a world that is circular problematic? According to the map, the 9 tribes are near the edge of the grassland, while the ghosts are near the center. The very center is undoubtedly where the Ghost King resides. But even knowing the location of the Ghost King, what can he do? Go up and chop the Ghost King? Don't joke around, a Ghost King who can easily decide the life and death of other ghosts is definitely far beyond his imagination and strength. This map, everyone outside has seen it, but unfortunately, many countries have already used their 3 warning chances and cannot warn. Moreover, even if they could warn, what could they do? Sun Kai went nearby to collect some divine boxes, and before dark, he returned here, full and satisfied, starting to rest. This day was a day many people had been looking forward to. They all wanted to know who would be the first one to successfully clear the challenge. Peter was a fortune bearer from a small country, and his luck was quite good. Since entering, he had not encountered any ghosts and even found some divine boxes. Relying on the food inside, he barely survived and later met some tribesmen, who brought him back to their tribe. He had been living cautiously until now, accumulating a few cards. But the intrusion of a ghost shattered his peace. Peter took the chance when the ghost was distracted by others and hurriedly ran away. Later, he received a reminder from his country's support team. He decided to complete the sea level challenge. As long as he persisted for 3 days and played hide and seek with a ghost, he could clear the challenge. At that moment, he would return as a hero of his nation. Thinking of this, Peter trembled with excitement. Just then, the ghost emerged. Come catch me. Peter used a wind speed card and provoked the ghost. The ghost foolishly chased after him, but chasing someone using a wind speed card during the day was impossible. After half an hour, Peter's figure suddenly disappeared. But the live broadcast screen didn't go black, instead, fireworks appeared. What did this represent? It meant Peter had cleared the challenge. Now, the people from Peter's country erupted in cheers. Our hero, Peter. Similar situations were happening in many countries. They had no ability to complete other levels, so they could only aim for the sea level challenge. However, clearing this challenge would not offer rewards or punishments. But for these countries' people, the lack of a bizarre world's descent was the greatest reward. As a result, the number of fortune bearers still present in the bizarre world quickly dwindled to fewer than 10. Among them was not Miller. He also chose the sea level challenge. Back in reality, Miller immediately looked at Sun Kai's live broadcast screen. He wanted to see how Sun Kai would die this time. Only if Sun Kai died, he could be the brightest person in the world. Sun Kai was walking on the grassland. He realized he hadn't encountered any ghosts or people for several hours. What was going on? Just when Sun Kai looked confused, the long Epson arrow suddenly appeared and pointed ahead. Without hesitation, Sun Kai ran in the direction of the arrow. Chapter 45, Competing Heroes. Sun Kai ran for about 10 minutes when he heard a great commotion ahead. Shouts and roars, even screams, mixed together as if a battle was occurring there. When Sun Kai got closer to take a look, he indeed found a fierce battle. A tribe was fighting against a ghost. This tribe was clever. They had also chosen an abandoned wooden house as their new residence. But they didn't expect a ghost to come over. Many of their belongings were still here, and they couldn't evacuate in time. With no choice, they could only fight the ghost. The ghost was too strong. With one swing of its mace, it could turn a strong man into mush. Those elderly, weak, and sick who went up were just asking for death. Yet faced with the tribe's survival, these elderly, weak, and sick did not hesitate for a moment and charged first. They wanted to use their bodies to save strength for the tribe's main force behind them and to wear down the ghost's strength. The ghost accepted all challenges, swatting down one after another in a scene full of bloodshed. Sun Kai squinted. He noticed that some people in this tribe looked familiar, and after thinking carefully, he realized. Aren't they from the Daku tribe? He never expected the arrow would lead him here. What a coincidence. But at this moment, he only had 2 transformation cards left. The bind card and the wind card were all used up. In this situation, I don't need the transformation cards. I'll sneak up from behind. Watching the elders of the Daku tribe go one by one to their deaths, Sun Kai's heart felt a bit heavy. They were just trying to buy a chance for the others in the tribe to survive. Sun Kai drew out the short knife from behind and quietly approached the ghost. The ghost was busy torturing the human in front of it and didn't notice Sun Kai behind. The others naturally noticed, but at this moment, who would dare to warn a ghost? Bang! As the ghost killed another elder, Sun Kai seized the moment as the ghost bent down and executed a sliding kick. Thud! He stabbed the ghost in the groin. Ow! The excruciating pain of losing its manhood twisted the ghost's expression further. Its eyes almost bulged out as it instinctively dropped its mace and rolled on the ground, covering itself. But Sun Kai didn't forget. This move only made the ghost feel pain, not immediate death. He rushed forward again, the short knife aimed at the ghost's neck, making a direct strike. A blood-red flower blossomed at the ghost's neck. One hand clutched its neck, the other its groin, but blood doesn't stop flowing just because you cover it. Gradually, the ghost's struggles weakened until it finally lay still on the ground. The people witnessed how a human could single-handedly take down a ghost. This was simply hero. He must be a hero sent by heaven to save us. Everyone cheered, and when they saw that this person was actually Sun Kai, brought back by the previous Daku chief, they were even happier. After finally calming everyone down, Sun Kai asked about their situation. Our situation was fine before, but this ghost appeared too suddenly. If we really run away, it's hard to survive out there without these things. The new Daku chief said to Sun Kai. How many people do you have left? There are still more than 50. This number wasn't small, and most of the previous elders had sacrificed themselves to increase the tribe's odds. Now the remaining were mostly men, with few women and children. If he left, and the same situation occurred again, there would be no one to save them. So Sun Kai told the new Daku chief that he could open the cards. The new Daku quickly realized that Sun Kai might truly be a human hero. After all, some things in their tribe were only known to the chief, and this knowledge passed automatically to the next generation after the previous one died. Almost the entire tribe went out searching for the divine boxes, ultimately finding over 70 divine boxes. Sun Kai opened 10 cards, keeping 3 for himself, giving the rest to the Daku to strengthen their tribe. After that, Sun Kai left again. While looking for a ghost that could play hide and seek with him for 3 days, he aimlessly began walking. Unexpectedly, he encountered a few remaining tribes behind him, and he helped each tribe as much as he could. If he really couldn't help, there was nothing he could do. Due to 2 tribes being destroyed by ghosts, scattered people didn't know where to run, and only 7 tribes remained. But even so, Sun Kai still couldn't find a ghost to play hide and seek with him for 3 days. This is ridiculous. Can't you ghosts just stay obediently in your wooden houses? Why do you have to run everywhere? Looking at the ghost he had just slit the throat of, Sun Kai said helplessly. If it weren't for him replenishing his cards in each tribe, this ghost he encountered on the grassland would probably be a bit dangerous. But unfortunately, facing his combination of cards and short dagger, the ghost finally died under his blade. This was the 8th ghost he had killed, and it can be said that apart from the Ghost King, he had killed all the other ghosts. As long as he killed one more ghost, he would complete the B-level evaluation. But who knows, he initially aimed for a C-level completion. These ghosts gave him no chance at all. Sun Kai sat heavily on the ground and then picked up a bottle of soda, gulping it down. Then he habitually began to search the corpse. Not every ghost has something on them, but anything they do have can bring him great value. For example, the map he found earlier. Although the map looked a bit strange, he surprisingly managed to determine his location based on the map and the sun's position. According to my current position, it seems I'm not far from the Ghost King? How about going to take a look? Sun Kai felt a little excited, since he couldn't complete the C level, getting a B level completion was also fine. He had plenty of cards on him, so he could definitely go see what the Ghost King looked like. Just as he was thinking this, a voice came from behind him. Friend, you look a bit unfamiliar, which tribe are you from? Sun Kai was startled. When did this person come up behind him? He didn't notice at all. Sun Kai turned around and saw a young man who looked no more than 20, arms crossed and a curious look in his eyes. I'm from the Big Stick tribe, and you? I'm from the Bigfoot tribe, my name is Degue, what's your name? Sun Kai. Oh, your name is a bit interesting. Degue smiled, then saw the corpse of the ghost not far away. However, to Sun Kai's surprise, there was no shock on Degue's face. Instead, he said with a smile. I didn't expect you could kill a ghost alone too. It looks like we should compete for the hero spot. Chapter 46, what are you looking for? Sun Kai was very surprised. An indigenous person saw him kill a ghost and was so calm? From what he said, it seemed he could also kill a ghost by himself. How many ghosts have you killed? Sun Kai asked Degue. Not many, just 2, they were too weak, so I came to look for the Ghost King. I want to become the hero of humanity. Sun Kai said nothing. Perhaps for the natives of this world, becoming the hero of humanity was their greatest aspiration. After chatting for a while, the two decided to search for the Ghost King together. After all, they didn't know how strong the Ghost King was, and having 2 people at least offered some assurance. As they walked, the grass ahead suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, a small castle made of stone appeared before them. What a cool house, this must be where the Ghost King lives. Degue exclaimed, saying that apart from the Ghost King, other ghosts wouldn't have such nice houses. Sun Kai agreed, ordinary ghosts lived in wooden houses, while the Ghost King lived in a stone castle. Is there something wrong with that? No. Should we just charge in like this? Sun Kai looked at the small castle. Although it wasn't very big, the height of the main door revealed that the Ghost King must be quite large. The door's height was almost 3 meters. Of course not, we don't even know what's inside. Wouldn't going in just be seeking death? We should lure it out. Saying this, Degue prepared to lure the monster. Sun Kai hurriedly pulled him back. Hold on, let's discuss how to deal with the Ghost King first. Degue was taken aback. What else can we do? Isn't it just going in to fight? Sun Kai was speechless. Did this person really have no brains? He wasn't sure about Degue's strength, but he understood his own very well. He killed ghosts using the effects of his cards. Without them, he would definitely not be the ghost's match. Now with the addition of Degue, who could also kill ghosts, Sun Kai still didn't dare to let his guard down. If the Ghost King could be defeated so easily, why would defeating it grant an S-level clearance? In the last haunted world, Sun Kai worked hard to obtain the S-level clearance. I have a binding card in my hand, and I will use it on the Ghost King to bind it for 5 seconds. We must defeat it within the 5 seconds. De Gui looked confused. What card? It wasn't until Sun Kai explained clearly that he realized the card's effect was so magical. Okay, I will lure it out, and you use the card. Together, we will take it down. With a plan in mind, De Gui became more daring and kicked the door open. Ghost King, I'm here to kill you. De Gui walked in boldly, wielding a large knife. Soon, a roaring sound came from inside. Human, die. Boom. With a loud bang, De Gui jumped out, followed by a 3-meter-tall red-haired ghost. Is this the Ghost King? It's certainly bigger than the other ghosts, looking a bit formidable. As the Ghost King chased De Gui to the edge of the grass, Sun Kai seized the opportunity and used the binding card. De Gui, now. Sun Kai shouted, grasping his short knife, and lunged forward. De Gui turned around, raising his large knife toward the Ghost King's neck. Swish. With one swipe, it only made a small cut. The Ghost King's defense was more astonishing than they imagined. Hurry, time is running out. 4 seconds left. Sun Kai shouted anxiously, his movements never slowing down. If they didn't take down the Ghost King now, they would be the ones dying when time was up. De Gui, of course, understood this, gritting his teeth, his large knife swinging continuously. Each attack landed on the Ghost King's neck, and finally, just before the binding card's time ended, they cut the Ghost King's neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the Ghost King clutched its neck, still wanting to kill the 2 humans. But seeing the Ghost King's neck was beyond saving, the 2 naturally wouldn't accompany it in death. So, the 2 played hide and seek around the Ghost King. Even ghosts have limits to their blood, and with a thud, the Ghost King fell to the ground, and they finally stopped. Did we kill the Ghost King? Sun Kai was somewhat in disbelief. He did not expect the Ghost King to be so tough when he attacked earlier. If De Gui hadn't helped, defeating the Ghost King alone would have been nearly impossible. Yeah, the Ghost King is dead, we are both heroes of humanity. De Gui grinned widely, clearly very happy. Seeing this scene, many people from other countries were green with envy. Last time, Sun Kai completed the S-level clearance. Could it be that this time he would complete another S-level clearance? Why did heaven favor Xia country so much, giving them such a powerful national luck-bearer? We refuse to accept this. Countless people from other countries left comments here, constantly cursing. They slandered Sun Kai, wishing they could say he wasn't human. But how could the people of Xia country allow others to bully their luck-bearer? One by one, they fought back, showcasing the skills they honed online. Even Xia Changqing couldn't help but want to vent, but upon thinking that Sun Kai completed another S-level clearance, he pondered how to reward him upon his return. Yet after a while, Xia Changqing noticed something was off. Sun Kai had already killed the Ghost King, why hadn't he returned yet? Yeah, the Ghost King is dead, so why am I still here? Sun Kai looked curiously at the Ghost King, which was indeed dead. But he didn't receive any news in his mind. It's as if he hadn't killed the Ghost King at all. Wait, not the Ghost King? Sun Kai narrowed his eyes. He had never seen the Ghost King, but if this wasn't the Ghost King, then it might be possible. Otherwise, he would have completed the challenge after killing the Ghost King. But if this is not the Ghost King, then it is still a ghost, right? He had already killed 8 ghosts before, and with this one added, it should be 9. In that case, it should count as completing the B-level challenge, but it seems that there has been no response for B-level completion. Could it be because he killed it together with Degue, so it doesn't count? Sun Kai scratched his head. This was quite a headache. Degue, I. Just as Sun Kai turned his head, ready to speak to Degue, he noticed a line of text above Degue's head. What kind of eyes are those? The boss is right here, what are you looking for? What the heck? Degue is the boss? Isn't the Ghost King supposed to be the boss here? Degue equals Ghost King? At that moment, Sun Kai was completely stunned. In that instant, he would rather not have seen this hint at all. Chapter 47, Human Hero. Degue seemed unaware that his identity had been exposed and continued to smile at Sun Kai. What's wrong? Are you having trouble believing you just became a hero? Sun Kai just wanted to get away from this person, who could have imagined that a Ghost King had turned into a human. And he was confidently declaring to fight the Ghost King together and become a human hero? Are you tired of being the Ghost King and want to be a boss among humans instead? No matter how you looked at it, Degue was a human. Sun Kai suddenly thought that ghosts are made from humans, so could it be that ghosts can turn back into humans? Yeah, I didn't expect to suddenly become a hero, let's take the Ghost King's body back and make them happy. Sounds good. The two dragged the body of the Ghost King, and all the while, Sun Kai was thinking about what he should do. Should he go kill a ghost by himself to complete the B-level challenge, or should he take the chance to eliminate Degue? But he no longer had any binding cards, and the transformation cards were useless in battle, only the Swift Wind card was slightly useful. For the first time, he realized that he still had too few cards in his hand. Oh right, I almost forgot about that unknown hero card. This card had been something he tried out once when dealing with a ghost, it was quite risky. He instinctively tested it, and the result was no reaction at all. It was as if some condition was lacking, making it unusable. This time, he took it out again, focused his mind, and then the card disappeared. What the heck? Sun Kai was shocked, the hero card that he had never been able to use actually worked? The key point was that he felt nothing at all. It was as if this card was fake. But when Sun Kai took out the hero card, a glimmer of light flashed into Gui's eyes. Brother Sun Kai, what card did you just have in your hand? It looks quite different. Sun Kai was stunned, should he say it was a hero card? If he didn't know Degue's identity, that would be one thing, but he knew. Seeing Sun Kai's expression, Degue sighed and directly dropped one of the Ghost King's feet. Brother Sun Kai, I actually think you are a pretty good person, but unfortunately. Splash. Unfortunately, you are a human hero. Degue pulled out his big knife, his eyes filled with hatred. It was easy to tell he was reminded of something regarding the past human hero. Sun Kai was still ready to play dumb, he wasn't prepared to fight the Ghost King so soon. Degue, what are you talking about? Why are you pulling out your knife? No need to pretend, the hero card can only be used by human heroes, and you are now a human hero, as for me. I am the Ghost King you are looking for. Seeing Degue reveal his identity, Sun Kai knew that they couldn't continue talking now. Sai, why did you have to pretend you didn't know anything? Why say it out loud? Sun Kai felt very helpless, as he was stalling for time. He wanted to know what the hero card could do for him. But no matter how he checked, he found no increase in his strength, not even a little. Degue was a bit surprised, he thought that after revealing the identity of the Ghost King, the other party should be shocked. You don't seem surprised at all? Sun Kai shrugged and casually threw away the leg of the Ghost King he was holding, saying, yeah, after all, it's a Ghost King. If it were so easy for the two of us to take him down, that would be quite embarrassing. Degue's expression was a bit strange, it's that simple? He really thought that his disguise was not convincing and that Sun Kai had discovered it. Yeah, in my imagination, the Ghost King should be a tall, strong, and powerful ghost. To be killed so simply, it doesn't seem like a Ghost King at all. In fact, I didn't doubt you before, you brought it up yourself. Degue suddenly realized it was because he said it first. Alright, since you already know, I can't keep you any longer. I dislike the title of human hero. Can anyone not dislike it? If it weren't for the human hero, how could he have agreed to their previous deal? He would have captured humans long ago and turned them into food for ghosts. Seeing Degue's expression, Sun Kai knew this battle was inevitable. He instinctively took out the wind card and used it on himself. Then, his body moved, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed to a level that shocked even Sun Kai himself. This speed was more than twice as fast as before. Something's not right, I've used the wind card before, it shouldn't be this fast. Sun Kai was a little surprised, then seemed to think of something. Could it be the effect of the hero card? My wind card's effect was enhanced? According to this rule, Sun Kai guessed that the transformation card's effect should also be strengthened, but unfortunately, he didn't have a binding card on hand. Otherwise, he really wanted to see what the enhanced binding card would be like. Degue's expression changed, Sun Kai's speed was truly too fast, leaving him a bit shocked. At this speed, the human body would be unable to resist, there was no way out. Ah! Degue howled to the sky, and in an instant, the surface of his body cracked open, and a huge figure crawled out from within. Soon, a Ghost King standing 5 meters tall was in the arena. Human hero, die. After turning into a Ghost King, it seemed that his intellect had dropped a lot, and with a loud roar, he swung a knife down at Sun Kai. Sun Kai dodged, relying on his incredibly fast speed, he got behind the Ghost King. He aimed a short knife at the back of the Ghost King's knee, trying to incapacitate him. But this slash only opened a small cut. Sun Kai couldn't believe it, how could the Ghost King's defense be so strong, far greater than the previous fake Ghost King? Ha ha, you want to hurt me? You're too far off. The Ghost King laughed loudly, realizing that compared to that previous human hero, this one's strength was far too lacking. The Ghost King kept slashing, while Sun Kai could only dodge, every attack from the Ghost King was done without any concern. After all, Sun Kai's attacks could barely break through the defense. Sun Kai knew that this situation wasn't a solution. The wind card had a time limit of half an hour. Once that was up, he would revert to his original form. Should I use the wind card to escape now, wait until I get the binding card, and then come deal with it? But how long does the hero card last? I have no idea. What if I don't have a second hero card? He was very clear about the difference between the effects of the card before and after enhancement. It was significant. The problem was, he only had one hero card now, and if he didn't take the chance to take down the Ghost King, he might never get another opportunity. At that moment, he caught sight of a metallic box on the body of the fake Ghost King. Sun Kai immediately went over, picked up the metallic box, and opened it directly. The metallic box on the ghost always contained good things. He hoped this time it also had something good inside. Upon opening it, there were two items inside. A piece of paper and a bullet. Sun Kai was overjoyed. He had a pistol on him but had no bullets, and he didn't expect to find bullets here. With the bullets, what was a mere Ghost King? To be cautious, he still opened the paper, but to his surprise, there were actually quite a few words on it. It wasn't rules, rather, it was a letter written by someone. Next Nation's Luck Bearer, if you are reading this letter, it means the world of ghost tales still exists. The content was brief, but it left Sun Kai in shock. This letter was left behind by the last human hero, who was also a Nation's Luck Bearer of the Xia country. But this Xia country was not the Xia country of today, it was the ancient Xia country from 1 or 2,000 years ago. The Xia country has a long history, recorded for 5,000 years, but nobody knows how long it really was before that. This Nation's Luck Bearer from ancient Xia had also entered this world, and he did not come in during a harmonious time like now. Ghosts were capturing humans everywhere, while humans were struggling to survive. It was during that time he came, found the hero card, and became a human hero. His hero card had the effect of directly enhancing personal strength. He found the Ghost King, overpowering it and ultimately forcing the Ghost King to agree to his terms. The letter also explained why they did not eradicate all the ghosts. The Nation's Luck Bearer discovered that this world was very peculiar, a true representation of heaven and earth. Upon reaching the edge, one could not exit, both ghosts and humans were trapped here. If he truly killed all the ghosts, once humans multiplied sufficiently, what awaited them would be a war over resources. After all, there were only so many divine boxes, and if one wanted their people to live better, they needed more divine boxes. To avoid such a situation, the Nation's Luck Bearer could only allow ghosts to remain, forcing the Ghost King to not take action. As long as there were ghosts, humans would not face internal strife. The Nation's Luck Bearer even thought ahead and left such a letter behind. Sun Kai did not know how this Nation's Luck Bearer managed to do it, but this letter had truly reached his hands. Perhaps it was the world of ghost tales that did this on purpose? For a moment, Sun Kai felt conflicted. Should he kill the Ghost King? Once the Ghost King died, the other ghosts would follow, and this world would never see ghosts again. One could say the Ghost King was the source of all ghosts. But just as the Nation's Luck Bearer said, once there were no ghosts, and humanity reached its limits, what would they do? Would they work together to explore the outside world? Sun Kai felt that was unlikely. The greater possibility was a war for the divine boxes. What does it matter to think so much? I am still in danger now. Sun Kai smiled slightly, directly pulled out his pistol, and loaded the bullet into it. Click. The bullet was chambered, and Sun Kai stopped in his tracks. Oh, are you not planning to run? The Ghost King revealed its enormous mouth, seemingly ready to devour Sun Kai at any moment. I'm not running, I just realized one thing. Sun Kai raised his pistol, aiming at the Ghost King. In light of your fighting alongside me just now, I'll give you a chance to speak. The Ghost King was very arrogant. If the ghosts die, they just die. The future development of humans here has nothing to do with me. I'm not one of them. Can humans be suffocated to death by waste? Sun Kai did not know how much time had passed since that Nation's Luck Bearer, but for so long, humans had lived in fear. What was good about such days? It would be better to get rid of the ghosts and let them develop on their own. If you have the ability, rush out. If you don't, just stay inside and act tough. It's that simple. You think you can kill me just like that? The Ghost King sneered. That's right, I can, with the handgun in my hand. The Ghost King didn't know what a handgun was. It was the first time this thing had appeared in this world. But with this object in his hand, Sun Kai felt so confident that it made the Ghost King a bit cautious. Just then, the sky quickly grew dark. The Ghost King burst out laughing. Ha, Sun Kai, you are going to die. A ghost's power doubles at night. I want to see where you can run now. But before its laughter could finish, in an instant, the sky brightened again. The smile on the Ghost King's face froze, looking extremely funny. Who says night cannot turn into day? A card in Sun Kai's hand slowly disappeared, the daylight card he had never had the chance to use. This card had the same effect as the hero card, and there was only one of it. The original daylight card had this effect, but with the enhancement from the hero card, it gained an additional effect. The ghost's power was reduced by half. In an instant, the Ghost King let out a shriek. Ah! My power, why has it weakened? The muscles across the Ghost King's body shrank significantly, and its originally fierce expression suddenly looked very tragic. Ghost King, what tricks do you have left now? The Ghost King was scared, constantly retreating, and finally turned around and ran away. But his speed was already slower than Sun Kai's, and now with his power halved, he fell even further behind. Sun Kai moved and caught up to the Ghost King, jumping directly with his handgun pressed against the back of the Ghost King's head. Ghost King, goodbye. Bang! With a gunshot, the Ghost King's head shattered. The headless body ran a good distance from inertia before finally collapsing to the ground. Congratulations to Sun Kai, the national power bearer of Xia, for completing the rules of the Weird Talk world, hide and seek. Completion evaluation, SS level, achieved hidden completion method, killed the Ghost King. Reward, 1 hero card for the national power bearer Sun Kai, permanent, 1 random card for all citizens of Xia, one time, Xia's national power increases by 20%. National power bearer Sun Kai, would you like to return to the real world immediately? Sun Kai was stunned. SS level completion? He never expected that besides an S level completion, there would actually be a higher completion level? Compared to defeating the Ghost King, killing the Ghost King is even harder. No wonder it gave me an SS level completion evaluation. But why is this reward a hero card? Without the assistance of other cards, it is pretty useless, right? Sun Kai felt a mix of laughter and tears. But he did not know that outside, people were already stunned by his SS level evaluation. Did you see? This is our Xia's national power bearer, SS level completion, who else can compete? Lord Sun Kai, I want to have your child. With Sun Kai and Xia, what do we have to worry about? People from other countries are extremely envious. After thousands of years of history in our Xia, we have produced a Sun Kai at this moment. Xia Changqing finally felt at ease, looking at Sun Kai on the screen, his face filled with smiles. Sun Kai is truly a blessing for our Xia. Chapter 49, You Are Free. Sun Kai's image faded to black, but no one knew he chose to stay here temporarily. Because he couldn't let go of the Big Stick tribe, he could still stay in this world for another hour. Sun Kai quickly ran towards the Big Stick tribe based on his memory of the location, reaching there in just half an hour. Brother Sun Kai is back. Someone saw Sun Kai and exclaimed with joy. A group of people surrounded him, but Sun Kai couldn't see Big Stick's figure. Where is Big Stick? Sun Kai's question made everyone silent, and suddenly he had a bad premonition in his heart. My brother has already turned into a ghost, and now I am the chief of the Big Stick tribe. Big Stick's sister, Dahua, stepped forward, her eyes red and swollen as she spoke. Sun Kai opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He knew that after the ghost died, there was a chance of turning into a ghost. He never expected it would finally be Big Stick's turn. He killed a total of 9 ghosts, not knowing if there would be a Big Stick among them. Sun Kai revealed a bitter smile and told them something. The Ghost King is dead, and there will be no more ghosts here. One sentence from Sun Kai left everyone in disbelief. This news was simply too shocking. But Dehua said seriously, I believe you because my brother has always believed in you. Sun Kai smiled slightly, from now on, your future will be decided by yourselves, no one will be eaten by ghosts again. You are free. The people around were cheering, as the threat brought by the ghosts had been too great for countless years. It could be said that they had lived under the threat of ghosts since childhood. Now knowing that the ghosts were gone was something they could hardly imagine. What about you? Dehua looked at Sun Kai. I want to go back to where I should be, Dehua. I hope you will have a better life in the future. Sun Kai waved at them, and his figure gradually disappeared before their eyes. Sun Kai had always been unsure whether the world of strange tales truly existed or was just an illusion. But one thing he was very certain of was that everything he did inside was real. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the headquarters of the support team. And around him, a group of people were waiting for him. When they saw Sun Kai return, the crowd cheered. Welcome back, National Fortune Bearer Mr. Sun Kai. The group saluted in unison, their eyes filled with respect. Because Sun Kai had once again cleared the world of strange tales and achieved an unprecedented SS level clearance, which instantly increased the national fortune of Summer Country by 20%. This was not a small number. Because the time passed in the world of strange tales was synchronized with the real world. In the days that Sun Kai spent there, the people of Summer Country realized the benefits of the increased national fortune. Firstly, some areas that used to suffer frequent disasters suddenly had good weather, and the climate improved significantly. Many crops saw slight increases in yield. The crime rate decreased, and the number of newborns also saw a significant increase. Overall, everything was getting better. Many people were thanking Sun Kai, because they all knew it was him who had increased the national fortune of Summer Country, making their lives better. Sun Kai had not been back for long when he was brought to Xia Changqing. Mr. Sun, please have a seat. After Sun Kai sat down, Xia Changqing asked about some situations concerning the world of strange tales, just to make a record for future generations. Sun Kai cooperated very well. He also knew Xia Changqing's intentions. Since many national fortune bearers had not returned yet, Sun Kai should be able to rest for a while. Mr. Sun, you have achieved such a high-level clearance for our country twice, resulting in a 30% increase in national fortune. The country also wants to reward you. I wonder if there is anything you need? Summer country has always rewarded those who have done meritorious deeds, and Sun Kai's achievements could be considered a great contribution, so it would be disheartening if there were no recognition. Sun Kai was just about to shake his head when he seemed to remember something and said, last time, due to the urgency, I forgot one thing. I hope you can find Zhang Xiaotian's father and pass on his last words to him. Xia Changqing smiled slightly. We had already arranged for someone to do this. In fact, he heard those words live at the time. He said he was proud of his son. Sun Kai smiled. Now he could feel at ease. In the first world of strange tales, without Zhang Xiaotian's help, he would not have been able to deal with that crazy woman Lu Yun at all. He wondered how that crazy woman was doing, left in the world of strange tales. Suddenly, Sun Kai remembered that he had been rewarded with a hero card. And others, each received a random card. Curiously, he pulled out a shiny golden card from his pocket. In front, there is a person's silhouette. It just seems like it is himself. Xia Changqing naturally saw the hero card and exclaimed, is this an SS-level reward hero card? It's indeed special. As for the effect, he didn't ask. It was a secret belonging to Sun Kai himself. Once a secret is known by more than 2 people, it no longer remains a secret. To avoid exposing the effects of Sun Kai's hero card, he resolutely did not inquire even a word. After Sun Kai took out this card, he already knew the effect of the card. Hero card, after use, enter hero mode, all attributes increase by 50 points, lasting for 10 minutes, cooldown time 1 hour. But what does this hero state mean? If it's the hero mode from the world of ghost stories, without help from other cards, it's of no use at all. I didn't expect there to be no limit on times. Should I use it? In an instant, the light on the hero card dimmed, and then, surprisingly, a glow emerged from Sun Kai's body. This is such powerful strength. Sun Kai displayed a shocked expression, clearly feeling a massive surge of power throughout his body. He tried to extend a hand and surprisingly lifted the marble table in front of him. Xia Changqing's eyes nearly popped out. What is going on? Could it be that this is the effect of Sun Kai's hero card? So astonishing? Mr. Sun, you. Seeing Xia Changqing's hesitant expression, Sun Kai smiled. This is just the effect of the hero card, nothing special. Xia Changqing gradually calmed down and nodded slightly. I didn't expect the hero card to be so powerful. In comparison, the card I got is quite ordinary. Xia Changqing took out a card from his body and placed it on the table. Sun Kai glanced at it and immediately showed a strange expression. Because the card only had a small green grass on it, and the effect was almost laughable. This little grass card can keep the grass in a certain range lush and green throughout the 4 seasons, never withering. This card, in some ways, could be considered a divine card. A football field might need it. Chapter 50, Village Teacher. Sun Kai later learned that these cards rewarded by the world of ghost stories are bound to individuals, and others cannot use them. But what humans excel at is trading outside of rules. Some card effects are quite good, the authorities directly pay to buy them for beneficial national and public purposes. For example, someone got a villa card, allowing them to build a big villa out of thin air. If this were ancient times, it would be guaranteed. However, in this era, any building requires permits and property certificates. Without these items, a villa appearing out of nowhere would just be an illegal building. But if one directly trades with the authorities, then the villa can obtain a formal property certificate, and that person can also earn a considerable income. It can be said that the appearance of the cards turned many people into rich individuals in an instant. Similarly, some cards with particularly amazing effects have attracted countless people's pursuit. For example, the Goddess card and the God card. Using it on someone makes the other person look like they've had plastic surgery, directly transforming into the beauty of a goddess or god, completely natural, with no additives. As long as no one uses the cards for crime, the Summer Nation won't intervene. But if you dare to commit a crime, the Summer Nation's police are no decoration. After chatting for a while, Sun Kai returned to his residence. By the way, it seems like everyone can see the live broadcast of any national fortune bearer, right? I'll take a look too. Since this was his first time in the ghost story world, by the time he cleared it, only he and Miller were left. He didn't even have the chance to watch the live broadcast, but this time he wasn't the last one back. The opportunity came. With a thought, Sun Kai found a live broadcast screen appearing in front of him. This is a live stream of a white guy. I don't know what the principle is, but as long as it's the content of the live stream, the spoken language will automatically be converted into the language the person knows. In Sun Kai's eyes, the white guy is speaking Xia language. The guy is playing hide and seek with a ghost, and it seems like it's reached the final moment. After a series of hiding and seeking, he successfully shook off the opponent. Soon, the screen went black, and the guy successfully returned to the real world. It looks like quite a few people should have survived this time. Sun Kai opened the internet, and sure enough, many people were discussing this ghost story world online, while also thanking Sun Kai. If it weren't for Sun Kai providing so much information, they wouldn't have found such a simple way to clear the game. Some national fortuners from small countries directly voiced their gratitude online, thanking Sun Kai for his help. But there were also many fortuners who did not acknowledge this kindness, even looking down on Sun Kai repeatedly. Sun Kai didn't care about this at all. He just wanted to survive. As for others, it had nothing to do with him. Many countries, thanks to the fortuners clearing the game, haven't had another ghost story world descend and can temporarily stabilize. But in some countries, now 2 ghost story worlds have appeared, and everywhere is like a hellish scene. Sun Kai couldn't bear to watch it for long after just seeing a bit. On the streets, ghosts were everywhere. These ghosts randomly choose a person to play hide and seek with you. The range is limited, and once caught, you become the ghost's food. Everyone could only pray that they were not chosen by the ghosts. Sun Kai shook his head and didn't continue to watch. No matter what era, small countries were always the most tragic. Let's sleep. It's not peaceful to sleep there. After Sun Kai returned to reality, a week had passed, and the second ghost story world has just ended. In the end, statistics showed that more than 100 people survived, while the rest died inside. A difficulty level of 1 person is indeed not considered high. But more factors were at play, as Sun Kai found the way to clear the game. Otherwise, even if given more time, it would be hard for others to survive. These days, Sun Kai continued to supplement more knowledge while also training his body. After increasing his physical quality by 10 points, according to the support team's estimation, he should have surpassed the vast majority of people. You could say he had reached the level of the world's top athletes. But no matter how strong the physical fitness, it still needs to be trained to be brought out. What he did these days was just this kind of training. For this, Xia Nation specially invited the country's top coaches and nutritionists to help him have a strong body. No matter which ghost story world, having a strong body is the most important. Regarding the next ghost story world, our support team speculates it will likely not be 1-person level, at least it will be 2-person level, or even 3-person level. So you must be careful. No matter what time it is, you must ensure your safety. Our support team will remind you at any time. All 3 chances will be used for you. After 2 ghost story worlds, the support team has already placed all their bets on Sun Kai. After all, Sun Kai proved with his ability that he indeed had this strength. Even if new national fortuners appear, they won't rashly place bets. Sun Kai nodded. The support team's reminders were indeed very useful. Sometimes, their reminders were no worse than hidden clues. By the way, I almost forgot, this is your new clothing, made of special materials. Xia Nation handed over a set of clothes that looked ordinary, but since Xia Nation said so, Sun Kai naturally didn't mind changing into it. After putting it on, he felt the clothes were quite comfortable and curiously asked, "What's the story behind this outfit?" "There's nothing special about it. You can think of it as a downgraded bulletproof vest. It can't stop bullets, but it can handle some sharp objects." Sun Kai then realized that this outfit was not simple at all. It could even resist sharp objects, which was impressive. 2 more days passed, and Sun Kai finally received new information. The 3rd rule of the Bizarre Tale world is about to begin. As the chosen one, Sun Kai, with an SS rating from the previous Bizarre Tale world, you have the right to know some information in advance. The 3rd rule of the Bizarre Tale, the Mountain Village Teacher. In a distant mountain village, there is a group of children eager for knowledge, and you are the teacher who travels to the village to provide education. Rules. 1. Never ask for the way out of the village. 2. You are the language teacher in the village. If one day you find a new physical education teacher, please do not talk to him. Note, as an SS level rated challenger, you can actively ask for one piece of information, but cannot directly ask about the rules. Sun Kai was a bit surprised. He didn't expect there would be so many benefits from completing the SS level challenge. Not only did he gain an additional rule to know, but he could also actively ask for one piece of information. So what should he ask? Chapter 51, Draw Him. Sun Kai thought for a moment and felt a bit confused. Then he slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he was. This was the headquarters of the support team. It could be said that there were elites from all over the country here. If he didn't know what to ask, he could just ask them. Sun Kai immediately found Xia Nation and shared the information he had just learned. I didn't expect the SS level completion to have so many benefits. Let's record everything and think about what questions to ask. After some discussion, they finally decided on this question. What are all the ways to clear this time's Bizarre Tale world? That's right, since the information stated that as long as it wasn't a question about the rules, other questions were fine. So, why not just directly ask how to clear it? Sun Kai looked at these people in admiration. They truly were the elites of the nation and had quickly chosen the most suitable question for him. As long as they had the method to clear, they were already standing in an invincible position. Clearing methods. S level, find the hidden secrets of the mountain village. A level, leave the mountain village. B level, make a student genuinely grateful to you. C level, survive for 10 days. After seeing these clearing methods, Sun Kai's expression changed. What kind of difficulty is this? The lowest level clearing method is actually just to survive for 10 days? What does this indicate? It means that most people can't even live for 10 days. Indeed, when Xia Nation and the others saw these clearing conditions, their faces turned grim. This time's bizarre tale world looks very troublesome, even the simplest clearing method is this difficult. Conservatively estimated, it should be at least a 3-person level, possibly even 4. Regardless of how many people there are, we must analyze more information to give Mr. Sun a general understanding. The group analyzed the existing information, and they indeed figured out some things. In this bizarre tale world, Sun Kai would serve as a teaching volunteer in a mountain village. At the same time, he would be a language teacher, while others would naturally be teachers for other subjects. However, one strange thing is that there are usually not many volunteer teachers. Most of the time, one person fulfills multiple roles, and it's rare for several people to go to one place to volunteer together. Unfortunately, the available information was not abundant, and their analysis was also limited, but Sun Kai was still very grateful to them. From now on, we can only act based on the situation. Once we have any discoveries, we will inform you immediately. Sun Kai nodded, that's enough. Soon, the time came. Sun Kai's figure disappeared before them. In the blink of an eye, Sun Kai found himself on a big bus. He quickly observed his surroundings, and on this bus, there were only 4 people. 3 passengers and 1 driver. The other 2 people also opened their eyes and, seeing the scene around them, revealed a look of panic. But when they saw the Sun Kai behind them, they instantly burst into joy. Sun Kai, are you the great hero Sun Kai? A young man who looked scholarly approached excitedly. It's really Sun Kai, I didn't expect to see the real person, but I don't want to see you here. Another woman, about the same age, was alternating between crying and laughing. Sun Kai was now a national star, known by everyone. Since we've been chosen, let's not think too much, our current task is to survive. You all know me, so why don't you introduce yourselves? The young man cleared his throat, placing a hand on his chest for a self-introduction. My name is Fengxiao, I am 23 years old, just graduated from university, and was getting ready to look for a job, but I didn't expect to be chosen as a national fortune bearer. My name is Du Xiaodai, 22 years old, still in university. I was just shopping with my best friend, and suddenly, I found myself here. Sun Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that this time he had 2 good helpers. As long as there wasn't anything competitive involved, the 3 of them could find a way to survive and return together. Where are we going? Fengxiao asked. He wasn't like Sun Kai, who could know some things in advance. Looking at the mountain roads around us, we are not going into the mountains, right? You guessed correctly, we are going to a village soon, and if I am not mistaken, there should be some useful items in the backpacks beside you. The 2 turned back to look, and sure enough, there was a backpack on their seats. They hurried to check it. Sun Kai also began to check the backpack beside him. When he opened it, he found some books and a few pens. On top was a document. This document informed him that he was about to go to a village called Woman Village to teach. The 2 looked at each other in surprise. So we are going to teach? It looks like there's not much danger, right? Sun Kai smiled, they were truly naive. How could there be no danger in a world of strange tales? Danger never reveals itself on the surface, it hides in the darkness. Is there anywhere in the world of strange tales that is safe? Sun Kai's rhetorical question made the 2 shut their mouths. But as long as we are careful and don't do anything out of line, it won't be a big problem. Look at me, I've survived this far, right? Encouraged by Sun Kai, the 2 felt uplifted again. Yes, they had the strong Sun Kai, who had successfully cleared 2 strange tale worlds, by their side. What was there to fear? The mountain roads were a bit bumpy, but the bus still drove steadily. Sun Kai knew that at any time, information was crucial. The A-level clearance condition stated that as long as they could leave the village, it was considered A-level clearance. This indicated one thing, once they entered the village, they would not be able to leave. Then the question arose, why could the bus driver take them in? Did he not plan to come out? Or did he know something? Sun Kai told the 2 to stay here while he walked to the front alone. The driver was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, without any expression on his face, focused on looking ahead. Sir, can I ask you something? Sun Kai spoke very politely, as he didn't know who this driver was. If he was a hidden character, it would be disastrous if he accidentally offended him. Speak. The driver's voice was a bit cold, but for Sun Kai, as long as the other party responded, that was enough. How much do you know about Woman Village that we are waiting for? I don't know. Sun Kai's mouth twitched. This person clearly did not want to share any information at all. But at this moment, he didn't dare to use other methods on the driver. As Sun Kai pondered whether to change his questioning method, he saw a line of words appear on the driver's head. This little brat just deserves a beating. You hit him with money, and I guarantee nothing will happen, I'm telling you. Chapter 52 Woman Village. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai had been paying attention to Sun Kai over there. They thought it would be fine with him stepping up. But unexpectedly, this driver was stubborn and uncooperative. It would be great if the driver could tell us something, but unfortunately. Du Xiaodai felt a bit regretful. The driver was not cooperating at all, and she had no way to change that. We still don't know who this driver is. If he were an ordinary person, I would definitely go up with Brother Sun to force him to speak. Feng Xiao clenched his fists, and as soon as Sun Kai made any move, he would rush over to help. Just as the two were discussing, they saw a scene that utterly shocked them. Sun Kai pulled out a pile of cash from his bag, then held it in his hand and slapped it hard across the driver's face. Smack! In an instant, the bus fell silent, and the entire summer country went quiet. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Sun Kai to do such a thing. Using money to slap someone in the face? Isn't that asking for hatred? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai both gaped, their faces filled with disbelief. None of them imagined Sun Kai would suddenly act this way. Feng Xiao became more nervous and stood up. What if the driver got mad and left them here? But before he could take a few steps, he saw an even more shocking scene. The driver's expression seemed even colder, with his eyes fixed on Sun Kai. Sun Kai appeared very calm, as if it wasn't him who just slapped someone with money. As the atmosphere grew heavier, and it seemed like a fight could break out at any moment, the driver suddenly spoke up. Money is a good thing. You can't do this next time. What do you want to know? His expression remained very cold, but he quickly took the money from Sun Kai's hand. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were completely bewildered. What just happened? Why was the driver not angry at all after being slapped with money? Is this person out of his mind? Sun Kai immediately said with a grin, Master, I just want to know some information about Woman Village. After all, it's our first time going there. Oh, Woman Village. The driver squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. That village hasn't had contact with the outside for decades. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of you few teaching volunteers, I would have forgotten about that village. It's a very old village. I only heard a bit from my grandfather. It seems that village doesn't like to interact with outsiders. They've always stayed there, relying on the mountains for food and the water for life. From the driver's words, Sun Kai finally gained some understanding of Woman Village. This village is very closed off. To what extent? They only just found out not long ago that the outside world has been peaceful. They thought there was still a war going on. This outdated information left Sun Kai speechless. Weren't people saying that no one has been to Woman Village for a long time? What's up with this road? Sun Kai could tell that although this road was not formal, it was still barely passable for the bus, which fell off. Oh, this road doesn't go directly to Woman Village. You'll have to walk the rest of the way after we get to the front. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the bus came to a stop, and in front was a seemingly endless mountain range. You all keep going forward, cross 2 mountains, and you should be able to see Woman Village. There will be a stone tablet there. The name is written above. Sun Kai did not expect that they would have to climb a mountain right at the beginning. Suddenly, a thought popped up. What would happen if he did not go to Woman Village at this moment? But soon, he shook this thought away. If he didn't go to Woman Village, he would have no way to pass through and leave. Even if he could survive, would he really have to live in a world of strange tales forever? The three got out of the car, and the driver stepped on the gas to leave, showing no intention of giving them a chance to refuse. Brother Sun, what should we do now? The two looked at Sun Kai, clearly relying on him for support. Let's climb the mountain. We need to find Woman Village before dark. The mountains are very dangerous at night. The three immediately began to climb. Sun Kai was fine, having experienced 2 worlds of strange tales and with a body enhancement of 10 points, climbing was no problem for him. But Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai had only a 2-point increase in their physique, and this was their first time in a strange tale world, clearly not as capable as Sun Kai. To wait for them, Sun Kai deliberately slowed down a bit. Even so, after climbing 2 peaks, it cost them a lot of time. At this moment, the sunset had already appeared. We need to speed up, it will be dark soon. The two gritted their teeth and nodded. They wanted nothing more than to lie down on the ground, but they knew better. Once it got dark, how dangerous it would be outside. The three continued forward and finally saw a village ahead before it got dark. In front of the village, there was a stone tablet with the 3 big characters Woman Village written on it. What caught Sun Kai's attention was that the color of the words Woman Village was blood red. Finally, we reached Woman Village. I'm exhausted. Feng Xiao immediately collapsed on the ground, while Du Xiaodai, being a woman, found a stone to sit and rest. At this moment, someone in the village noticed the 3 of them and walked over. Who are you, and what are you doing here? This was a middle-aged man looking to be in his 50s, with a face full of weariness, dark and rough skin, and hands full of calluses. It was clear that he was a farmer who often worked in the fields. Sun Kai walked over and smiled, saying, "We are teachers assigned by the country to provide education, here are our documents." Sun Kai took out their documents and handed them over. The middle-aged man glanced at them and suddenly his attitude changed, filled with warmth. "So you are the teachers sent by the country? I was wondering why you hadn't come until now. Please, come in quickly." The middle-aged man was overjoyed and called inside, "Everyone, come quickly, the teachers are here." "What? The teachers are here? Really? We haven't seen teachers here in a long time. The village chief indeed said so last time, but we didn't expect it wasn't just a lie." After hearing the shouts, a group of villagers came out from inside, their faces filled with simple smiles and curious looks at the three. Though there must be something wrong with this village, they couldn't just show a cold face upon their arrival, that would be asking for trouble. Under Sun Kai's lead, the three greeted them politely and had an excellent attitude, earning unanimous praise from the villagers. "The village chief is coming!" Someone shouted, and the villagers made way, and then an old man with a cane walked over. The old man looked to be around 70 or 80 years old, bent over, with a kind face. "Welcome, three teachers, to our Wumen village. I am Wu Daio, the village chief of Wumen village." Chapter 53, Ghosts. Under the enthusiastic arrangement of the village chief, the three temporarily stayed in an empty house that had 3 rooms, more than enough for them to reside in. The other villagers brought blankets and bowls, quickly gathering the necessities for their lives. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai, being university students, had never experienced such a scene and were extremely polite. Finally, when the villagers returned home, the three of them gathered together to discuss matters. "Brother Sun, this Wumen village seems to have no problems at all. What should we do next?" Feng Xiao spoke first, as he had no understanding of this village and only had an intuition that there was no issue. As a woman, Du Xiaodai vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was, feeling very conflicted. "Brother Sun, I just feel like there's something strange about this village, but I can't figure it out." Sun Kai smiled slightly. "Xiaodai, you are right, there is indeed something wrong with this village. Feng Xiao, since you have come here, you should know one thing, this is the world of strange tales, and danger is everywhere. There is no safe place here." Feng Xiao's heart trembled. How could he have forgotten this? This is not the real world. If there really was no danger, how would he have come here? "Brother Sun, I was wrong." Seeing Feng Xiao's sincere attitude, Sun Kai nodded slightly. "Since we entered this village, danger has already surrounded us. When those villagers appeared just now, did you notice anything?" The two exchanged glances, full of confusion, they hadn't observed anything at all. Sun Kai shook his head helplessly, their observation skills were still too poor. The driver said before that Wumen village is a village that hasn't communicated with the outside world for decades. Normally, the local dialect should be very strong, right? The two nodded. But did you hear any dialect in their words? The two were stunned, thinking back carefully, and only then did they realize. What those people said was more standard than their own, with no dialect at all. This is almost impossible for a village that hasn't communicated with the outside for decades. This is the first point. The second point is that just now at the village entrance, I handed a document to a villager. The result was that he actually understood it. What does this represent? Feng Xiao was thinking hard, but it seemed Du Xiaodai had already thought of it first. Generally speaking, in such a remote village, there shouldn't be just anyone who can read. That's right, that's the problem. As long as there is even one person in the village who can read, they wouldn't need outside teachers to provide education, they could teach the children themselves. But if any villager can read, that's a bit strange. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai looked at Sun Kai with admiration. Previously, they thought that Sun Kai could clear levels through luck. Now it seemed they were too behind in terms of observation skills. These are just surface issues, there are deeper problems that we can't discern for now. However, for safety reasons, the three of us must act together no matter where we are next. The two nodded, they couldn't wait to follow Sun Kai. But just as they were about to return to their rooms, Sun Kai's voice sounded, "Where are you going?" "We are going back to sleep." Feng Xiao looked at Sun Kai in surprise. Sun Kai was speechless. Did this person not listen to others? What I said includes sleeping. From now on, we three will sleep in one room every night. The bed goes to Xiaodai, and we'll sleep on the floor. The two were stunned. Was it really necessary to go this far? But looking at Sun Kai's serious expression, they knew he was serious and could only agree. In the deep of night, Feng Xiao woke up in a daze. He felt like he needed to use the restroom. He had drunk a lot of water during dinner. The restroom seems to be behind the house. It's still an old-fashioned pit toilet, really troublesome. Feng Xiao frowned. In such a deep mountain, they only had kerosene lamps, and even candles were scarce. It was very troublesome to go out to use the toilet. Troublesome or not, it is what it is. Where are the matches? Feng Xiao quietly got up, walked to the outer hall, and fumbled for a while but could not find the matches. Unable to hold his urge to urinate, he decided to quietly make his way to the back. Behind the house was a small vegetable garden, and at the farthest corner, there was a very simple toilet. He squinted his eyes and moved slowly, step by step. He didn't know what time it was, but it seemed like it was around 2 or 3 in the morning. It was very quiet around him. After a hard journey, he finally arrived at the toilet and quickly turned on the faucet. Phew! After the water flowed, Feng Xiao felt refreshed, and his body involuntarily trembled twice. Just as he was about to return, he caught a glimpse of something white, seemingly floating in midair from the corner of his eye. But upon closer inspection, there was nothing there. I must be seeing things, there's nothing here. Feng Xiao muttered to himself, but his body felt a bit stiff. Feng Xiao moved again, but this time he hadn't taken a few steps before he heard a crack. In such a quiet and dark place, this sudden sound startled him to nearly scream. Feng Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, and he quietly turned his head to look toward where the sound had come from. Nothing was there. Feng Xiao let out a sigh of relief, convincing himself with a reason. It must be a stone that broke a branch, it has to be that. His heart racing, Feng Xiao walked toward the house. This time, there was no sound, but when he tried to open the door, he was shocked to discover the door wouldn't open. That's odd, the door isn't even locked, how can it be stuck? Feng Xiao felt very flustered, continuously trying to open the door, but this door, which looked like it could fall with a push, wouldn't budge at all. Suddenly, Feng Xiao's body went stiff. He felt a drop of an unknown liquid land on his neck. A chill swept over his entire body. Feng Xiao instinctively swallowed, and with a tense neck, he turned his head. This time he saw it. Less than 5 meters away from him, there was a white object floating there. A ghost. Feng Xiao let out a piercing scream, and then flung the door open, rushing inside. Feng Xiao. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed, freezing Feng Xiao in place. He recognized it, it was Brother Sun's voice. Indeed, in the living room, he saw Sun Kai lighting an oil lamp, his entire being so excited he nearly cried. Brother Sun, there's a ghost behind, I really saw it, there's a ghost. Feng Xiao clutched Sun Kai's arm, trembling all over. Sun Kai gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. Look up, is the ghost supposed to look like me? Chapter 54, Are you awake? Looking at Feng Xiao, lying on the ground, unconscious, Sun Kai felt helpless. Last night, he had woken up to find Feng Xiao missing. I just said one less word and something happened at night. Sun Kai sighed and immediately got up, waking Du Xiaodai. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Feng Xiao is missing, let's go check it out. Upon hearing Feng Xiao was missing, Du Xiaodai felt a bit anxious, but seeing Sun Kai's calm demeanor, she quickly regained her composure. As long as Brother Sun was there, everything would be alright. The two walked out of the room and into the outside. Because it was too dark, they couldn't see anything. Sun Kai simply lit an oil lamp with a match. Then they saw Feng Xiao lying on the ground. How did Feng Xiao faint here? And his pants, they seem wet? As Du Xiaodai crouched down, she caught a whiff of urine, and her face turned slightly red. As an adult, she knew exactly what it meant, Feng Xiao had wet his pants. Sun Kai frowned, looking at Feng Xiao's expression, he looked terrified, but thankfully he was still breathing. See if you can wake him up. Sun Kai then lit another oil lamp and walked to the back of the house. There was nothing unusual here, just one strange thing, the back door seemed to have been opened by someone. Was it Feng Xiao who opened it? Sun Kai made a guess that Feng Xiao probably wanted to go to the bathroom and encountered something, getting scared and fainting. We will only know everything when Feng Xiao wakes up. After Du Xiaodia's efforts, Feng Xiao finally woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was scream, there's a ghost. Feng Xiao, be quiet, there are no ghosts here. But Feng Xiao wouldn't stop, especially after seeing Sun Kai next to him, scared to the point where snot and tears came out, curling up in the corner. Du Xiaodai was completely at a loss, how could such a good person like Feng Xiao change so much in one night? Sun Kai could see that Feng Xiao must have encountered something, he walked over and slapped Feng Xiao directly in the face. Are you awake? But Feng Xiao was still terrified. Sun Kai immediately started giving Feng Xiao slaps one after another on his face until Feng Xiao was dazed. Are you awake? Brother Sun, stop hitting me, I am awake. It was impossible not to wake up, the force of the slap made Feng Xiao realize that this person before him was the real Brother Sunday. After he woke up, Feng Xiao immediately started crying and told the story of what had happened to him. After hearing it, Du Xiaodai looked terrified, if it were her facing the situation Feng Xiao met, she would have probably died of fright. Going to the bathroom, seeing a ghost. Coming back and finding Brother Sun was also a ghost. This was too scary. This time it's my fault, basically, in the world of ghost stories, you can't go out casually at night. I should have told you beforehand. Sun Kai said with great guilt. This isn't brother Sun's fault, it was my carelessness. I just wanted to go to the bathroom, who knew it would turn out like this? Feng Xiao shook his head, knowing that Sun Kai had done his best. This was indeed his own issue. According to what you said earlier, you clearly went to the bathroom at the back, but why did you wet your pants? Also, I checked the back door, it had indeed been opened. What's going on with that? Sun Kai was very curious. With Sun Kai's words, Feng Xiao finally realized he had wet his pants. His old face turned red, and he quickly went to change clothes in the room. Fortunately, about the clothes, the villagers had prepared them for them last night. It's just that the clothes here, provided by the villagers, couldn't be compared with what they were wearing. After changing clothes, the three gathered in the living room. Feng Xiao, this might just be the beginning, you haven't triggered real danger yet, or else you might already be dead. Sun Kai's expression was very serious. This time Feng Xiao really was lucky to still be alive. Feng Xiao also looked terrified, he really thought he was doomed. Brother Sun, next time I do anything, I will tell you in advance. Me too, Du Xiaodai said from the side. But Sun Kai shook his head, I can't always be with you, not to mention that we're all teachers, we definitely need to teach classes separately. If there really is a need to separate, you must be cautious, when facing any danger, you must stay calm. Only by being calm can you find a way to break free. The world of ghost stories will never give us a certain deadly scene, you all must remember this. The two nodded heavily, they knew Sun Kai was imparting experience to them. Speaking of which, they were the luckiest, having someone like Sun Kai, who had cleared 2 ghost story worlds, with them. Other people from different countries weren't as lucky as they were. Finally, dawn broke. The villagers woke up very early, most of them needed to go to the fields to work, as this was their only source of food. However, they wouldn't forget about the 3 of them, after all, they were the teachers of the village. 3 teachers, how did you sleep last night? A middle-aged man stood at the door. Smiling widely, he asked them. This middle-aged man is Wu Damel, the person assigned by the village chief to take care of them. We slept well, thank you, Uncle Damel. Sun Kai smiled as he walked over, his face full of gratitude. That's good, I worried you wouldn't get used to the conditions in the village, it can't compare to the city. Sun Kai asked casually, Uncle Damel, have you ever been to the city? Where would I have gone? I would like to, but there is too much to do in the village, I simply can't leave. As they walked and chatted, Sun Kai took the opportunity to ask some questions. There were many traps in his questions, but it was unclear whether Wu Damel was truly unaware or just pretending, as he didn't fall into any trap at all. As they talked, they arrived at a slightly larger building. We've arrived, this is the school specially prepared by the village. All the students are inside, and these little rascals will be your responsibility from now on. It's no trouble, it's our duty. The 3 of them waved their hands in unison. After Wu Damel left, the 3 of them walked inside. As soon as they entered, they saw more than 10 children of different ages sitting quietly on benches. Pairs of curious eyes were looking at them, which immediately made Feng Xiao and the others a bit nervous. This was their first time being teaching volunteers, and they had never done this in the real world before. Sun Kai remained calm, walking to the podium that had been prepared for them, smiling at the group of children below. I'm Sun Kai, this is Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai, from now on, the 3 of us will be your teachers. Chapter 55, This is for your good. This was Sun Kai's first time being a teacher, but he felt no panic at all. After a brief introduction, he asked the students to introduce themselves. Among these students, the youngest was 6 years old, and the oldest was 15, showing a large age gap. Having stayed here for a long time, they had never experienced systematic learning, so Sun Kai simply allowed them to start from the basics. Sun Kai did not forget that his identity was a Chinese language teacher, as was stated in the documents. Feng Xiao was the math teacher, and Du Xiaodai was the foreign language teacher. The first class was taught by Sun Kai. Due to the remoteness, the students had no textbooks, so Sun Kai simply taught them to recognize characters. These fundamentals posed no difficulty for him. And these students eagerly absorbed the new knowledge, with no one dawdling. It was clear that they were full of curiosity about knowledge. While imparting knowledge, Sun Kai discreetly observed the students. On the surface, they seemed to have no issues. It's only the first day, I'll check again in a few days. Soon, it was Feng Xiao's turn to teach, and Sun Kai went to a temporary office prepared for the 3 of them. Brother Sun, how are those students? Du Xiaodai leaned over and asked softly. So far, there seem to be no issues, but we should still be cautious. Du Xiaodai nodded. After what happened with Feng Xiao last night, she had realized that danger was everywhere. Du Xiaodai was preparing her own lesson, and Sun Kai did not disturb her. Just then, a scream came from the classroom. The 2 were startled, exchanged glances, and hurried over. They saw a boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old, fiercely biting Feng Xiao's arm. The scream had come from Feng Xiao. What happened? Sun Kai rushed up to separate the boy from Feng Xiao, asking urgently. Feng Xiao's face showed a mix of confusion and pain. I don't know. I was just teaching them the numbers starting from 1, and then he suddenly came up and bit me. It hurts, ow. Sun Kai looked at Feng Xiao's arm, which had deep bite marks appearing on it. There was still a trace of blood. Sun Kai turned to look at the boy, who seemed to feel he had done nothing wrong and calmly returned to his seat. At this moment, he noticed something. The other students did not seem surprised by the boy's actions. Everything was very calm to a somewhat frightening degree. Brother Sun, these kids seem to. Du Xiaodai also sensed this, and she became a bit scared. Sun Kai went to the podium, looking at the students below. Student Wu Hao, the teacher wants to know, why did you just bite Teacher Feng? Did Teacher Feng do something wrong? Wu Hao was the boy who had just bitten Teacher Feng. When he arrived, he had already memorized all the students' names. But Wu Hao said nothing, nor did the other students. The atmosphere in the classroom was quite strange. Sun Kai was not angry. He knew one important thing: being angry was of no use. He turned around and looked at the simple blackboard behind him, which only had some numbers written by Feng Xiao. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the number 4, it stopped. Without any surprise, this was when the boy rushed forward to bite Feng Xiao. Sun Kai silently wiped off these numbers and started writing from 1 again. 1, 2, 3. Just as he was about to write down 4, a student's voice rang out. Teacher Sun, I think it's better if you don't write it down. Sun Kai stopped his hand and turned to look at the student who spoke. It was a girl. Student Wu Qian, why do you say that? Can you tell the teacher? The girl had a blank expression and said softly, this is for your good. Our Wumen village has taboos about certain numbers. Taboos? The number 4? Sun Kai had heard before that some remote places indeed had certain taboos, but this was the first time he witnessed it. This is really a headache. Teacher Feng is your math teacher. If she can't even teach basic numbers, it will be inconvenient later. Sun Kai looked very troubled. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly wrote down the number 4. In that instant, he keenly noticed the students below changed their expressions when they saw the number 4. But this change quickly disappeared, except for Wu Hao. His face twisted with rage as he rushed towards Sun Kai, opening his mouth to bite him. But Sun Kai was already prepared and would not let Wu Hao bite him easily. He grabbed Wu Hao's arm and fixed it in a rear hold, making it impossible for Wu Hao to bite him. I'm going to bite you, I'm going to bite you, I'm going to bite you. Wu Hao kept making strange sounds, as if he had turned into a beast, struggling non-stop. Unfortunately, he was just a few years old, and there was a huge gap in strength compared to Sun Kai. Du Xiaodai was scared by the scene in front of her. She did not expect a child could turn into this. Sun Kai calmly held on to Wu Hao and looked at the other students. Wu Hao may be under some kind of distress. Teacher Feng's class will be temporarily stopped, and Teacher Du will teach instead. As he spoke, Sun Kai gave Du Xiaodai a look, taking Feng Xiao and Wu Hao to the temporary office. Du Xiaodai was actually very scared, but she could not rely on Sun Kai for everything. At least her own class had to be taught by her. Arriving at the temporary office, Wu Hao's struggles grew weaker and gradually calmed down. Brother Sun, what's up with this kid? I feel like he's... Feng Xiao hesitated and quietly said, possessed by a ghost? Sun Kai did not answer him but pressed Wu Hao down onto a chair, eyes fixed on him. Wu Hao, if you don't tell me what's going on with you, then you may not be able to attend the next math class. Wu Hao did not respond. If it weren't for the fact that he was still blinking, he would have seemed completely unresponsive. As long as there is a heartbeat, Sun Kai thought he was dead. Sun Kai was very patient, always trying to talk to Wu Hao. But the whole morning passed, and Wu Hao showed no response at all, leaving him with no options. At noon, when school was over, the students all went home to eat, but Sun Kai kept Wu Qian back. Among so many students, only Wu Qian spoke up, and he thought this was a breakthrough. But the first thing Wu Qian said when she came over was, Mr. Sun, I think you are a nice person, so I will give you some advice. Don't keep asking about anything, you just need to do your job as a teacher. This is for your good. Sun Kai smiled and said, since you're doing this for the teacher's good, then why don't you tell the teacher why Wu Hao is like this? Chapter 56 Strange Rules. Wu Qian looked about 13 years old, but her eyes made Sun Kai feel she was like an adult. Mr. Sun, do you know a saying? What saying? Curiosity killed the cat. Sun Kai certainly knew this saying, but he didn't expect to hear it from a teenage girl. If they were truly people who accidentally entered here, they might not dig deeper. But they are the national fortune holders who entered here, and every piece of information here is very important. Sun Kai would not give up this rare chance to know. I know, but there are some things that if I don't know, the teacher might not even be able to sleep. But Wu Qian sighed and said, Mr. Sun, I actually want to tell you some things, but I have my reasons for not being able to say them, so I'm sorry. Wu Qian left, and Sun Kai didn't stop her. Brother Sun, she seems to know quite a bit, should we be tougher and force her to talk? Sun Kai shook his head, if she can tell us these things, at least she's not an enemy, if you want to turn her into one, I have nothing to say. Feng Xiao awkwardly smiled, realizing his thoughts were too simple. But brother Sun, we've encountered such a situation this morning, what about my class in the afternoon? So far, there seems to be no problem with the Chinese and foreign language classes, but only his math class is in trouble. Along with last night's events, Feng Xiao felt like he was being targeted. Your class should be put on hold for now, safety is the priority. By the way, don't forget to look for the rules of this world, only by knowing the rules can we find a way to pass. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up, he actually forgot about this matter. This is a world of strange rules where everything is based on rules, yet they haven't seen a single rule so far. The two began to search this temporary office, and unexpectedly, they actually found a new rule. Rule 1. You are a math teacher, but remember, you must never teach students the number 4. 2. Don't go out alone at night, if you really must, please walk with your eyes closed. This was the rule Feng Xiao found, which was clearly targeting him. Sun Kai did not find a rule, he guessed this might be because he already knew 2 rules, which is why nothing was given to him this time. Seeing his own rule, Feng Xiao couldn't help but complain. These rules are too slow, if I had known, I wouldn't have taught them the number 4. And this rule, don't go out alone, even if you do go out, you have to walk with closed eyes. If you had told me sooner, I wouldn't have gone out. Sun Kai sharply sensed something strange. Generally, if a rule is violated, the result is almost always death. But Feng Xiao had already violated 2 rules, yet he was still fine. What was going on? Feng Xiao taught the number 4 and went out alone at night to use the toilet. He could be said to have violated both rules. Yet the former only led to him being bitten by Wu Hao, and the latter caused him to just faint. There is nothing else. Does this mean that the 2 rules of Feng Xiao are both false? But if both rules are false, the probability is too low. At least, this is the first time Sun Kai encountered such a situation. By the way, we haven't checked Xiao Dai's desk, let's see if there are any rules there. Sun Kai's suggestion received Feng Xiao's agreement, and the two walked over to search Xiao Dai's desk, where they really found her rules. Rules 1. You are a music teacher, but if you become a foreign language teacher, please be careful. 2. You cannot stay with students for a long time, terrible things will happen. The 2 rules left Sun Kai and Feng Xiao dumbfounded. Why are Xiao Dai's rules completely different from theirs? Brother Sun, what does this rule mean? Why does it say to be careful if Xiao Dai becomes a foreign language teacher? Who should be careful? And what about the second rule? Terrible things will happen if Xiao Dai stays with students for a long time? Feng Xiao was bewildered, and so was Sun Kai. His and Feng Xiao's rules were relatively normal, but Xiao Dai's rules seemed completely unrelated. First, in the first rule, it said that Xiao Dai is a music teacher, not a foreign language teacher. But Xiao Dai was assigned as a foreign language teacher, he had seen the documents, which put this in conflict with the rules. Once Xiao Dai becomes a foreign language teacher, what should she be careful about? Is this telling Xiao Dai to be careful, or is it telling them to be careful of Xiao Dai? The first rule made them become cautious about Xiao Dai. What is going on? Could it be that Xiao Dai, like Lu Yin before, is a woman with great acting skills? Or is it that Xiao Dai is also a past national fortune bearer? As for the second rule, it is even more confusing. Once Xiao Dai stays with students, terrible things will happen? How is this time limit determined? While they were both confused, Xiao Dai returned from the restroom. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so serious? Xiao Dai looked at them strangely while the rules about her had already been hidden away by Sun Kai. Without any evidence, if Xiao Dai knew about this rule, it would be very unfavorable for the situation to come. It's nothing, I was just thinking about what Wu Qian said. Sun Kai naturally shifted the topic, and Wu Qian's words indeed made people curious. What is wrong with this village that even a child in their teens refrains from speaking about it? Yeah, this village must have problems, but if even the students are unwilling to talk, what can we do? Feng Xiao knew that this was not the time to doubt Xiao Dai, but those rules still affected him somewhat. Knock knock. The door to the temporary office was knocked on, and a voice outside came from Wu Demu. The 3 teachers must be hungry, this is the lunch the village has prepared for you, and the village will provide lunches and dinners in the future. Thank you so much, Uncle Demu. Sun Kai stepped forward and took 3 enamel bowls, each filled with white rice and several kinds of vegetables. He even found some shredded meat inside. He knew very well that in such a poor mountain village, there were no domesticated animals, the only source of meat was hunting. But hunting is entirely based on luck, and meat must be extremely rare in this place. Being able to eat meat was solely based on their status as teachers. It's nothing, I heard that Wu Hao, that naughty kid, that teacher phone? How is teacher phone? Is he okay? Sun Kai's expression changed. Wasn't this a great opportunity to inquire about the situation? Just as he was about to ask, he saw a line of words appear above Wu Demu's head. Chapter 57, Asking Afterwards, I Must Die. Asking Afterwards, I Must Die. The 4 large characters were very eye-catching. Sun Kai's eyelids jumped sharply. This was the first time in a long while that the hint had so bluntly told him that once he asked about what he wanted to know, he would definitely be doomed. Sun Kai forced himself to swallow the words about to escape his lips and changed them to something else. Uncle Demu, it's just that the child is a bit mischievous. I believe he will get better sooner or later. Uncle Demu, you must give us a little confidence. Wu Demu laughed upon hearing this. They have always been wild. In the future, we'll have to trouble the 3 teachers to educate them more. If they really don't listen, it's fine to just hit them. I mean it. After chatting for a while, Wu Demu left. Brother Sun, why didn't you take the chance to ask Wu Demu? He is an adult in the village and should know something, right? Feng Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled, while Du Xiaodai also looked strangely at him. Sun Kai remained silent, and only after watching Wu Demu's figure disappear did he quietly say, "This Wu Demu has a problem. If you believe me, no matter when in the future, you must not ask him anything." Seeing Sun Kai's serious expression, the two could only nod in agreement. It was the first time they had seen Brother Sun so serious. You all know that I am someone who has lived through the world of strange tales twice. The reason I am still alive is because of my intuition. Just now, my intuition told me that person has a problem. If I really ask, I might not survive the night. Hearing Sun Kai speak so gravely about this, both their expressions became serious. They somewhat believed in Sun Kai's intuition. After all, he truly lived through 2 worlds of strange tales. If they said they had no intuition at all and survived by luck, they wouldn't even believe it themselves. After eating, they continued with afternoon classes, but Feng Xiao's classes were temporarily halted. This made Feng Xiao feel a bit bored. Sitting on the office chair, he said to Sun Kai next to him, "Brother Sun, sitting here all the time is not a solution. Should we find an opportunity to go out and ask about some things?" Their understanding of the village was too limited, and Feng Xiao's suggestion made a lot of sense. But Sun Kai knew very well that the village was small, and they 3 outsiders stood out too much. In other words, they needed a legitimate reason to take action. After the afternoon classes are over, we should find an excuse to visit the students' homes and see the situation. Feng Xiao's eyes brightened. Yes, a home visit is a perfect reason. That way, no one will notice where we go. As expected of Brother Sun, so impressive. The afternoon classes quickly came to an end, and this time, there were no issues. For the first home visit, Sun Kai chose Wu Hao. Since the other party had caused a problem today and bitten the teacher, they had plenty of reasons for a home visit. What does home visit mean? Wu Hao's voice was a bit cold, with no smile on his face. It means going to your house and communicating with your parents, which will also help you in your future schooling. Feng Xiao had been bitten by Wu Hao, and Du Xiaodai was somewhat afraid of him. The one communicating with him was only Sun Kai. Oh. Wu Hao replied faintly, then turned to leave. Sun Kai didn't know if he agreed or not, but he took it as if he had agreed. The 3 followed behind Wu Hao, heading to his house. On the way, they encountered many villagers. When they saw Sun Kai and the others, they all smiled and called them teachers warmly. On the surface, it could be said that there were no problems in this village. However, with the knowledge of the way to pass through already, Sun Kai guessed something. At this moment, they probably wouldn't be able to leave this village. As they walked, Wu Hao stopped, and before the 3 appeared a dilapidated-looking house. "This is my home." Wu Hao said one sentence and walked in. Creak. The door was pushed open, revealing the inside. It was a very ordinary house, with only a worn-out wooden table and stool in the living room. A man who looked about 40 was angrily scolding a woman, not even noticing Wu Hao's return. Wu Hao seemed as if he didn't see them, walking straight toward his room. If a teacher were to come for a home visit, it would surely be very awkward. But Sun Kai wouldn't feel awkward. Instead, he laughed and called out, "Hello, we are Wu Hao's teachers." Only then did the man notice the 3 at the door, and he quickly put on a smiling face and approached. "Oh, it's 3 teachers, come in and sit down. Wife, hurry and get some water, quickly." Seeing the man kick the woman, Du Xiaodai raised an eyebrow and was about to speak up. But Feng Xiao reacted faster, covering her mouth. "Don't be impulsive, listen to Sun Gu." Du Xiaodai calmed down and nodded. Sun Kai pretended not to see the earlier incident and asked the man, "Mr. Wu, we want to know about Wu Hao's usual behavior, could you tell us?" "His usual behavior? What can he do? He only knows how to go out and make trouble, never comes to help me, just makes me angry all day." The man seemed to have a lot to say, seizing this chance to spill everything. In his eyes, Wu Hao was a mischievous brat, doing nothing good, just causing chaos every day. But in Sun Kai's view, Wu Hao spoke little, and besides biting Feng Xiao once, he hadn't done anything too outrageous. It was as if the Wu Hao in the father's eyes was a completely different person than the Wu Hao in Sun Kai's eyes. "Teachers, here's some water." Wu Hao's mother brought over 3 bowls of water and placed them in front of them. "Thank you." The 3 thanked her, while the observant Sun Kai noticed that the woman had many bruises on her hands. The woman didn't speak and silently walked away. Teachers are civilized people, they still thank her. If it were me, I would just kick her away. The man's words showed no respect for the woman. If Feng Xiao hadn't stopped her, Du Xiaodai would have definitely scolded him. Sun Kai didn't continue with such topics, instead asking about any taboos in the village and mentioning Wu Hao's impulsive behavior in class. Taboos in the village? Well, we've always disliked the word death, even similar sounds are not allowed. If someone writes those things in front of us, we would definitely be angry. Teachers, I tend to speak bluntly, so please don't mind. The three nodded to show they understood. Now they finally realized why Wu Hao got so agitated upon seeing the number 4. But with so many students, why did only Wu Hao bite? Chapter 58, Is Sun Ge Not Human? Sun Kai didn't directly ask but instead probed to see if the other party knew what Wu Hao did during the day. But to his surprise, Wu Hao's dad showed a complete lack of concern. I heard that this kid dares to bite people. I said don't mind me, just hit him, as long as he doesn't die. Sun Kai's eyelid twitched. This statement proved that Wu Hao was definitely his biological son. But his intention was not to punish Wu Hao, he wanted to know why Wu Hao bit people. This little rascal sometimes bites even me when he's mad, like a dog. If he does it again next time, just hit him. Seeing Wu Hao's dad mention hitting so often, Sun Kai knew there would be no results if he continued to ask. Well then, Mr. Wu, we'll head back now. Teachers, stay for a meal. No need, we have dinner prepared in the village. Wu Hao's dad was very enthusiastic. But Sun Kai still insisted on going back, and as he left, Wu Hao did not appear. At this time, it was already dark outside, but thankfully, the glow of some kerosene lamps at home barely allowed them to see the road. Brother Sun, let's hurry back. Feng Xiao was a bit scared. Last night's events had made him fearful of the night. Yes, Brother Sun, I always feel that this village is a bit scary at night. Du Xiaodai shrank her head, and a scared expression also appeared on her face. Sun Kai said nothing and kept walking with his head down. But as they walked, the two noticed that Brother Sun's direction didn't seem to lead to where they lived. Brother Sun, you took a wrong turn, our place is over there. Feng Xiao hurriedly reminded him, but Sun Kai seemed not to hear. Just as Feng Xiao was about to say something, Du Xiaodai quickly grabbed his arm and cautiously pointed to Sun Kai's feet. Feng Xiao glanced and was immediately scared out of his wits. He realized that Brother Sun's feet were not walking but floating. Holy crap! This Brother Sun is not human. Brother Sun is in trouble, what should we do? Feng Xiao was very panicked. He didn't expect that after just a short time out, they encountered another strange situation. More importantly, they didn't even know when Brother Sun had disappeared. Brother Sun said that we must stay calm no matter what happens, we must not provoke the guy in front, otherwise we might die here. Du Xiaodai was also very scared, but she could still hold back her fear to say this. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes, Brother Sun said that no matter when, there will always be a way to solve problems, we must work hard together. Brother Sun will definitely notice we are missing, as long as we can hold on until he comes to save us, we will be fine. Exactly, Brother Sun is our only hope, we must persevere. The two murmured softly, their footsteps not slowing as they secretly followed the imposter. They dared not run around randomly. If they triggered some plot twist and got themselves killed, that would be the end. At the same time, Sun Kai also sensed something was off. Usually, these two were chattering away, but why hadn't they said a word since they left? He turned back to take a look, and the expressions on their faces were blank, completely ignoring him as they walked ahead. Such an obvious abnormality could be seen even by a fool. Have they both been possessed? No, their feet, they are floating. These two are definitely not human. Sun Kai's brows twitched wildly. He hadn't expected to encounter such a bizarre situation so soon after leaving Wu Hao's house. He thought tonight would be quiet, but he was wrong. Unexpected events often strike suddenly. Sun Kai did not dare to speak rashly. He was thinking about how to crack this situation. From Feng Xiao's condition last night, it seemed that even if they had done something wrong, it wouldn't pose a life-threatening risk. But Sun Kai wouldn't wager his life on it. He must observe this situation as best as he could and seek a way to break it. Thinking of this, Sun Kai quietly moved back to the front and asked the two, "What do you think of Wu Hao's father's answer just now?" But after waiting for a while, both of them remained silent. It seems that these two are like puppets, lacking real awareness, unable to answer my questions. Sun Kai was seizing this opportunity to gather the information he needed. As they walked, Sun Kai noticed that the direction the two were heading was not the way back but toward the outside of the village. If they really went that way, it would spell trouble for him. But sneaking away at this moment could trigger some sort of plot twist. Either way, it would lead to death, which left Sun Kai with a headache. I guess Feng Xiao and Xiaodai encountered the same problem as me. They might still be waiting for me to save them. Sun Kai took a deep breath. He knew he had to try something. Currently, he saw no signs appearing. Perhaps the signs thought that whatever he did now would not pose a danger to his life. This was good news for him. Sun Kai walked in front of the two and slapped Feng Xiao hard. Of course, he hit Feng Xiao because Du Xiaodai was a girl. The slap was loud, but Feng Xiao showed no reaction, as if he hadn't been slapped at all. Sun Kai tried to kick Feng Xiao down, but he seemed light as a feather and couldn't be pushed at all. After several attempts, the two showed no reaction whatsoever. If you ignore me, I'll just leave. Sun Kai pretended to walk away, and finally, the two had a reaction. They floated over to Sun Kai, arms outstretched, as if they wanted to grab him back. Sun Kai felt delighted. As long as they reacted, that was good. He noticed a nearby house had its lights on, so he ran over and knocked on the door, shouting, "Help! Help!" But no matter how hard he knocked, it was as if the people inside couldn't hear him at all, and there was not a sound. Sun Kai leaned against the window, looking inside. Strangely, he saw no one at all. It seems that either everything I am seeing is an illusion, or this is a separate space different from the outside world. Sun Kai had watched many horror films, and generally, ghosts had some unique abilities. What he did just now was just to confirm this point. The two ghosts behind him were still pursuing him relentlessly, but their speed was not very fast. As he fled, Sun Kai pondered how he could break the deadlock. He recalled how Feng Xiao had survived before. Wait, could it be child's urine? Sun Kai remembered the stains on Feng Xiao's pants. If ghosts were afraid of child's urine, he wondered if this might be the breakthrough point. If it were just him alone, Sun Kai wouldn't mind peeing. But the problem was, everything he said and did would be watched by countless people. If he peed right there, it would definitely be an embarrassing death. Sun Kai really didn't want to walk down the street in the future while a child pointed and shouted, "Dad, look! That's our country's urinating hero, Sun Kai." Just thinking about that scene made Sun Kai shiver. It was impossible to pee. No matter how much he was offered, it wouldn't work. So, he had to look for child's urine elsewhere. Students. His students, each one of them was definitely still a child, he could guarantee that. The closest student was actually at Wu Hao's house, who had just left. He knew Wu Hao might not be able to find him, but all he needed was Wu Hao's child's urine. With that thought, Sun Kai immediately changed direction and ran towards Wu Hao's house. Before long, he arrived at Wu Hao's house and saw an unbelievable scene. Wu Hao stood at his front door with a blank expression, his gaze fixed directly on him. "Wu Hao!" Sun Kai exclaimed in surprise. He had noticed that there were no other people around, so how could Wu Hao appear here? Or was this Wu Hao not a person? Just as Sun Kai thought this, Wu Hao spoke. "Teacher, I warned you during the day, why did you still come here to die?" As he spoke, a fierce expression appeared on Wu Hao's face, and he shouted loudly behind Sun Kai, "Get out!" The sound was deafening, and it seemed to create waves in the air. It was simply unbelievable. What Sun Kai didn't expect was that in response to Wu Hao's shout, the two non-human entities, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai, showed a hint of fear. Without saying a word, he quickly slipped away. "Wu Hao, what is going on?" Sun Kai naturally would not miss such a good opportunity, hurriedly going over to ask Wu Hao. But Wu Hao still had no intention of speaking to Sun Kai, turning around and walking inside, leaving behind a sentence. "Teacher, to survive, do not inquire about anything. I have already helped you get rid of their entanglement, you can go back later. Sometimes, ignorance is happiness." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was closed. At the same time, Sun Kai heard the voices of Wu Hao's parents coming from inside the room. Sun Kai realized that he had come out of that strange place just now. It was clear that Wu Hao did not wish to have any communication with him. Sun Kai was even more worried about Feng Xiao and the others, so he hurriedly ran ahead and saw the two trembling with fear at a fork in the road. "Feng Xiao, Xiaodai, are you okay?" Upon seeing Sun Kai, the two's gazes were fixed firmly on his feet, realizing that he indeed had run over, and they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Sun, we almost got scared to death. You don't know, that ghost that turned into your appearance was simply inhuman." Feng Xiao's voice trembled as he spoke. "Brother Sun, I truly thought I would never see you again." Du Xiaodai felt the same way. Sun Kai kept comforting them. He also knew that these two had been greatly frightened. But their being alive meant there was no big problem. "How did you get out?" Sun Kai asked, and then Feng Xiao spoke up. "We don't know either. We just kept following that fake one, and suddenly it seemed to see something, let out a terrible scream, and then floated away, scaring us half to death." Sun Kai pondered. He suspected that the fake one might have been scared off by Wu Hao. Wu Hao is actually so amazing. This village indeed hides some secrets. Let's go back first, gather everything, and see if we can find anything. The three returned to their place, closed the door, and only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. When they were outside, they were very worried that something similar would happen again, but fortunately, it didn't. Knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, startling the two. Sun Kai remained relatively calm and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's me, Wu Demu, I brought you food." Sun Kai then remembered that their lunch and dinner were both taken care of by the village, and the one delivering food was always Wu Demu. He opened the door, and standing at the door was indeed Wu Demu, holding 3 enamel bowls. Uncle Demu, thank you. No problem, I heard that you visited Wu Hao's house today. Did his dad say anything out of line? No, Wu Hao's dad is a really nice person. That's good, you guys eat first, I won't say anything else. Wu Demu left with a smile, but Sun Kai kept watching him leave completely before relaxing. The handwritten warning from earlier still lingered in his mind. At that time, the warning had solemnly told him that once he went to Wu Demu to inquire about village matters, the only outcome awaiting him was death. This indicated one thing: Wu Demu definitely knew a lot and was a key figure in the village. This feeling of knowing the other party had issues but being unable to ask was truly unbearable. But Sun Kai had no way out, he could only explore the secrets of Wu Men village bit by bit through other means. The three quickly finished their meal and returned to their room to sleep. To prevent a repeat of last night's situation, Sun Kai directly found a plastic bucket and placed it in the living room, agreeing that whoever needed to use the bathroom must wake the others. Everything was precautionary. That night, nothing happened. But not everyone was as cautious as the three of them. After the emergence of this strange tale world, a national luck-bearer from a certain country appeared. They took a completely different path. They got off halfway and didn't go to Woman Village at all, as a result. On the first night, while sleeping in the wild, they suddenly went dark. Vaguely, someone seemed to see several strange figures approaching them. Some did enter Woman Village, but they didn't take being teachers seriously. Instead, they made a big fuss searching for the so-called secrets in Woman Village. Yet, they found no secrets, and their numbers kept dwindling, ultimately resulting in all three of them meeting their end. In the footage, as they learned more, the villagers' behavior became increasingly strange, and in the end, all three were killed by the villagers. What was even more chilling was that a national fortune seeker had a sudden whim: he wanted to leave Woman Village. However, after trying, even climbing several mountains, endless mountains still lay before him. And when he looked back, the stone tablet of Woman Village was right in front of him. He couldn't get out. Xia Changqing had all of this documented, planning to remind Sun Kai when the opportunity arose. So far, it seemed Sun Kai had no major problems, but he also hadn't performed significantly. This time, the difficulty level for the three was seemingly harder than the first world before. Chapter 60, Wu Damu was dead. In class, Sun Kai was teaching the students, becoming more accustomed to being a teacher. Secretly, he observed Wu Hao. But Wu Hao was still the same as before, seemingly unchanged, as if everything from last night was just an illusion. Not just Wu Hao, but Wu Qian was the same. These students clearly knew something, yet they just wouldn't tell him, which left Sun Kai feeling helpless. He couldn't exactly force these students to speak, could he? That would not be something a teacher should do. Just at that moment, a chilling scream suddenly rang out from outside. Not good, someone is dead. Sun Kai's face changed. Someone was dead? Could it be that Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai had an accident? As he walked out of the classroom, he saw Feng Xiao and the others jogging over, and seeing they were fine, Sun Kai felt relieved. Brother Sun, did you hear? Someone is dead? Feng Xiao was somewhat scared. A death in the village, did that mean danger was near? I heard. You two keep the students calm, I'll go check it out alone. Before collecting information, he was still a teacher, and the students' safety was certainly the most important. The two had no objections, entered to keep the students steady, while Sun Kai went outside alone. Some villagers were gathered together, and their faces clearly showed panic, seeming somewhat lost. Sun Kai approached and asked a villager. Brother, what happened here? The villager sighed when he saw Sun Kai and said, It's Teacher Sun, just now, a body was found in the creek at the door. Ah? Whose is it? I heard it's Wu Damu. This news was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Sun Kai stunned on the spot. Wu Damu. How could this be possible? The Wu Damu who was even told by hints that he would perish if he dared to ask. How could he be dead? Sun Kai's first reaction was disbelief, but the villager had no reason to lie to him. He hurriedly ran outside, where quite a few villagers had gathered around, and a body covered with a white cloth lay on the ground. Sun Kai walked over in a daze, gently lifting the white cloth. What lay beneath was the pale-faced Wu Damu. It's really true? Sun Kai couldn't believe it. Someone he regarded as a boss, Wu Damu, had died so quickly? Or rather, he had died in such a mysterious manner, discovered dead by the creek. No one stopped Sun Kai's actions. After all, everyone knew that Wu Damu had been bringing them meals for the past 2 days. They saw Sun Kai's appearance and instead believed he was a grateful person. Their impression of him improved. Village Chief Wu Dayo walked over, his aged hand gently patting Sun Kai's shoulder. Teacher Sun, I know you had a good relationship with Damu, but a person cannot come back to life. We will hold a memorial for Damu shortly. Sun Kai looked up, a bit dazed, staring at Wu Dayo. Village Chief, how did Uncle Damu die? The word die made the villagers around him change their expression slightly, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. We don't know either. It seems he may have drowned. There is a pond upstream of this small creek, he might have fallen in and been swept down by the current. Sun Kai looked over and indeed found a pond upstream of the creek, but how would Wu Damu go to that pond? Soon, several villagers carried away Wu Damu's body, preparing for his memorial. Though it was called a memorial, it was really just the village chief saying a few words to pay tribute, then letting Wu Damu's relatives keep vigil before burial. Sun Kai did not follow, he stayed here to carefully examine the surroundings. There were no bloodstains on the ground, only some messy footprints, clearly made by the villagers. This was not the primary crime scene, and with the villagers unaware, it had already been destroyed. Sun Kai also did not expect to find anything here. The place he intended to go was the pond. Wait, I'll go check the pond on the mountain and will be back before dark. You all handle it here. Before leaving, Sun Kai found two people and spoke to them. Brother Sun, it's too dangerous to go alone. Why don't we accompany you? Yeah, 3 people are better than 1. Maybe we can be of help. The two were trying to persuade him, but Sun Kai felt he still had hidden clues to assist him. If he encountered danger, being alone might give him a chance to escape, but with 2 others, that was not certain. After all, this time he would be actively facing danger, which was completely different from being passive before. Wu Damu's death shocked Sun Kai greatly. If he couldn't figure things out, they might not know when they'd die. Seeing Sun Kai so determined, the two could only agree. Then, Sun Kai climbed alone toward the back mountain. Fortunately, there was a small path leading to the pond on the back mountain, saving him a lot of effort. After some time, Sun Kai finally arrived at the pond. The pond looked very deep. Sun Kai glanced at it and saw no bottom in sight. At the same time, the water in the pond was very cold. He reached out to try it and felt it was chilling to the bone. If I fall in and can't swim, I might not drown but would probably freeze to death. Sun Kai circled the edge of the pond and quickly found a place with fresh footprints, with signs of sliding in at the edge. Everything pointed to Wu Damu actually falling in accidentally. But Sun Kai still had some doubts. Why would Wu Damu come here? How did he end up falling in? All of this was a mystery, making Sun Kai frown tightly. He just didn't notice that a shadow was quietly approaching him from behind. While Sun Kai was deep in thought, a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Someone is behind you. Sun Kai was shocked and instinctively dodged aside. At that moment, a figure suddenly fell from where he had just been standing, plunging into the pond. Help, help, I can't swim. The person in the pond screamed tragically. Sun Kai took a closer look and found the person unfamiliar. This was a man who looked to be in his 20s, and his clothes did not seem to belong to someone from the village. Who is this person? To be honest, Sun Kai was not foolish. Just now he realized. This person must want to push himself down. If it weren't for the hint that reminded him, he might have been the one to be pushed down now. Thinking of this, Sun Kai lost the urge to save him and instead stood above shouting. Who are you, and why are you here? But the person below kept shouting for help, completely ignoring Sun Kai's question. Sun Kai was not anxious at all, he just stood there waiting for an answer. Seeing that Sun Kai truly didn't care about his own life, the man became frightened and shouted loudly. I am Wu Damu, a villager. Chapter 61, Imposter. This person claims to be Wu Damu? This made Sun Kai both surprised and a bit amused. This person can't be a fool. Wu Damu has already died. How could he possibly be Wu Damu? Wu Damu is dead. Who are you really? Sun Kai did not believe this person's words at all. Though he hadn't met every villager, he really had no impression of this one. Help me quickly, I will tell you everything. Sun Kai looked around and found a longer stick, handing it over. The young man quickly grabbed the end of the stick, preventing himself from sinking further. But Sun Kai had no intention of pulling him up. Instead, he directly asked, So, who are you? If you don't answer, I'll throw you in right now. Seeing the stick was still in Sun Kai's hand, the man had no choice but to speak. I really am Wu Damu, I am not lying, I can swear it. Sun Kai frowned. This person was still unrepentant, stubbornly insisting he was Wu Damu. Fine, if you say you are Wu Damu, then tell me, who was the person that died during the day? Him? He's just an imposter who borrowed my name. The man sneered. Sun Kai chuckled, not believing the man's words, but he realized this person was a good entry point. Maybe he could get some vital information from him. Thinking of this, Sun Kai continued to ask, So, do you know who I am? Of course I know, you are just an imposter brought in to suppress us. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. Suppress? What does this mean? Be clear. The young man was shivering from the cold water, saying, Hurry and pull me up, or I will freeze to death. Sun Kai had personally tested how cold the water was. A person couldn't last long in it without freezing to death. But Sun Kai didn't act, remembering this man was ready to push him down earlier. He hadn't forgotten that. How could he save someone with malicious intent towards him? Though he might miss some important clues, saving someone who wanted to kill him was out of the question. Seeing Sun Kai gradually loosening his grip, the young man panicked and shouted loudly. Don't let go, I'll tell you something if you save me. Before Sun Kai could respond, he hurriedly said, there are big problems in the village, there are ghosts. He thought that saying something like this would shock Sun Kai greatly. But to his disappointment, Sun Kai's expression remained calm, only temporarily halting the release of his grip. I know there are ghosts, what else? The young man looked shocked, as if scared by Sun Kai's words. You've seen ghosts? And you survived? How is that possible? Then, as if recalling something, he cursed softly, mumbling something. Unfortunately, his voice was too low, and Sun Kai could not hear it. If you don't have any important information, then that's it. Seeing Sun Kai preparing to let go again, the young man helplessly disclosed a very important piece of information. The village is divided into three forces, the living, the ghosts, and the dead. Sun Kai could understand both the living and the ghosts. What does it mean to be dead? When a person dies, aren't they just gone? How can they still have intentions, running around like the living? I am alive, and the Wu Dama who died today, he is a dead person, he has taken my identity, making me afraid to return to the village. Sun Kai squinted his eyes, what this person said was becoming more and more strange. He couldn't completely trust this man's words, who knew if he was just deceiving himself. Just as Sun Kai was about to let go, the man let out a terrified shout. Quick, pull me up. A dead person is coming closer, once he spots us, we'll both die. Sun Kai could see that the young man was genuinely panicked, and that was not something you could fake. After hesitating for a moment, he still pulled the young man up. Hurry and follow me. Once the young man got up, he didn't argue with Sun Kai, he simply grabbed him and ran. Sun Kai didn't waste words and followed closely behind, but secretly he stayed on guard. They ran for several hundred meters before sounds of frustration seemed to come from the water pool. The sounds were strange, almost like something not human could make. They finally reached the edge of a cave, and the man stopped. All right, this should be far enough. He looked at Sun Kai, who was still on guard, and chuckled, Teacher, I was wrong just now. I didn't see clearly and tried to push you down. I thought a dead person was standing there, they are our sworn enemies. Sun Kai remained silent and glanced inside the cave, where there were many daily necessities, looking like the young man had indeed been living there for a while. What is the problem in Wu Men village? Living people, dead people, and ghosts, what is going on? Hearing Sun Kai's question, the young man sighed. Sit down first, let me tell you slowly. This story might be a bit long. The man invited Sun Kai to sit down, and just as he was about to speak, a sinister voice echoed. Wu Damu, you actually brought an outsider here, are you trying to get us all killed? Startled, Sun Kai realized there were other people here. From the cave emerged a figure. It was an old man, with a strange face but a special aura about him. Upon seeing the old man, Wu Damu looked apologetic, Village chief, I'm really sorry. Village chief? This man was the village chief? Sun Kai remembered that the village chief's name seemed to be Wu Dayo, but this village chief was completely different from the one he remembered. Humph. The village chief snorted coldly and glanced at Sun Kai. Outsider, this village is not a place for you to be. Village chief, wasn't it you who requested several teachers from outside? Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here. A cold smile appeared on the village chief's lips, this is not what I wanted, but what that imposter in the village wanted. It seems the living in the village can no longer satisfy him, he actually wants the living from outside. Sun Kai was startled, the one requesting teachers from the government was actually the dead village chief? The village chief seemed uninterested in talking to Sun Kai, waving his hand directly. I don't care whether you are an outsider or not, just don't disturb us. Go back to the village. Leave. Faced with the domineering village chief, Wu Damu seemed helpless, only able to give Sun Kai a look of sympathy. Sun Kai stood up, giving both of them a deep glance before turning and leaving without looking back. Chapter 62, split into 3 paths. This trip yielded great rewards. I learned some situations about the village, including the living, the dead, and the ghosts. As for the ghosts, I've encountered them, they are incredibly eerie, and one wrong move could lead to danger. Concerning dead people, I have also had my share of contact. The fake Wu Damu who died earlier was indeed a dead person. No wonder the prompt warned me, once I asked him about something. I will die, is this the terror of the dead? But to say he completely believes what the living Wu Damu said, that's not necessarily true. For anyone's words, Sun Kai would not trust completely. Before dark, Sun Kai returned to his place, and at that time, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were already waiting for him here. Seeing Sun Kai come back, the two let out a sigh of relief. When Sun Kai was not there, they seemed to lose their anchor, very worried. Brother Sun, did you find anything over there? After taking a sip of water, Sun Kai said, there are quite a few discoveries, I'll tell you. Sun Kai told the two about his discoveries on the mountain. After listening, the two were very shocked. Brother Sun, are you saying that in this small village, there are not only ghosts but also dead people? The dead people look almost the same as the living, that dead Wudamu is a dead person? But wait, he has always been bringing us food, he doesn't look like a dead person. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were stunned by this news, speaking with a hint of fear. Sun Kai knocked on the table twice to attract their attention, then said, "Don't panic for now, we don't know if what the other side said is true or false, you should know this principle. Sometimes, mixing some lies into the truth is what makes it hardest to tell fact from fiction." The two nodded, they certainly understood this principle. From Brother Sun's description, it seems that the living are taking action against the dead, they want to eliminate all the dead? Feng Xiao had one more thing that puzzled him, they are all dead, how can they die again? What exactly defines a dead person? They had seen ghosts, almost incomprehensible, they didn't even know how they were saved. But the dead people look like the living in every other way except for the title of dead person. They need to eat, need to breathe, on the surface, it's impossible to tell whether a person is dead or alive. The living in the village seem to have a special sensitivity to the dead, we three might be exceptions. So that's how it is, this makes our situation very unfavorable, the three powers in the village, the purpose of the ghosts is unclear, the living and the dead are deadly enemies, and they can know each other's identities. But only we seem to be an independent fourth power, which is a big problem. Du Xiaodai began to analyze. A triangle is the most stable result, once it turns into a quadrilateral, we are in the most danger. Feng Xiao chimed in. The key is, we are totally clueless about what has happened in the village, if we accidentally ask the wrong questions, it could lead to trouble. Both sighed, only by truly coming here did they realize how difficult it is to get through. Brother Sun was able to clear it twice, both with S-level scores, simply unbelievable. We have a few breakthrough points, the first is Wu Hao, he should be hiding a lot of secrets. The second is Wu Qian. The third is the Wu Damu and the village chief we encountered today. As for the others, we cannot casually contact them for now to avoid danger. Sun Kai wanted to say something, but quickly closed his mouth. But the perceptive Du Xiaodai seemed to guess something and said proactively, these three breakthrough points require three people to act separately, am I right? Feng Xiao's face slightly changed, the idea of acting alone frightened him. However, Du Xiaodai didn't seem to have any intention of rejecting it, for him, a big man, outright refusal would be socially mortifying. Yes, the best plan is for the three of us to act separately, but in doing so, each of our safety is not guaranteed. This was the reason Sun Kai hesitated earlier. He himself has a sense of warning, no matter when, there will always be a way. But the other two are not like that, once they encounter danger, they might not survive. Feng Xiao bit his teeth and seriously said, Brother Sun, there is danger everywhere in the world of bizarre tales, like the day we first arrived. I encountered a ghost, although I don't know how I survived, it proves one thing, there is danger in everything we do. Since that's the case, we might as well take a gamble. Tomorrow, I will go find Wu Hao. Seeing Feng Xiao's expression, Sun Kai could only nod in agreement. Then I'll go find Wu Qian. As we are both girls, she might be easier to talk to. I will go find Wu Damu and the village chief tomorrow to see if I can gather any information. After the three made their plans, they prepared to have dinner. But soon they thought of something. Wu Damu, who used to deliver their meals, was already dead. What were they going to do for dinner? The three looked at each other, could it be that they would go hungry tonight? Just as they were thinking this, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Sun Kai gave the two a cautious glance and shouted from behind the door. At this time, it used to be Wu Damu delivering their meals, but who was outside now that Wu Damu was dead? It's me, Wu Dashang. Sun Kai thought carefully and wondered who Wu Dashang was. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember. He opened the door and saw a bearded man standing outside, holding 3 portions of food in his hands. Wu Damu is dead, from now on, I will deliver meals to the 3 teachers. Here you go. His attitude was completely different from Wu Damu's, he stuffed the 3 meals into Sun Kai's hands and just left. No matter what, as long as there was food to eat, that was good. The 3 opened the dishes and were about to dig in when Sun Kai saw a line of words rising from the food. There is human meat inside, are you sure you want to eat? Can't eat. Sun Kai shouted loudly, blocking the 2. Feng Xiao and the other 2 froze for a moment, they never expected Sun Kai would react this way. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Feng Xiao looked at him in confusion, and Sun Kai's face was serious. Did you forget my intuition? My intuition tells me that this food is problematic, we can't eat it. Ah, this. The 2 exchanged glances, their stomachs were already growling, and enduring the food in front of them was a torture. But there was no choice, since Brother Sun said the food couldn't be eaten, even if it were edible, they couldn't let Brother Sun lose face. Brother Sun, then should we throw the food away? Chapter 63, Living People, Dead People, and Ghosts. Sun Kai was very grateful that these 2 always listened to him. If they had insisted on eating human flesh, what changes would happen to them? Sun Kai couldn't even imagine. But this also proved one thing, not only ghosts but also dead people were targeting them. Sun Kai picked up his chopsticks and sifted through the food, picking out some meat that looked like pork. You two take a close look, what is this meat? The two leaned in to look for a moment and uncertainly said, it doesn't look like pork or beef, nor chicken, what the heck is this? I have some understanding of the human body, based on my observations, this should be human meat. It has a faint stench, masked a little by the other spices, but it can be confirmed. This is dead man's flesh. What, dead man's flesh? The two's faces turned pale, and Du Xiaodai even ran aside to vomit. Feng Xiao's face went white, and his hand, pointing at the food on the table, was trembling. They are too much, actually giving us dead man's flesh? Ugh. Sun Kai waited for the two to recover and calmly said, we are not here for tourism, Wumen village has huge problems, which we have known for a long time. First it was ghosts, now it's dead man's flesh, who knows what it will be next time. Our speed is too slow. The two revealed a hint of shame. They were very clear that the slow progress was largely due to the two of them. Brother Sun had been taking care of them all along, otherwise, with his skills, he might have found the secret of the village and succeeded in getting through. The food was thrown into the toilet at the back by Feng Xiao, and that night they had to go to sleep with empty stomachs. The next morning, the three of them split up into three paths, according to what they agreed upon last night to do their own things. Feng Xiao went to find Wu Hao, Du Xiaodai went to find Wu Qian, and Sun Kai went outside the village to look for Wu Damu and the village chief. He followed the direction of the back mountain toward the cave according to his memory. But strangely, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find yesterday's cave. I remember this direction is correct, but where is the cave? Sun Kai lingered here for a while but couldn't find the cave at all, and helplessly, he could only return to the village. Passing by Wu Damu's house, Sun Kai accidentally discovered that Wu Hao was standing at the entrance of Wu Damu's house, looking inside with a pair of gloomy eyes. Wu Hao is here, then where is Feng Xiao? Feng Xiao went to find Wu Hao, so how could Wu Hao appear here? Sun Kai felt a bit worried and walked over. Wu Hao, why are you here? Wu Hao glanced at Sun Kai with a cold expression and said, I warned you before, do not get involved in anything, but you seem not to have listened to my warning. Wu Hao, sometimes it's not that I don't want to get involved, since we have come here, it means we have already participated. Sun Kai knew very well that Wu Hao must know something. That night, Wu Hao scared away the ghost out of nowhere, which meant he wasn't just an ordinary child. Wu Hao looked at Sun Kai, and Sun Kai looked back at Wu Hao. After a while, Wu Hao pointed at Wu Damu's house and said, what did you see in there? Sun Kai leaned in to take a look, there was a coffin, and in front of the coffin was a black and white photo of Wu Damu. The coffin of Wu Damu and a photo. But unexpectedly, Wu Hao let out a cold laugh, really? Then how about this? He took out a small knife from his pocket, cut his finger, and with a jump, pressed the wounded finger on Sun Kai's forehead. Look again. Sun Kai looked again, and this time his face revealed shock. The originally ordinary morning hall instantly underwent a huge change. The surrounding walls were all filled with distorted black objects, and the one most distorted was Wu Damu's coffin. On the surface of the coffin, a layer of black substance was oozing out, and the coffin itself was slightly trembling, as if it couldn't hold on. What shocked Sun Kai the most was that the originally kind-faced black and white photo had completely twisted, looking like a demon crawling out of hell. What is this? Wu Hao's expression remained indifferent as he said to him, this is the process of a ghost's birth. The process of a ghost's birth? Sun Kai was filled with confusion, he realized that Wu Hao knew more than he could possibly imagine. That's right. When a living person dies, they become a corpse, and only when a corpse dies, can it become a ghost. Sun Kai was stunned, the relationship between the three was actually like this? Let's go, there's nothing to see here, even the birth of a ghost takes some time. Wu Hao left, and Sun Kai hurriedly followed. At this moment, he looked at the village with these eyes and suddenly discovered many differences. The entire village was surrounded by a faint black mist, as if the light of the whole village had dimmed. And some villagers walking around looked completely different in his eyes. If before they were normal people, now, in Sun Kai's eyes, they all looked rotten, like corpses. What on earth happened in the village? Why are there so many dead? Before Sun Kai could finish, Wu Hao directly covered his mouth. In that instant, the villagers seemed to notice, then turned back, continuing their tasks. Sun Kai saw clearly that when he was about to say the word dead, the villagers reacted very quickly, almost instinctively. And this situation seemed to have happened before. Wu Hao released his hand, somewhat displeased, and said to him, in the village, do not say that word. I should have warned you already. Sun Kai asked, why are they so sensitive about that word? This involves some past events, you don't need to know. Sun Kai nodded, then remembered something, he was about to ask about Teacher Feng, but was distracted by another matter. Have you seen Teacher Feng? No. But he came to find you before, didn't you see him? Surprisingly to Sun Kai, Wu Hao reacted strongly. He went to look for me? Where did he go to find me? Of course, he went to your house. Wu Hao's face changed drastically. Not good, hurry back, something's going to happen. Wu Hao ran quickly. He was just a small boy, but his speed made it hard for Sun Kai to keep up. The two soon arrived at Wu Hao's home, and as soon as they opened the door, they saw Wu Hao's dad gripping Teacher Feng's neck with both hands. Teacher Feng's face was already turning purple. At this rate, he would soon suffocate to death. Chapter 64, Bloodstains. At a glance, Sun Kai instinctively prepared to rush in to save him. But Wu Hao was quicker. He shouted, "Dad, wake up." In an instant, Sun Kai saw Wu Hao's dad, who had previously looked fierce, gradually regain clarity in his eyes. He released his grip, and Teacher Feng fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing incessantly. "Son, when did you come back? What happened to Teacher Feng?" Once Wu Hao's dad came to his senses, he asked with a puzzled expression. "We just got back, Teacher Feng just feels a bit unwell." Wu Hao walked over, helping Sun Kai support Teacher Feng outside. "Wu Hao, what was your dad's situation just now?" Wu Hao showed a hint of worry on his face. "Teacher son, my dad died a long time ago." "What?" Sun Kai was shocked. Wu Hao's dad was actually a dead person. What on earth is going on? Wu Hao briefly explained that anyone from Wumen village who died would continue to exist as a dead person. These dead people's presence went unnoticed by anyone, as if they were just the same as when they were alive. Only a few people could perceive the difference in the dead, and Wu Hao was one of them. Moreover, if a dead person spent too long alone with a living person, situations like earlier would arise. The dead wanted to kill the living. Sun Kai thought to himself, the living wanted to kill the dead, and the dead also wanted to kill the living. This village was truly bizarre. By the way, do you know Wu Damu? Wu Hao looked at him as if he were silly and replied, "Didn't we just come from Wu Damu's house?" Sun Kai shook his head. "I'm not talking about the dead Wu Damu, but the living Wu Damu." To Sun Kai's surprise, Wu Hao's face changed drastically. "Impossible. Wu Damu is dead, how could he still be alive?" Sun Kai told Wu Hao about his encounter with Wu Damu, and Wu Hao remained in disbelief. Living people and dead people coexisting? How is that possible? But I saw it with my own eyes, and it's not just Wu Damu, I also saw the village chief, but their appearances were completely different. Wu Hao's face reflected fluctuating emotions. He seemed to realize something, and his expression turned grim. "Teacher son, I'm afraid I've also been affected. This village has become unrecognizable to me. Maybe only the three of you haven't been infected by the village, and you can see things more clearly than we do." Wu Hao realized that he had unknowingly been affected by the village. He didn't even know that both the living and the dead coexisted. This was a very dangerous matter for him. "Let's find Sister Qian now. If even Sister Qian has been affected, it will be troublesome." Wu Hao quickly led the two of them to Wu Qian's home. Unlike Wu Hao, Wu Qian came from a single-parent family, only her mother was at home. The three of them arrived at Wu Qian's doorstep, but strangely, there was no one at home. "I remember that Xiao Dai went to find Wu Qian. Where did she go?" Feng Xiao had already realized that the more things they encountered, the closer they were to danger. At this moment, Du Xiao Dai was nowhere to be found, which meant she was very much in danger. Sun Kai leaned up to the window and looked inside. Suddenly, his face changed. There were bloodstains on the floor. "Hurry, kick the door open!" Sun Kai shouted and directly went up to kick the door. Feng Xiao didn't have time to think and followed Sun Kai to kick the door. Luckily, the quality of the village doors wasn't very good, and it was kicked open quickly. As soon as they entered, they smelled a strong stench of blood. The bloodstains on the floor hadn't dried yet and trailed into the kitchen. The two of them exchanged glances and cautiously walked towards the kitchen. Once inside, they saw Du Xiaodai trembling in fear. "Xiaodai?" Sun Kai called out, and Du Xiaodai finally saw them, immediately throwing herself into Sun Kai's arms, crying out. "So scary, they are so scary." Sun Kai kept comforting her, and when she calmed down a bit, he asked, "What did you see?" Du Xiaodai slowly recounted her experience. In the morning, they split into three groups. Du Xiaodai had come to Wu Qian's house to ask about some situations. However, Wu Qian was not at home, only her mother was there. Du Xiaodai didn't think much of it and waited for Wu Qian to return, but soon after, she witnessed a scene that crushed her spirit. Wu Qian's mother was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. At first, it seemed fine, but gradually, she felt something was off with the sound. She quietly leaned closer and then saw a scene she could never forget. Wu Qian's mother was not chopping vegetables but rather her fingers. The sound of the knife scraping against bone was as if it were cutting into her own body, nearly causing Du Xiaodai to scream. Fortunately, she was smart enough to cover her mouth and prepared to sneak away. But Wu Qian's mother seemed to have realized she was discovered and rushed out with the knife. Just as the knife was about to come down on Du Xiaodai, Wu Qian returned at that critical moment. "Mom, stop." Wu Qian's mother's movements halted, as if she had been hit with a paralysis spell, unable to move. Teacher Du, my mom has some problems, you go inside and wait for a while, I'll take her out. Du Xiaodai was frightened and hid inside the kitchen, waiting until they arrived. So, Wu Qian took her mother away? Yes. Sun Kai glanced at the cutting board, which was still there, seeing some chopped vegetables. But he didn't see any chopped fingers. And what about the bloodstains on the floor? Bloodstains? What bloodstains? When Du Xiaodai saw the dragged bloodstains outside, she was equally shocked. I can be sure there weren't any bloodstains like this before. Wu Qian's mother only had her fingers cut off, there shouldn't be this much blood. At this point, Wu Hao spoke up, don't doubt it, these bloodstains weren't left by Sister Qian's mother, but by Sister Qian herself. Why? Because our blood has a certain deterrent effect on ghosts and the dead. Sister Qian does this to protect Teacher Du. However, there was one thing Wu Hao didn't say, the blood on the ground was not little, and Sister Qian didn't need to go that far. Suddenly, Wu Hao seemed to realize something. Oh no, Sister Qian might be in trouble, we must find her quickly. Seeing Wu Hao getting anxious and preparing to rush out, Sun Kai stopped him. Hold on, where is Wu Qian most likely to go at this time? Chapter 65 Cooperation. Wu Hao finally calmed down and began to think about where Wu Qian might go. Then, he finally thought of a place. Sister Qian is likely to take her mother to the village's ancestral hall, there is the protection of our ancestors, and the dead and ghosts dare not approach easily. Also, the ancestral hall seems to stabilize the dead. Wu Hao guessed that Wu Qian's mother's situation seemed serious, that they had to go to the ancestral hall to use its power to suppress her mother. On the way, Wu Hao told them something. The dead look no different from the living, but in reality, the situation of the dead is very unstable. If one is not careful, they might do something incomprehensible, like directly eating parts of their own body. But the dead are also very mysterious, even if they lose hands or feet, after a while, those parts will recover on their own. Of course, there is a premise, the dead have not completely died. The four quickly headed to the ancestral hall at the back of the village, which was a short distance from the village. When they arrived, they saw Wu Qian standing at the entrance. As for Wu Qian's mother, she was sitting on the steps, eyes closed, with a smile on her face. Sister Qian, is your mom okay? Seeing Wu Hao bring Sun Kai and the others over, she knew that Wu Hao must have told them something. Wu Hao, you shouldn't have involved the three of them. Wu Hao had an awkward expression on his face, scratching his head, just about to explain something when he heard Sun Kai's voice. It's not him involving us, it's that we were already involved in the village's matters. Wu Qian, do you think we can calmly continue being teachers? But the reality is, that's simply impossible. Wu Qian looked at Sun Kai, and from her eyes, Sun Kai surprisingly saw some inexplicable meaning, as if he were facing not a little girl, but an adult. After a while, Wu Qian finally said, I understand, this is your own choice, and I won't stop you. Wu Hao hurried over and told Wu Qian everything Sun Kai had told him before. Now, Wu Qian's face finally showed a change, her expression became somewhat serious. Living people and dead people actually exist at the same time? Does it mean that we have unknowingly been affected by the village? Wu Hao nodded, I think the same, the village has been changing for a long time. If it weren't for Teacher Sun telling me, I might still be unaware of this matter. After chatting for a while, Wu Qian walked in front of Sun Kai. Teacher Sun, since you have decided to participate in the village's matters, then let's make 3 rules. What are the 3 rules? Very simple, during the day we will obediently act as our students, and the teachers shouldn't make any moves, just do their own teaching duties. Sun Kai raised an eyebrow, why did it feel like they were playing the teacher's role while Wu Qian and the others were playing students? And what else? Also, we will keep an eye on the dead people in the village, but as for the ghosts, we can't do anything about them. Ghosts exist without a trace, we can only intimidate them when they appear, but we cannot eliminate them. Sun Kai nodded to show his understanding. As long as they could scare the ghosts away, that would be sufficient. And there's one more thing? Wu Qian smiled slightly, these 2 points are enough, as long as you don't act recklessly. After discussing it, Sun Kai and the others attended class on time every day, and the students had no issues at all. Feng Xiao started teaching again, but he changed his method, using Du Xiaodia's foreign language to say all the numbers that had a 4 in them. With this change, there were no more problems. Since that discussion, nothing strange had happened in the village, as if everything was safe again. In each meal, there was no more appearance of the flesh of the dead, as if that incident was just an accident. Unknowingly, 9 days had already passed. Sun Kai sat on the bench, thinking about a question. He remembered clearly that the sea level clearance method required them to survive for 10 days. That means if they are still alive tomorrow, they can achieve sea level clearance. This was also a good thing for them. But it also proved one thing, there might be danger tonight. Sun Kai called the 2 over and told them this news. Feng Xiao looked surprised, Brother Sun, is this true? As long as we can hold on for 10 days, we can complete sea level clearance and return alive? Du Xiaodai also looked very happy. It seemed that for her, as long as they could go back alive, it would be considered a success. That's right, this is a clearance method I accidentally found out, so I suspect there might be danger tonight. What Sun Kai said was immediately noticed by people from other countries, who quickly used their alert opportunities to inform their country's fortune bearers. Not everyone had built good relationships like them, with Wu Hao and Wu Qian. The fortune bearers who were still alive were already less than half. Most people had died at the hands of ghosts. When facing ghosts, humans were truly powerless. Similarly, when facing the dead, it was the same. Even if they stabbed a dead person with a knife, they would feel nothing. After all, they were already dead. At this moment, Miller was staying in his room. The two fortune bearers who came in with him were already dead. One died at the hands of a ghost, and the other died at the hands of the dead. He had no new discoveries regarding the rules, nor did he have any new findings about ghosts and the dead. He had just muddled through 9 days, becoming the person who seemed out of place in the village. Fortunately, the support team from the Eagle Nation had even given him a reminder, telling him that as long as he held on for 10 days, he would be able to come back alive. At the same time, the reminder specially mentioned that this information was spoken by Sun Kai himself. Hearing it was said by Sun Kai, Miller's face turned a bit pale, but he had no way out. In the previous world, Sun Kai had once again crushed him. He barely returned alive with the C-level clearance, while Sun Kai had actually completed an unprecedented SS-level clearance, which was simply unbelievable. He knew he could not compare with Sun Kai anymore and no longer had the spirit to compete with him. The only thing he wanted now was to survive. As for anything else, he didn't care at all. As long as I survive for 10 days, I can go back? Then it seems there will be danger tonight. This really is a hassle. Miller gritted his teeth, watching the sky outside slowly darken. Then, there was a knock on the door. Miller's eyelids twitched. It was abnormal for someone to knock on the door late at night. But he couldn't ignore it, so he could only shout, "Who is it?" Chapter 66, Miller's Death. Outside the door, no one responded. But the knocking sound persisted. A chill ran through Miller's heart. What should he do now? Having experienced 2 worlds, Miller had some experience. He knew how to face the situation. Being passive would only lead to death. Only by finding ways to counter it could he survive. The best way is indeed the best approach. But once a step goes wrong, it could lead to complete failure. He only had one chance. Miller took a deep breath and shouted outside, "Is that you, village chief? During the day, I mentioned buying some school supplies for the kids. I never expected you would come at night. That's just great." When Miller opened the door, there was nothing outside. He deliberately made a strange expression. "Huh, not the village chief? I must have misheard." He quickly closed the door, but just as he did, there was a knock again. This time, Miller was straightforward, pretending he didn't hear any sound. He placed the oil lamp in his room, planning to keep it lit all night. As long as there was light, he felt safe. But Miller, gradually falling asleep, didn't notice that there was clearly nothing else in the room, yet a shadow appeared on the wall. "Miller, be careful." "Oh no, Miller is in trouble." "Don't. Miller is our last hope for Eagle Country." A group of people watching Miller's livestream sent countless comments. Although Miller was asleep, others could still see what was happening to him, but as the shadow grew larger, the screen suddenly went dark. Everyone knew that Miller was dead. Once Miller died, the strange tales of the mountain village teacher descended upon Eagle Country. That night, from all over Eagle Country, various chilling screams echoed. Sun Kai didn't know that his old friend Miller had already died. He called Fengxiao and Du Xiaodai together, preparing to face the dangers that would come that night. The 3 entered the room, lit the oil lamp, and stood in the 3 corners of the room, avoiding being attacked from behind. This way, they could also observe the situation of the other 2. As for the only corner left, that was of course the position of the bed. Time passed second by second, and it was eerily quiet outside. This silent atmosphere put a lot of pressure on the 3, with sweat pouring from Fengxiao's forehead. But he didn't dare to move, as if any movement would attract something out. Sun Kai felt pressure as well. He didn't know where the danger was coming from. He guessed that the most likely source was a ghost. After all, every time they encountered a ghost, it was always at night. But the ghosts from before never entered the room. This time he couldn't guarantee that. An hour passed, with no changes or sounds around them. 2 hours passed, and while Sun Kai could still hold on, the other 2 were clearly a bit tired. After all, this tension made it necessary to concentrate fully, which drained a lot of energy. When a person is in a state of heightened nerves for too long, they can easily collapse. Sun Kai knew that continuing like this wasn't a solution, so he spoke up. "No need to be so tense. Maybe it was my assumption that was wrong. Nothing may happen tonight." Fengxiao forced a smile. "It would be great if that's the case." Du Xiaodai couldn't help but say, "Too bad there's no phone here, otherwise we could contact Wu Qian and Wu Hao directly. If they were willing to come help, it would definitely be fine." Sun Kai slapped his forehead. He actually forgot this matter. If he had brought them over in advance, there might not be any danger tonight. Unfortunately, by the time he thought of it, it was already too late. Going out when it was dark was like seeking death. As they were talking, a shadow appeared on the wall. Sharp-eyed Du Xiaodai was the first to notice, suddenly pointing at the wall. You guys, look there. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao instantly looked over and saw a shadow actually appearing on the wall. In front of the shadow, there was nothing. For a moment, the three held their breath, as if afraid to startle the shadow. Feng Xiao gave Sun Kai a glance, as if to say, Brother Sun, what should we do? Sun Kai, somewhat helpless, noted that the hint had not appeared, and he had no idea how to deal with this ghost. But just sitting and waiting seemed like no solution. Then he remembered what happened earlier with Feng Xiao, and thought of an untested possibility. Feng Xiao, hurry and pee. Your virgin urine might just hold it back. Sun Kai yelled at Feng Xiao, taking a risk. Feng Xiao's face flushed red. He wanted to say he was not a virgin. After all, he was already this old and still a virgin, and saying it out loud would be embarrassing. But if virgin urine really worked, embarrassment was secondary. Brother Sun, what about you? Sun Kai calmly replied, I haven't been one for a long time. A trace of envy appeared on Feng Xiao's face. Just as he was about to take off his pants, he suddenly remembered there was a woman in the room. Xiaodai, you quickly turn your back. Du Xiaodai felt awkward watching a man pee, and could only turn around with a flushed face. Seizing the chance, Feng Xiao hurriedly took off his pants, aimed at the shadow on the wall, and started to pee. Sizzle! As the virgin urine touched the shadow, a wisp of green smoke rose, and the shadow quickly shrank back, as if scalded, soon disappearing entirely. Damn, it really works? Feng Xiao was overjoyed. For the first time, he was grateful for his virgin status. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Don't get complacent, it might come back. Stop peeing, save some. Feng Xiao quickly stopped and put his pants back on. Du Xiaodai, hearing the silence, turned back around. It ran away? Of course. With me here, there's no problem. Feng Xiao felt proud. After all, this crisis was resolved thanks to him. Sure enough, after a while, the shadow appeared again. This time, without needing Sun Kai to say anything, Feng Xiao immediately peed again. This time he was careful not to let out too much, but it was enough. The shadow was once again driven back, and it did not show up for quite some time. Before dawn, the shadow appeared for the third and final time. This time, it seemed the shadow wanted to endure the virgin urine, but the power of the virgin urine was too great, and the shadow ultimately fled. Feng Xiao felt exhausted. For the first time, he realized that peeing too much was not a good thing. It was tiring, and even more tiring for his bladder. Are we safe now? Is today the 10th day? Feng Xiao suddenly became excited. This meant they could return safely to the real world. However, they did not notice that Sun Kai's face looked grim because there was no information appearing in his mind. Chapter 67, There is a problem with time. At first, Feng Xiao was very happy until he saw Sun Kai's ugly expression and suddenly realized something. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Du Xiaodai also stopped celebrating and looked at Sun Kai. Sun Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. If we really cleared the level, information would appear in our minds, but I waited for a while and didn't find anything. The two's expressions changed as they carefully sensed it, and it was indeed true. But doesn't passing the sea level mean we just have to hold on for 10 days? Do we really have to wait until today is over? That might be a possibility. Let's wait until tonight and see. The three held back their drowsiness and continued to teach the students. Wu Qian noticed that the three teachers were not quite right, so during the break, she walked into the office. Teachers, you seem like you haven't rested all night? Sun Kai yawned and said to her, last night we encountered a ghost. Wu Qian was shocked. She knew very well that when others encountered ghosts, the outcome was likely death. Yet the three teachers before her, apart from looking a bit tired, seemed fine. How did you avoid it? Others in the village who meet ghosts generally end up dead. Sun Kai glanced at Feng Xiao. Seeing the pleading look in his eyes, he coughed lightly. Last night was just an accident. Maybe the ghost had other things to do. Wu Qian frowned slightly. She keenly felt that Sun Kai seemed to be hiding something, but she herself had no right to say anything to him. If that's the case, then it's fine. After Wu Qian left, Feng Xiao gratefully said, Brother Sun, thank you for giving me some face. Sun Kai shrugged and pointed up. Whether I say it or not, it's all the same. Did you forget that the whole country can see our live broadcast? In an instant, the smile on Feng Xiao's face stiffened. In fact, the picture of him urinating had been blurred, but he didn't know that. He thought he was exposed in front of the entire nation, which was simply the worst kind of social death. He could almost see himself returning to the Xia country, encountering a child pointing at him and shouting. Look, that's our Xia country's urination hero. He drove away the ghost with a pee. Just thinking of that scene, Feng Xiao felt an urge to die. Well, it's nothing. It's better than being killed by the ghost, right? Feng Xiao nodded with a mournful expression. He knew this very well, but he just couldn't get over it in his heart. Although they repelled the ghost last night, no one could guarantee that the ghost wouldn't appear tonight. If this happened every day, they would be dead from lack of sleep in a few days. To ensure sleep, the three of them quickly rested in the office when they weren't in class. Finally, they managed to recover some sleep time. When night fell, the three of them felt very nervous. If they made it through this night, it would prove whether they could truly clear the game with a C rating. Once they cleared it, they could go home alive. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai had no great ambitions, they just wanted to survive. As for whether they could increase the fortune of the country, they had no such thoughts. They didn't want to be the bearers of national fortune, they were forced into it, completely a case of being pushed onto the stage. To deal with the ghost, Sun Kai shamelessly obtained a bit of blood from Wu Qian and Wu Hao. As long as the ghost appeared, they could throw the blood over, and it would definitely work. It could be said that this time they were fully prepared. However, to their surprise, the ghost did not appear that night. Until a light appeared outside, indicating they welcomed the 11th day. But the faces of the three were not good, no information surfaced in their minds. This meant they had no way to go home alive. Brother Sun, did we really make it through 10 days? Feng Xiao sat on a stool, his face filled with weirdness. In fact, he began to doubt if Sun Kai was deceiving them. After all, they had no idea how to clear the game, yet Sun Kai seemed to know, which was clearly abnormal. Sun Kai did not tell them that he knew the way to clear the game in advance. Many foreigners were paying attention to his live broadcast. Once he said it, those people would immediately inform others. He wasn't so selfless, he just hoped that Xia country would be safe. The lives and deaths of other countries had little to do with him. Most importantly, clearing with a C rating was already enough. Even if he told them the way to clear with a B rating or higher, besides letting more national fortune bearers die, it wouldn't be of much use. One must know that even if Sun Kai himself could complete an S rating, the hidden hints he could see were a very important point. Without this, he might have died long ago. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Du Xiaodai was very worried. It had already been 10 days, and they were still stuck here. She didn't know what to do anymore. Sun Kai remained relatively calm and proposed some possibilities. The information I received will not have any problems. Surviving 10 days is confirmed as a C-level clearance, but what if? We haven't truly experienced 10 days, have we? The expressions of the two changed, and they exchanged glances. They remembered clearly, 10 sunrises and sunsets, this couldn't possibly be a mistake. If one person was mistaken, it might be possible, but could all three of them be wrong? Brother Sun, our sense of time shouldn't be wrong, clearly, 10 days have passed. Both of them felt somewhat incredulous. But Sun Kai asked a crucial question, have you noticed? This village has no clocks. Upon hearing this, the two's faces changed drastically. In fact, they had noticed this earlier, as students need to know the time for classes. But they searched the whole village and couldn't find a single clock. Each time, they relied on the sun for a sense of time. Even none of the three had a phone or watch on them. Within the village, they could only estimate the time by observing the sun. Brother Sun, could it be that our sense of time has been off from the very beginning? Feng Xiao couldn't imagine they had fallen victim as soon as they entered the village. Even though he already knew there were dead and ghosts in the village, he never expected time would also be affected. This is my guess too, but to confirm it, we should ask Wu Hao. The three hurried out and went to Wu Hao's house. Compared to Wu Qian, Wu Hao seemed to be a bit easier to talk to. When Wu Hao opened the door, he saw the three standing outside. What do you want? Wu Hao, I want to know if there's a problem with the time in this village. Chapter 68, The Oval Sun. Wu Hao looked at them in surprise and said lightly, I didn't expect you to notice this, it's quite impressive. Wu Hao's words confirmed Sun Kai's correctness. Indeed, the village's time had a problem. Feng Xiao anxiously asked, what exactly is the problem with time? How long has it been since we entered the village? Wu Hao thought for a moment and said, according to this village's time, it's 10 days, but according to the time outside, you've only spent 1 day. Hiss. The ratio of 10 to 1 is too vast. This means that to truly pass 10 days here, they would need to spend 100 days. Is this truly a C-level clearance, not an S-level clearance? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were left dumbfounded. They had been living out these 10 days on edge. If they had to endure another 90 days, they would go insane. Only Sun Kai keenly sensed the anomaly. If the difficulty was this high, how could it possibly be just a C-level clearance? There had to be something wrong. Sure enough, before Sun Kai could ask, Wu Hao continued speaking. Of course, this is the case most of the time, sometimes the ratio changes. You can essentially tell from observing whether the sun has deformed. Following the direction Wu Hao pointed, they looked up and indeed saw the sun showing signs of change. That's oval? Sun Kai was stunned. He actually saw an oval sun. Exactly, it's oval. The sun is the indicator of the village's time changes. Whenever the sun changes, it means the time in the village changes again. So how does the current time change? Now it should be the reverse. One day in the village is equivalent to several days outside. Hearing this, Feng Xiao and the others felt as if their hearts were on a roller coaster, shooting from the valley to the peak all at once. If one day in the village equals several days outside, this means they can return in less than 2 days. But correspondingly, the time in the village. It was quite dangerous. For the sake of the 3 teachers, it was best not to have classes in the next few days. Seeing Wu Hao's serious expression, Sun Kai knew that what he said was true. I understand, you all need to be careful too. Wu Hao smiled and said, we have lived in the village for a long time, no need to worry. Feng Xiao and the other 2 hadn't noticed yet, but Sun Kai caught a word Wu Hao said. A long time. How long exactly is that long time? Connecting it to the abnormal passage of time in the village, could it be that Wu Hao was not as old as he seemed? Sun Kai did not ask rashly but led the 2 away from there, back to their place. Brother Sun, I think we should hold on for a few more days, this way we can complete the C-grade clearance. Du Xiaodai rarely agreed with Feng Xiao this time. As long as they could last a few more days, everything would be fine. Did you forget what Wu Hao just said? He said the danger in the next few days will be great, and the world of strange tales won't let us clear safely. Sun Kai's words were like a bucket of cold water, making the other 2 speechless. They had finally seen hope, and now they were frightened by Wu Hao's words. Surviving was truly hard. I think we need to be more proactive. Being passive won't help us predict what will happen. Only by taking the initiative and seeking more rules can we do what we ought to do. Reminded by Sun Kai, the other 2 then remembered that each of them had only found 2 rules so far. And Du Xiaodai thought she had not found a rule because Sun Kai and the others had hidden hers from her. During these days, Sun Kai had been secretly observing Du Xiaodai and had not noticed anything unusual about her. Either she was a natural-born actor like Lu Yun, or the rules were deliberately misleading them, causing instability among them. The 3 left their place, preparing to go out in search of new intelligence. But as they walked, Sun Kai suddenly stopped. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Feng Xiao looked at him, puzzled. Have you seen anyone else around as we walked? The 2 were startled and looked around. Indeed, there wasn't a single shadow to be seen, as if the whole village had suddenly become empty. Usually, when they moved around the village, they could see a few people, yet this time there was not a soul. Could it be ghosts? Du Xiaodia's voice trembled. She did not want to encounter ghosts again. Feng Xiao stepped forward, patting his chest and said, Don't be afraid, I have long prepared child's urine. He even pulled out a bottle of water and gulped it down. This way, he could continuously produce child's urine, ensuring their group's safety. Suddenly, Sun Kai's expression changed. He heard some strange sounds. Don't speak, follow me. The 2 followed Sun Kai, hiding beside a house and quietly peeking out. This glance caused all 3 to change their expressions. In a clearing ahead, a group of people surrounded another group. The people inside were led by Wu Qian, those children, while the people outside were the adults of the village. A few children bit their fingers and held up their bloodied fingers toward the adults, causing them to hesitate to step forward. But even so, the adults still looked at them with desire in their eyes, unwilling to leave. Those are corpses? Feng Xiao shrank back, trembling all over. All this time, he knew there were dead people in the village, but so many corpses appearing was too terrifying. So many dead, weren't they all very stable before? How did they suddenly become like this? Du Xiaodai was also frightened by the scene before her. Only Sun Kai noticed a strange phenomenon. That is why these dead people suddenly riot at this moment? Before, they had been very stable, behaving no differently from ordinary people. In Wu Qian's words, only when they stay with the living for a long time will changes occur. And their blood can suppress these dead people. Wait, there's still one problem. There should still be some living people in the village. Where have they gone? Sun Kai found that he was increasingly unable to understand this strange village in front of him. The people are strange, the village is strange, even the sun is so strange. This village is strange to the extreme. Now what they need to do is, quickly decide whether to flee or go rescue people. If it's to rescue people, how can their 3 abilities save those children from so many dead hands? Maybe if they rush in, those kids might end up needing to save him, which would be very awkward. Chapter 69 Key Cards. If you have any ideas, just say them directly. Sun Kai looked at the 2. Feng Xiao thought for a moment and said, I think it's better for us not to go. They can suppress the dead, but we don't have that ability. I think the same, but Wu Qian and the others have helped us a lot. If we do nothing, I feel a bit guilty. Du Xiaodia's face is quite thin, and she hesitates a lot. The 2 of them focus their gaze on Sun Kai, and whatever Sun Kai decides, they will follow. Actually, Sun Kai also felt very hesitant. The decision made at this moment might affect their future. Once a decision is made, there's no turning back. Thinking of this, Sun Kai clenched his teeth, just as he was about to speak. He saw a line of text appear on the heads of Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai at the same time. Don't casually promise anything, these two are not human. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Sun Kai's forehead. What's going on? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai are not human? No. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai are human, but these two in front of him are not human. When was the swap made? Is it the same as last time? Sun Kai recalled the last situation, but this time he quickly noticed the two's abnormalities. However, the Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai in front of him looked like normal people. If ghosts were this powerful, he would have been done for a long time ago. What on earth is going on? Seeing Sun Kai silent, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai hurriedly reminded him, "Brother Sun, you need to speak." If it weren't for the prompt appearing, he would definitely reply normally. But at this moment, he didn't dare to say a word. The prompt told him not to casually promise. This meant that if he really promised, people might die. Sun Kai hurriedly thought of a way to break the situation before him. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were most likely transformed by ghosts. At this time, he had no time to care about where Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were taken. Protecting his own life was the most important. But in the current situation, who could save him? Sun Kai first thought of those surrounded by dead people, such as Wu Qian and her group. Their blood has a suppressive effect on ghosts and the dead. If he could rush in, he would probably have temporary safety. But with so many dead people outside, how could he rush in? The key point is that he still has two ghosts by his side. Seeing their expressions become increasingly off, Sun Kai knew he had no more time to think. What I want to say is, get out of here. Sun Kai kicked the two and then turned to run. The two instantly realized they were exposed, and in an instant, transformed into black shadows, pouncing towards Sun Kai. This scene was something no one in Xia country had anticipated. Before this, they had not realized that the two had already been replaced by ghosts. As expected of the hero Sun Kai, able to discover that they have already turned into ghosts. This observation skill, I really can't compare at all. I knew it, those two people would only hold us back. Sun Kai is the only hope for our Xia country. Sun Kai, go for it. You must survive. All the people of Xia country are cheering for Sun Kai, even Xia Changqing is the same. Sun Kai, you must survive, Xia country cannot be without you. Sun Kai is running fast, he never thought he could run this fast in a critical moment. He feels that at this speed, he could probably win a world championship in the Olympics. Whoosh! 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 Sun Kai is about 100 meters away from Wu Qian and the others, running while the ghosts behind him are floating closer. His blatant actions immediately attracted the dead as well. A part of the dead ran towards him, mouths open, eager to devour him. Wu Hao spots Sun Kai running and his face changes dramatically. Sister Qian, that's teacher's son. Wu Qian obviously sees it too, but there's no expression on her face. He can't get in. We can save him. Wu Hao has a good impression of Sun Kai, or rather, he has a good impression of all three teachers. After all, he knows the villagers too well, and the three teachers treat every student very well. Even teacher Feng, who bit him back then, never blamed him. Wu Qian shakes her head. Our blood is limited, maintaining the current situation is already the utmost limit. Who can go save him? Wu Hao is silent. He certainly knows this. There are only a dozen kids, but there are more than 50 dead outside. If the number decreases, the dead will press further in, compressing their space even more. The suppressive power of blood is not invincible. But even so, Wu Hao still wants to help Sun Kai. Suddenly, he thinks of something and shouts, "Teacher Sun, hurry and use the blood I gave you last time." Sun Kai, who was running, brightens his eyes. How could he have forgotten this? Last time, just in case, they had asked Wu Hao and the others for some blood, which hasn't been used yet. Sun Kai still has a bit of Wu Hao's blood with him. He didn't expect it to be useful at this moment. Without saying a word, Sun Kai takes out a small glass bottle and splashes it straight ahead. But it seems he forgot something. Blood exposed to air for a long time will coagulate by itself. And the blood in the bottle had already dried up. Damn! Sun Kai curses, is he really going to die here? With dead ahead and ghosts behind, there's nowhere to escape. In that instant, Sun Kai suddenly remembers he seems to have won an unused trump card. Hero card. In an instant, a blinding light bursts from him, while his whole body erupts with astonishing power. Using the momentum of running, Sun Kai jumps, soaring over several dead bodies, landing right in the middle of the circle. This scene leaves all the kids dumbfounded. Although their blood has miraculous powers, their bodies are still ordinary human bodies. They have never seen anyone jump such a long distance. Sun Kai lets out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he could use the hero card, otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. However, after using it, he learns something. The hero card in the world of ghost stories cannot be used without limits. It can be used a maximum of 3 times. Of course, in the real world, it can be used without limit. Taking advantage of the hero card's effect, Sun Kai looks at Wu Qian. I'll take you all out. Wu Qian naturally saw Sun Kai's performance earlier, it completely exceeded the concept of humanity. Teacher Sun, go to the ancestral shrine, there. Only there is the safe place. Chapter 70, that is not Brother Sun. Towards the ancestral hall, Sun Kai still remembers. He could tell at a glance that the blood of these children seemed to have flowed for a while, their lips a bit pale. If this continues, it won't be long before someone faints. I'll lead the way, you all follow me. Sun Kai decisively opened his arms, pushing the dead people in front of him aside. His strength, influenced by the hero card, became like a little superhero, pushing the dead ahead several meters away. Now, run with me. Sun Kai shouted loudly, clearing the path ahead, while the children did not forget to extend their fingers, using their blood to keep the dead at bay. The children's cooperation was impressive, as if they had gone through this many times before, completely unneeding any instructions. Wu Qian even came to Sun Kai's side, pulled out a small knife, and made a cut on her palm. What are you doing? Before Sun Kai could finish, he suddenly saw two dark shadows appear in front of him. They were ghosts. For a moment, he forgot that outside there were not only dead people, but also ghosts. His great strength could keep the dead at bay, but faced with ghosts, he was helpless. The ghosts looked very terrifying and dreadful, but dared not approach Wu Qian's blood. They could only make strange sounds, seeming to be a bit frantic. Hurry, I can't hold on for long, these two ghosts are not simple. Wu Qian's voice was urgent, and Sun Kai nodded, continuing to push the dead away. It was not until they broke through the encirclement that Sun Kai came to the back. He wanted to protect these children. After all, the stamina of children was far less than that of adults, especially fewer than those dead. If he didn't stay behind, the children at the back would soon be targeted by the dead. Similarly, Wu Qian still stood by Sun Kai, needing to suppress the two ghosts with her blood. What was originally not a long distance suddenly appeared to be very long in Sun Kai's eyes. Fortunately, before the hero card's effect disappeared, they all arrived at the ancestral hall. The dead gathered around the ancestral hall, too afraid to move forward, only able to let out unpleasant howls. Likewise, the two ghosts continued to change shapes, not daring to advance. Thankfully, the village still has a place like the ancestral hall, otherwise, it would really be dangerous. Sun Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sat down on the ground. Just now, he had used a lot of energy, if it weren't for the hero card, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Teacher Sun, thank you so much this time, we all owe you a favor. Wu Qian said to him seriously. Wu Hao, on the side, stood there with a big smile. Sister Qian, didn't I say Teacher Sun is a good person? Wu Qian rolled her eyes at him, saying nothing. But Wu Hao seemed to notice something, asking, Teacher Sun, what about the other two teachers? Sun Kai shook his head, I don't know either, we three originally went out together, but as we walked, the other two were replaced by ghosts. If I hadn't accidentally noticed something was wrong with them, they might have been killed by the ghosts. Sun Kai survived partly because of the hints, and partly because of the hero card. But Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai did not have his means. Once they encountered ghosts, the outcome would be obvious. Teacher Sun, you are really amazing. I've never seen anyone who can survive while facing two ghosts. Wu Hao looked at him with admiration. You may not know, even ghosts have different levels. Those two ghosts were definitely quite powerful, completely different from the newly born ones. That level of ghost, among so many people, only Qian Jia and my blood can completely suppress it. The blood of others falls short. Sun Kai was quite surprised. It was the first time he learned that there were so many intricate details involved. Wu Hao, can you help me find the other two teachers? A hint of hope was on Sun Kai's face, but Wu Hao shook his head regretfully. Teacher Sun, I have already shed quite a bit of blood just now. If I go out now, I might not come back, and I also don't know the exact location of the two teachers. Sun Kai nodded in disappointment. He certainly wouldn't let Wu Hao trade his life for the lives of Feng Xiao and the other teacher. It's just that whether Feng Xiao and the other teacher can survive will depend on their luck now. Time returned to half an hour earlier. The three of them stepped out of the room, getting ready to check their surroundings. But they searched the entire village and didn't see a single person. Brother Sun, where have all the villagers gone? I feel like something isn't right. Feng Xiao said to Sun Kai. Sun Kai nodded as well. I think the same, there's something very wrong with this village, so I have an idea. What idea? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai looked at him with expectant faces. Sun Kai held high prestige among the three, his words were generally agreed upon by the other two. Since the village isn't safe, let's go outside the village. That might be the safest place. As soon as Feng Xiao heard this, he felt it made a lot of sense. If it's not safe in the village, then going outside might indeed be the safest option. Alright, then let's set off now. After making their decision, the three of them headed toward the outside of the village. But Du Xiaodai quietly moved closer to Feng Xiao, tugged on his sleeve, and before he could speak, she just winked at him. Fortunately, Feng Xiao wasn't foolish, he had developed a keen sense in the village. Seeing Du Xiaodia's strange action, he felt that something must be wrong. Du Xiaodai dragged Feng Xiao a bit away from Sun Kai, then spoke in a very soft voice. That's not Brother Sunday. Feng Xiao's eyes widened, almost about to shout, but Du Xiaodai quickly covered his mouth. Once Feng Xiao calmed down a bit, he said in an incredulous tone, how is that possible? We came out with Brother Sun. I can't believe it either, but who is Brother Sun? Haven't you noticed it over these days? Brother Sun has always been a very cautious person, especially to protect the two of us, he never takes risks. But this time, Brother Sun actually took the initiative to suggest going outside the village. Do you really think outside will be safer than inside the village? Du Xiaodia's words left Feng Xiao speechless. He had never considered these things, but what Du Xiaodai said made a lot of sense. Once a person has doubts about someone, every action of that person will raise a question mark in their mind. As Feng Xiao thought carefully, he realized that just now, Brother Sun did act a bit unusual. Chapter 71, Women are Natural Actors. Now in the village, there was not a single person. Shouldn't they go back to where they were staying? Wouldn't that be the safest? But Brother Sun insisted on going outside the village. No matter how you look at it, something feels off. So what do we do now? Feng Xiao whispered. At this moment, the only person he could trust was Du Xiaodai beside him. Right now, we absolutely cannot leave the village for a step. This fake Brother Sun definitely wants to lure us outside, I suspect he can't harm us inside the village. Regardless, this is Du Xiaodia's guess, and Feng Xiao couldn't be sure. But he had no choice and could only take a gamble. The two continued to follow Sun Kai forward. They had arrived at the entrance of the village. Sun Kai had already walked out, but Feng Xiao and the others stopped in their tracks. What's wrong? Come out quickly. Sun Kai looked at the two with confusion and waved at them. But the two remained still, and Du Xiaodai directly said, Brother Sun, I just remembered, we can't leave the village, did you forget? Feng Xiao almost wanted to give Du Xiaodai a thumbs up, this reason was truly unbeatable. If he was really Brother Sun, he would definitely know they were talking nonsense. But if the person was fake, hearing them say this would surely make him doubt whether such a restriction existed. In this way, no matter how he answered, they had a reason to refute him. It could be said that after saying this, they had already positioned themselves in an invincible place. The premise was that the other party wouldn't overturn the table. At this moment, Feng Xiao remembered something he had overlooked before. Why didn't the ghost directly attack them, but instead played some sort of game with them? At the beginning, when he went to the bathroom at night, the ghost was just like this. Intentionally scaring him, seemingly making him believe he had already gone to the outside restroom, resulting in him wetting his pants. Luckily, it was wetting his pants that made Brother Sun discover that young boy's urine had a suppressive effect on ghosts. This was his only trump card against the ghost. Sun Kai showed a puzzled expression. What nonsense are you talking about? When couldn't we leave the village? Really? Brother Sun, did you really forget? This is our rule. To be honest, if Feng Xiao didn't know the truth, he would have almost been fooled by Du Xiaodia's acting. Women are indeed natural actors. Du Xiaodia's performance seemed to even confuse Sun Kai. Oh, I forgot, I'm really sorry. Sun Kai quickly corrected himself, showing a rather embarrassed expression. But he didn't know that this very sentence confirmed for the two that the Sun Kai in front of them was fake. They didn't have such a rule at all, everything was just Du Xiaodia's nonsense. Feng Xiao felt a surge of fear in his heart. If it weren't for Du Xiaodai noticing early, they might have been doomed once they exited the village. The ghost in front of them was completely different from the one he had encountered before. Not only could it transform into Brother Sun's appearance, but even its demeanor was quite similar, it just lacked Brother Sun's memories. Being bluffed by Du Xiaodai actually paid off. Sun Kai was about to turn back, but was stopped by Du Xiaodai. Brother Sun, have you forgotten again? If you leave the village, you can't return within a day, otherwise, it's a violation of the rules. You should be well aware of the consequences of breaking the rules. Feng Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Du Xiaodai was indeed dangerously pushing the limits. If the fake Brother Sun wanted to attack them recklessly, he figured he would have no other choice but to run away. But what he didn't expect was that Sun Kai thought for a moment and said, my memory, I really have forgotten a lot of things lately, thanks to Xiaodai. So I'll stay outside the village for now, and you two don't just come out, quickly find a place to hide. If they weren't certain that the Sun Kai in front of them was fake, they might have been a bit touched. Even at this moment, Brother Sun was still taking care of them like this. The two waved goodbye to Sun Kai, and once they could no longer see his figure, they exchanged a glance and ran back to their place. Back at their place, they closed the door and locked it. The actions flowed together seamlessly. Now we are finally safe. Feng Xiao sat down heavily on the chair, realizing that only when he returned to this house did he feel truly safe. Is it really this way? Du Xiaodia's slightly strange voice reached Feng Xiao's ears, her hand still resting on his shoulder. Feng Xiao instantly felt something was wrong and turned around. Ah! A ghost! Feng Xiao screamed in fear, instinctively took off his pants, and aimed directly. He urinated. The urine sprayed wildly, hitting the ghost directly and making the ghost scream, its form constantly shifting. Die, die! Feng Xiao kept shouting, the urine continuously soaking the ghost, and gradually, the ghost's voice became weaker, eventually disappearing. When did the ghost show up? Where's Xiao Dai? Feng Xiao quickly stopped urinating, put on his pants, and looked around. There was no trace of Du Xiao Dai nearby, which made him realize one thing. He was now all alone. This is bad. Xiao Dai doesn't have my virgin urine, how is she going to deal with the ghost? Feng Xiao was very worried, but in this situation, he had no way out. He didn't have the courage to go out searching for the two of them. But this place wasn't safe, since a ghost appeared just now. If he hadn't kept his virgin urine ready, he would have been doomed. Think carefully, if I were brother Sun, where would I go now? After thinking for a while, Feng Xiao's face brightened, the ancestral hall. How did I forget about this place? He remembered the last time Wu Qian took her mother to the ancestral hall. It had a strong suppressive effect on the dead. Even for ghosts, it should be similar. If that's the case, the ancestral hall would be the safest place in the village. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao could no longer sit still and hurriedly left, running toward the ancestral hall. He kept one hand on his belt. If a ghost appeared, he would ensure his virgin urine would spray out instantly. Finally, he arrived at the ancestral hall. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a blur before his eyes, and a group of people appeared before him. What the hell, so many ghosts? Feng Xiao's face changed dramatically. His virgin urine could only deal with one ghost, and he couldn't handle so many in front of him. As he was thinking about how he might die, a ghost that looked exactly like Brother Sun walked over and slapped him on the head. Ghost my head. I'm the real one, why did you come alone? Where's Xiao Dai? Feng Xiao suddenly realized that the one in front of him was actually the real Brother Sun, not a ghost. Chapter 72, Bones. Feng Xiao told Sun Kai everything he had experienced. Only then did Sun Kai understand how Feng Xiao had managed to survive and get here. It seems that the ancestral hall should be the most special place in the village. The things I've encountered, you haven't, which means we are probably not in the same space. Of course, this was all Sun Kai's speculation, and they had no idea where Du Xiao Dai currently was. Only if Du Xiao Dai came to the ancestral hall would they perhaps be able to see her presence. Brother Sun, I want to save Xiao Dai, but I can't find her now, what should I do? Feng Xiao was sure that the one who saved him at the village entrance was Du Xiao Dai. This meant that when he returned to his place, Du Xiao Dai was replaced by a ghost. Sun Kai didn't speak, looking at Wu Qian. Compared to him, Wu Qian, who had always lived in the village, would certainly know more about ghosts. Sure enough, Wu Qian spoke, ghosts are not as invincible as people think. If they were truly invincible, they wouldn't be afraid of our blood. When a ghost wants to harm someone, it usually makes prior preparations, which involve pretending to be someone close to you, deliberately getting close, and then, at the moment you let your guard down, devouring you. What's special is that once a ghost prepares to harm someone, a very special space will appear. No one else can enter, but we can. When Feng Xiao heard this, he immediately anxiously shouted, can you help me? I want to save Xiao Dai. If everything were fine, I could help you, but as you can see, our current condition is not good. I'm responsible for these children. Wu Qian took care of the younger kids like an older sister. Her words made sense, leaving Feng Xiao speechless. Feng Xiao sat down on the ground, feeling very dejected. Sun Kai was about to say something when he heard a joyful voice, Brother Sun, Feng Xiao, I didn't expect you two to come here too. Feng Xiao was startled and quickly turned his head, seeing Du Xiao Dai running over with a happy face. Xiao Dai, are you okay? Feng Xiao looked at her in disbelief, knowing that Du Xiao Dai had no means to deal with ghosts. How did she come safely to the ancestral hall? Of course I'm fine, do you wish I wasn't? Du Xiao Dai shot him an annoyed glare. Feng Xiao stammered, that's not what I meant, I just didn't expect you to get here safely. How did you come? I just came over like this. After knowing Brother Sun's true identity, didn't we decide to return to the house? But when I just got back, I found you were gone. I was a bit scared alone, then I thought of the ancestral hall and ran over. Feng Xiao looked incredulous, that simple? Yeah, what did you think? Feng Xiao was in disbelief. Compared to him, Du Xiaodia's experience was truly too simple. However, it could be said that Du Xiao Dai was very lucky to arrive here safely. Seeing that both Feng Xiao and Du Xiao Dai were okay, Sun Kai felt relieved. He walked over to Wu Qian and quietly asked, are we supposed to stay here all the time? The time in the village is very warped right now, which causes a lot of chaos outside. You've seen it yourself, we can only hide in the ancestral hall and can't go out. What about the living people in the village? It's important to know that the village had not only the dead and ghosts but also these children, and some living people. Oh, the living people are special, they will be kept out and won't enter this warped village. When time goes back to the way it was, they didn't notice anything after we leave. It was clear they weren't new to this situation, they had experience already. This indicated one thing, they knew the secrets of the village and might even have solutions. Sun Kai knew that this required enough trust for them to open up. Now wasn't an appropriate time to ask directly. The sea level completion had already been completely overlooked by Sun Kai. They had faced so many dangers in one day, who could guarantee they would survive if there were a few more? This meant they needed to find a way to complete level B or above. But the B-level completion method was somewhat special, requiring a student to have genuine gratitude for you. What was that? In what situation could a student genuinely feel gratitude towards you? Would saving someone count? But Sun Kai had just saved them, and they had indeed expressed gratitude, yet no hint appeared in his mind, enough to prove. This meant they weren't genuinely thankful, it could only be considered as general gratitude. Sun Kai speculated that even without his appearance, these people would have still made it to the ancestral hall, the price paid would only be a bit higher. As for the A-level completion, leaving the mountain village. This was simply unsolvable because the first rule he received was that he could not ask how to leave the mountain village. If he asked that, he might as well give up right there. As for the highest S-level completion, discovering the hidden secrets of the mountain village. It was said to be hidden secrets, how could they be easy to find? Unless these students were willing to tell him. But up until now, no one was willing to share these matters with him, meaning time was still needed. Thinking of these things, Sun Kai felt a headache, the matters of this village were really too complicated. Living people, dead people, ghosts, and these uniquely blooded children. All right, and we have to add the three of us outsiders. All these situations proved one thing, wanting to clear this bizarre world was not going to be simple. Just as Sun Kai and the others were staying inside the ancestral hall, the first reminder from Xia Changqing appeared. Sun Kai, just now, a national destiny bearer accidentally discovered a large number of skeletons in a small valley behind the mountain. According to analysis, those skeletons seem to all belong to children of various ages. I think this information might be very important for you, so I used the first chance. This voice was heard by all three of them. Their faces changed. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai knew they were just new national destiny bearers, their experience less than Sun Kai's, and they didn't feel uncomfortable. What shocked them was that the skeletons Xia Changqing mentioned were all children's skeletons. Adding to that, in front of them was a group of children, their instincts linked everything together. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Feng Xiao had a sad face, if those skeletons were related to the children in front of them, then what were these kids exactly? Chapter 73, Get Out. Sun Kai carefully looked at those children, from the start, these kids had interacted with them. If these children had problems, they probably wouldn't have survived to this day. But what Xia Changqing said about the skeletons of the children on the back mountain, this was definitely not irrelevant. In such a remote village, it was impossible for so many children to die without any commotion. Since they entered the village, there hadn't been any mention of children dying unexpectedly. At this moment, no hint had appeared, which meant the children were safe and wouldn't harm them. Do not act rashly, pretend you don't know what just happened. We need their help. Sun Kai whispered to the two, and they both nodded in unison. At this time, if they caused trouble with the children, then they themselves would be in danger. Sun Kai looked outside the ancestral hall, those dead and ghosts had vanished without a trace. It seemed they also knew they couldn't enter the ancestral hall, so they simply left. When can we go out? Sun Kai walked over to Wu Qian and asked. Wu Qian was taking care of the other children. After hearing Sun Kai's words, she thought for a moment and said, let's see the situation tomorrow, at least we can't go out today. Once we go out, we'll be surrounded. Sun Kai nodded, but it was daytime, if they waited until tomorrow, it meant they would need to go 24 hours without food or water. For adults, it could still be endured, but the ones in front of them were all children. Soon, a child touched his belly and shouted, Sister Qian, I'm hungry. Wu Qian walked over, gently patted the little boy's head, and took out a piece of flatbread from her body. You can take this to eat, but don't eat too much at once, we might have to stay here for a while. The little boy was very happy, just about to take a big bite, but then he remembered something, tearing off a small piece and returning the larger one to Wu Qian. Sister Qian, I'm small, this little bit is enough for me. After saying that, the little boy started to eat slowly, looking very satisfied. Wu Qian said nothing and put away the remaining flatbread. The waiting time was extremely torturous. To reduce energy consumption, they all lay on the ground. Gradually, the sky darkened, and night fell. The feeling of an empty stomach was truly agonizing, even sleeping was uneasy. As Sun Kai slept, he suddenly opened his eyes, he had woken up from hunger. If I had known, I should have prepared a bit more dry food. When this matter is over, no matter what, I must carry a few pieces of bread on me. Just as Sun Kai was thinking this, he heard a very faint sound, as if someone had gotten up. And the distance seemed to be the person next to him. Was it Feng Xiao or Du Xiaodai? Late at night, it couldn't be going to the bathroom, could it? Sun Kai opened his eyes, but unfortunately, the village was too dark at night, almost pitch black. He couldn't see who had gotten up, so he slowly stretched out his hand to the left. The person sleeping on the left was Feng Xiao. Great, he touched Feng Xiao's clothes, which proved that the one who got up was Du Xiaodai. But after thinking for a moment, Sun Kai still stretched his hand toward Du Xiaodai, and then he touched clothes too. Sun Kai was stunned. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were still asleep, so who had gotten up? Just as Sun Kai's expression changed drastically, a sharp voice thundered like a storm. Get out! Then, Sun Kai heard a piercing scream, waking everyone up. Fortunately, there were many oil lamps in the ancestral hall. After the children lit the oil lamps, Sun Kai could finally see the situation in the ancestral hall clearly. Wu Qian had one more wound on her hand, and her face looked a bit pale. The other children stood next to her. Next to Sun Kai, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai both had confused expressions. They hadn't discovered anything at all. Wu Qian, what happened? Sun Kai asked proactively. A ghost appeared just now. Wu Qian's words made the faces of Sun Kai and the others change drastically. Feng Xiao couldn't help but ask directly, isn't this a safe place? How could a ghost come in? Wu Qian frowned, I don't know either, but the feeling just now was unmistakable. It was indeed a ghost. Among the children, her blood was the most powerful, and she also had a strong sense of the ghost. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the first to discover the ghost. In fact, when Wu Qian noticed the ghost, she was scared herself. This kind of situation had never happened before. If even the ancestral hall was not safe, then was there any safe place in the village? Sun Kai thought for a moment and asked Wu Qian, when did you wake up? Just now, when I felt the ghost appear, I scared it away with my blood. Sun Kai nodded, so this meant that Wu Qian woke up after him. Then a question arose, who was making the sound of getting up that he heard earlier? He heard it very clearly, the voice was very close to him, but he couldn't distinguish whether it was left or right. However, he already stretched out his hand to confirm, both people were lying on the ground without moving. What was that sound then? With such an event happening, it was obviously impossible to continue sleeping peacefully. So Sun Kai and Wu Qian discussed a little. The three of them would take turns watching over the three children. This way, with a child's blood, even if a ghost came in, it could still scare it away. The first night watch was Feng Xiao and Wu Hao. The two just sat on the steps at the entrance of the ancestral hall, bored, looking around. There were not many other things in the ancestral hall, just a lot of oil lamps, so they simply lit one and placed it aside. Teacher Feng, I really am sorry for biting you before. Wu Hao apologized to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao waved his hand repeatedly, no need for that, I'm not angry. Brother Sun already told me that you did it on purpose to make us leave the village. It's a pity that since we entered, it hasn't been that easy to get out. Now, Feng Xiao couldn't help but think, what would have happened if they hadn't entered the village at that time? The two chatted. In the end, nothing happened, and soon it was time for Du Xiaodai and a little girl to take over the watch. Finally, it was Sun Kai and Wu Qian's turn. As soon as they sat down, Wu Qian spoke up, Teacher Sun. You seemed to have something to say to me earlier? When it was time to keep watch, Wu Qian noticed that Sun Kai's expression was a bit complex, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Sun Kai was slightly taken aback and smiled as he said, I didn't expect your observation to be so sharp, you noticed that. After a moment of silence, Sun Kai quietly glanced behind him. Everyone was asleep. He spoke in a very low voice, apart from the dead and ghosts, can you sense anything else? Chapter 74, One Person Short. Wu Qian was confused by Sun Kai's words. What did he mean by sensing other things besides the dead and ghosts? In this village, what other strange things could there be besides the dead and ghosts? Sun Kai knew that his words were somewhat difficult to understand. In fact, he didn't know who had made the sound earlier either. Teacher Sun, please be clearer, I don't understand what you mean. Can you help me sense if Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai have any abnormalities? Wu Qian's eyes shifted slightly. What did this mean, Teacher Sun? Could it be that Teacher Sun thought the other two teachers had problems? Thinking this, she immediately looked at the two teachers, but no matter how she looked, they were just ordinary people. They're fine, I don't know why Teacher Sun would say that. Sun Kai hesitated a moment before asking, actually, I was already awake before you made the sound. At that time, I heard someone getting up, so I touched the two people next to me. But their clothes were still on, and no one had gotten up. However, the sound was very clear, just not far from me, so I was a bit worried. Wu Qian immediately understood what Sun Kai meant. If she had heard a similar sound, she would probably think the people around her had been replaced by ghosts as well. It's not a good time right now. Why don't we wait until tomorrow? I can touch them then to clearly know if they are really people. Sun Kai nodded. For now, that was the only option. If Wu Qian touched them now and they woke up, it would be hard to explain. Once the two knew that Sun Kai suspected them, it was easy to guess that problems would arise within their group. Looking at the darkness outside the ancestral hall, Sun Kai suddenly thought of a question. Isn't the ancestral hall supposed to have a strong restraint against ghosts? How could a ghost slip in today? If it can come in, what about other ghosts? Wu Qian's small face became serious. She also realized this issue. I don't know either. The ancestral hall has always been very safe, but I never expected a ghost would appear this time. Sun Kai felt helpless. If Wu Qian didn't know, he certainly wouldn't be able to figure it out. Just like that, a night passed without a second ghost showing up. After a brief discussion, they decided to go out and see the situation. But with so many people, it was clearly impossible to go out together. It would easily attract the dead and ghosts. In the end, they decided to split into two groups. Sun Kai and Wu Hao would form one group, while Feng Xiao and another boy would form another. Du Xiaodai and Wu Qian would stay behind with the kids. After all, it was better to leave at least one adult here. After going out, Sun Kai took Wu Hao towards the edge of the village. As Wu Hao put it, he wanted to observe the changes outside the village to judge the current situation of the village. They carefully ran to the edge of the village. When they looked outside, Sun Kai was stunned. The village was bright, while outside the village was pitch black. What is going on? Sun Kai stared blankly at Wu Hao, waiting for his explanation. Wu Hao's face was very serious as he said, "This change in the village is even more severe than before. There was a time difference inside and outside, and now it was really going to be the end." What do you mean? Sister Qian said, the bigger the time change in the village, the more exaggerated the mutations for the dead and ghosts. Simply put, they will become stronger. But the blood in our bodies is always limited. Once they become too strong, our blood might not be able to suppress them. Wu Hao didn't finish his sentence, but Sun Kai understood. If the blood couldn't suppress them, they would be in danger themselves. In this situation, leaving the village would be like seeking death. The two could only go from house to house looking for food, bringing back something to eat first. Strangely, during their search for food, they didn't encounter a single dead person or ghost. Where did so many dead people go? Not to mention Sun Kai was puzzled, even Wu Hao couldn't figure it out. Generally, they would stay at home. It's rare for them to wander around unless they discover us. Since Wu Hao didn't know the location of the dead, Sun Kai definitely wouldn't know. Fortunately, there were still plenty of food inside the village. They hurriedly collected some and went straight back. When they returned to the ancestral hall, Sun Kai found that Feng Xiao and the others were back too, and they had also brought back some food. With this, they didn't have to worry about food for the time being. Did you find anything over there? Sun Kai asked, and Feng Xiao shook his head. Nothing. Not a single dead person was seen. This was strange. It was normal for one group not to see the dead, but for both groups to not see any was very unusual. Where did those dead people go? Well, I suspect the dead people have all gone outside the village? Du Xiaodai suddenly said. This made their expressions change. Yes, if there were no dead people in the village, then they very likely went outside. But why would they go outside? What could be attracting them? Sun Kai stroked his chin and came up with a possibility. Do you think it could be that there are living people outside the village, drawing them there? Wu Qian was about to say it was impossible but quickly remembered what Sun Kai said earlier, that inside the village, there were living people and dead people occupying the same identity. With that, she wasn't so sure anymore. If that's true, then that's great. We might be safe. Feng Xiao patted his chest, looking relieved. Sun Kai thought the same way. As long as they could stay safe, everything would be fine. At this moment, he glanced around and faintly felt that something was off, as if something was missing. He looked again and finally remembered what was missing. There was one person missing. A wave of indescribable horror surged in his heart. He clearly remembered that there were a total of 12 children in class. But now, the children he saw in front of him only numbered 11. To make sure he wasn't counting wrong, Sun Kai began to count them one by one, but it still came out to 11. A hint of confusion appeared on his face. What was going on? The others also noticed something was off with Sun Kai. Du Xiaodai nervously shouted, "Brother Sun, did you discover something?" Sun Kai looked at them, swallowed hard, and said, "Do you two remember how many students we taught in total?" Feng Xiao replied boldly, "Of course I remember. There were just this many people, 12 students. I remember it clearly." Du Xiaodai nodded along, "Yes, 12 children. Brother Sun, is there something wrong?" Sun Kai revealed a bitter smile, pointing at the children and saying, "You two count again, how many children are there?" Feng Xiao and the others exchanged puzzled glances and began to count. But when they finished counting, both of their faces showed a hint of confusion and fear. They counted, and there were only 11 children here. This is impossible. There aren't many children to begin with, they can't be mistaken. Even if they were mistaken, it can't be 3 people getting it wrong together. It should clearly be 12 children. But before them, there were only 11 children. What on earth is going on? Wu Qian, hurry up and count. How can there be one less child? Which one is missing? Sun Kai wasn't very familiar with the children yet, but Wu Qian must be. He could only ask her to find out. But Wu Qian's words made Sun Kai feel a chill all over his body. She looked at him with a strange expression. Teacher Sun, what are you talking about? When did we have 12 children? From the very beginning, we only had 11 children. Sun Kai and the others looked at each other in surprise. A wave of coldness rushed straight to the top of their heads, leaving them momentarily speechless. They all remembered clearly that there were originally 12 children, but now Wu Qian said that there had always been only 11. So who was the extra child? Wu Qian, you might not believe what we are saying, but from the first day we entered, there were indeed 12 of you. Sun Kai said seriously to Wu Qian. Wu Qian frowned. She didn't believe the three teachers would lie at this time. It was of no benefit to them. But in her memory, there had always been only 11 children in their village, never a 12th. What was the situation with this 12th child? Teacher Sun, do you remember the names of those 12 children? Sun Kai shook his head helplessly. I can only remember vaguely. Brother Sun, why don't the three of us put our heads together and see if we can write down all the names? The three of them worked together, and with Wu Qian's help, they finally matched up the names of the 11 children. With this, one name was clearly missing from those children. This name was Wu Men. Wu Men? I can guarantee that there is absolutely no child by that name in the village. No, I should say, there is no person in the village with that name. Wu Qian was very certain. After all, there were only this many people in the village, and she knew each of their names. Yes, Teacher Sun, I can also be certain, and this name is exactly the same as the name of the village. Who would dare to have such a name? Wu Hao also chimed in. Sun Kai raised his eyebrows. If it weren't for Wu Hao's reminder, he wouldn't have realized it himself. The name Wu Men was almost the same as Wu Men Village. Ordinary people wouldn't choose a name that was the same as their own village. In the words of the older generations, that would be a taboo. Some villages even used the name of the first village chief at the time of establishment to name the village. Thinking of this, Sun Kai's eyes lit up. What was the name of the first village chief when you established the village? Reminded by Sun Kai, Wu Qian seemed to remember something and suddenly looked at the position of the spirit tablet that they had been ignoring. At the top of a pile of spirit tablets, the tablet there had two big characters written on it. Wu Men. This name is actually the name of the ancestor of Wu Men Village? A group of children was dumbfounded. Due to the passage of time, no one would have thought that this name was related to their ancestors. Moreover, the three teachers firmly stated that there really was a child named Wu Men, plus the fact that this name was identical to their ancestors. They suddenly had an incredible thought. Could it be that this Wu Men was really their ancestor? For a moment, they looked at the spirit tablet in the ancestral hall with a feeling of fear. In this strange village, even the dead and ghosts had appeared, so the reappearance of their deceased ancestor was also not impossible. Sun Kai even thought of something. Could the voice that appeared last night have been made by the ancestor of Wu Men Village? No matter whether he is the ancestor or not, I need to verify it. Wu Qian, as the big sister, naturally had to step forward. She made a small cut on her finger, revealing a drop of blood, and slowly walked towards the spirit tablet. However, before she could reach the spirit tablet, a sigh echoed. I didn't expect you to discover it, Xiao Qian. There's no need to do this to deal with the ancestor, right? As soon as the words fell, an old man's figure appeared before everyone. Wu Qian's face changed dramatically. This person appeared too suddenly, scarier than a ghost. Instinctively, she waved the blood from her hand, but the blood landed on the old man without any reaction. Alright, Xiao Qian, you often came here to play when you were little. I still remember that my spirit tablet fell on the ground, and you helped me put it back. Reminded by the old man, Wu Qian suddenly recalled that this had indeed happened when she was a child. If that's the case, did he exist in the village before any changes occurred? Sun Kai stepped forward, blocking Wu Qian behind him, and looked at the old man. Who are you? The old man replied with a smile. I am Wu Men, the first village chief of Wu Men Village, and I can be considered the ancestor of everyone in Wu Men Village. If this were said by an ordinary person, one might believe it, but Sun Kai had little trust in this suddenly appearing old man. You are Wu Men, so what is your relationship with the Wu Men who attended school with the children before? That was also me. Sun Kai's expression changed slightly, and so did the others. The extra 12th child turned out to truly be the Wu Men in front of them. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Wu Qian seemed to have thought of something. If you really are the ancestor, then is the change in the ancestral hall related to you? Xiao Qian is really smart. That's right, the change in the ancestral hall is indeed related to me. If I hadn't been guarding the ancestral hall, there wouldn't be a safe place in the entire village. Sun Kai was shocked. The ancestral hall, which could protect them, was actually the result of this old man's efforts, but why did a ghost come last night? If you can protect this place, such things shouldn't happen. Sun Kai directly asked this question, and the old man let out a sigh. Outsider, this question is very simple, because I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 76, More Than a Decade. Wu Men's body, when looked at closely, appeared a bit illusory. Sun Kai didn't know what kind of existence Wu Men truly was. He looked like a ghost, but seemed not to be. If he really was a ghost, why would he help them? What benefit is there for him? Old Wu, may I ask, what is your current situation? Wu Men gestured for them to sit and said, you can consider me as the guardian spirit of Wu Men village. Actually, I don't know why I've become like this. When I first became aware, I saw little Xiao Qian. It was just at that time I couldn't move. Later on, the village unexpectedly had an incident, with dead people and ghosts appearing. I really wanted to help them, but I couldn't leave the ancestral hall. At most, I could use my power to protect the ancestral hall. Thankfully, little Xiao Qian was smart, discovering the uniqueness of the ancestral hall and bringing the other children to hide here. From Wu Men's words, Sun Kai realized he was a very good person. But there's a saying, you can know a person's face and not their heart. This was Sun Kai's first time meeting him. He didn't really understand him, so he naturally couldn't fully trust everything he said. However, the fact that they could find protection in the ancestral hall was indeed due to Wu Men's help. I can feel that my body can no longer hold on. It may not be long before I disappear. Once I disappear, this ancestral hall will be no different from an ordinary house, so Xiao Qian, you better solve the village's problems before I vanish. It's easy to say, but not so easy to do. What happened in the village has been a long time ago. If it could have been resolved, they would have solved it themselves. Wu Qian let out a sigh. Sadly, the ancestor also did not know why the village had become this way. They stayed here all day. With the food we brought back, they didn't need to worry about starving. Ancestor, do you know what happened with that ghost that appeared last night? Wu Qian remembered what happened last night and asked the ancestor. Wu Men's face was filled with sorrow. I certainly know. Because my power has weakened, some strong ghosts can sneak into this ancestral hall. This is all my fault. Ancestor, if it weren't for you protecting us for so long, we might have died a long time ago. This is not your fault. Wu Qian hurried to comfort him. At night, to prevent ghosts from appearing again, they still carried out the night watch according to yesterday's groupings. Only this time, the order was changed, with Sun Kai and Wu Qian as the first group. According to the time last night, the first group had the highest probability of encountering a ghost. Gradually, everyone fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Sun Kai and Wu Qian sitting on the steps at the door. Wu Men had long since disappeared. In his words, maintaining his physical presence for too long would consume his power. Sun Kai was already quite familiar with the night in Wu Men village. Silence. Complete silence. Silence without a sound. Combined with the darkness around that seemed to swallow people whole, one wouldn't dare to take a step forward randomly. Wu Qian, there's something I want to ask. What is it? I want to know how long you have been in the village. Wu Qian smiled slightly and looked at the teacher's son beside her. Didn't expect you to find out so quickly? Teacher son, you are surprisingly perceptive. Sun Kai wanted to say it was not his perceptiveness, but that Wu Qian and the others seemed to have no intention of hiding much. As long as you spend a little more time with them, you can discover this problem. You are correct, we have experienced many similar situations in the village. Due to the time being a little different from the outside, I will calculate it using the village's time. It should be around 10 years. Sun Kai's face changed. 10 years? When did this time start? This was what Sun Kai cared about the most. Teacher son, our appearance has been like this for over 10 years. Sun Kai's heart shook. It really aligned with his guess. No wonder Wu Qian looked like only a teenager, yet sometimes her behavior was completely unlike that of a child. Similarly, the other children were also like this. They looked small, but their actions and speech were completely different from ordinary kids. After all, over 10 years have passed, and the experiences during this time have already tempered their hearts. Though they appeared small, their insides were comparable to adults. No, they were even more composed than most adults. In all this time, haven't you discovered anything? Sun Kai was eager to know what unusual discoveries they had made during these 10 years. Our blood is the biggest discovery. If we hadn't realized this, we might have died long ago. Teacher son, do you know? Originally, there were mostly living people in the village. But since that day, the living have decreased while the dead and ghosts have increased. Wu Qian gritted her teeth as she spoke these words. It may not be long before I disappear. Once I disappear, this ancestral hall will be no different from an ordinary house, so Xiao Qian, you better solve the village's problems before I vanish. It's easy to say, but not so easy to do. What happened in the village has been a long time ago. If it could have been resolved, they would have solved it themselves. Wu Qian let out a sigh. Sadly, the ancestor also did not know why the village had become this way. They stayed here all day. With the food we brought back, they didn't need to worry about starving. Ancestor, do you know what happened with that ghost that appeared last night? Wu Qian remembered what happened last night and asked the ancestor. Wu Men's face was filled with sorrow. I certainly know. Because my power has weakened, some strong ghosts can sneak into this ancestral hall. This is all my fault. Ancestor, if it weren't for you protecting us for so long, we might have died a long time ago. This is not your fault. Wu Qian hurried to comfort him. At night, to prevent ghosts from appearing again, they still carried out the night watch according to yesterday's groupings. Only this time, the order was changed, with Sun Kai and Wu Qian as the first group. According to the time last night, the first group had the highest probability of encountering a ghost. Gradually, everyone fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Sun Kai and Wu Qian sitting on the steps at the door. Wu Men had long since disappeared. In his words, maintaining his physical presence for too long would consume his power. Sun Kai was already quite familiar with the night in Wu Men village. Silence. Complete silence. Silence without a sound. Combined with the darkness around that seemed to swallow people whole, one wouldn't dare to take a step forward randomly. Wu Qian, there's something I want to ask. What is it? I want to know how long you have been in the village. Wu Qian smiled slightly and looked at the teacher's son beside her. Didn't expect you to find out so quickly? Teacher son, you are surprisingly perceptive. Sun Kai wanted to say it was not his perceptiveness, but that Wu Qian and the others seemed to have no intention of hiding much. As long as you spend a little more time with them, you can discover this problem. You are correct, we have experienced many similar situations in the village. Due to the time being a little different from the outside, I will calculate it using the village's time. It should be around 10 years. Sun Kai's face changed. 10 years? When did this time start? This was what Sun Kai cared about the most. Teacher son, our appearance has been like this for over 10 years. Sun Kai's heart shook, it really aligned with his guess. No wonder Wu Qian looked like only a teenager, yet sometimes her behavior was completely unlike that of a child. Similarly, the other children were also like this, they looked small, but their actions and speech were completely different from ordinary kids. After all, over 10 years have passed, and the experiences during this time have already tempered their hearts. Though they appeared small, their insides were comparable to adults. No, they were even more composed than most adults. In all this time, haven't you discovered anything? Sun Kai was eager to know what unusual discoveries they had made during these 10 years. Our blood is the biggest discovery. If we hadn't realized this, we might have died long ago. Teacher son, do you know? Originally, there were mostly living people in the village. But since that day, the living have decreased while the dead and ghosts have increased. Wu Qian gritted her teeth as she spoke these words. Suddenly, Sun Kai remembered something. So, who was the first ghost or the first dead person in the village? Everything has a source. If we can solve the trouble at its source, things might still have hope. Wu Qian thought for a moment and said, I'm not very clear about this. When I realized my blood could suppress them, I found that there were already several dead and ghosts in the village. Sun Kai nodded. It was normal that Wu Qian and the others, being just teenagers at that time, didn't think everything through. While the two were chatting, a cold wind suddenly blew by, instantly extinguishing the kerosene lamp beside them. Something's wrong. The two immediately stood up. Wu Qian didn't hesitate to cut her finger, squeezing out a drop of blood. Sun Kai looked around, wanting to see where the ghost was hiding. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement at all. Could it be that the wind just now was just an accident? No, there has never been wind in the village, it must be a ghost. Sun Kai was very sure in his heart. He looked around and then suddenly turned his head. He didn't know when, but Wu Qian, who had been standing next to him, was gone. Not only that, even those who had fallen asleep were also gone. Sun Kai immediately understood, he had fallen into a trap. But the problem was, Wu Qian was clearly standing next to him and had shed blood. How could the ghost trap him? Could it be that the ghost was no longer afraid of the children's blood? Sun Kai forced himself to calm down. He knew very well that in a moment of crisis, he must not panic. At that moment, he caught sight of the spirit tablet at the Wu Gate, where a line of words appeared. Chapter 77, Spirit Tablet. The old fool is pretending to be a ghost, damn him. Seeing this sentence, Sun Kai instantly understood everything. He felt curious, what kind of powerful ghost could ignore Wu Qian's blood and attack him? After all this time, it turned out to be an insider's doing. This old fool is indeed not a good thing. The words he said before must have been mixed with lies. Sun Kai cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he showed a hint of fear and slowly retreated into the ancestral hall. This scene was witnessed by all the people of Xia country. Not good, Sun Kai has fallen into the trap. Without the blood of those kids, he can't deal with the ghosts. Damn it, if only Feng Sha was here, his child's urine could deal with the ghosts. For the first time, I feel how great being single is. Too bad Sun Kai is no longer a virgin. What's the use of saying so much now? If Sun Kai dies, our Xia country is in trouble. No one expected the other two to clear this horror world. From the beginning, they could see that it was Sun Kai leading the two of them. Without him, they would have no idea what to do. Once Sun Kai dies, Xia country will truly be in trouble. Xia Changqing gritted his teeth and shouted at the people around him, "Haven't you thought of a solution yet? You are the elite of Xia country." A group of people around showed bitter smiles. If they had a solution, they would have said it long ago. In fact, they had already considered Sun Kai's hero card, but the problem was that this time the opponent was a ghost. The hero card was powerful, but it couldn't let Sun Kai harm the ghost. For the first time, they thought how good it would be if the enemy were dead. They couldn't even understand how Wu Qian, standing next to Sun Kai, could let him fall into a trap. It was simply unscientific. Xia Changqing naturally knew that the support group existed to help the national fortune bearer, but in the face of Sun Kai's situation, they were also helpless. Since Sun Kai couldn't do it here, what about the other two? Xia Changqing immediately switched to another live broadcast room and saw the scene at Feng Xiao's side. Feng Xiao, like Sun Kai, stood in an empty ancestral hall, and surprisingly, he fell into the trap too? It was clear that Feng Xiao was bewildered. With not a single ghost shadow around, his childhood urine was useless here. Similarly, Du Xiaodia's situation was exactly the same. What does this mean? 3 ghosts were simultaneously targeting them. What the hell is this broken ancestral hall? It's completely useless. Xia Changqing couldn't help but curse, as Sun Kai was the hope of Xia country. If he fell here, many people across the nation would surely be sad. After all, Sun Kai brought benefits to everyone in the country, and they all felt it personally. The first time was body quality +2, the second time everyone received a random card. These benefits were truly visible to the naked eye. However, at this moment, many people from abroad, seeing that Sun Kai was about to die, immediately began to mock. Haha, he deserves it. The sooner he dies, the sooner he will be reborn. Just a mere Xia country person, given 2 chances to clear the game, does he really think he's a god? I say, he must die this time. Good to die, good to die, I will go back and open champagne. Seeing these foreigners actually insulting their country's hero, a group of Xia country people immediately started to counterattack. When it comes to the art of cursing, Xia people have never lost. This is a cultural legacy that has been passed down for thousands of years. Sun Kai was unaware that outside, because of his situation, everything had already turned into chaos. He pretended to be afraid while backing towards the spirit tablet. When he got close to the spirit tablet, he suddenly jumped up, rushed forward, grabbed the spirit tablet and threw it to the ground. Crash! The wooden spirit tablet shattered immediately, splitting in 2. In the blink of an eye, Sun Kai found himself back in the original place. He still stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, and Wu Qian stood beside him, eyeing the surroundings cautiously. Wu Qian, did I leave here just now? Sun Kai asked Wu Qian with some uncertainty. Wu Qian rolled her eyes at him. You have been standing here, when did you leave? Hearing this, Sun Kai instantly realized that it must have been an illusion. He looked back and indeed, the spirit tablet was fine, but he wasn't sure if it was his illusion. He seemed to see an extra crack on the spirit tablet. Sun Kai may not believe others, but he absolutely believed the hints. If it weren't for the appearance of the hint, he might have been trapped in that illusion space forever. That old man has a big problem. But at this time, if he went over to smash the spirit tablet, it was likely that Wu Qian would be the first to turn against him. After all, in Wu Qian's eyes, the old man was a good person. To directly go over and smash the spirit tablet at this time would be an act of a fool, while Sun Kai. Instead, he walked over to Feng Xiao and the others, gently patting their faces. Sun Kai knew very well that if he fell into the trap, there was no reason the other two would be fine. If he could wake them up, either the old man didn't want to expose himself, or they hadn't fallen into the trap. But if the two of them couldn't wake up, then it would be interesting. It was known that ghosts feared the blood of children, yet even with Wu Qian revealing blood, the two of them still hadn't woken up. Then things would become interesting. Wu Qian and the others appeared to be children on the outside, but their psychological age was already up to adult standards. Sun Kai slapped the faces of the two, but they showed no response. Wu Qian, something has happened to them. Sun Kai shouted, and Wu Qian hurried over. She also tried, and indeed the two did not wake up. This couldn't just be explained by saying they were in a deep sleep. Even in a deep sleep, ordinary people couldn't fail to wake up when someone slapped their face. They may have encountered a ghost, don't worry, as long as I put blood on their foreheads, they will wake up quickly. As she spoke, Wu Qian squeezed out a bit of blood again and pressed her handprint on the two people's foreheads. A few seconds passed, and the two showed no reaction at all. Wu Qian's expression changed dramatically. Impossible. Why are they still not awake? This was a situation Wu Qian had never encountered before. Logically, she had already pressed her blood on them, so why hadn't they woken up yet? Sun Kai sneered, his gaze locked on the spirit tablet. This matter should be asked of your ancestor. Wu Qian frowned slightly, sensing the sarcasm in Sun Kai's words. Was Sun Kai implying that this had something to do with the ancestor? But wasn't the ancestor always protecting them? How could they do such a thing? Before Wu Qian could speak, Sun Kai strode over to the spirit tablet and reached out to grab it. Suddenly, a hasty voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 78, You Will Not Have a Good End. Wu Men's figure appeared very suddenly. He appeared directly in front of Sun Kai, blocking his actions. At this moment, Wu Qian also rushed over, frowning as she looked at Sun Kai. Teacher Sun, what were you just about to do? Did you not understand my meaning? If they are in that state because of a ghost, your blood should have helped them break free a long time ago, but they are still in their current state. Don't you find that strange? Besides ghosts, who else has such power? Being told this by Sun Kai, Wu Qian also found it strange. In the entire village, besides ghosts, only the ancestor had such a special presence. And her blood was effective against ghosts, but seemed to have no effect on the ancestor. After all, her hands were bleeding, and she was so close to the ancestor, yet the ancestor showed no signs of change. Wu Men's face flashed with a hint of panic, and he immediately said, Little Qian, I have watched you grow up since you were small. Do you really trust an outsider more than me? I am your ancestor, how could I harm you? Upon hearing this, Wu Qian felt that the ancestor's words made some sense, and she fell into a dilemma. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Wu Men suddenly let out a wretched scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Du Xiaodia's figure underwent a great change. Her body became distorted, gradually turning into a black shadow. She transformed into a ghost. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Even Sun Kai himself didn't expect Du Xiaodai to become a ghost. Could it be that she was replaced by a ghost at some point? As for the option that Du Xiaodai had been a ghost from the beginning, Sun Kai did not believe it at all. The ghost that Du Xiaodai turned into had blood that glimmered red in the center of its forehead, driving it into madness as its form continuously changed. Finally, it transformed into a black light and rushed out of the ancestral hall. At this moment, Feng Xiao also showed a struggling expression, seeming to want to wake up. Meanwhile, Wu Men wore a ferocious expression as if he were trying his hardest. Gradually, Feng Xiao's expression stabilized, just as Wu Men was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Sun Kai struck instantly. He grabbed the spirit tablet in his hand, making a move as if to smash it on the ground. Don't! Wu Men was startled, knowing that the reason he existed was because of this spirit tablet. Once the spirit tablet was destroyed, he would vanish too. Wu Qian shouted, Teacher Sun, you can't do this. Their loud commotion woke up the other children, who discovered that something seemed off. Teacher Sun, Sister Qian, what happened to you? Wu Hao looked confused, not expecting that after just waking up, he would find the two in conflict. No one paid them any mind. Sun Kai and Wu Qian stared at each other closely. Wu Qian, you are no longer a child. You should have seen the situation just now. Sun Kai held a spirit tablet in one hand and pointed at Wu Men with the other. Feng Xiao was about to wake up. He was secretly using strength just now, and with your blood still effective against ghosts, it has no effect at all on this unknown creature. With so many factors at play, don't you understand yet? A trace of conflict appeared on Wu Qian's face. In reality, she had noticed the changes in the ancestor earlier, but deep down, she was unwilling to believe this result. After all, the ancestor had been protecting them for more than 10 years. Even though it was their first meeting, the grace of protection over so many years was not something to be taken lightly. As Feng Xiao's struggles gradually faded, Sun Kai sighed. Without any hesitation, he shattered the spirit tablet. Crack! The spirit tablet shattered in the same way as the illusionary space, splitting directly into two halves. Wu Men clutched his head and let out a shrill scream and curse, Sun Kai, may you not die well. I will wait for you in hell. Snap! With a light sound, Wu Men's figure disappeared. At the same time, Feng Xiao, like a drowning person, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up gasping for air. Damn! So many ghosts! Feng Xiao was practically scared to death. In his illusionary space, he had encountered multiple ghost attacks. But he only had one child urine. Just as he was using the dragon's head sweep technique to fend off so many ghosts, he suddenly woke up. Wu Men had just disappeared, and Feng Xiao woke up. If Wu Qian couldn't see such an obvious thing, she would really be a fool. This ancestor really had problems. Teacher Sun, I'm sorry. Wu Qian directly lowered her head and apologized to Sun Kai. Sun Kai waved his hand and smiled, this isn't your fault, that old thing acted too well. I even suspect that he might have been involved in the events of this village. Wu Qian thought for a moment. This made a lot of sense. The other party was the first village chief of Wu Men village. If such things happened in the village, he may have indeed known something. Unfortunately, they had no opportunity to ask him. To save Feng Xiao, Sun Kai had to do it, but where is Xiao Dai now? This was what puzzled Sun Kai the most. If Du Xiaodai had been replaced midway, then where would she be? Feng Xiao's face changed dramatically after he learned about the situation. Brother Sun, we must go save Xiao Dai. It's too dangerous for a girl alone. I certainly understand that, but where should we look? Feng Xiao opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He was well aware of how dangerous the village was now. If searching for Du Xiao Dai led to danger for others, that would be a bit backwards. But not searching felt wrong to Feng Xiao's heart. At that moment, Wu Hao suddenly said, "The ancestor is dead, so does that mean the protection of the ancestral hall is gone?" This statement immediately changed the expressions of the people present, and they looked outside. Sure enough, at some unknown time, a group of dead people surrounded the ancestral hall, but they did not come in. And in the dark, the walls had somehow gained some shadows. The dead and the ghosts surrounded them. The children moved skillfully, directly cutting their own fingers to stand in position, aiming at those dead and ghosts. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao could only stand in the circle in the middle, becoming the protected ones. Brother Sun, this is a problem. Without the protection of the ancestral hall, how long can these kids hold on? A drop of cold sweat fell from Feng Xiao's forehead. For the first time, he felt that he might die here. But Sun Kai did not. He recalled something. Chapter 79, Leaving the Village. It seems these dead and ghosts mostly act at night. Of course, there are times they act during the day, but the ghosts appearing in the daytime seem to be quite weak. At night, the ghosts become more powerful. Does this mean their strength is weakened during the day? If they could hold on until dawn, perhaps they could break out. He had 2 chances left with his hero card, which was enough. It's a pity, if only I knew how much longer until dawn. Sun Kai sighed, but his words were just heard by Wu Qian beside him. You want to know when it will be dawn? I checked, it should be less than an hour. Sun Kai didn't know how Wu Qian judged the time, perhaps her years of experience had honed this skill. Less than an hour still gave them hope. Everyone hold on for 1 hour, and when the dawn comes, their power will weaken, and we will charge out. Hearing Sun Kai's voice, all the children nodded and squeezed out a bit of blood. The protective effect of the ancestral shrine was gone, but their blood still instilled fear in the dead and ghosts. Yet, holding on for just an hour was still a significant test for them. Feng Xiao silently did not speak, just kept drinking water. He needed to prepare his ammunition. Once they truly reached a dead end, it would be his turn to shine. He already knew Brother Sun's hero card could deal with the dead, so he would deal with the ghosts. The dead quickly rushed in, surrounding them, but dared not come closer than 5 meters. The same went for the ghosts. These ghosts transformed into clusters of pitch-black things, floating in midair, looking very eerie. The ancestral shrine was extremely quiet, with no one making a sound. And so, with the sunlight appearing outside, Sun Kai keenly noticed. The movements of the dead became very stiff, and the ghosts floating in the sky also slowed down. Now is the time, charge out. Sun Kai shouted loudly, directly using the hero card. A faint light emanated from his body, and his power surged instantly. Get lost. Sun Kai charged forward, grabbed a dead person, and used him as a bat, sweeping past. He broke a gap in the encirclement of the dead, rushing out with a group of people. But where could they go after rushing out? Wu Qian looked up at the sky, seemed to have noticed something, and shouted loudly, "Hurry and leave the village." Leave the village? Wasn't there danger outside the village? But at this moment, Sun Kai could only choose to trust Wu Qian. After all, she wouldn't harm him. Sun Kai forged ahead, and every dead person encountered along the way couldn't get close to these children. And the children mainly targeted those ghosts. There were over a dozen ghosts in the sky, a dense black mass, which looked terrifying. Almost there, the village entrance is just ahead. Soon, they saw the stone tablet at the village entrance, and at that moment, the outside of the village was not pitch black. When they burst out, in an instant, Sun Kai felt like his head was hit hard, dizzy and disoriented. After a while, when he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a podium, looking at a group of students watching him. Teacher's son, what's wrong with you? Wu Hao asked with some concern. Sun Kai looked around in confusion. Wasn't this a classroom? He had just clearly walked out of the village. How did he end up here? Students, you can self-study for a bit, the teacher has something to attend to. Sun Kai walked out of the classroom and into the office, where he saw Feng Xiao and Du Xiao Dai were also here, both seemingly ready to come out and look for him. Brother Sun, weren't we just outside the village? A single sentence from Feng Xiao made Sun Kai realize one thing, he indeed had left the village with him. But where is Du Xiao Dai? I remember that I was with Brother Sun and Feng Xiao in the ancestral hall, but when I woke up, I found myself sleeping here. Du Xiao Dai furrowed her brows, looking confused. Sun Kai understood, Du Xiaodia's memory was still stuck in the ancestral hall, at which time she had turned into a ghost and vanished. Let's first summarize what happened and see if we can discover anything. The 3 of them discussed for a while and finally concluded that the world they had been in should not be real. It was somewhat like a hallucination space created by ghosts, but it seemed even more powerful. Brother Sun, I think we should just go ask Wu Qian and the others, weren't they with us? Feng Xiao's words startled Sun Kai, who slapped his forehead. How had he forgotten this matter? If anyone had helped them the most in that strange world, it was definitely Wu Qian and the others. Without Wu Qian's help, they might have died in that strange world long ago. After thinking, Sun Kai called in his most familiar Wu Qian and Wu Hao to the office. Wu Qian, Wu Hao, how much do you know about that world we just came from? But Sun Kai did not expect that Wu Qian and Wu Hao exchanged confused glances. Teacher Sun, what are you talking about? Yeah, Teacher Sun, what world? Sun Kai and the others' faces stiffened, looking at them in disbelief. Wu Qian, Wu Hao, didn't we just hide in a village where the sun was deformed, to avoid attacks from the dead and ghosts? Have you forgotten? Wu Qian frowned. Teacher Sun, I really don't know what you're talking about. How could the sun deform? If they still had a glimmer of hope before, now they had none at all. Wu Qian's expression told them that she was not lying. This meant she had no knowledge of that world at all. That's impossible, we fought side by side, how could you not remember? Feng Xiao could not believe it, grabbing Wu Hao's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. You even said you spent more than 10 years in that world. As soon as this was said, Wu Qian and Wu Hao's faces changed drastically, putting distance between themselves and the three of them. How do you know about this? I never told you. Wu Qian was like a frightened little cat, her pupils shrinking as she stared at them. Wu Hao even took out a small knife, cutting his finger and using blood against them. He probably thought that the three people in front of him were no longer the same. The blood was naturally useless. Sun Kai and the others were not dead or ghosts. Of course, you told me yourselves. Impossible, I never told you this. Chapter 80, Deadlock. Sun Kai did not hesitate and told Wu Qian everything about that world. In this village, Wu Qian and the others were their biggest support, and if he didn't tell her anything, many things couldn't get done. After hearing Sun Kai's words, Wu Qian wanted to say that they were making it up. But the events of living in the village for over 10 years could only be known to kids like them. Why would the three teachers know? If it was her from that world who said it, then it would be no surprise. Teacher Sun, in your words, that world is very peculiar, the time distortion is very severe, and the whole village has no living people, right? That's right, the sun appeared distorted, and only we and you, along with the dead and ghosts, are left in the village. Sun Kai nodded. That world was indeed too bizarre. But soon, he thought of one thing. Wait, there's one more thing. What? The ancestor of Woman Village, Woman. Before long, Sun Kai and the three brought Wu Qian and the others to the ancestral shrine. As expected, everything that changed in that world had no effect on reality, and as soon as Sun Kai entered, he saw it. The spirit tablet at the top was still there. The only thing he was confused about was whether woman really existed in reality. Wu Qian's eyes were fixed on the spirit tablet, and she couldn't imagine that the protective effect of the ancestral shrine actually came from the ancestors of Woman Village. Ancestors, I already know you, come out. Wu Qian stood in front of the spirit tablet and shouted. But after waiting for a while, there was no response around, so Wu Qian shouted again, but still nothing. Sun Kai knew that normal methods might not work, so he decided to take a more forceful approach. He directly walked over, picked up the spirit tablet, and shouted in a fierce tone. Old man, if you don't come out now, I will smash the spirit tablet. Seeing that Sun Kai was really about to do it, Woman could no longer pretend. Don't smash it, don't smash it. What grievances do we have that you need to treat an old man like this? Woman's figure suddenly appeared, hurriedly speaking to stop him. When Wu Qian and Wu Hao saw Woman really appear, their eyes widened. They had lived for more than a decade and were unaware of the secret of the ancestral shrine, but unexpectedly, the three teachers found out within just a few days. It could be said that if it weren't for the three teachers, they might have never known there was an ancestor in the spirit tablet until they died. We have quite a few grievances, old man. Sun Kai showed a malicious expression. In that strange world, this old guy actually wanted to trap the three of them. Even in reality, Sun Kai estimated it was probably similar. At this moment, he had to grasp the old man's weakness, which was the spirit tablet in his hand. Only then could Sun Kai speak to him with confidence. Woman really looked dumbfounded. He had been hiding inside the spirit tablet and had never been exposed. Even Wu Qian, who often visited the ancestral shrine, didn't know of his existence. How did this young man, who had just come to the village for only a few days, know about him? Seeing the flustered look on Woman's face, Sun Kai guessed that Woman, like Wu Qian and the others, didn't remember anything about that world. The only ones who could remember the situation were the three outsiders. At this moment, Wu Qian finally completely believed Sun Kai's words. After all, Sun Kai even knew about Woman's existence, something she had no idea about. Grasping Woman's weakness, Sun Kai directly asked, Old man, what exactly is the situation with this village? Don't say you don't know, you must know something. If you don't tell me, I will smash your spirit tablet now. As he spoke, Sun Kai pretended to smash the spirit tablet, nearly scaring Woman out of his wits. I really don't know. If I knew, would I have been hiding here all this time? Woman was nearly crying. If he really knew the village's secret, how could he have been hiding all this time? Sun Kai slightly frowned. He had asked Woman about it in that world, and Woman also said he didn't know. Could it be that he really knew nothing? At this moment, Sun Kai suddenly noticed that there seemed to be words on the back of the spirit tablet. He picked it up to take a look, and his face changed immediately. On the back of the spirit tablet were actually new rules. Rules 3. There is no one alive in the village. 4. When all the dead turn into ghosts, no one can leave the village. Seeing these two rules made Sun Kai's scalp go numb. No one in the village is alive? Does this mean Wu Qian and the others are actually dead? He suddenly remembered what Xia Changqing had told him about discovering some children's bones on the back mountain of the village. At that time, he was still puzzled, but now it seemed that this rule was very likely to be true. But the Wu Damu and the village chief he had seen, what kind of situation were they in? Were they not alive? The third rule made Sun Kai somewhat confused. At the same time, the fourth rule made Sun Kai realize something. Absolutely, he must not let the dead turn into ghosts. Once they all became ghosts, it would be completely impossible for the three of them to pass through. Generally speaking, the dead rarely die again, but Sun Kai happened to know that there was a group of people whose purpose was to kill the dead. That's right, he was talking about the two living people, Wu Damu and the village chief. Besides them, there must be other living people. Their goal was to kill all the dead in the village. But the problem was, if they killed the dead would turn into ghosts. And once all the dead turned into ghosts, they would be doomed. This was simply a deadlock. Unless he could find living people like Wu Damu and make them stop such actions. Sun Kai didn't even need to guess, he knew it was impossible. Those living people were already using any means necessary to be able to live in the village again. Last time, Wu Damu even attacked him. If not for the need to gather information, Sun Kai would have wanted to drown him. Sun Kai felt a headache. He temporarily put the rules aside. The most important thing before him was the matter of Wu Men. A group of people kept asking Wu Men various questions. Some he answered, some he did not, looking very helpless. But Sun Kai knew that this guy was an old silver coin. Even if the Wu Men of that world was not him, there must be similar places, and Sun Kai asked a key question. Old man, when Wu Men village was established, did anything strange happen? Wu Men thought carefully and then seemed to remember something. I remember that I was very young at that time, elected as the village chief by the villagers. That night the moon was very round. In Wu Men's words, at that time the village was very harmonious, but on a certain night, a strange event occurred in the village. Someone said they saw a ghost on the mountain, but no one believed him. However, the next day, this person died at home in a very pitiful state. Chapter 81, Those Who Do Not Die Are Thieves. At that time, this incident caused quite a stir in Wu Men village, but Wu Men village was simply too remote. Plus, at that time, people were very fearful of ghosts and deities. To prevent ghosts from continuing to disturb the village, they invited a Taoist priest to perform rituals. Many years later, nothing else happened in the village, and they gradually forgot about this incident. So, it means that very early on, Wu Men village was haunted? At that time, I didn't think there were really ghosts in the world. I didn't take it seriously at all, and during my lifetime, there was never a second similar incident. Sun Kai rubbed his chin. Regarding this matter, it could be useful or not useful. But at least, he knew some new information which was a bit helpful for them. Seeing that these people had finished asking questions, Wu Men smiled and said, Mr. Sun, I wonder if you could return the spirit tablet to me? Oh, you mean this? Of course, I can. Sun Kai was very friendly as he handed over the spirit tablet, and Wu Men also reached out to take it. But at that moment, Sun Kai's hand slipped, and the spirit tablet instantly fell down, and he showed a very fake expression. Ah, I accidentally slipped. Crack. The spirit tablet was old and brittle, and after falling to the ground, it shattered immediately. Also cracking at the scene was Wu Men. Why did you do this? Sun Kai, I will not spare you even as a ghost. Wu Men let out a piercing scream, and his form gradually disappeared. Due to Sun Kai's quick action, Wu Qian and others had no time to react, only able to watch Wu Men vanish helplessly. Teacher Sun, why do you have to do this? Wu Qian, this is the first lesson I teach you as a teacher. Living long without dying is being a thief. Such an old silver coin is hiding until now. Do you really think it's not related to the village at all? Wu Qian was not a fool, she was just a bit emotional. After hearing Sun Kai's words, she thought carefully. If it were her, she would probably do some things in secret too. You might not know, in that world, the three of us were nearly killed by this old silver coin. Xiao Dai was even turned into a ghost by it through some means. Ah, I became a ghost? Du Xiao Dai had a shocked expression. She had no idea about this matter. Feng Xiao scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Well, this matter is indeed true. After all, he was right there when Du Xiao Dai became a ghost. Wu Qian didn't know what happened in that world, but many pieces of evidence proved that Sun Kai was telling the truth. Especially about the existence of the Wu Gate. This point she completely didn't understand. Now that the ancestor is dead, what should we do next? Our next goal is to find more about the village. Are there any very old people in the village, or any books left behind? Sun Kai only believed a tiny bit of what the Wu Gate said. It was entirely impossible to trust him completely. Wu Qian thought for a moment and said, "It seems like there are no books. After all, very few people in the village can read. But there are quite a few old people. There's a 90-year-old man living next door to my house." Sun Kai's eyes brightened. "That's it. Let's go and see the old man, maybe we can find some clues." Even though they had returned to reality, there were still threats from the dead and ghosts in this world. But compared to that twisted situation, this real world was much better. At least when they walked in the village, they wouldn't be attacked for no reason. Sun Kai and Wu Qian arrived next door to her house, where the old man was lying on a chair, swaying leisurely. "Great-grandpa, we came to visit you." Wu Qian walked over and smiled at the old man. The old man heard the voice, opened his eyes, and upon seeing Wu Qian, revealed a small smile. "Oh, it's little Qian. Aren't you supposed to be at school? Why are you here to see me?" "Actually, I'm not here to see you, it's teacher Sun who came to find you." Wu Qian pushed Sun Kai forward, and the old man looked at him and suddenly understood. "You must be the new teacher, right? Our village's conditions are so harsh, I'm really sorry." "It's okay, the conditions are the same for us. We just came to teach the children." Sun Kai politely replied and immediately asked, "Elder, I heard people say that Wu Gate village has a very long history. I happen to be interested in this, could you tell me some things?" On the way, Sun Kai had already learned something. The old man in front of him was actually a dead person. These children each had to be responsible for suppressing some dead people near their homes, and this dead person was Wu Qian's responsibility. The old man's eyes were a bit murky, but when he talked about Wu Gate village, he looked up and thought for a moment, then said, "Although Wu Gate village is just a small village, it has existed for hundreds of years. The first village chief, Wu Men, was a very powerful person." "How powerful?" Legend has it that when Wu Gate village was first established, there were ghosts troubling the village, and it was Wu Men who led people to seal the ghost in the back mountain, ensuring Wu Gate village's safety for hundreds of years. Sun Kai's gaze sharpened as he exchanged looks with Wu Qian. What the old man said was completely different from what Wu Gate had mentioned before. Wu Gate spoke of ghosts troubling the village and people dying. He invited a Taoist priest to settle this matter. But in this old man's words, it was Wu Men who brought people to seal the ghost, which is quite impressive. Wu Men should just be an ordinary person, right? How did he manage to seal the ghost? Old man, is Wu Men really that amazing? But he should be just an ordinary person, how did he manage to seal the ghost? Legend has it that Wu Men had a green bead at that time, which is how the ghost was sealed. Of course, these are just legendary stories passed down from ancestors, who knows if it's true? The old man didn't know much, but just this piece of news was enough for Sun Kai to feel that this trip was not in vain. If they could find the green bead, then they would have a way to deal with the ghost. If the ghost were gone, solving the problem of the dead could lead them to really clear this haunted world. Thinking of this, Sun Kai couldn't wait to go back and share the news with the two others. But when he returned to the school, he found that all the children in the classroom were gone. Sun Kai was puzzled and quickly went to the office. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were not there, but a strange young man was present. This young man was setting up a table in the office. "You must be teacher Sun Kai, right? I'm the new physical education teacher, you can call me Wang Chao." Chapter 82, Out of Breath. So he is the new physical education teacher. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak to him, he suddenly remembered something. It seems that only 3 people came here to be teachers, right? What's up with this 4th person? At this moment, he also recalled a rule he received before entering the haunted world. If a physical education teacher appears, do not talk to him. Sun Kai felt a wave of fear. Having spent quite a bit of time in this world, he almost forgot this rule. Seeing that Sun Kai remained silent, Wang Chao found it a bit strange but still asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Sun Kai didn't say anything. Normally, a prompt would have appeared by now. But this time, there was no prompt at all. What does this represent? Could this physical education teacher really be a human and not an illusion? Seeing that Sun Kai still ignored him, Wang Chao looked puzzled. He should have been nice, so why was teacher Sun not saying a word? Could it be that this teacher Sun is that type of cold teacher? Feeling he guessed correctly, Wang Chao immediately smiled and said, "Teacher Sun, I hope we can get along well in the future." As he spoke, Wang Chao continued to move his office desk. It seemed he would be staying here. Sun Kai didn't dare to talk to Wang Chao. If he were just an illusion, it would be simple, but he was indeed a real person. This made things a bit troublesome. He needed to learn more about Wang Chao. It would be best to find out through Feng Xiao and the others, as there was no rule preventing communication with the physical education teacher. Was Wang Chao originally a part of this world, or was he a new bearer of luck? Sun Kai searched around and finally found the children and Feng Xiao near the ancestral hall, but they looked a bit strange. A group of them formed a circle, and he could still hear weeping inside. What happened? Sun Kai walked over. When the children saw him, it was like seeing their mainstay. Teacher's son, Wu Song, he is out of breath. Wu Hao's face was covered with tears as he cried to Sun Kai. What? Out of breath. Sun Kai was taken aback and hurriedly ran over. Soon, he saw a child lying on the ground, his chest showing no rise and fall. He really was out of breath. Feng Xiao, what exactly happened here? Feng Xiao's face also carried a hint of sorrow. He said, we were in the classroom over there, but suddenly Wu Song ran out alone. By the time we chased here, we found he had no breath. Sun Kai looked strange. Wu Song suddenly ran over, and then he was gone? Isn't this too childish? But looking at the ancestral hall not far away, Sun Kai raised an eyebrow. Why did he have to come to the ancestral hall to die? Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai exchanged a glance. No one could answer Sun Kai's question. Sun Kai crouched down and checked. Confirming that Wu Song truly had no breath, he shook his head in regret. He is dead, let's find a place to bury him. Since ancient times, humans have valued returning to the earth for peace. If Wu Song is really dead, then burying him is the best course of action. But Wu Qian wiped her tears and said, Teacher son, there's no need to bury him. Why? Because even if we die, we will come back to life again. What Wu Qian said stunned the three of them. Wu Qian, what are you talking about? I'm not joking, this is real. There's just one condition, we cannot all die. If we all die, then it's truly the end. In Wu Qian's words, over the past 10 years, each of them had died many times, but even if they died, they would come back to life the next day. Why they could come back, no one knew, but this was something they all remembered. Sun Kai thought deeply. He saw a rule behind the memorial tablet: no one in the village was alive. He was somewhat skeptical before, but now he could basically be sure that this rule was real. Since it was true, this meant that Wu Qian and the others weren't really alive, they just looked like living people. Since it was confirmed that Wu Song could be revived, the group of kids could just keep him close, and wait for him to come back tomorrow. The only thing that puzzled them was why Wu Song suddenly ran to the ancestral hall and how he suddenly died. By the way, Feng Xiao, a new PE teacher has come, have you seen him? On the way back to the classroom, Sun Kai suddenly remembered this and asked. Feng Xiao looked confused. Brother Sun, what are you talking about? Aren't there just the three of us teachers? Where's the fourth? Yeah, Brother Sun, are you mistaken? Du Xiaodai added from the side. From their looks, Sun Kai could tell that they had not encountered Wang Chao. Sun Kai briefly explained about the PE teacher and the rule he hadn't mentioned before. Feng Xiao was shocked. So, this PE teacher has a big problem? Brother Sun, because of the rule's restriction, you can't communicate with him? This is troublesome. The village's matters are already complicated, and now there's an extra PE teacher. Sigh. Du Xiaodai sighed. She realized that this strange world was more troublesome than she had imagined. Next, your task is to find out about the PE teacher Wang Chao, to see if he is from this world or a newly joined national fortune bearer. The two nodded. Since Sun Kai couldn't communicate with the other, the task of communication had to be left to them. The children returned to the classroom while Sun Kai and the others went to the office. Sure enough, Wang Chao was there. When he saw the three return, he happily stood up. Hello. I'm the new PE teacher Wang Chao, very pleased to meet you three. Feng Xiao immediately approached with a beaming smile and shook hands with him. Hello, I'm Feng Xiao, the math teacher. The one who doesn't like to talk is teacher Sun Kai, and the beautiful one is the foreign language teacher. Feng Xiao introduced simply and then directly asked, Teacher Wang, I have something to ask you, is that okay? Of course, feel free to ask. Wang Chao looked very cheerful. Before we came, we were told that only the three of us would come as teachers, so I don't know how teacher Wang got here? Wang Chao smiled at once and said, Oh, so that's what it is. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Originally, it was supposed to be just the three of you, but they allocated an extra spot above, and I was chosen. I was supposed to support other villages, but since everything was arranged, I could only come here. Because I left too late, I couldn't ride the same bus as you. Chapter 83, Testing Wang Chao. I must say, Wang Chao's explanation was perfect. But Sun Kai didn't fully trust this person's words. Even the rules told him not to talk to Wang Chao, which meant Wang Chao definitely had issues. Sun Kai asked Feng Xiao and the others to continue conversing with Wang Chao, while he went to the village chief's house, hoping to gather some intel there. Sun Kai already knew that the village chief was dead, but the one outside claiming to be the living village chief was still an unknown situation. If he could prove that those who looked alive were not human, then the rules he saw behind the spirit tablet would be completely validated. Isn't this teacher's son? What brings you here? The village chief, Wu Daiyou, was a bit surprised to see Sun Kai but still invited him inside. Sun Kai looked at the village chief. From the surface, he could not tell that the other party was dead. It was indeed quite incredible. Village chief, I came here to ask about the new teacher. Do you know him? Sun Kai was direct, asking right away. The village chief thought for a moment and said, you must be talking about Teacher Wang. He just arrived, I was still welcoming him at the village entrance. Teacher Wang's situation is quite complicated, mainly, the state allocated more spots, giving us so many teachers, and when the children grow up, they must serve the country well. Since the village chief said this, it proved that he indeed knew about Wang Chao. But the problem lay here, Wumen village could not be entered or exited, and there wasn't even a phone. In this case, could the village chief really trust Wang Chao's words so casually? Does Teacher Wang have any documents? The village chief returned to his room and searched for a while, finally finding a document and handing it to Sun Kai. Sun Kai took it and looked. The content was similar to what they had seen before, with the name Wang Chao, no issues at all. It seemed that Wang Chao was likely a person from this world, not a national fortune bearer like them. Having confirmed Wang Chao's identity, Sun Kai no longer paid much attention to him. As long as he promised not to talk to Wang Chao, that was enough. Just as Sun Kai was about to leave the village chief's house, the village chief suddenly clutched his chest, showing a painful expression. Village chief, what happened to you? Sun Kai rushed over to ask. Old problem, I'm fine. The village chief spoke in snippets, breathing heavily, and sure enough, it wasn't long before he returned to normal. Even though Sun Kai was not a doctor, he knew that what happened just now was quite dangerous. If one wasn't careful, a person might be gone. But isn't the village chief dead? Can dead people also have chest pain? Sun Kai helped the village chief sit down, and the village chief waved his hand. I'm fine, this is just an old problem. By the way, it seems that wild beasts have appeared outside the village recently. If the 4 teachers have nothing to do, it's best not to leave the village. On the surface, Sun Kai nodded, but secretly he doubted. It was not wild beasts outside the village, but likely living people watching them. After leaving the village chief's house, Sun Kai returned to the school. Feng Xiao immediately told him all the information he got from Wang Chao. In Feng Xiao's words, Wang Chao was just an ordinary person. Not a national fortune bearer. They simply do not need to waste their time on Wang Chao, he is not worth it. But Sun Kai always felt that suddenly having a new character appear, if he is of no use at all, does not fit the situation of the horror world. Keep an eye on Wang Chao, but don't make it too obvious. Since it was Sun Kai's instruction, Feng Xiao naturally agreed. So that day, Feng Xiao kept watching Wang Chao from the shadows. As a PE teacher, Wang Chao was naturally outdoors playing and exercising with the children. In the evening, they returned to their residence, while Wang Chao was assigned to another place. Thanks to their house being a 3-bedroom, not a 4-bedroom, if there was one more person, it would be inconvenient for them to do some things. Brother Sun, I just did a little experiment. Feng Xiao suddenly leaned in front of Sun Kai with a sly smile. What little experiment? During the day, I purposely told Wang Chao to come find me at 9 o'clock. Sun Kai immediately understood Feng Xiao's intention. This was to make Wang Chao step into danger, deliberately attracting the attention of ghosts. If Wang Chao really got taken out by a ghost, it would be no loss to them. But if Wang Chao arrived safe and sound, it would mean he definitely had a problem. Feng Xiao's courage was quite big facing a person who was not a national fortune bearer. Du Xiaodai felt a bit distressed, but she knew Feng Xiao was thinking of the 3 of them, so she had no reason to say anything against him. This is not the real world, this is the horror world. Du Xiaodai could only keep repeating this phrase to numb herself. Sun Kai didn't think anything of it. Wang Chao had no ties to them, and besides, having a PE teacher suddenly appear at this time looked suspicious. Using him as a test subject couldn't be more fitting. The 3 of them kept waiting, and since there were no clocks in the village, they could only roughly guess the time. It should be almost 9 o'clock now. If Wang Chao really comes, we will soon have results. Yeah, I suddenly hope he really can come, we might have a new breakthrough. As long as we can leave here alive, anything is fine. After chatting briefly, the 3 sat there waiting for Wang Chao's arrival. Time passed second by second, but the front door made no sound, and the village was also silent. What if he didn't come at all? Feng Xiao was very skeptical. He shouldn't. He doesn't look like the type to stand someone up. Du Xiaodai shook her head. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Feng Xiao was overjoyed. It must be Wang Chao. I'll go open the door. But before he could walk over, he was pulled back by Sun Kai. Brother Sun, why are you holding me back? Sun Kai pointed outside, saying calmly, are you really sure that the one outside is Wang Chao, not something else? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiao suddenly realized that there were ghosts in the village at night. If he opened the door and got taken by a ghost, that would be a disaster. So what do we do now? Open the door? Feng Xiao scratched his head, not knowing what to do. Sun Kai gave Du Xiaodai a look. If it really was Wang Chao outside, he could not have any interaction with him. Once interaction occurred, he would break the rules, leading to only one outcome. Is it Teacher Wang outside? Du Xiaodai shouted towards the door. Unexpectedly, there was really a response from outside. It's me, Wang Chao. Teacher Feng asked me to come here, saying there's something to discuss. Chapter 84, No Resurrection. Confirming that it was Wang Chao outside, the three of them suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Now that the village was so dangerous, with ghosts everywhere at night, how did Wang Chao manage to come to them alive? Brother Sun, we can't let him in. I suspect he is either a ghost or a dead person. Feng Xiao's expression was very serious. He calmed down and then thought about what it meant for Wang Chao to be alive and come here. It meant that Wang Chao had a huge problem. That's right, we absolutely cannot let him in. Du Xiaodai also nodded in agreement, letting Wang Chao in was too risky. But at that moment, Wang Chao outside knocked on the door again and shouted, Teacher Du, can you open the door? Du Xiaodai gave Sun Kai a glance. What should they do now? If they don't make any noise, they can pretend they are not home, but they had already made a sound earlier. If they reject him, will he explode right there, causing something terrible to happen? At this time, Sun Kai was also hesitating about whether to open the door. But since no hints had appeared, did it mean that even if Wang Chao had a problem, he wouldn't pose a danger to them for now? Thinking of this, Sun Kai decisively said, Open the door. Feng Xiao almost jumped up. If it weren't for the fact that it was Sun Kai who said this, he might have cursed out loud. Brother Sun, Wang Chao clearly has a problem. How can we open the door and let him in? Brother Sun, I think so too, letting Wang Chao in is too dangerous. Both of them firmly opposed letting Wang Chao in, but Sun Kai's one sentence left them speechless. If we don't let him in, what if Wang Chao undergoes some kind of change later that leads to a plot kill? The two fell silent. They all knew that a plot kill was something that couldn't be solved. Perhaps just one wrong choice could lead to a plot kill. They had seen it with their own eyes before, how the national champions from other countries triggered plot kills in the previous two ghost story worlds. This thing was truly unsolvable. Fine. Feng Xiao helplessly lowered his head and went over to open the door. However, he put one hand on his pants. If Wang Chao showed any strange behavior or changes, he promised to quickly take off his pants and bring out the cherished child urine he had. When he opened the door, Wang Chao outside showed no change and still had a smile on his face. Teacher Feng, you're home, I thought you had gone out. Wang Chao walked in naturally and saw Sun Kai and the other sitting inside. I really envy you three can live together. It's a pity there aren't enough rooms here, so I can only live alone. Wang Chao was very familiar, finding a stool and sitting down. By the way, Teacher Feng, did you want me to come over for something? Feng Xiao was speechless. He had just casually found a reason to trick Wang Chao into coming over at night. He hadn't thought that Wang Chao would really come alive. Fortunately, Du Xiaodai reacted quickly and immediately found a reason. Actually, we mainly wanted to know some things, like Wang Lasher's teaching suggestions for those students. Feng Xiao secretly gave a thumbs up. Xiaodai was truly awesome. This reason came so easily. Wang Chao suddenly realized it was about the students. Those students are really great, very obedient, and have a great interest in learning. When it came to those students, Wang Chao spoke confidently, looking like he had a lot of preparation. Sun Kai didn't say a word the whole time, continuing to play his cold image, and Wang Chao already knew about this, not caring. After talking for a while, Feng Xiao suddenly asked, Wang Lasher, did you encounter anything on your way here? Wang Chao was taken aback. What did this mean? What does it mean to encounter something? Could it be that Teacher Feng was talking about wild beasts? He replied with a smile, there's nothing else in the village except it got a bit dark. I walked over just like this. The three exchanged glances. The ghost didn't actively seek out Wang Chao. Why was that? But no matter what, it was certain that there was definitely a problem with Wang Chao. This was beyond doubt. Only the exact nature of Wang Chao's problem was something they were unsure of. Wang Lasher, you need to be careful. There are mountains nearby, and wild beasts often suddenly appear. Feng Xiao kindly reminded him. Thank you, Teacher Feng, I will be careful. It's getting late, so I will head back now. After that, Wang Chao left. As soon as Wang Chao left, Feng Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He had been quite nervous, worried about when Wang Chao might suddenly go on a rampage. You see, his other hand was always resting on his pants, ready at any moment. This Wang Chao is quite a problem, even the ghosts don't want to lay a hand on him. Could it be that he has magical blood like Wu Qian and the others? Du Xiaodai couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, thinking of a possibility. Oh, maybe that's really it, otherwise, how could he come over here without a scratch? Feng Xiao nodded repeatedly, affirming Du Xiaodia's statement. But Sun Kai didn't think so. He had not forgotten the rules on the spirit tablet. In the village, not a single person is alive. Except for the three of them, the national fortune holders. This means Wang Chao might also not be a living person. However, testing Wang Chao couldn't be too excessive, otherwise, it might trigger some changes in him, which would not be good for them. Just as they were getting ready to sleep, someone knocked on the big door again. The three were startled. It was Wang Chao before, so who could it be this time? It's very likely a ghost. Thinking of this, the three closed their mouths and didn't make a sound. But the knocking continued, accompanied by a familiar voice. Teacher's son, open the door, it's me. This voice is Wu Qian. Why would Wu Qian come to find them at this late hour? Just as Du Xiaodai was about to go open the door, Feng Xiao quickly stopped her. Don't go. It might be a ghost deliberately using Wu Qian's voice to confuse us. This made a lot of sense, and Du Xiaodai immediately dared not move. Wu Qian seemed to guess this point and spoke up. I'm the real one, not a ghost. A ghost can imitate my voice, but it cannot mimic my blood. Her words seemed to hold considerable credibility, and the two couldn't make a decision, only looking at Sun Kai. Sun Kai looked toward the door. This time there was no hint, indicating it was safe. Open the door. Feng Xiao was still prepared to take precautions, quickly opening the door with one hand. Standing outside was indeed Wu Qian. She stretched out her finger, which had traces of blood on it. Seeing this, Feng Xiao immediately let out a breath. Wu Qian, if you're going to come over, please give us a heads up next time. Coming over in the middle of the night can scare people to death. Wu Qian anxiously said, Wu Song is in trouble, he hasn't revived. Chapter 85, Another one has died. Sun Kai and the others were momentarily stunned, their faces filled with shock. Wu Song could revive, this was told to them by Wu Qian, but now Wu Qian said Wu Song couldn't revive. What happened? What exactly happened? Wu Qian briefly explained the situation. In fact, their revival was not the kind of waking directly from a corpse. Every time they died, they would open their eyes and find themselves in the back mountain of the village. Moreover, every revival time was precisely at midnight. They possessed special blood, even walking at night, they wouldn't need to worry about ghosts or death and could safely return. Having gone through this many times, they would arrange for people to go in advance to wait and welcome the revived kids. But this time, the children Wu Qian sent out did not find Wu Song's figure. They hurried back to tell Wu Qian, and this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Worried that other problems might arise, she could only come to seek their help. Sun Kai stroked his chin, he hadn't expected Wu Song's revival to be like this. Directly reviving from the back mountain of the village. Wait. Wasn't there a pile of children's bones over there? Could this have something to do with their revival? Wu Qian, do you know that there are some dead bones over there in the back mountain? Sun Kai directly asked Wu Qian. Unexpectedly, Wu Qian nodded at that moment. I know, because those bones are actually our own. Sun Kai and the others were stunned. Wu Qian actually spoke the truth directly? Seeing the shocked expressions of the three, Wu Qian instead started to laugh. Actually, we have long known we are already dead. After all, how can a living person come back to life after dying? Although we look like living people on the surface, with heartbeats and warm blood, the things around those bones are all things we used to have. Sun Kai fell silent. Wu Qian and the others are not foolish, but rather very smart. Since they realized there was something wrong with that place of revival, they must have spent time searching for it. So finding the dry bones is not surprising. Then you all. Du Xiaodai started to say something but stopped. She really wanted to ask Wu Qian, since you all know you are dead, why are you still trying so hard to live? But this question seemed a bit inappropriate, so she did not ask it out loud. Feng Xiao could no longer speak. He realized that this girl, younger than him, could so calmly face such a cruel fact. This, he could not do. Now finding Wu Song is the most important thing. We will pair up in twos to search for Wu Song in the back mountain, maybe he is lost. The three followed Wu Qian to a village entrance behind the village. This is the route to the back mountain. Here, the remaining children had already been waiting for a while. As before, they formed groups, Sun Kai and Wu Qian together, heading directly to the place where the bones were buried. Since there were no flashlights in the village, they each carried a torch. After running for a while, they finally reached a place with a disordered rocky forest. There were rocks everywhere, some taller than a person. If we walk another 100 meters ahead, we will see some bones. Wu Qian's voice sounded somewhat calm. After all, those were her bones. But Sun Kai thought that they might have already gone through those painful times. After all, it had been over 10 years. No matter how sad, it cannot change the fact that they had long been dead. Let's go over to take a look, maybe Wu Song is there. Sun Kai didn't know where Wu Song was, but at this time, they had to find him. The two walked ahead, and the surrounding chaotic rocks, illuminated by the torch, looked like dancing demons, with various strange postures that made people tremble. If one came here alone at night, it would be really terrifying. But Sun Kai had gone through many similar experiences, he didn't care, and Wu Qian was the same. Soon, they arrived at a slightly lower area where a heap of messy bones lay. Wu Qian's expression was somewhat complicated. After all, one of those bones was her own. However, she was standing here, and this feeling was very strange. Sun Kai handed the torch to Wu Qian and said, I will go down and take a look. Be careful. Sun Kai jumped in. Accidentally, he stepped on a bone, and he smiled apologetically, then began to check carefully. There were 11 children in total, which meant there should be 11 skeletons. However, these skeletons were all piled together, making it very difficult to distinguish them all. But there was a very simple way to roughly tell, which was to find 11 skulls. Finding skulls is much simpler. After Sun Kai's careful searching, he finally found all the children's skulls and placed them in front of him. However, when he counted them, his expression changed. There were only 10 skulls here, one was missing. Could it be that he found a flaw? Sun Kai searched again, but the result was the same. Before his eyes were only 10 skulls, one person's skull was missing. Wu Qian above seemed to see it too, and gasped, impossible, how could one head be missing? Once, to uncover their resurrection secret, she had come here with the children and back then she was very sure there were 11 heads. But right now, one was actually missing. What could have happened? Wu Qian, can you tell who was missing? Sun Kai was not very familiar with these children, plus all he saw were skulls, so he couldn't recognize them. He could only hope Wu Qian would know. And since Wu Qian had done this kind of thing before, naturally she could tell which bone belonged to whom. After coming down, she took a careful look and said, it's Wu Tsong who is missing. Hiss. Sun Kai immediately gasped in shock. Wu Tsong had died abnormally today and had not resurrected, plus one skull was missing from here. No matter how he looked at it, this was troubling. Wu Tsong is not here, let's search elsewhere. Just as Sun Kai was preparing to take Wu Qian away from here, a shrill scream echoed through the air. That sound, it's Wu Lan, she's in the same group as Teacher Du. Wu Qian's face changed dramatically, and she immediately ran out. Sun Kai's expression also changed. Du Xiaodai was there too. The direction the sound came from was some distance away. When they got there, they found Feng Xiao and several children had already arrived. Once they saw the situation here, their hearts sank. Wu Lan's eyes were wide open, lying on the ground, with a feeling of not being able to close them even in death. While Du Xiaodai lay beside her, seemingly unconscious. Who was the first to arrive? What happened here? Chapter 86, The Distraction Technique. The first ones to arrive were 2 children. Upon hearing the sound, they rushed over immediately and saw the situation. Wu Lan, she died, but Teacher Du seems fine, just unconscious. First Wu Tsong died, now Wu Lan was dead. This scene terrified the children. Damn! I came too late. Feng Xiao felt very guilty. He was part of the second group to arrive, but unfortunately, when he got here, it was already like this. Sun Kai approached Du Xiaodia's side, checked briefly, and confirmed she was simply unconscious. After slapping her cheeks a couple of times, she slowly woke up. Wu Tsong, don't do this. The moment Du Xiaodai woke up, she let out a terrified shout. Everyone's expression changed. Wu Tsong? Xiaodai, what happened just now? Why did you mention Wu Tsong's name? Sun Kai hurriedly asked. He wanted to know exactly what had happened. Du Xiaodai did not answer but looked at Wu Lan not far away, her eyes filled with pain. I was just with Wu Lan, searching for Wu Tsong's figure, and then we really found Wu Kong. But Wu Tsong looked a bit strange, with his head down and not saying a word. Just when I was about to take him back, he suddenly attacked Wu Lan. He just touched Wu Lan's head, and she fell down. Then he used the same method on me, and I fainted. Sun Kai's expression was a bit strange. Just touching a head, Wu Lan died, and Du Xiaodai fainted? What kind of situation was this? Wu Qian, do you have such abilities? Wu Qian shook her head. We only have special blood, other than that we're no different from ordinary people. At this point, Wu Qian could not possibly deceive herself. This meant that some changes they were unaware of might have happened to Wu Kong. Now, Wu Lan was dead, and it was done by Wu Tsong, making their situation suddenly become dangerous. But Sun Kai's heart was always troubled by one doubt. Why did Wu Tsong kill Wu Lan but let Du Xiaodai go? Watching them carry Wu Lan's body away, Sun Kai suddenly remembered something. How did you deal with Wu Tsong's body? The body doesn't need to be dealt with. At 12 o'clock, it will disappear on its own, and then it will revive there. Sun Kai nodded. The search for Wu Tsong's actions ended hastily like this. After all, no one dared to be sure that if they scattered again, more people would die from Wu Tsong's attack. Teacher Sun, something must have happened to Wu Kong. I'm worried that when Wu Lan revives, she will also become like him, so you want to go there tomorrow to wait and see Wu Lan revive with your own eyes, right? Wu Qian nodded. That was exactly her intention. The changes in Wu Tsong were unexpected for everyone. If even Wu Lan became like Wu Tsong, then they could no longer die casually. Once you die, you no longer become yourself. I understand. I'll go with you tomorrow. A night passed without a word. The next day, when Wang Chao was teaching, he noticed 2 students were suddenly absent and asked about the situation. Wu Qian used their physical discomfort as an excuse to brush it off. She seemed to sense that this new physical education teacher was quite different from Sun Kai and the other 2. Even if something happened, she never considered going to find Wang Chao. Sun Kai initially planned to wait until night to act. But while he went to the bathroom alone, he heard a voice. "Teacher Sun, see you at the old place." Sun Kai immediately felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered. Damn! This was the guy who claimed to be Wu Damo last time. He actually came to the village? By the time he came out, Wu Damo's figure was already gone. Sun Kai frowned, thinking back to the last time he specifically went to that place, and found not only was there no one, but the cave didn't exist either. But just now, Wu Damo said, "See you at the old place." What other place besides that cave was there? Sun Kai hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to go take a look. He wanted to know what role these living people played in this village. Before leaving, he explained a bit to Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai, and then walked out of the village. Sun Kai followed his memory and finally arrived at the prior location. This time he saw the cave again. "Don't say anything first. What the hell is this cave? Why wasn't it here when I came last time?" Sun Kai directly stopped Wu Damo, who was about to speak, and asked while pointing at the cave. Wu Damo smiled and explained, "You can consider this a trick of the eye, a little thing left by our ancestors, nothing to mention." Sun Kai's expression was somewhat strange. This was called nothing to mention? He was very sure that the cave was really gone. He had spent quite a while looking for it himself. Is the trick of the eye so powerful? Forget it, not talking about this. Why did you call me here? Sun Kai did not believe that Wu Damo was bored and called him over just to chat. He did not forget that the dead people in the village were killed by this Wu Damo. Wu Damo grinned. "Teacher Sun, you must have noticed the problems in the village these days, right?" Sun Kai nodded. He had discovered too many problems, especially that there wasn't a single living person in this village. This meant that the living Wu Damo in front of him wasn't really alive either. That's good. We really want to eliminate all those dead people, only then can we return to the village. The village originally belonged to us. Wu Damo's expression was somewhat sinister. It seemed he had a deep hatred for the dead. What are you planning to do? And why did you bring me here? We plan to take action tonight and eliminate all the dead people in the village. Teacher Sun just needs to hold those kids back. Sun Kai certainly didn't trust him so easily. Because he remembered something. You said before that I am the teacher sent by those dead people to suppress you. What does that mean? Ah, the situation of those children in the village, you have seen it. They have long been dead, but they still stay in the village. If this continues, they won't be able to be reborn and will each become vengeful spirits. It is precisely because of their existence that we dare not act recklessly, fearing to disturb them. So the village chief invited you 3 teachers over to restrain those children. By the way, the one who invited you is the living village chief, not the dead village chief. Sun Kai was immediately puzzled. What was going on? If the invitation came from the living village chief, then why did the dead village chief not care at all? Chapter 87, Attack on the Village. Wu Damo explained, both village chiefs want outsiders to come in, but the number must not be too many, it has to be controlled. So both village chiefs pay great attention to your arrival, and you indeed brought significant changes to the village, which is why we have this opportunity. Tonight, the moon is at its fullest, and it's also the time when the ghosts and dead are weakest. We must seize this chance to take the village. Sun Kai did not expect the living to act so quickly. If he hadn't come, he might not have known at all. How many living people are there? Are you sure you really stand a chance against the dead and ghosts? Sun Kai was very doubtful. If the number of dead corresponded to the number of living, then both sides should be about equal. But the strength of the dead was considerable, and the living? They simply could not compare. In this situation, he felt it wouldn't be very feasible to attack the village. However, he was a bit intrigued by what Wu Damo said, that the fuller the moon, the weaker the power of the dead and ghosts. He didn't expect such a hidden setting, he really didn't know. The dead are still people. As long as we kill them, they will die. Even if they are ghosts, we are not afraid. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. Do you have a way to deal with ghosts? Of course we do. What is it? I can't tell you that for now. As long as you help us keep an eye on those children, I guarantee we can take the village tonight. Sun Kai was a bit skeptical, but since Wu Damo spoke so confidently, he didn't press the issue. I see. What time are you planning to act? Exactly at midnight. Sun Kai returned to the village and told Feng Xiao and the others what had just happened. What? They plan to attack the village tonight? No, what if the dead in the village all perish? If they all turn into ghosts, we are done for. Feng Xiao was immediately shocked. Were the living really this reckless? Sun Kai had already shared the rules he had seen behind the spirit tablet last time, so Feng Xiao's reaction was not surprising. Du Xiaodai also frowned. I can understand that they want to take back the village, but once they really kill all the dead, we will be in danger. No matter how kind Du Xiaodai was, she couldn't risk her life for the people of the village. That would be foolish. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Should we tell Wu Qian and the others about this? The two looked at Sun Kai, waiting for his answer. Sun Kai pondered for a moment. He definitely could not help the living this time. After all, if all the dead were gone, they would not be able to leave the village. Call Wu Qian and Wu Hao over. We need to discuss this. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Chao was taking them to P class, and soon Wu Qian and Wu Hao arrived. After Sun Kai explained the situation, Wu Qian immediately said, "Those living people are problematic. It seems they are deliberately using Teacher Sun's hand to trap us." Wu Qian truly deserves to be the leader among the children. She quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The three pondered for a moment and realized that Wu Damu had been emphasizing that Sun Kai keep an eye on the children. It indeed seems to be trapping them. It's strange, living people can deal with dead people, but how can ghosts be handled? In the entire village, the only ones who can deal with ghosts are these children. Oh no, there's another person, Feng Xiao. But his child urine is simply no match for the children's blood, it lasts much less. However, they could never think of the reason. After all, if it weren't for Sun Kai, these children wouldn't even know of the living people's existence. Conversely, those living people seem to know a lot about the village's affairs, which is very strange. No matter what, tonight, let's just observe for a while. You all stay inside, understood? Wu Qian and Wu Hao nodded. In such a big matter, only one person knew nothing, and that was Wang Chao. Gradually, night fell. Sun Kai and the others stayed in the house, waiting for the soon-to-come attack of the living on the village. Outside the village, a group of people hid in the darkness, ready to move at any moment. "Village chief, after we take down those imposters, make sure to leave a ghost for me, I've been craving it for ages." Wu Damu said as he drooled. Hee, once those imposters are all dead, they will all turn into ghosts, and by then, everyone will have their share. The village chief said with a smile. Others were discussing how they would start enjoying those feasts once they returned to the village. At this moment, Wu Damu suddenly said, "Village chief, what about those little brats?" The village chief paused for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I've already arranged for others to take care of it, we don't need to think about them." "That's fine, isn't it almost time?" Finally, the time reached 12 o'clock, the moon in the sky was very round, even without torches, everyone could see clearly in every corner of the village. At the village entrance, a group of people lit torches and walked into the village. Inside the village, there was also a group of people standing. They didn't light their torches, their faces expressionless, as if they had long been waiting. No one said a word, and the moment they clashed, it erupted into violence. The battle started very suddenly. The commotion spread out at once. It has begun. Sun Kai's eyes lit up. He immediately took the other two out of the house, heading towards the source of the noise. At this moment, even if ghosts appeared, they had to go see. After all, this was a major action that related to their future. The three of them quietly stood behind a house, peeking out halfway. In front of them, groups of living and dead were fiercely battling. Occasionally, a living person would be pinned down by the dead and bitten to death on the spot. Some living people picked up hoes and smashed the dead's heads flat. The battle was extraordinarily intense. Damn, they're fighting so fiercely, brains are coming out. Feng Xiao gaped, almost throwing up at the sight before him. Du Xiaodai said nothing, she was already starting to vomit. Sun Kai remained still, but the scene before him puzzled him. If this really continued, there probably wouldn't be many living people left, right? Then, even if they occupied the village, what would be the use? Sun Kai was confused, but he couldn't let the battle go on, otherwise, if all the dead were gone, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, just as Sun Kai was about to step out, he heard a voice ring out. "Two village chiefs, you can stop now, or else I'll kill all of them." Sun Kai's face changed drastically. This voice was Wang Chao? With the moonlight as support, Sun Kai clearly saw Wu Qian and the other children tied up with ropes, and beside them stood Wang Chao holding a kitchen knife. Chapter 88, I am your ancestor. To be honest, Sun Kai had many speculations about Wang Chao's identity, but he never thought Wang Chao would do something like this. While the battle was happening here, the three of them hid here, and Wang Chao actually captured Wu Qian and the others. Although Wu Qian and others possess magical blood, they are still children, and facing the strong Wang Chao, they are truly no match. Sure enough, seeing Wang Chao's actions, both sides immediately stopped fighting. Standing at the front are the living village chief and the dead village chief. Both of their faces looked very ugly, as if Wang Chao's actions had caught their weakness. Strange, why do both sides listen to Wang Chao so much? Du Xiaodai whispered this, immediately causing Sun Kai to show a look of confusion. Indeed, Wang Chao used Wu Qian and the others as threats, yet it seemed pointless to both the dead and the living. For the living, these special existences that can suppress the dead and ghosts seem unnecessary, otherwise, they wouldn't care about them at all. For the dead, the blood of these children can suppress them and make them lose themselves, so they should wish for the children to die. But the reality is, due to Wang Chao's words, both sides immediately stopped fighting. Seeing these people come to a halt, a standard villain smile appeared on Wang Chao's face. Very good, this is how you should behave, otherwise, once these children die, you should know what will happen to you, right? Sun Kai raised an eyebrow, wondering what this meant. Could it be that something would happen after the children died? After a while, the living village chief spoke. Who are you? Wang Chao let out a cold laugh. Who am I? You have been causing trouble in my village, and you're still asking who I am? Let me tell you now, I am your ancestor. As soon as he said this, both the living and the dead began to curse at him. After all, this statement seemed like a deliberate provocation. The people in the mountain village have spirit, and everyone cursed in their own way. Only Sun Kai suddenly realized something, his expression changing slightly. He is Wu Men. What, Wang Chao is Wu Men? But that old thing has already been destroyed by you, brother Sun. Feng Xiao was very surprised. He knew that Wu Men had been hiding inside the spirit tablet and was finally smashed by brother Sunday. Theoretically, he should be dead, so how could he still be alive, having become Wang Chao? He should indeed be dead, but Wu Men's existence is different from ghosts. He might have other ways. Let's keep watching. At this time, they were too far from Wang Chao to rescue Wu Qian and the others. Facing the villagers' angry curses, Wang Chao didn't care at all. He looked calmly at the two village chiefs. I am Wu Men, you should know this name. Sure enough, upon hearing this name, both village chiefs' expressions changed drastically. Wu Men Village. It should be noted that the village's name is from the name of the first village chief. Impossible, how could you be Wu Men? The two village chiefs absolutely did not believe it. After all, he was their ancestor from hundreds of years ago. How could he still be alive now? Why is it impossible for me to be Wu Men? Aren't you curious why the village has become what it is now? Wang Chao's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. It should be noted that no one knew why the village had become like this. The dead, the living, the ghosts, and the special children like Wu Qian all make up this village. But not long ago, the appearance of Sun Kai and others suddenly changed the situation in the village. No one expected that the continuous closed village would actually have 3 outsiders. This left them stunned, but fortunately, the village reacted quickly and immediately followed what they said, making them teachers. In reality, they were secretly observing these 3 teachers, wanting to see how they could enter. That's right, none of them can leave this village. The area around the village is okay, but if you go a little further, you can't get through at all. Do you know the reason why the village has become like this? The dead village chief rasped. Woman nodded. Of course I know, because all of this was done by me. What? Everyone present was stunned. The changes in the village were related to women? Sun Kai's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect there would be unexpected surprises tonight. You must know, the condition for S-class completion is to know the hidden secret of the mountain village. If they find out, won't they be able to directly complete the level? Impossible. The village has been in this state for about 10 years. How could you have done it? And I don't believe you are Wu Men. The living village chief looked very ugly, completely disbelieving Wu Men's identity. This is not surprising. If it were only a few years apart, they might still believe it. But Wu Men is their ancestor from hundreds of years ago. In this case, who would be willing to believe him? Wu Men raised the corners of his mouth and pointed to the children beside him. Don't you find it curious? The village is already so poor. Why are there still so many children born? Why are there only children in the village besides the middle-aged and elderly? Can you really remember anything about these children? With every word Wu Men spoke, the villagers' faces grew uglier, because they realized. Once they carefully recalled their memories of the children, they found that the memories were very vague. Vague to the point that it felt like those memories were fake. Moreover, in a village, besides the elderly, to only have children is indeed strange. You have to know that no matter how fractured the village was, it wouldn't be possible to have no young people at all. Similarly, in such a poor mountain village like Wu Men's, even if there are children, it is impossible to have a dozen of them. On one hand, the cost of raising children is relatively high, and the village cannot bear it. On the other hand, if there are too many children, they need people to take care of them, but the villagers have to work every day. Who has the time to care for the children? Seeing the expressions of these villagers, Wu Men seemed very pleased. Have you remembered? In your memories, are there really these children? Oh right, don't you have another memory in your mind, about the usefulness of these children? As soon as this was said, whether living or dead, everyone's face changed. Brother Sun, what does Wu Men mean by this? Feng Xiao also seemed to catch on to something strange, his expression very odd. It looks like the existence of Wu Qian and the others is more important than I imagined. We need to be careful, don't let Wu Men find out. Sun Kai lowered his eyelids, not knowing when, the hero card appeared in his hand. Chapter 89, Immortality. What's wrong, not saying anything? Do you think I'm deliberately deceiving you? Wu Men intentionally showed an exaggerated expression and leaned in as if to listen. But this appearance was filled with mockery. It's just that these children are the most important part of the village. It doesn't matter if you die, but they cannot die. No, I misspoke again. It should be that they cannot all die at the same time. One dying is okay, 10 dying also doesn't matter. As long as one person is alive, then the village will remain safe, am I right? Now, without any explanation, just by looking at the faces of the living and the dead, it was clear that Wu Men was right. Who exactly are you, and how do you know this? The two village chiefs glared at Wu Men with hostility. If it weren't for Wu Men controlling the lives of these children, they would have likely killed him immediately. I've already said, I am Wu Men, your ancestor. The changes in the village were also brought by me, and these children. Actually, were left by me on purpose back then. For the arrival of this day. Wu Men's expression was somewhat frenzied. He raised his arms and shouted with a face full of enjoyment. Do you know? Since the moment I saw a ghost with my own eyes and personally sealed it, I realized that this world is even more unfathomable than I imagined. Can you imagine? When your body gradually ages and you must face death, can you understand this kind of fear? Why must humans experience birth, aging, sickness, and death? Why can't humans exist like ghosts, forever? I refuse to accept this. I want to live forever, I want immortality. Sun Kai and the others were stunned by Wu Men's words. The purpose of this ancestor was surprisingly grand. Immortality. This has been the wish of countless emperors since ancient times, but unfortunately, throughout history, no one has succeeded. Yet, the Wu Men before them seem to have found another path, achieving a different kind of immortality. At the very least, he has existed for hundreds of years and is still here. Feeling confident, in that moment, Wu Men spoke of many matters. The human body will eventually decay, but ghosts do not have such problems. However, ghosts have many issues of their own. They lack self-awareness and subconsciously attack humans, etc. To avoid becoming a substandard product like ghosts, I have dedicated all my remaining time to studying ghosts. Have you seen Wu Men village at 3 in the morning? Wu Men's words left people unsure of how to respond. He really did start researching ghosts, but to be honest, anyone who encounters a ghost and seals it would probably have similar thoughts. Humanity's curiosity about the unknown has always been this way. Through my painstaking research, along with the skills I gained traveling all over the land, I finally set up a great formation in Wu Men village before my lifespan ended. The name of the formation is long forgotten, but I named it Wu Men Formation. Heaven has no way, earth has no door. Sun Kai widened his eyes. This Wu Men was surprisingly powerful and even knew formations? You must know, such things are entirely fictional in reality. At this point, Wu Men suddenly revealed a wry smile. I thought I could use the formation at that time, but I was too naive. The power needed for the formation is enormous, something I alone cannot provide. According to my calculations, it would take at least hundreds of years to absorb the essence of the sun and moon before the formation could be activated, but by that time, I would have long been dead. So I changed my method, merging myself into the Wu Men formation. The day the Wu Men formation activates is when I awaken. After I awaken, I know my plan has succeeded halfway, and then I begin my following plan. The 11 sets of bones from children that I left behind were for this day. Upon hearing this, they all understood. The children were not born from them, instead, these were created by Wu Men using these remains. No wonder they are so special. Not only can their blood suppress the dead and ghosts, but they can even resurrect after death. Then what are we? The one who spoke was the living Wu Demu, pointing at the dead opposite him. We are the living, and they are the dead, and all those ghosts in the village are all you're doing? Facing Wu Demu's questioning, Wu Men easily nodded. That's right, all of you were created by me because I wanted immortality, and to achieve that, I had to borrow part of the power of ghosts. But the ghosts I originally sealed had long since vanished, so I could only create ghosts myself. And you all were originally the same person. Humanity is divided into yin and yang, and I merely separated your yin and yang parts, while also stuffing you with a bunch of memories. How is it? Fun, isn't it? This statement is simply infuriating. No one expected that all of this was actually done by Wu Men. Sun Kai has already sorted out some thoughts. It seems that Wu Men used the power of the array to awaken hundreds of years later. At the same time, he also used the array to create 11 children and turned the villagers into two parts of yin and yang. But why did he do this? Does it help him achieve eternal life? Wu Men's words were not finished. Anyway, I think it's really fun, because only in this way, after you all fight to death, the dead can become ghosts, and once all the dead become ghosts, you can then devour these ghosts. In the end, these little cuties created by me will take care of all of you, and my plan will be complete. Combining the yin and yang sides of humans, and the ghosts with the immortal beings I created, what will ultimately condense is true eternal life. Wu Men's face was full of excitement, his body slightly trembling. But with this, there was still one question. He clearly could have waited until these people fought to death, and then appeared to finish things off. Wouldn't that be the best approach? Yet he showed up like this while the battle was still ongoing. Just as Sun Kai was a bit confused, Wu Men's gaze suddenly turned toward him. "Three teachers, you have been watching for quite some time, can you come out now?" The three's expressions changed. Had their hidden positions been exposed long ago? "Feng Xiao, you and Xiao Dai stay back, act according to the situation." Having said that, Sun Kai walked out alone. At this moment, if all three went out together, the danger would only increase. Seeing only Sun Kai come out, Wu Men seemed unconcerned, looking at him with a pair of curious eyes. "Teacher Sun, I'm really curious, how did the three of you get in? Can you tell me?" Chapter 90, Deception. All this time, Wu Men village, under the influence of the array, prevented outsiders from entering and the villagers from leaving. It can be said that this place has long been a closed-off area. However, unexpectedly, the appearance of Sun Kai and the other two as volunteer teachers greatly surprised Wu Men. He even thought that there was a problem with his array, but upon inspection, the array was intact. Wu Men could not understand, what was the situation with these three people? Just as he was preparing to find an opportunity to reveal himself, to his astonishment, Sun Kai actually knew of his existence and even smashed his spirit tablet. This shocked Wu Men. Fortunately, the spirit tablet was just a temporary residence, and in reality, he had long merged with the array. Otherwise, he might truly have been doomed. But losing the spirit tablet also meant he couldn't do much for a while. So, he simply imitated Sun Kai and the others, creating an identity of Wang Chao, hoping to get close to them this way. Unexpectedly, the three remained very cautious, never revealing any critical information. Even Sun Kai never spoke a word to him from start to finish, being extraordinarily careful. If he had known that the reason Sun Kai didn't talk to him was due to rule restrictions, he might have understood. Waiting until today, when everything seemed to be coming to an end, he was soon to achieve eternal life. Wu Men decided to lay it all out, to see what was really going on with Sun Kai and the other two. Sun Kai, however, was unaware of all the inner turmoil Wu Men had. Previously, he had always thought that their arrival as volunteer teachers posed no issues. Now it seemed, the problem was significant. The villagers of this village cannot leave, which means they still have no contact with the outside world. How could they possibly request teachers? This meant that from the very beginning, their identities were highly questionable. It seems that the identity of that driver back then has major issues. Sun Kai couldn't help but think. Even though the village had no contact with the outside world, that driver confidently said he was taking them to Woman Village. Even on their bodies, there were documents that had been prepared long ago, which seemed so abnormal no matter how they looked at it. Unfortunately, they were already inside the village and couldn't get out, so naturally, they had no way to find that driver. Right now, their biggest problem was how to learn the complete secret from Woman's mouth. No information appeared in Sun Kai's mind, which showed that he did not know all the secrets of the mountain village. If he had, the information would have alerted him to pass the level long ago. He needed to get more secrets from Woman's mouth. "Old man, you need to understand one thing, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Don't think you are the strongest in this world." Sun Kai deliberately spoke such ambiguous words. If it were someone else, they might not believe it, but Woman was different. He had personally seen those three people walk straight through the formation and enter. If there was no issue, he would twist his own head off to kick like a ball. Hearing Sun Kai's words, a hint of seriousness appeared in Woman's eyes. "I don't know who your powerful backer is?" Sun Kai stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. "You have no right to know." Woman's face darkened. Sun Kai's words were too arrogant. After all, he was about to become immortal, and a mere human. Watching Sun go act tough, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai felt so awkward that they wanted to kick him out of their small apartment. Don't they know Sun Ji's background? They were the chosen ones, entering this bizarre world of tales. But when Sun Gu spoke, it seemed like they really had a big shot behind them. Seeing that Woman was about to lose his temper, Sun Kai suddenly said, "Since you know so much about the village, then you must have seen me using celestial magic, right?" Woman's hand movements paused, and his face became serious again. When Sun Kai used the hero card, he radiated a faint glow, and his physical abilities surged, making him look like a superhero on land. If Woman couldn't see such a change, he would truly be blind. Precisely because he had seen it, he hesitated, truly believing that someone was backing Sun Kai. "What kind of magic are you using?" With this question, it indicated that Woman genuinely believed what Sun Kai was saying. Sun Kai slightly raised his head and spoke with a very confident tone, "It's just a trivial bit of magic. I'm not very skilled, I only know this one, the magic is called the 6 Ding and 6 Jia technique." 6 Ding and 6 Jia technique? Woman mumbled, he had never heard of this name before. But he saw the performance of the other party getting stronger after using the magic with his own eyes. So many dead people in the village could not stop him, such power was not something an ordinary person could possess. The three of us entering here was completely an accident. My master has a mortal enemy who, afraid to directly attack us, used some tricks to deceive us into coming in. Sun Kai looked very angry. We were badly deceived by the trick, really thinking we were just teachers, but tricks are still tricks, and they have a time limit. Recently, we finally remembered what had happened before. My master's mortal enemy is nothing more than using your abilities to keep the three of us trapped here. At that time, because of us, you will offend my master, and my master will definitely come in person. Your mere woman formation cannot block my master at all. Woman was very confident in his formation and immediately retorted, my formation is very strong, your master cannot enter. Oh really? Then how did we get in? A single word from Sun Kai left Wu Men speechless. Not only that, Sun Kai added, have you heard this saying? A grain of golden elixir in my belly, my life is in my hands, not in the hands of heaven. My master is a golden elixir expert, and a small Wu Men formation can be easily broken with a wave of his hand. When Sun Kai said this, his face was full of confidence, but what he didn't know was that the people in the livestream were laughing uncontrollably. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, I didn't expect Sun Kai to be so bad, actually tricking an old man from hundreds of years ago with something from a novel. This is against martial ethics. If Wu Men could earn a primary school diploma, could he be fooled like this? You all got it wrong, Wu Men lost because he didn't read novels, otherwise Sun Kai wouldn't have been able to trick him. A group of people were frantically scrolling through comments. Sun Kai's performance this time truly made them unable to hold back their laughter. Even Xia Changqing felt the same, he genuinely didn't expect that Sun Kai would use the trick of deception, taking something from a novel to fool an old man. Chapter 91, You Dog. The reality is all made up, but in this bizarre world of strange tales, it might just be true. Sun Kai also considered this point, which is why he dared to deceive like this. Sure enough, upon hearing Sun Kai's words, Wu Men suddenly didn't know what to do. If there were really such a golden elixir expert behind Sun Kai, if he killed Sun Kai and the others, could he really deal with the golden elixir expert that would come after him? Upon self-reflection, he realized that his method seemed impressive, but in essence, they were just bullying the weak. If he really had such strong abilities, he would have captured Sun Kai and the others long ago. Seeing that Wu Men was seriously contemplating this matter, Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai were nearly laughing themselves sick. Not long after, Wu Men raised his head, his face carrying a hint of seriousness. Teacher Sun, since you are a disciple of a golden elixir expert, I will give your master face this time and let you go. However, you are not allowed to disrupt my plans, otherwise, even if I offend your master, I will make you die here. Wu Men had figured it out, if he killed the three of them now, he would soon meet his own end. Golden elixir experts sounded tough to deal with, and if he were really caught, even if he attained eternal life, his fate would probably be miserable. No problem. Sun Kai immediately agreed. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao's angry voice rang out. Sun Kai, we have helped you so much, not asking for anything in return, just save Sister Qian, and we will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Sun Kai didn't respond, while Wu Men kicked Wu Hao, then lunged at him and began to unleash a flurry of punches that rendered Wu Hao speechless. Stop! Wu Qian shouted loudly, and only then did Wu Men stop, but Wu Hao's face was already bruised and swollen. Wu Men, we may indeed be created by you, but since we have bones, it proves that we were originally humans. If we all die here, I'd like to see how your plan can continue. Wu Qian, being the leader, was quicker on her feet than the others, quickly seizing Wu Men's weakness. Wu Men wanted to achieve immortality, which meant he had to keep Wu Qian and the others alive. Once they all died, Wu Men's schemes would be in vain. Wu Men's expression darkened, then a slight smile appeared. Do you believe that if you say one more word, I will kill you right now? Wu Qian let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. She was very clear that at this moment, speaking recklessly could really lead to death. Sister Qian. Wu Hao's weak voice came through, and Wu Qian merely shook her head at him, prompting Wu Hao to immediately shut his mouth. With that, things became clear. As long as the battle between the living and the dead ended, then the next steps would proceed according to Wu Men's plan. But these living and dead people already knew everything, how could they continue to fight according to Wu Men's plan? Just as they were preparing to leave this place, they suddenly found they could not control their bodies anymore. What's going on? Why is my body moving on its own? Stop it. We can't keep fighting, if we do, we'll all be doomed. It's not that I want to fight, but I can't control myself. Watching this strange battle unfold, Sun Kai felt a chill in his heart. This Wu Men is truly not simple. Fortunately, the conditions to clear the level did not say we had to eliminate Wu Men. Otherwise, he really doubts anyone could achieve that. Wu Men can actually control these living and dead people? Then why can't he control Wu Qian and the others? Is it because they are different? Sun Kai quietly stepped back, not participating in this battle. Brother Sun, if this old man really succeeds, we're probably done for. How can we ruin his plan? Feng Xiao could see that once the battle in the arena was over, their deaths were likely not far off. Du Xiaodai said nothing but looked at Sun Kai, waiting for his method. To be honest, Sun Kai didn't have a good plan either. Wu Men was almost invincible here. Even if he used the hero card, he might not be a match for Wu Men. He only had one chance left to use his hero card, so he had to be cautious. If it really doesn't work out, we can let Wu Men send us out, but I'm worried he might not do that. Moreover, we still haven't heard any news about clearing the level, which shows that Wu Men's so-called secrets might not be complete. Given their current situation, S-level and A-level clears were actually the better choices. As for B-level and C-level, they didn't have that much time left. In reality, Sun Kai and the others didn't know that the experiences of other national cultivators were completely different from theirs. Because Sun Kai had actively forced Wu Men out, while other national cultivators were completely unaware of Wu Men's existence. Or even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to casually approach this old silver coin, Wu Men. The battle in the arena quickly came to an end. In the arena, only one person was still alive, the living village chief. At this moment, a faint black mist emerged from the corpses on the ground. This was a sign that they were turning into ghosts. Ha, Wu Daijiu, go on now and eat all these ghosts. Under Wu Men's command, Chief Wu Daijiu was unable to resist. He approached a corpse and, reaching out, grabbed the newly formed ghost and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he actually revealed a look of enjoyment, as if the ghosts were the most delicious thing for them. In less than half an hour, all the ghosts born from the corpses on the ground were eaten by Wu Daijiu. Not only that, a group of ghosts floated in from the air, and they voluntarily entered Wu Daijiu's mouth. At this moment, it was clear to see that Wu Daijiu's whole body trembled, as if something was about to burst out from within him. Very good, very good. Little cuties, it's time for you to make your entrance. Wu Men clapped his hands and looked at the children. The first he glanced at was Wu Hao on the ground. But Wu Hao didn't want to pay him any attention. Seeing Wu Hao remain still, Wu Men chuckled, and then PCH. He directly drew a knife and chopped off a child's head on the spot. The child's face still bore a hint of confusion, as if he didn't expect to die like this. Ah! You dog thing, I'll kill you. Wu Hao's eyes were about to pop out. His anger towards Wu Men had reached its peak. Wu Men's smile never faded as he said, you can choose not to go. But I will continue to kill the next person. Faced with this threat, Wu Hao had no choice but to stand up and walk over. Cut open your wrist and pour the blood over his head. Chapter 92, this move is amazing. Wu Hao had no way out. He could only take out the small knife he always carried and cut open his wrist. Immediately, blood gushed out, and he placed his wrist on Wu Daout's head. Bathed in blood, Wu Daout's body trembled, and it stopped instantly. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes. Damn, he really wants Wu Hao's life. Feng Xiao tightly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, making a harsh grinding sound. Although Wu Hao had cut a vein, the blood from the vein kept flowing, and sooner or later, he would die. Feng Xiao clearly saw Wu Hao's face gradually turning pale, and if this continued, he would really die. Wu Hao, stop. Feng Xiao could no longer hold back and rushed over, grabbing Wu Hao's wrist, tearing a piece of cloth from his body, and tying up his wrist. Feng. Teacher? Wu Hao's vision had already blurred, and he murmured to Feng Xiao. Wu Hao, I am your teacher. I won't allow you to do this. At this moment, Feng Xiao's face was very serious. Wu Men's eerie voice came, Teacher Sun, this doesn't seem to be what we discussed before, does it? Sun Kai sighed inwardly. In fact, even if Feng Xiao didn't step in, he was already prepared to act. If this continued, Wu Hao would really die. Moreover, the formation was now controlled by Wu Men. Once Wu Hao died, he would become a puppet controlled by Wu Men, just like Wu Tsong and Wu Lan. He had just seen Wu Tsong and Wu Lan standing quietly behind Wu Men, their faces expressionless, like puppets. But before Sun Kai could speak, Feng Xiao had already scolded first. Old man, you've been dead for hundreds of years, and you're still talking about immortality? Damn you! Feng Xiao, am telling you today that you will never achieve immortality in this life. After speaking, Feng Xiao directly took out a plastic bottle from his body, which was filled with a light yellow liquid. He twisted the cap open, aimed the bottle at Wu Daout's mouth, and forcefully poured it in. Holy crap! At this moment, not only was Sun Kai stunned, but everyone in Xiaguo was also shocked. The color of the liquid, no matter how you looked at it, seemed like boy's urine, right? He actually directly poured boy's urine into Wu Daout's mouth? This move was unbelievable. It must be said that Wu Daout himself was a human, and he wouldn't react to boy's urine or children's blood at all. It was just that the many ghosts he had consumed earlier caused his body to feel unwell, and Wu Hao's blood was only used to suppress those ghosts. But because he had eaten the ghosts, his mouth became the only passage for him and the ghosts still undigested inside. You could say that Feng Xiao had really stumbled upon the key by accident. After this bottle of boy's urine was poured in, Wu Daout's body began to show various strange bulges, and he groaned in intense pain. You little brat, how dare you! At this moment, Wu Men was nearly enraged. He never dreamed that just when his plan was about to succeed, someone like Feng Xiao would appear. Wu Hao widened his eyes and looked at Feng Xiao with admiration. Pouring urine into someone's mouth, this was really too extreme. Feng Xiao grabbed Wu Hao and was about to make a move, but suddenly, Wu Hao shouted loudly. Teacher Feng, move away. In an instant, Feng Xiao felt someone push him, and then he heard Wu Hao's agonized scream. Feng Lao quickly got up and looked up. He saw Wu Man's figure appearing behind Wu Hao, one hand piercing through Wu Hao's chest, blood spilling everywhere. Wu Hao! Feng Xiao cried out in pain. He had originally wanted to save Wu Hao, but now he had caused him harm. Wu Hao was in so much pain that his face was twitching, but he still forced out a faint smile. Teacher Feng, thank you, you are a good teacher. At that moment, a piece of information appeared simultaneously in the minds of Sun Kai and the other two. Summer National Luck Bearer Feng Xiao has completed the B-level clearance of the Rule Horror, Mountain Village Teacher. Since the other two National Luck Bearers have not yet cleared, you have two choices. 1. Clear B-level alone and leave the horror world alone. Even if the other two National Luck Bearers fail, Summer Country will still have 1/3 of the land unaffected by the horror world. National Luck increases by 0.5. 2. Clearance rating decreased to sea level, all three return to reality together, with no rewards or penalties. The second option requires the consent of more than 2 people to take effect. The three were stunned, no one expected that Feng Xiao would complete the B-level clearance at that time. Sun Kai suddenly realized that Feng Xiao's actions had deeply moved Wu Hao, resulting in Feng Xiao completing the B-level clearance. But he did not expect that there would actually be 2 choices. No matter how you look at it, choosing the second option was the best choice at that moment. After all, they had already encountered the final boss, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Sun Kai decisively shouted, Feng Xiao, choose the second. The information in their minds appeared simultaneously in the live broadcast room, where everyone could see it. Yes, we should choose the second. We don't need any rewards, we just want Sun Kai to come back safely. That's right, Sun Kai is the greatest treasure of our summer country. Only if he survives will the horror world be safer for us in the future. Feng Xiao, if you choose the first, I will look down on you. People from summer country always thought of them. Such a clear choice was obvious to anyone who wasn't foolish. Even with a sea-level rating, they could return safely, it's just that the country wouldn't award anything and there would be no penalty. But that was already enough. Sun Kai alone brought a 30% increase in national luck to summer country, along with 2 nationwide rewards. Even if this time there were no rewards, they didn't care. They only hoped that Sun Kai could survive. But since Wu Man had already made his move, he would not give them any chances. Though he didn't understand what Sun Kai meant by the second option, he was very decisive and directly attacked Feng Xiao. As soon as Sun Kai shouted, he realized Wu Man had moved. His expression changed, and he shouted again, Feng Xiao, choose the first, hurry. This is brother-son's order. Feng Xiao naturally saw Wu Man move, he knew he couldn't evade Wu Man's attack, so the only way was to complete the clearance and leave here. Faced with the threat of death, Feng Xiao had no more time to think. I choose the first. Summer National Luck Bearer Feng Xiao has completed individual B-level clearance, reward, personal physical strength +5. All citizens' physical strength +1, national luck of summer country increased by 0.5. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xiao disappeared from his spot, and Wu Man's attack missed. What happened? This is impossible. Wu Man was astonished, he had not even realized how Feng Xiao had vanished. This had never happened in his memory. Chapter 93, Shuiru. If they had been given enough time, Sun Kai would have certainly let Feng Xiao choose the second option. But at that critical moment, if Feng Xiao chose the second option, it would need a vote to decide. The time wasted in this process might have cost Feng Xiao his life at Wu Man's hands. To ensure Feng Xiao could survive, Sun Kai decisively changed his words. Fortunately, the outcome was good, Feng Xiao survived. But this way, both he and Du Xiaodai were in danger. Seeing what had just happened, no one thought it was Sun Kai's fault, nor did anyone consider Feng Xiao selfish. The situation had already reached a life and death crisis, if Feng Xiao chose the second option and ended up being killed. Not only would he have lost his life, but they would have lost the chance to clear the level. Therefore, choosing the first one is the best choice. Invite Mr. Feng here. Xia Changqing immediately gave the order, and their people had long been waiting at the place where Feng Xiao disappeared. When Feng Xiao opened his eyes, he found many people in military uniforms around him. Mr. Feng, we are from the support team. Please come with us to the headquarters, where Mr. Sun Kai is also staying. Feng Xiao paused for a moment, then nodded, I understand, I will go with you. Then, he looked at the live broadcast room in front of him, feeling very regretful inside. If only he had a little time, he would have chosen the second option. Damn Wu Man. Feng Xiao's disappearance dealt a significant blow to Wu Man, and for the first time, he realized he was not a very strong figure. Otherwise, why couldn't he even stop an ordinary person? Teacher Sun, your master is really impressive, he actually left you life-saving items. If I am not mistaken, Both of you also have such items on you, right? Sun Kai smiled mysteriously and said nothing. But his demeanor was seen by Wu Men as an affirmation. Wu Men let out a sigh, and in that moment, he looked a bit worn down. I truly envy people like you, who can obtain things that I could never get in my lifetime without much effort. I spent so much effort to perfect the Wu Men formation, but in the end, it will take hundreds of years to use. If I were like your master, a Golden Dan strongman, then such an array should be quite simple to use, right? Wu Men seemed somewhat dispirited, not wanting to talk with Sun Kai and the others. He directly waved his hand at Wu Qian and the others. Continue. His voice was cold, but Wu Qian and the others had to obey his words. Starting from the youngest child, they began to bleed one by one. Sun Kai could only watch helplessly as these children lost so much blood that they eventually collapsed on the side. Finally, there was only one person left, and that was Wu Qian. Wu Qian's face showed no expression. She looked numb. Her friends were dying in front of her. What expression could she still have? She stiffly stepped toward Wu Dao. Just as she was about to start bleeding herself, a voice rang out. Wu Qian, are you really going to do this? Don't you want to take revenge for the other children? The speaker was not Sun Kai, but Du Xiaodai. Wu Qian stared blankly at Du Xiaodai with a dazed expression. But soon, tears filled her eyes, and the sound of hatred escaped her lips. I want revenge. Ha, revenge? Just based on you? You are my creation, my child. Wu Men laughed loudly. Others might have a chance, but Wu Qian absolutely had none. Wu Qian was merely a part of his plan, always under his control. Is that so? Du Xiaodai covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Her smile surprisingly held a hint of charm. Sun Kai's expression changed. Above Du Xiaodai's head, a line of text actually appeared. This woman is not Du Xiaodai, she has already died. Sun Kai's face changed drastically. Du Xiaodai is dead? How could that be possible? Du Xiaodai had always been with them. If she was dead, then why were they all fine? The most important thing was, if Du Xiaodai had been replaced long ago, his prompt should have informed him immediately. But he saw clearly that the prompt appeared just as Du Xiaodai spoke. This represented one thing: Du Xiaodai had just died. Du Xiaodai stretched out her hand and softly said to the sky, I don't like the night, I prefer the day. As soon as she finished speaking, the originally round moon was instantly replaced by the sun. At this moment, not only Sun Kai but even Wu Men was stunned. You must know that everything in Wu Men village was under his control. Why could someone control the sun and moon of the village? You are not Teacher Du, who are you? Wu Men sharply sensed that the Du Xiaodai in front of him was completely different from the Du Xiaodai he had observed before. Du Xiaodai smiled slightly, clearly the same face, but the feeling she gave was as if she had completely become a different person. Wu Men, we are old friends, have you really forgotten? Old friends? Wu Men recalled for a moment. His expression grew increasingly shocked as he looked at Du Xiaodai and exclaimed in disbelief. You are that ghost? Du Xiaodai shot him a glare, full of charm. Don't shout ghost all the time, I have a name too. You can call me Xueru. The woman who called herself Xueru, along with Wu Men's earlier reactions, had to prove one thing. She was actually the ghost that Wu Men had sealed back then. But Wu Men had said before that the sealed ghost had disappeared long ago. How did she survive till now? In that moment, Wu Men was utterly shocked inside. Initially, he wanted to use Xueru to help him achieve immortality. But because she had disappeared, he had no choice but to create ghosts himself, otherwise, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Wu Men, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. I didn't expect you to hide such a big plan, you're really impressive. Xueru couldn't help but admire Wu Men, who made such grand plans to achieve immortality over hundreds of years. However, Xueru's words did not bring Wu Men any joy. Because he had just secretly tried to regain control of the sun and the sky, and the result failed. What did you do to my formation? Wu Men's voice was filled with anger. Xueru chuckled softly. What can I do? You seek immortality, but what I desire is the immense power gathered from the formation over hundreds of years. You truly don't know you are sitting on a treasure. If such immense power were used by me, I could definitely become the most powerful ghost. At this moment, no one noticed that Wu Qian's body suddenly trembled, as if something more had entered her eyes. At the same time, the sun in the sky bizarrely turned into an oval shape. Chapter 94, Death Loop. In the eyes of Wu Men and Xueru, there was only each other, and no one cared about Wu Qian or Sun Kai. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Qian hurried to Sun Kai's side and whispered, Teacher Sun, I remembered everything. What did you remember? Sun Kai was somewhat puzzled. He felt that he might be in trouble this time. After all, looking at it, he didn't have any chances to clear the level. If there had just been one Wu Men, that would have been alright, at least he could still try to trick him. Now with an added female ghost, Xueru, he completely didn't understand her, he couldn't even try to fool her. The most crucial point was that he had just remembered one thing. That is, all the dead have turned into ghosts, and Wumen village can no longer be exited. This meant that passing the A grade level had directly lost any possibility. Not only this rule, but even the previous rule of not being able to talk with Wang Chao had lost its effect after Wu Men's identity was revealed. Otherwise, when Sun Kai talked to him before, he would have triggered the rule and died. At that time, Sun Kai had really forgotten this rule. Fortunately, rules are unchanging. Now, among the remaining rules, there were very few that had any effect on him. The only thing puzzling Sun Kai was, when did the ghost named Xueru possess Du Xiaodai? He recalled the rules about Du Xiaodai. Could it be? Just as he was in doubt, he heard Wu Qian's voice. I remembered what happened in that world. Sun Kai was taken aback and looked at Wu Qian. He had asked Wu Qian about that world before, but she hadn't remembered anything at all. Why did she suddenly remember? How did you remember? Wu Qian quickly told Sun Kai everything she had remembered. It turns out, Wu Qian's true identity was actually the daughter of Wu Men. That's right, Wu Men was heartless and insane. They once used his daughter and some children from the village as the lives for the 11 moving nodes in the Wu Men formation. As long as they existed, the Wu Men formation would never break. As long as the Wu Men formation existed, they would never die. This created a deadly cycle. Breaking the formation was nearly impossible. But no matter the formation, there is always a weakness, and Wu Men's weakness was actually these 11 nodes. As the eldest sister of the 11 children, and the core of all the nodes, Wu Qian's existence was crucial. That's why her blood had the strongest effect. As the core of the nodes, Wu Qian had always wanted to break free from being controlled. Even though Wu Men didn't know, while he was in a deep sleep, Wu Qian had once woken up. It was during that time that Wu Qian used part of the formation's power to create a different space, one that was not in the real world. This was the twisted world that Sun Kai entered. This twisted world was Wu Qian's hidden trump card. But she feared that her memory would be discovered by Wu Men, so she split her memory, making the Wu Qian in the real world forget everything. At the same time, the twisted world always existed, and the Wu Qian inside kept getting stronger. By now, Wu Qian from the twisted world believed it was time for her to take action. She consciously merged with the Wu Qian from the real world, and the twisted world immediately engulfed the real world. So, does that mean you can deal with Wu Men now? Wu Qian shook her head. Wu Men's power is stronger than mine. He is still the controller of the formation. I can't do it alone. The existence of this world won't last long. Once the twisted world disappears, I will have even less chance to defeat him. Sun Kai's gaze moved to the female ghost. If one Wu Qian wasn't enough, what about adding another female ghost? But the existence of the female ghost posed a great threat to him as well. If he killed Wu Men, but was then killed by the female ghost, the result would still be the same. Sun Kai narrowed his eyes, recalling the rules about Du Xiaodai. 1. You are a music teacher, but if you become a foreign language teacher, be careful. 2. You cannot stay with students for long periods of time, something terrible will happen. The first rule clearly stated that once Du Xiaodai became a foreign language teacher, be careful. Now it seemed very likely that Du Xiaodai had been possessed by the female ghost from the very beginning. But back then, the female ghost never showed herself, instead hiding within Du Xiaodai. This be careful probably meant they should have been wary of the female ghost inside Du Xiaodai. Such an obvious warning, and yet they hadn't noticed. Of course, they couldn't be blamed. Before this, who would have thought that the ghost sealed by Wu Men was still alive? Didn't they see the shocked expressions on Wu Men's faces? As for the second rule, it was even more concerning. If Du Xiaodai stayed with students for long periods, something terrible would happen. Sun Kai thought back to when Du Xiaodai had been with students for long periods. After recalling, he uttered 2 words. Ancestral Hall. Although Du Xiaodai did have chances to stay with students in the classroom, it wasn't for a long time, not even an hour. The only place where she stayed with students for long periods was the Ancestral Hall. Whether in the real world or the twisted world, Du Xiaodai had spent a long time with the students there. But at that time, they had always been concerned about the dead and ghosts outside, and they had forgotten about this. Could it be that it was during that time that the female ghost possessed Du Xiaodai? Wait, where was the place where the female ghost was sealed? Sun Kai's eyes lit up, quickly asking Wu Qian. Wu Qian just so happened to know this. The place where the female ghost was sealed is the place where the Ancestral Hall is located. The reason for building the Ancestral Hall there is to hope to suppress the female ghost with the Ancestral Hall. With this, everything makes sense. Du Xiaodia's first rule is to remind them to pay attention to Du Xiaodia's changes. Unfortunately, they were distracted by other matters and neglected this point. The second rule states that as long as Du Xiaodai and the students do not stay together for a long time, the female ghost should not appear. After all, this is the rule. Xiaodai, originally we still had the chance to save you. Sun Kai showed a trace of regret on his face, but Du Xiaodai is already dead, and now controlling her body is a female ghost named Xueru. In fact, in that situation, if they didn't stay with the children, they would only die faster. One can only say that Du Xiaodai finds it harder to live than anyone else. On the other side, Wu Men and Shui Ru were about 10 meters apart, both looking at each other. Wu Men's eyes were filled with killing intent, while Shui Ru's eyes showed indifference. Female ghost, I sealed you in human form back then, and now I can seal you again. You came just in time, your quality is unmatched by those inferior ghosts. As long as I devour you, my immortality plan will become even more perfect. Chapter 95, You Must Die. Wu Men initially created ghosts out of despair due to the disappearance of the female ghost. But the ghosts he created cannot compare in quality to Shui Ru. Now seeing that Shui Ru was actually still alive, Wu Men is even more excited. Shui Ru pursed her lips and smiled, her red lips shining even more intensely under the sunlight. Wu Men's formation used for your immortality is really a waste. How about this, I help you achieve immortality, and you give me the formation, how about that? Wu Men sneered coldly and reprimanded without courtesy, do you really think I'm a fool? I give you the Wu Men formation, and then it makes it easier for you to kill me, right? One must know that he was the one who sealed the female ghost Shui Ru. With such deep hatred, he could not believe the female ghost wouldn't think of revenge. How could I kill you? I can't wait to. Shui Ru's gaze instantly turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Personally torture you. As soon as the words fell, Shui Ru's figure turned directly into a cloud of black mist and attacked Wu Men. But Wu Men was already prepared, he knew he had to fight against the opponent when he saw Shui Ru. He waved his hand, ready to use the power of the Wu Men formation. But suddenly, he felt his power weaken significantly. He was struck with realization and quickly discovered who had taken away part of the Wu Men formation's power. Wu Qian, you little brat, give me back my power. Wu Men was furious, forced to use the remaining power to battle against Shui Ru. Wu Qian decisively restricted part of Wu Men's focus, allowing Shui Ru to subdue him. This made Wu Men so angry that he cursed, ugly words popping out of his mouth, but Wu Qian didn't care at all. Ever since he killed Wu Qian as the formation eye, there has been no father-daughter relationship between them anymore, only hatred. But Wu Men is indeed old and unyielding, surprisingly managing to fight to a draw with Shui Ru under such a disadvantage. Sun Kai guessed that Shui Ru, the female ghost, might have been very strong before, but she had been sealed for too long, losing too much power, which led to her current state. If this continues, once Wu Qian's restriction loses effectiveness, Wu Men will completely win this battle. I've heard so many secrets, why haven't I completed the S-level clearance? Is there still something missing? Sun Kai couldn't figure it out, he should know all the hidden secrets in the mountain village by now. This village, from the beginning, was because of Wu Men's desire for immortality. This is what came out. Otherwise, this place would forever remain an ordinary mountain village. Now even a female ghost has appeared, along with Wu Qian and others' identities. Is this not all the secrets? Suddenly, Sun Kai's eyes landed on a figure in the scene, the village head bathed in blood. He now looked like a dead person, silent and unmoving. Suddenly, Sun Kai had an idea. Wu Qian, is the village head still considered human? Wu Qian glanced and shook her head, since he was divided by the Wu gate between yin and yang, he no longer counts as human. Then what will happen if I kill him? Wu Qian was momentarily stunned, and a light burst in her eyes. Once he dies, the Wu gate will never be able to achieve immortality. As long as it can deal with the Wu gate, Wu Qian would be willing. But right now, she was restraining the Wu gate using the Wu gate formation and could not move. The only one who could go was Sun Kai. Sun Kai picked up a kitchen knife from the ground and ran towards the village head. In the distance, the Wu gate, who was fighting, saw Sun Kai's action and his eyes filled with rage. Sun Kai, you dare. Sun Kai did not hesitate at all and directly struck the village head's neck with the knife. Splash! Blood spurted. The knife was not fast enough to sever the head at once, but with such a serious injury, he would not survive long. Seeing Sun Kai really make a move, Wu Gate nearly went mad. In his plan, the village head was essential. He had already swallowed all the ghosts and soaked in the children's blood. Ultimately, after some time, he could swallow the opponent, achieving immortality. But his plan was destroyed at the last moment by Sun Kai. At this moment, he could not care about Sun Kai's master's threats, his mind only held one thought. Kill Sun Kai. In a fit of rage, Wu Gate's strength was astonishing, directly sending Shui Ru flying, rushing towards Sun Kai. Teacher's son, run. I can hardly hold him anymore. Wu Qian had blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. After all, she was just a formation eye, while Wu Gate was the master of the formation. Sun Kai stood still, not making any move. He knew he could not escape at this moment. The village was surrounded by the formation, where else could he go? This was a rule. His only way out now was to complete the challenge and return to the real world. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Kai directly used the last chance of the hero card. In an instant, a huge power surged through his body. He raised the kitchen knife and struck it towards Wu Gate. Female ghost, let's kill Wu Gate together, or we will all die. Sun Kai shouted at the female ghost Xueru, and she too realized that just relying on herself was not enough against Wu Gate. Without saying a word, her figure flew over again. Your magic has not been mastered yet. If it were your master, I might not be able to handle it, but you, hee. Wu Gate laughed arrogantly. He was not afraid of Sun Kai's magic, the only thing he was worried about was Sun Kai's master. But in the current situation, Sun Kai had destroyed his hope for immortality, so he had to eliminate Sun Kai. Sun Kai's kitchen knife came down with a heavy force, very fierce. After all his attributes were increased by 50 points, although he could not see his own attributes, he could imagine them. Such attributes, among humans, were absolutely superhuman. However, Wu Gate was not weak either. The power brought to him by the Wu Gate formation was formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress the female ghost Xueru. Ding! The kitchen knife struck directly against a shovel, as there were only a few iron tools in the village. I told you, you must die. Saying this, Wu Gate bit his finger, and a few drops of blood fell onto Xueru. Xueru's face changed, wanting to dodge, but still, one of the drops fell on her. ZZ! Where the blood touched, white smoke rose, and the pain made her frown tightly. When Wu Men was able to create Wu Qian and others, he would naturally use blood to suppress the ghosts. It is important to know that this was still under the condition that a part of Wu Men's power was restrained by Wu Qian. Without Wu Qian's restraint, Sun Kai might have already been taken down. This won't work. Have you thought of a way to clear the level? Xia Changqing's expression was anxious as he shouted to those around him. Chapter 96, Kill Wu Men. Team leader, we have an idea. What idea? Hurry up and say it. In the last ghost story world, Mr. Sun cleared the hidden level by killing the Ghost King, so we suspect that if we kill Wu Men or the female ghost Xueru here, it might trigger a hidden clearance. Xia Changqing pondered for a moment. This was indeed a solution. But whether it was Wu Men or Xueru, neither was easy to kill. He could see that there was no time left for normal ways to clear the level. So now, the only thing Sun Kai could do was use an unusual method to clear the level. Sun Kai, you now have only one way: complete the hidden clearance, kill Wu Men or the female ghost Xueru. Xia Changqing decisively used the reminder opportunity to tell Sun Kai. Sun Kai, who was in the middle of battle, just nodded slightly. Just as Xia Changqing said, several normal clearance methods had run out of time. The only possible S-level clearance lacked some key information. So the only chance next was to kill one of them and complete the hidden clearance. If Sun Kai had a choice, he definitely would not want to choose this method, it was too dangerous. If he chose to kill the female ghost Xueru, the first point was that he had no means to deal with ghosts at all. The hero card could turn him into a little Superman, but ghosts couldn't be defeated just with fists. Wu Men could work, but it had to be him who killed the female ghost. If someone else killed her, it would be useless. It could be said that the option of killing the female ghost Xueru was non-existent from the very beginning. So, I only have one way. Kill Wu Men. Wu Men was not a ghost right now, but a human with a body. Even though he was fused with the Wu Men formation, do not forget, he still had a Wu Qian beside him. If he could kill Wu Men, the damage to the Wu Men formation should be significant. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, Wu Qian might be able to seize control of the Wu Men formation and ultimately kill Wu Men completely. Thinking of this, Sun Kai gathered all his strength. He was prepared to completely kill Wu Men. The female ghost Xueru seemed to see this. Her figure completely turned into a mass of black mist, engulfing Wu Men. Sun Kai, kill him. Not only that, Wu Qian had already bitten her tongue, and her face was full of pain. The sun in the sky twisted again, this time actually turning into a square. Do not forget, this is a twisted world. Here, everything can be twisted, and the twisted sun represents that the time in this village has become seriously chaotic. Teacher Sun, I have already accelerated time for you, your movements will become faster, this is the only chance. Due to the acceleration of Sun Kai's time, listening to Wu Qian's voice felt extremely slow. But he still nodded towards Wu Qian, his figure moved and charged towards Wu Men. Just as Sun Kai approached Wu Men, the black mist suddenly dispersed. The female ghost Xueru spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, covered in many bloodstains. These bloodstains were not her own but the blood Wu Men had spilled on her. To break Xueru's obstruction, Wu Men had spent a lot of blood. Seeing Sun Kai rushing over, Wu Men raised the corner of his mouth, just about to mock him when he suddenly felt. A wave of intense pain surged through his chest, and at the same time, he saw it. Clearly still far from him, Sun Kai appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, plunging a kitchen knife directly into his chest. You cannot be. Wu Men widened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Even if you kill my body, as long as the Wu Men formation exists for a day, I will not die. Wu Men struggled and spat out a harsh remark. However, at that moment, Xueru, lying on the ground, sneered, "Wu Men, it seems you have been blinded by power, take a good look at where this place is." Wu Men was not dead, he carefully observed his surroundings, and his face instantly turned very ugly. This is not reality? That's right, this is not reality, but a world I created. The one who said this was Wu Qian. Blood flowed endlessly from around her mouth, but it could not hide the smile on her face. Dying here is not the death of the body, what dies is your spirit, your soul. Wu Men, you never had a body, once your soul dies, you will vanish, nothing will exist. For the first time, panic appeared on Wu Men's face, he reached out his hand, as if trying to grasp something in front of him. No. I will not die, I am Wu Men, I will live forever, how can I die? Wu Men's movements gradually stopped, and finally, his body fell to the ground. Puff! Wu Qian spat out a large mouthful of blood, and at that moment, the sun above the village returned to normal. Sun Kai's vision blurred, he found himself standing in the original place, right behind a house. And the female ghost Xueru stood not far from him. Wu Qian was still standing beside the village chief, but the village chief had already fallen to the ground, lifeless. Where is Wu Men? Sun Kai instantly remembered Wu Men's matter. He ran out and saw Wu Men's corpse. Is he dead? Sun Kai asked Wu Qian. Not completely dead yet, but almost. Once I fully control the Wu Men formation and wear down the last bit of his soul, he will die. Wu Qian replied. Sure enough, not long after, new information appeared in Sun Kai's mind. Congratulations to the Summer Country's Guiyun bearer Sun Kai for completing the rules of Anomalous World, Mountain Village Teacher. Clearance Evaluation, SS Grade, achieved Hidden Clearance Method, killed Wu Men. Reward for Guiyun bearer Sun Kai, contract with Wu Qian, 10 drops of blood to suppress ghosts from all citizens of the Summer Country, Guiyun of the Summer Country increases by 15%. Guiyun bearer Sun Kai, do you wish to immediately return to the real world? Seeing this reward, Sun Kai was stunned for a moment. Wu Qian's contract, what was this situation? Just as he was puzzled, a light erupted from his body and instantly entered Wu Qian's body. Then, the light disappeared, and both felt a trace of connection with each other. Teacher's son, what is this? Wu Qian carefully examined herself and found that the light had left nothing behind. This, I don't quite understand, it seems to be some kind of contract. Sun Kai scratched his head, preparing to say something when Wu Qian suddenly shouted. Female ghost, stay away from teacher's son. Xueru, who had intended to quietly approach Sun Kai, was instantly swept away by Wu Qian with a wave of her hand. Having controlled the Wu Men formation, Wu Qian's current strength was far greater than before. Chapter 97, Unable to Return, Update. Cough, I didn't expect you to be so powerful right after taking control of the Wu Men formation. Xueru stood up, though her face was very pale. Wu Qian stood in front of Sun Kai, looking at her with cold eyes. Wu Men wasn't a good person, but the female ghost in front of them was just as bad. You just tried to harm teacher's son, you cannot be left alive. Saying this, Wu Qian prepared to strike and kill the female ghost directly. Xueru's face changed, and she shouted to Sun Kai, I can leave Du Xiaodia's body. Please spare my life. Wait. Sun Kai blocked Wu Qian and looked at Xueru, Xiao Dai is still alive? He had seen clearly just now, the prompt told him that Xiao Dai was dead. The prompt cannot be wrong, which means the female ghost might be lying to him. But the female ghost, Xueru, insisted, she is not dead, my existence just suppresses her soul. As long as I leave, she will wake up. Sun Kai frowned, not quite believing her words. However, he had his own way of judging, so he said, you leave her body now, and I will ask her a few questions. If she can answer them, I will believe what you said. Xueru hurriedly nodded, okay, I will come out now, but you have to promise she won't act violently, or I will die with her. A black mist left Du Xiaodai's body, and then a look of confusion appeared on Du Xiaodai's face. Huh? Why am I standing here? Xiao Dai, is that you? Sun Kai called out, and seeing Sun Kai, Du Xiaodai was very happy. Brother Sun, what happened here? Why am I standing here fine? Just as Du Xiaodai was about to come over, Sun Kai shouted directly, don't move, I need to ask you a few questions. Although Du Xiaodai didn't understand what this meant, she still followed Sun Kai's words and stood still. First question, where are you from? If the other party were the female ghost, she would never know of the existence of Xia Country, after all, this world is not the real world. Of course, I am from Xia Country. Sun Kai frowned, could it be that the female ghost had possessed her and heard something? Second question, what is the name of this world? This matter had never been mentioned, so Xueru could not possibly have heard it. Mountain Village Teacher. Du Xiaodai said it without hesitation. Sun Kai was now puzzled, could it be that this really was Xiaodai? But the prompt had just told him that Du Xiaodai was dead, what was going on? At that moment, Sun Kai once again saw words appear above Du Xiaodai's head. In reality, she is dead and cannot return to the real world. Seeing this sentence, Sun Kai suddenly understood something. When the female ghost Shuiru suppressed Du Xiaodai's soul, she was deemed dead, even if the female ghost had released her. But Du Xiaodai could no longer return to reality, she could only stay trapped in this ghost story world for eternity. Sun Kai did not know how to tell her this cruel truth. Brother Sun, why isn't Feng Xiao here? Did we win? Du Xiaodai saw that there were few shadows around and was startled to see bodies everywhere. Yes, we won. Sun Kai smiled reluctantly. Du Xiaodai was very happy and jumped up, so I can go back? That's great. Sun Kai opened his mouth and then shut it, he couldn't get the words out that Du Xiaodai could not go back. After all, this was what he saw through the prompt, and he couldn't explain it at all. Such matters can't just be explained by intuition. As Du Xiaodai's excitement faded, Sun Kai asked, do you have any information in your mind? Du Xiaodai's expression stiffened, no, didn't we win? Sun Kai fell silent. In fact, from the information that came to his mind earlier, he had sensed something. This ghost story world needed them to work together to complete it. Feng Xiao appeared with an option that would allow them to return together as C rank. But when it was his turn, there was nothing, which represented one thing. Du Xiaodai really could not go back. But such a cruel thing, Sun Kai could not say directly. Du Xiaodai was not foolish and seemed to have realized something. Brother Sun, I can go back, right? Is it because I didn't complete the task that I have no information? I can wait a few more days, complete the sea-level mission, and then I will definitely be able to go back, right? Du Xiaodai grabbed Sun Kai's clothes, desperately trying to get his agreement, but Sun Kai remained silent. Du Xiaodai suddenly broke down, kneeling on the ground and crying loudly. Why is this happening? I'm still alive, why can't I go back? Sun Kai could only pat Du Xiaodai's shoulder, comforting her, Xiaodai, this is just my guess, I can't stay here for too long. Wait a few days and see if we can complete the sea-level mission, then we will know. If, just if, you really can't go back, I will have Wu Qian take care of you. At this moment, Sun Kai's time was also running out. Before leaving, he said one last thing to Wu Qian. Kill Shuiru. Shuiru heard this and her eyes almost popped out. Sun Kai, you are not trustworthy. Sun Kai didn't even look at her. If it weren't for her, how could Du Xiaodai not return to the real world? It can be said that Du Xiaodai would have to stay in this world for the rest of her life. In the blink of an eye, Sun Kai returned to the headquarters of the support team. There were already many people standing here. When he returned, they all saluted him. Welcome back, Mr. Sun Kai. They could all see that this time, the danger level of the haunted world was far higher than before. If Sun Kai had not performed exceptionally well, it was still uncertain whether Feng Xiao and the others could survive. The first thing Sun Kai did after returning was check Du Xiaodai's livestream. But there was nothing. How is Xiaodai? Sun Kai asked Xia Changqing. Before the livestream went black, Du Xiaodai was safe and sound, she probably won't be able to come back. Xia Changqing's face also carried regret. If Du Xiaodai could come back, then there would be 3 national luck bearers in Xia country. This would be too beneficial for Xia country. But don't worry, even if she is in another world, she is still a hero of our Xia country, no one will forget her. Sun Kai nodded. Compared to death, the fact that Du Xiaodai was still alive was already quite good. Just as he was about to return to his room and rest well, he heard a familiar shout. Brother Sun. Feng Xiao ran over with a happy face, giving Sun Kai a hug. I didn't expect you to be here too. Seeing a familiar face, Sun Kai was equally happy. But soon, Feng Xiao's face dimmed. Is it true that Xiaodai can never come back? Chapter 98, Wu Qian's contract. Du Xiaodai not being able to return became the only regret. But at least she survived, that was better than dying. Because Sun Kai had almost no rest in the haunted world, he simply exchanged a few words with Xia Changqing and went back to sleep. Waking up, he felt refreshed. The energy he consumed in the haunted world was instantly replenished. This place is still the best. Sun Kai woke up, his first thought being the reward he had received. Wu Qian's contract, what does it really mean? He closed his eyes and instinctively stretched out his hand. Wu Qian. Huh, why do I hear Teacher Sun's voice? I must be missing Teacher Sun too much. Sun Kai smiled slightly, he immediately understood the effect of this contract. Not only could he contact Wu Qian, but he could even summon her to his side. It's me, you're not hearing things. Confirming that it was indeed Sun Kai's voice, Wu Qian was very happy. Teacher Sun, is that really you? Of course it is me. First, tell me what the situation is over there and how is Xiaodai? Wu Qian briefly explained that since Sun Kai disappeared, there were only her and Du Xiaodai left in the whole village. She had followed Sun Kai's instructions before he left and completely killed the ghost, Shuiru, further strengthening the Wu sect formation. She also accelerated the village's time based on Du Xiaodai's words. Even so, Du Xiaodai still did not receive any news. She really could not go back. Du Xiaodai cried all night for this, and by the next day, she could only accept this reality. You tell Xiaodai that you have a contract with me, and you can contact her anytime, so she shouldn't think too much and just live there for now. Maybe in the future, there will be a chance to bring her back. The rewards of the strange story world are varied and bizarre, so it's not impossible that there's a reward that can bring someone from the strange story world back. When Wu Qian told Du Xiaodai this, she was extremely excited. Yes, the strange story world is so magical, maybe there really will be such a reward in the future. Wu Qian, please tell brother Sun that I will live well here and wait for him to take me home, but he must pay attention to safety. Wu Qian repeated Du Xiaodia's words, and Sun Kai was very pleased. Xiaodai did not give up, that is the best thing. Sun Kai tried to summon Wu Qian. Over at Wu Qian, she suddenly felt a tugging sensation, and she could only say one sentence. Teacher Sun wants me to come over, Teacher Du is waiting for me to come back. As soon as the words fell, her figure vanished from Du Xiaodia's sight. Watching Wu Qian truly being summoned by Sun Kai, Du Xiaodai was filled with hope for the future. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qian appeared in front of Sun Kai. At the same time, Sun Kai could see a countdown above Wu Qian's head, roughly 1 hour of time. Teacher Sun, is this your original world? Wu Qian already knew from Du Xiaodai that they came from other worlds, and she was very curious about this world. Yes, this is my world, it may be somewhat different from yours, you have 1 hour to stay here, I'll show you around. After Sun Kai brought Wu Qian in front of Feng Xiao and the others, they were all stunned. Sun Kai actually brought someone from the strange story world back? This is the first time in history. Wu Qian. You, how did you come over? Feng Xiao was shocked and rushed over. Then he realized something and asked, Brother Sun, is this related to your reward? That's right, my reward is the contract with Wu Qian, I can summon her over, and her presence lasts for 1 hour. Feng Xiao was overjoyed, he was very clear about Wu Qian's abilities. Without Wu Qian's help in the world of mountain village teachers, they would never have made it to the end. Xia Chongqing was also happy. With Wu Qian's assistance, Sun Kai would have a greater chance to survive in the strange story world ahead. Sun Kai took Wu Qian around and showed her many electronic products of this era, which shocked her greatly. You must know, there are none of these things in her world. Unfortunately, Wu Qian could not take any of these items, otherwise, Sun Kai would definitely have arranged for her a series of compatible devices. So she could also use electronic products in Wu Men village. After 1 hour was up, Wu Qian waved at them and returned to her world. We used to think that the strange story world might not exist, but now it seems that each world is a real place. Xia Chongqing sighed. In the past, people of the national fortune treated the people in the strange story world as game NPCs, and no one cared about them at all. But Sun Kai is different, he truly treats the people inside as human beings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have avenged Daku by killing ghosts in the hide-and-seek world. As long as the people of the national fortune are still alive, you should still have a few days of rest for now. Only after all the national fortune bearers finish will we wait a few days before the next strange story world begins. I remember seeing information before that said. After experiencing 3 weird story worlds, a special weird story world will surely open up, right? The support team's information is all displayed for us, these national fortune bearers. Feng Xiao is a newly arrived national fortune bearer, and the information he has seen is far less than that of Sun Kai. Sun Kai had been paying close attention to this information, and now he has finally passed through 3 weird story worlds, the next one may be very dangerous. Xia Chongqing nodded, that's right, every 3 weird story worlds open will lead to one special weird story world. In this special weird story world, the number of rules will greatly increase, and the difficulty will be very high, it easily could lead to complete annihilation. According to the information in our Xia country, the chances of passing through this special weird story world are only 3 times. This probability is indeed too low. However, once you clear the special weird story world, the rewards you obtain are also quite rich. In the past, these 3 times of clearing rewards were a chance to resurrect in the weird story world. A set of clothing that can completely defend against ordinary bullets. And an increase in lifespan by 10 years. Any one of these 3 rewards is enough to shock people. Especially the first one, a chance to resurrect in the weird story world. One must know that the weird story world is so dangerous, even with the presence of hints, Sun Kai doesn't dare to guarantee that he can survive. If there is such a resurrection opportunity, the margin for error is greatly increased. This is like having an extra life out of thin air, who wouldn't want that? Chapter 99, 10 Drops of Blood. Of course, the other 2 rewards are also good. A suit of clothing that can completely defend against ordinary bullets, this would be a lifesaver in places where firearms are rampant. As for the last reward, it's not very friendly for national fortune bearers. An increase in lifespan is quite pleasing, but no one can guarantee when they might die in some weird story world. In this case, no matter how much lifespan is increased, what use is it? If this lifespan reward could be transferred to others, then this reward would also be quite good. I wonder what kind of special weird story world this time will be. Feng Xiao is a bit excited but also scared. He has already become a national fortune bearer, he cannot escape the subsequent weird story worlds. I don't know, every weird story world has never had a repeat case, but the special weird story world has one unified pattern, which is national fortune bearers from different countries will appear in the same weird story world, the exact number is unknown. In this situation, they not only have to consider their own safety but also prevent other countries' national fortune bearers from causing trouble, increasing the danger level. After the three sat down, Sun Kai suddenly remembered the rewards the weird story world gave to the people of Xia country after clearing it. Xia team leader, could you show me your reward? Of course. Xia Changqing pulled out a small bottle from his body, inside were 10 drops of blood suspended in the bottle, not dissolving into each other. When we received the reward, this is how it looked, the blood looks like blood, but it can be poured out, when using it, just crush it directly. Sun Kai took a look, it really has no difference from ordinary blood. But the weird story world told him that this blood is special blood that can suppress ghosts. Because of him, Xia country has not had a weird story world descend to this day, and there has been no chance to attempt it. But other countries are full of danger. If this were taken abroad, it would probably become a hot commodity. Xia team leader, can this be used by others? Yes, there are no restrictions. Then has anyone ever given their obtained blood to someone from another country? Sun Kai is very clear about one thing, when faced with benefits, people can sell out not just their blood, but even their own lives. If someone abroad spent a huge amount of money to buy a drop of blood, probably over 99% of people would be willing. Xia Changqing nodded, of course there is. Just less than an hour after your return, someone was ready to sell the blood to wealthy foreigners, but it was eventually discovered. So how did you handle it? Sun Kai was very concerned about this matter. This blood, theoretically, belonged to individuals, so even if they sold it, it would be a natural thing. If you think about it, the population of Xia country accounts for about 1/10 of the world's total. With so much blood being put out, people around the world would probably go crazy fighting for it. But what if, one day, he failed? The strange tale world descended upon Xia country, and without blood, how would the people of Xia country deal with those ghosts? Moreover, blood can only suppress ghosts, not kill them. Last night, the higher-ups already had a plan, announcing that all blood in people's hands would be registered. If someone wants to trade, they must go through official procedures and are not allowed to trade privately. If someone trades privately, that would violate the law and penalties will be imposed. Sun Kai nodded. This way, it could prevent some people from misusing blood, while also allowing many families in need of money to use blood to live better lives, making it a win-win situation. Despite this, a small amount of blood had already flowed into the hands of some people abroad. They used the blood to suppress ghosts at crucial moments and saved their lives. This instantly made blood something the wealthy abroad wanted the most. You could say this type of blood had suddenly become the most smuggled item. After chatting for a while, Sun Kai suddenly said, I want to go outside and take a look. Xia Changqing did not refuse, just said, if you want to go out, it's best to cover your face. You should know that you are now a hero of Xia country, almost everyone recognizes you. I will arrange for people to protect you nearby. They won't get too close to you. Currently, Xia country was still very safe unless the strange tale world descended. Team leader Xia, I also want to go out with brother Sunday. Okay. After getting Xia Changqing's consent, a special car took the two to a nearby city. Both of them wore masks and sunglasses, so even acquaintances wouldn't recognize them. Brother Sun, this is my first time coming here too. I've heard before that this is a very famous tourist city in Xia country. Feng Xiao looked around at the crowd and felt his spirits relax completely. When he was in the strange tale world, he was always tense, worried about when he would be taken down. Here, he had no such worries at all. Let's just relax today. Team leader Xia has given us a lot of money, enough for us to use. Originally, with their status, Xia Changqing could have given them an unlimited black card, but it would be too conspicuous, so he had someone transfer $1 million to each of them to spend freely. But on the road, they often heard people mention the names of Sun Kai and Feng Xiao, which made them both a bit embarrassed. After all, these people were exaggerating them too much, treating them almost as saviors of Xia country. Brother Sun, I never imagined I would be unable to handle hearing others praise me. Aren't they going a bit overboard? The two sat on a bench by the roadside, each holding a cup of milk tea while chatting casually. This is very normal. The one who bears the hopes of the nation is certainly seen as a savior. Sun Kai was quite calm, slowly savoring the taste of the milk tea. Within 100 meters of them, there were 10 elite combat personnel from support teams secretly protecting them. Even from a height, there were snipers keeping an eye on their situation. It could be said that Sun Kai and Feng Xiao were national treasures to Xia country. Such a level of protection is not surprising. While the two were chatting, a girl suddenly fell in front of them, her white and tender knee scraped. Feng Xiao immediately walked over and asked, Beauty, do you need my help? Thank you, I think my leg is numb. Feng Xiao quickly went up, reached out to help the girl up, and escorted her to sit on a chair. Just as Feng Xiao prepared to continue asking her how she was doing, the girl leaned directly against Sun Kai, while Sun Kai felt a hard object pressing against his waist. Don't speak, and don't make any moves, or I'll shoot you dead. Chapter 100, Strange Talk War. After experiencing 3 strange talk worlds, Sun Kai had become much calmer. Even when faced with the situation at hand, he wouldn't show any signs of panic. But Feng Xiao was different. He never expected that this girl's target was actually Brother Sun. Could it be that she is a spy sent by another country? Just as Feng Xiao was about to speak, Sun Kai spoke up first. Feng Xiao, help this young lady with her wound. Seeing the look Sun Kai gave him, Feng Xiao knew he shouldn't complicate matters. So he pretended to take out a napkin to wipe the girl's wound, while Sun Kai lightly asked, "What do you want from me?" "Sun Kai, take out your hero card." Sun Kai was a bit surprised. This woman actually had her eyes set on his hero card? "The hero card is bound to me personally, others cannot use it." "Don't talk nonsense, just take it out." "I'll give you 3 seconds, if you don't take it out, I'll kill you." "You take it yourself, the hero card is in my pocket." From the outside, it seemed Feng Xiao was wiping the girl's wound, while the girl leaned against Sun Kai, and there were no problems at all. But as combat elites of the support team, they sensed that something was off. "Number 1, is there any problem over there?" "No problem with the target, but that woman seems to have her hand inside Mr. Sun's clothing." "That's bad, that woman is a problem." As soon as the words fell, they heard a gunshot. Everyone's hearts exploded. If something happened to Mr. Sun in front of them, how would they face the citizens of Xia country? But when they looked over, they found that Sun Kai was completely fine. However, that woman had a hole in her abdomen, and blood was quickly flowing out, staining her clothes red. Sun Kai looked at the gun in his hand and shrugged. "I told you, the hero card is bound, you insisted on taking it." At the moment the girl reached for the hero card, Sun Kai used the hero card directly. As it was his card, he didn't need to hold it in his hand, he just needed it nearby and could use it with a thought. After using the hero card, Sun Kai's strength far exceeded the girl's imagination. In the instant she was stunned, Sun Kai snatched away her gun and shot her dead. As for obtaining information from her mouth, that was not what Sun Kai needed to worry about. The surrounding combat personnel reacted quickly, immediately driving the crowd away and isolating the area. "Mr. Sun, I'm really sorry, it was our mistake." A combat personnel came to Sun Kai's front and directly lowered his head. "This is not your fault, we all covered our faces, so how could she know my identity? There should be a problem internally." After such a big incident, Sun Kai had lost the desire to continue playing and took Feng Xiao directly back. Xia Changqing's face turned pale after learning about this matter. He also realized one thing: there is a problem inside. Otherwise, why would someone know about Sun Kai's covert actions so quickly? Feng Xiao couldn't figure out why someone would target them. Aren't they the fate bearers of the nation? They are the ones who fight for the country. Brother Sun, why would anyone want to deal with us? Feng Xiao had a hint of confusion on his face, sitting in front of Sun Kai. Sun Kai knew that Feng Xiao was a freshly graduated university student, who had not yet faced the harshness of society and was unaware of many things. Either that woman is a spy from another country, or she has been manipulated by certain people. "Feng Xiao, this world has never been black and white, even within Xia country, not everyone wishes for us to survive, do you understand?" Feng Xiao became even more confused. "I don't understand." "We won, isn't that good for Xia country?" "Some things can't be explained too clearly, just know one thing: if you want to survive, you must clear the levels. Anyone who stops you from clearing is an enemy." Sun Kai knew that this could hit Feng Xiao hard, but it was something he had to go through to grow. For the past few days, the two had not left headquarters. On the side of Xia Changqing, after a series of investigations, they finally found the problem. The culprit was a mid-level officer here at headquarters, a spy sent from another country, who immediately spread the news once he learned that Sun Kai planned to go out. Their plan was simple: the primary goal was to obtain the hero card possessed by Sun Kai, and second, to kill Sun Kai and Feng Xiao. Unfortunately, this assassin woman never expected that Sun Kai would react so quickly. Failing to kill only led to her own demise. Other countries had experienced strange talk worlds, but only Xia country had not. How could those countries be willing to accept that? They were eager for Xia country to taste the fear of being controlled by the strange talk world. Finally, the third strange talk world ended, except for Xia country. Several small countries' fate bearers actually cleared the sea level. Their method was simple: they tightly clung to the legs of the children and did nothing else, obediently acting as teachers. In the end, they successfully cleared the level, saving their countries from a drop into the strange talk world. This time, the strange talk world would bring about some women villages in various places, where some lucky ones might unknowingly walk into these villages. Whether they could survive depended on their luck. 2 more days passed, and this special strange talk world was finally about to arrive. The fourth rule Strange Talk World is about to open. Fate Bearer Sun Kai, as the previous rule Strange Talk World SS rated clear, you have the power to know some information in advance. Fourth rule Strange Talk Warfare. In an ordinary city, there exist some unknown things. Are they saints who save lost lambs, or devils that lead you to hell? Rules. 1. Every strange talk must have a weakness. Without a weakness, it cannot exist. 2. Fate bearers cannot directly attack other fate bearers, but strange talks can. Note, as an SS rated clearer, you may actively inquire about one piece of information but cannot directly inquire about the rules. After seeing this information, Sun Kai scratched his head. This time, the Strange Talk World seemed a bit strange. Strange Talk Warfare? What does this mean? He shared the information he obtained with the people in front of him, and the support team immediately began analyzing it. Soon, the results were out. As they had previously thought, this Strange Talk World indeed involved fate bearers from different countries. And the rules clearly stated that fate bearers could not directly attack each other, but strange talks could. Does this mean they could use strange talks to deal with other fate bearers? Chapter 1017 Person Level. The rule also stated that direct attacks were not allowed. What about indirect ones? This is a way to victory. Moreover, the first rule clearly stated that strange talks have weaknesses. But what exactly is the weakness? They need their observation. Mr. Sun, this time the danger level of the Strange Talk World should be very high, conservatively estimated to be above 5 people's level, so we must be careful this time. There have only been 3 clearance records in history, showing that this special Strange Talk World is very dangerous. He hopes that Sun Kai can clear it, even if it's the lowest level of clearance. I know, is this time's inquiry still about the clearing method? Sun Kai asked the elites. But this time, they refused. No, since this Strange Talk World is different, with many national luck bearers participating, we strongly suggest Mr. Sun change the question. What question? How to become the strongest in this Strange Talk World the fastest? Sun Kai immediately inquired, and the result was met with such a response. Insufficient permissions. Insufficient permissions? Does this not mean that the SS level clearance evaluation is not the highest? The elite immediately analyzed a lot from this sentence. In that case, let's change the approach. How can I quickly become stronger in this Strange Talk World? This time, there was a response. Create strange talks, control strange talks, can quickly become stronger. This result stunned everyone present. The elites did not expect such an answer. They had considered the possibility of controlling strange talks, but they had never thought about creating strange talks. It seems we need to reassess the Strange Talk World. Strange talks can actually be created. Xia Changqing's tone was deep. He realized that ever since Sun Kai became a national luck bearer, he always brought them new data. These materials had never appeared before. Create strange talks? How does one create that? Sun Kai was puzzled. Yeah, strange talks are so terrifying. Can they really be created by humans? Feng Xiao also expressed his confusion. After the elite's analysis, they felt that even if it was to create strange talks, it probably required some specific thing. If anyone could create strange talks, then what would be the point of fighting? At the same time, the elites told Sun Kai why there was no need to inquire about the clearance method. Because in this special Strange Talk World, the clearance method often has only one. That is, only when all the national luck bearers from other countries are dead, will it naturally be cleared. This was the answer left from the 3 successful experiences. Mr. Sun, Mr. Feng, this time it is very likely there will be several more national luck bearers. If something really happens, we will always stand by your side. Xia Changqing knew very well that although their support team was a special department helping national luck bearers, they would first care more about those who have already successfully cleared. Sun Kai and Feng Xiao were their primary targets. As for those accidentally involved national luck bearers, unless they could clear once alive and their character was trustworthy, they would receive continued help. Not everyone qualified for their assistance. Sun Kai nodded. With Xia Changqing's words, he didn't have to be too entangled even if he encountered some odd national luck bearers. As the countdown ended, the 2 figures disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. When Sun Kai opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a park, with 6 figures beside him. Is this a 7-person difficulty level? This really is a big card coming up all at once. Sun Kai felt somewhat helpless. He had long known that the more participants there are, the greater the danger of the Strange Talk World. A 7-person difficulty was very rare in the past. Such a level of difficulty, total annihilation was common. Feng Xiao didn't need to say much. Among the other 5, there were 3 men and 2 women. One was wearing a suit and glasses. A seemingly sharp man. A man holding a cigarette, with a non-mainstream hairstyle, looking a bit carefree. A man with a bald spot and a big beer belly, looking like a middle-aged company leader. Among the 3 men, only the one in a suit is calm, the other 2 are momentarily stunned and appear a bit flustered. As for the other 2 women, they are both young and quite attractive. This surprised Sun Kai. Could it be that the world of strange tales only chooses beautiful women? Earlier, Lu Yun, while she was a film queen, definitely had higher looks than the two women in front of him. One of the two women is wearing a white dress and holding a paintbrush, looking like she came out to paint. And the other one, dressed in a smart office lady outfit, has long beautiful legs that attract countless gazes. Everyone, I am Sun Kai, welcome to the world of strange tales. Sun Kai smiled and spoke up proactively. You are the great hero Sun Kai? So this is, the world of strange tales? The woman in the dress had a face that looked like she was about to cry. She never expected to be so unlucky to be chosen as a national fortune bearer. Anyone who has seen the videos knows how dangerous it is to be a national fortune bearer. Even the great hero Sun Kai survived only after going through various dangers. What about her? Perhaps she wouldn't survive the first day. Since I've been chosen as a national fortune bearer, there's no way out. Hello everyone, I'm Xia Lan, a department manager at a cosmetics company. The woman dressed as a sexy office lady introduced herself confidently. Sun Kai nodded slightly. This woman was able to calm down quickly in such a situation. She might just become his helper. I'm Chu Xiao, a lawyer. This was the man in the suit. Wang Bao, a thug, said the carefree man. I am Zhao Dakuan, a workshop director at a factory. I don't want to die, my wife is still waiting for me at home. Zhao Dakuan had a sorrowful face, looking like he would collapse at any moment. Lastly, the woman in the dress could only accept her fate. I'm Hu Yi, a student from the Fine Arts Department of the National Fine Arts Academy. Feng Xiao also introduced himself, and now they had a basic understanding of each other. This time, the rules of the strange tale are different from before. On one hand, we need to be alert to the strange tales that might appear at any time. On the other hand, we must be wary of national fortune bearers from other countries. As soon as Sun Kai finished speaking, he heard Hu Yi's shocked voice. What? There are national fortune bearers from other countries? Why didn't we know before? Chapter 102, Hugging the Big Leg. Ordinary people did not know about these things. It was only after Sun Kai explained simply that they found out. It turned out this strange tale world was quite special this time. Moreover, the appearance of national fortune bearers from other countries also represented one thing. There was competition among them. Mr. Sun, what do you think we should do? Chu Xiao pushed his glasses and calmly asked Sun Kai. He could see that everyone must rely on Sun Kai. After all, he was the only one who had cleared the strange tale world 3 times. With such qualifications, no one could compare to him. Sun Kai looked at him with admiration, not expecting that 2 potential helpers would appear among the national fortune bearers this time. This was fantastic for him. First, we need to understand our identity here. Judging by the surroundings, we should be in some city, so our identity is crucial. The group immediately checked their bodies, and soon they discovered that each person had a small card on them. The contents were not the same. Sun Kai is a high school teacher, Feng Xiao is a courier. Chu Xiao is not a lawyer here, but has become a salesperson. Wang Bao is a network administrator, and Zhao Dakuan is an ordinary employee of a small company. Hu Yi is an inconspicuous painter, while Xia Lan is a waitress in a hotel. In simple terms, each person's identity is very ordinary, and there is no one special. At the same time, Sun Kai also noticed one thing: their residences are not together. We have already known our identities, so next, we need to hide our identities while. Before Sun Kai could finish his words, the voice of Xia Changqing appeared in all their minds. Just confirmed one thing: this time there are a total of 7 countries entering your Bizarre Talk world, including ourselves. At the same time, our country's people cannot see the live broadcasts from the other 6 countries, nor can we get any information about them in any way. The unrelated countries' live broadcasts have no impact. But it is limited to viewing, we cannot send any bullet comments. Only our summer country's live room can send bullet comments. Xia Changqing's message came very timely. Actually, he was curious before: if someone saw their live room and then went back to tell their country's luck bearer, wouldn't that be cheating from outside? He didn't expect that the Bizarre Talk world had already considered this, and actually restricted it so strictly. This way, they no longer had to worry. The only thing that could help the luck bearers were these 3 reminders. Xia Changqing could decisively use one, which showed his decisiveness, but it was this decisiveness that made Sun Kai instantly aware of the current situation. You heard the voice just now: there are a total of 7 countries entering the Bizarre Talk world this time. This means we will face 6 countries, a total of 42 enemies. But remember, this time we cannot directly attack any enemies, and the enemies do not know this, which is our advantage. Hearing this, Xia Lan suddenly realized something: did Mr. Sun know some rules in advance? Sun Kai nodded. That's right, I was worried that once these rules were said, they would be known by people from other countries, but now it is not necessary. Sun Kai told them all the rules he had obtained. But the information he got through SS-level clearance privileges was not mentioned. After all, this thing seemed a bit unreliable. So, we have gained an advantage by knowing the rules in advance. If we encounter luck bearers from other countries, we can completely provoke them and make them attack us. Xu Zhao's glasses reflected slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Not only that, the bizarre stories in this world have weaknesses. We can completely find the weaknesses of the bizarre stories and use them to deal with other luck bearers. Xiaolan looked at Xu Xiao, their gazes collided for a moment, and both smiled. But isn't it dangerous to come in contact with bizarre stories? Hui was a bit scared. As a girl, she already felt fear towards ghosts and related things. Now, having to actively come into contact with these things made her tremble at the thought. After we come in here, everywhere is dangerous, beautiful lady. If you are afraid, I can protect you. Wang Bao's gaze scanned Hui up and down. The expression in his eyes made Hui feel very uncomfortable. No, thank you. Zhao Dakuan's level of fear was about the same as Hui's. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is already middle-aged. His courage was not big at all. Mr. Sun, can I act with you? I promise to do whatever you say. As expected of someone who had crawled and struggled in society, he spoke these words of clinging to someone's thigh. Not even the slightest embarrassment. This kind of thing is usually something young people cannot do. Sun Kai originally planned to act with Feng Xiao. After all, they had already established a cooperation basis in the last Strange Tale world, and they were relatively familiar with each other. However, with Zhao Dakuan like this, if he really didn't care, Sun Kai felt he might not survive even a day. This time it is a war among national fortune bearers. Everyone is a part of the strength, so Sun Kai naturally will not easily give up. Okay, but you need to handle some things regarding your original identity. The Strange Tale world will not assign us identities for no reason. Of course, I will go resign from the company right away. There are 7 people here, and it's impossible to form pairs, so one group must have one more person. Clearly, Sun Kai, Feng Xiao, and Zhao Dakuan became one group. Xu Xiao and Wang Bao formed one group, while Hui and Xiaolan formed another group. As for why they didn't stay together as 7, on one hand, the target is too big. No matter where 7 people go, they are together, and as long as the opposing national fortune bearers are not fools, they can tell at a glance. On the other hand, too many people, once encountering strange tales, can easily lead to a total wipeout. In terms of both emotions and logic, they must be divided into groups. You 2 groups, after separating later, think of a way to live together first. It's best not to go out at night, and let's also exchange each other's phone numbers. As city people, the Strange Tale world naturally equipped them with mobile phones, otherwise, contacting each other would be quite troublesome. They agreed that if any of them discovered other countries' national fortune bearers or information about strange tales, they would notify each other immediately. Then, the 3 groups dispersed respectively. Sun Kai's group first went to Zhao Dakuan's company. Chapter 103, Resignation. According to the information on the card, Zhao Dakuan's company is a small one that deals in daily necessities. They took a taxi, which took nearly an hour, and finally arrived at the entrance of this small company located in the suburbs. Is this really where you work? Looking at the desolate and rundown company in front of him, Sun Kai wore a face full of doubt. According to the card, this is indeed my workplace, but why is it so shabby? Zhao Dakuan also looked at the address of the small company with a puzzled expression. The small company that appeared before them was a dilapidated old building from decades ago, with yellow stains on the walls, surrounded by all kinds of garbage, and a smell could be detected from a distance. Occasionally, people passed by, but their gazes at the 3 were as if they were looking at 3 fools. Let's go in and take a look. Sun Kai observed and didn't find anything wrong, with no prompts appearing, so it should be safe. The glass door was not locked, and Sun Kai easily pushed it open. Once inside, a musty smell hit them. Even Sun Kai, whose physique had been enhanced, couldn't help but cough a few times. What is this smell? Moldy. Damn, how long has it not been cleaned? Feng Xiao also smelled it as he came in and immediately couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Dakuan wanted to say something too, but before he could open his mouth, a somewhat eerie voice came from the corner. The company has no money, can't afford cleaners, is there a problem? Feng Xiao was startled by this remark. Where did the voice come from? Sun Kai looked over and saw an old man in a security uniform sitting in a dark corner. Due to the dim light there, they hadn't noticed him when they entered. The old man looked to be at least 70 years old, frail, with cloudy eyes, sitting there looking weak. He turned his eyes and saw Zhao Dakuan, instantly showing an unsettling smile. Dakuan, why are you at the company today? Weren't you on leave? Zhao Dakuan didn't know how to answer. After all, he didn't know the person at all. Just chat a bit. You are the workshop director, I don't need to teach you this, right? Sun Kai leaned closer and whispered. Zhao Dakuan then remembered, in reality, he was indeed the workshop director, he could be considered a leader. Ahem, I left something up there, I'll grab it and leave. Oh, I see, then you can go up. The security guard waved his hand, looking lazy to talk more with him. But just as they were about to go up, the security guard spoke again. You 2 cannot go up, you are not company people, only Dakuan can go. Zhao Dakuan was taken aback. There was such a rule? However, he had indeed heard that some companies had very strict rules, and outsiders could not enter. Mr. Sun? Zhao Dakuan looked over, he had lost his idea. Brother Sun, this is just the first day, it should be fine, it's just resigning. Feng Xiao said boldly. Sun Kai thought for a moment and said, you go up to resign first, if you really encounter danger, just shout or make noise, we will rush up immediately. With Sun Kai's guarantee, Zhao Dakuan instantly gained a bit of courage, he walked up the stairs alone. Once Zhao Dakuan went up, Sun Kai and Feng Xiao waited in the lobby. It was really too old here, everywhere one could see peeling walls, plus an old security guard, it all revealed a rotten smell. Brother Sun, I tell you this company is definitely going to close, otherwise, who would open a company here? Feng Xiao casually turned around and said with disdain. But his words instantly awakened Sun Kai, he finally realized what was wrong. This place really didn't look like a place to open a company, and those pedestrians' gazes from earlier. There was a problem here. Feng Xiao, we are going up. Sun Kai made a quick decision, directly pulling Feng Xiao and preparing to go up the stairs. But at that moment, a cold voice came. I just said, you are not company people, you cannot go up. Unknowingly, the old security guard had come in front of them, looking at them with a blank expression. Get out of the way. Sun Kai shouted loudly, but the old security guard remained unmoved. Sun Kai frowned, he couldn't judge if the old man in front of him was human. After all, ghosts and humans are not judged by appearance. However, he had a way to judge. Feng Xiao, use urine on him. Feng Xiao froze for a moment, then reacted. Brother Sun suspected that the old man in front was not human, so now his child urine had a use. Ha, old man, let you experience my power. Feng Xiao skillfully unbuckled his pants, took them off, and the time spent was less than 3 seconds, so skilled it was heartbreaking. At that moment, a yellow stream shot directly at the old security guard, landing on him. Then. There was no then. The old security guard's figure showed no change, only his face grew darker. You little brat, are you looking for death? Feng Xiao immediately felt something was wrong, the child urine that had always worked, actually failed? No, was this person in front not a ghost, but a human? Sun Kai also noticed that the old security guard was indeed not a ghost. Could it be he had guessed wrong? Just as Sun Kai was thinking this, a miserable scream came from upstairs from Zhao Dakuan. Now, the two no longer cared about the old security guard's obstruction and rushed upstairs directly. Zhao Dakuan arrived alone upstairs, it was very quiet, not a single person was there. The small card only wrote that his workplace was here, but he didn't know where his workstation was. Fortunately, he knew that there were usually some names or related items on the workstations inside the company. He searched a little and finally found his own position. I didn't expect that in this strange talk world, I still have such a familiar workstation. Zhao Dakuan couldn't help but laugh as he saw the workstation in front of him. Because this workstation was exactly the same as the one he had when he worked in his youth. But he didn't have time to reminisce, he was there to resign and had to find his leader. He looked around and quickly found the leader's office. He walked over and knocked on the door. However, there was no response from inside. Could it be that the leader is not here? If he's not here, how can I resign? Zhao Dakuan felt a bit of a headache, and just then, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. But when he looked over, there was nothing there. Just when he thought he was seeing things, he turned around, and his eyes happened to meet two eyeballs. Ah! Chapter 104, Is He a Strange Tale? Sun Kai and the others moved quickly, rushing up to the second floor. But when they got up there, they surprisingly did not see Zhao Dakuan's figure. It was completely silent, as if no one had ever been there. Zhao Dakuan is in trouble, we need to be careful. Sun Kai said quietly, and Feng Xiao nodded repeatedly. He knew very well that since this was a strange talk world, it was filled with strange tales. If he guessed correctly, Zhao Dakuan must have encountered some kind of strange tale. I hope he's still alive. If a country's luck loser disappears on the first day of Shagwa, that would be troublesome. Sun Kai thought as he moved forward quietly. They remembered that Zhao Dakuan had come to resign, so he must need to find his leader. There was only one room with a closed door, and it was very likely that Zhao Dakuan had gone in there. Feng Xiao, get ready. Feng Xiao nodded heavily, his pants were not even fastened, ready to attack at any moment. Sun Kai rushed over and kicked the door, with Feng Xiao following closely behind and starting to pee without any hesitation. Take this. Yellow dragon emerges. Feng Xiao shouted loudly, he was used to it by now, knowing that the live stream would censor him. However, when they entered, there wasn't a single person inside, and Feng Xiao's pee was wasted. Not good. Feng Xiao's expression changed, quickly stopping, he had already wasted quite a bit on the old security guard just now. Now wasting a bit more, and his supply was running low. If a ghost really appeared, he would have no way to deal with it. Sun Kai looked around confusedly. Was Zhao Dakuan really not here? Where on earth had he gone? At that moment, Sun Kai caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye, but when he looked over, there was nothing there. Then, Feng Xiao's somewhat trembling voice came. Brother Sun, this scene is just like when I went out to pee at night in the last world. Back then, he too had caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye, but looking over, there was nothing. He really didn't want to relive such an experience. Sun Kai said nothing. When encountering a ghost, one had to remain calm, or it would only end badly. This time, the hint did not appear, which meant that the hints thought he could handle such a character. It seems like it's a minor character, so it should be simple. Sun Kai began to think, analyzing every scene since they came in. In the end, he locked onto the target, the old security guard. Within the entire company, only the old security guard was someone they had truly seen. Wait, perhaps the other party was not human. He recalled the first rule: every strange tale has a weakness, and there is no strange tale without a weakness. What does this mean? It means that only by knowing the weakness of the strange tale can one deal with it. The weakness of this strange tale. It is definitely not the urine of a child, so Feng Xiao's child urine is useless. One could even say, in this world of strange tales, Feng Xiao's child urine may have no use at all. So what is special about the old security guard? He recalled that just as they were about to come up, the old security guard unexpectedly blocked them. This strength does not seem like something an old person should have. Especially when their attention was not on the old security guard, such a thing happened. So the key is vision? Sun Kai had a general idea in his heart, but showed no change on the surface. Feng Xiao, wait a moment, I'll turn around first, we'll walk back to back, it's safer that way. Okay, brother Sunday. Sun Kai slowly turned his body, and halfway through, he saw two eyeballs staring intently at him. The eyeballs were blood red, floating in midair. If he had not been psychologically prepared, he might have really been scared by this thing. Sun Kai stared at the two eyeballs, making no move, while Feng Xiao, with his back to the eyeballs, was unaware of Sun Kai's situation. If I'm not mistaken, the shot from Zhao Dakuan just now must have been because he saw these eyeballs. But why did he disappear? That's still unclear. However, a person in panic would definitely have the biggest reaction, which is to escape. Once Zhao Dakuan runs away, his focus will definitely not be on the eyeballs. Sun Kai prepared to conduct a test, quickly shifting his gaze away and then gathering it back again. He noticed something: the distance of the eyeballs to him became closer. Just a slight shift of gaze resulted in such a change. If the gaze is diverted for just a few seconds, those two eyeballs would probably stick to his eyes. Just as he guessed, vision is very important. One must not take their eyes off, otherwise something bad will happen. At this moment, he couldn't even be sure if Zhao Dakuan was still alive. At least he had to find the weakness of this strange tale. He recalled that he only saw these two eyeballs after turning around. This means that turning around was also a necessary step. Feng Xiao, no matter what happens, don't turn around, just walk back to back with me. Though Feng Xiao didn't understand, he was willing to follow Sun Kai's words. Sun Kai tried to move a bit forward, and the eyeballs also moved, always keeping the same distance from him. Fortunately, these eyeballs aren't some powerful strange tale. It seems this world of strange tales has varying strengths. Sun Kai thus walked forward, while Feng Xiao closely followed his back, moving backward. The two continued in this strange posture until they reached the first floor. As soon as Sun Kai's foot landed on the first floor, he found the eyeballs had vanished. Sun Kai let out a sigh of relief and gazed at the old security guard sitting in the corner. Feng Xiao, it's okay now. Feng Xiao immediately turned around, puzzled, and asked, Brother Sun, what happened just now? He didn't notice anything, he just heard Brother Sun tell him to walk backward. If it weren't for his complete trust in Sun Kai, he might have shouted out. Oh, we just encountered a strange tale. So that's it, huh? What is this, a strange tale? Feng Xiao was shocked. He hadn't seen anything, yet Brother Sun had encountered a strange tale first? This means Brother Sun was protecting him just now? Feng Xiao was deeply moved. No matter when, Brother Sun had always been helping him. Don't rush, the strange tale hasn't left yet. Sun Kai walked towards the old security guard, looking at him. How long do you plan to hide? The old security guard suddenly laughed. When have I ever hidden? It's just that you two were blind, not even seeing me, this strange tale, standing here. Feng Xiao immediately let out a shocked shout. What the hell, he's a monster talk? I clearly soaked him with my urine. Chapter 105, Monster Talk, the Old Lick Dog. Feng Xiao could not believe that the old security guard in front of him was a monster talk. In Feng Xiao's mind, his own boy's urine was universal, able to deal with any monster talk. Unfortunately, this world is not quite the same, each monster talk has its own weakness. Hearing Feng Xiao's words, the old security guard's face darkened. WDNMD, you damn dog, you just sprayed me all over. Do you know how much my clothes cost? Can you afford to compensate me? Feng Xiao was initially a bit embarrassed, but knowing the other party was a monster talk, he felt no shame at all. You've turned into a monster talk, yet you still care about clothes? Do monster talks have no basic rights? Can't monster talks talk about human rights? Seeing the two about to argue, Sun Kai directly interrupted them. Give us back Zhao Dakuan, and we can leave here right now. The old security guard suddenly let out a creepy voice, TSK Tisk, he's already been eaten by me, who told him to be so fat, so juicy, simply delicious. Sun Kai's face darkened, although he had found a way to deal with the current monster talk, he still hadn't found its weakness. And what weakness could an old security guard have? Suddenly, he saw an arrow, pointing directly at the pocket on the old security guard's chest. So simple and direct, without even a punctuation mark, the hints are getting lazier and lazier. Sun Kai internally complained but still exploded instantly, directly pulling out a photo from the old security guard's chest pocket. Give it back to me. The old security guard's face changed drastically, wanting to grab the photo back. But apart from his abilities as a monster talk, he was just an ordinary old man and could not snatch the photo from Sun Kai's hands. Looking at the photo, Sun Kai saw a very sexy beautiful woman, looking to be around 20 years old. However, this angle wasn't from the front, it was very likely a candid shot. Is this your ex-girlfriend? Since he had become a monster talk, it meant the old security guard had long been dead, so Sun Kai's question was fine. But the old security guard didn't want to say a word, directly turning his head 180 degrees, refusing to acknowledge him. Feng Xiao's mouth twitched, this old guy is truly a monster talk, can an ordinary person turn their head 180 degrees? Sun Kai looked at the back of the photo, and there were some writings on it. Monster talk, the old lick dog. When the old security guard was young, he fell in love with a beautiful woman from a company. His favorite thing to do every day was to greet her when they met. That way, he felt he was close to her. But one day, when he saw the woman he liked nestled in the arms of an old man, he collapsed. After that, he had to see this hellish scene every day, his heart aching every time. Until one day, he saw his goddess walking out of the company, lost and dejected, he felt his chance had come. So he took the initiative to attack, successfully winning over the goddess, marrying her, and having a child. At that time, he felt he had reached the peak of his life. But good times didn't last long, he discovered his goddess was cheating on him, and not just with one or two, but a whole lot. He was going crazy, but whenever his goddess cried, he would agree to anything. Until one day, the goddess went out to have fun with an old man, had a car accident, and needed a blood transfusion. As a result, upon investigation, he discovered that the child he had was actually not his biological child. He collapsed again, but in the face of the goddess's tears, he once again accepted it. Thus, many years passed, the goddess grew old and unattractive, and no one wanted her. The child also grew up, but for some reason. The story of the goddess was spread. His child was bullied at school, and eventually, his child jumped off a building and committed suicide. He was heartbroken, but the goddess seemed indifferent. Not only that, the goddess actually found the wealthy old man she had first relied on, and the old man's taste seemed to have changed. The two of them were like dry wood meeting a fire, they got back together. This time, the security guard could not tolerate it anymore, he disguised himself as the old man's company's security guard. With one fire, he burned the whole company down. Before burning them to death, he conveniently dug out the goddess's eyes and stuffed them into his own eye sockets. This way, we can be together forever. After reading this information, Sun Kai could not help but sigh. Behind every horror story is a tragedy. So, fire is his weakness? Since they both died in the flames, their weakness is definitely fire. Only, they did not carry any lighters or matches. Sun Kai looked around and soon spotted a lighter not far away. He walked over and picked it up, then clicked it open. Seeing the flame on the lighter, the old security guard instinctively took a step back. Master, if you don't want to suffer, let Zhao Dakuan go, I know he is still alive. In fact, Sun Kai did not know if Zhao Dakuan was alive, he was just trying to bluff the other party. You, keep that thing away from me, and I will let him go. Sun Kai stood still, not moving, the old security guard's eyes widened, his eyeballs nearly popping out. This startled Feng Xiao, indeed, the scene was quite frightening. The next second, a figure flew out from one of the eyeballs, landing on the ground. There are ghosts, there are ghosts. Don't come over. Zhao Dakuan was lying on the ground, hugging his head, shaking and trembling. Hey, it's okay now, hurry and get up. Feng Xiao walked over and shouted. Hearing Feng Xiao's voice, Zhao Dakuan looked up and immediately saw the two. He was so happy that tears and snot all came out. Mr. Sun, Mr. Feng, you came to save me? If it weren't for Brother Sun, you would have already died at the hands of the monster story, come on, hurry up. Feng Xiao pulled Zhao Dakuan up and brought him to Sun Kai's side. Zhao Dakuan kept thanking them, just now, he really thought he was going to die. With just a turn, he saw two eyeballs. Then everything went dark, and he found himself in a pitch-black place, unable to get out at all. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he came out. Look, I have released him, can you put that thing out now? The old security guard showed a big smile, but he was so ugly that the smile almost made Sun Kai throw the lighter away. Master, I have an idea. Sun Kai's mouth curved up. You have become a horror story, so have you thought about the possibility that your goddess could also become a horror story? The old security guard's expression changed. It seemed he had indeed considered this possibility. What are you trying to say? The old security guard's face darkened. I mean, why don't we cooperate? I will help you keep an eye on your goddess's news, and if I can find her, I will contact you immediately. Similarly, if I need your help, you must help me. How about it? The old security guard thought for a moment. Even though he was very angry with the goddess, he loved his goddess even more. Otherwise, why would his horror story name be Old Lick Dog? A lick dog cannot get a house. If he was an old lick dog, would he do something as extreme as putting the goddess's eyes into his own eye sockets even after dying? That's just downright perverted. I can agree to your terms, but you cannot point that thing at me in the future. Sun Kai immediately put down the lighter and smiled slightly. Deal. As the three of them walked out of the small company, Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan's faces still carried a hint of confusion. How did a simple outing result in a strange tale? All I can say is, Brother Sun, Mr. Sun, is amazing. Feng Xiao, Zhao Dakuan, the old security guard we just met is our only weapon right now. It is used against the fate bearers of other countries. If fate bearers from other countries appear, we can find a way to attract them here. The strange tales seem unable to move freely, and that is their weakness. But remember this, strange tales have no credibility, so from now on, you must carry a lighter. Their weakness is fire. After coming out, Sun Kai gave the two a reminder. Zhao Dakuan nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for Sun Kai, he would have been doomed. After this experience, he fully understood that Sun Kai becoming a great hero of Xia country was not an easy feat. He was determined to hold on to this strong ally. Before leaving, Sun Kai looked back. The old security guard stood at the company entrance, smiling at him. But that smile looked very eerie. Sun Kai also smiled back, took out his lighter, and waved at him. The old security guard's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and walked inside. Sun Kai didn't care. He led them to another place. This place was naturally the express delivery station where Feng Xiao worked. Feng Xiao worked here as a delivery person. He also needed to resign, otherwise, leaving suddenly might cause some hidden troubles. As for Zhao Dakuan, there was nothing they could do. They had already asked, but the boss of Zhao Dakuan's company had run away with the money. That place had also become the old security guard's territory. This meant Zhao Dakuan didn't need to resign at all. As soon as Feng Xiao walked in, he heard an impatient voice. Feng Xiao, where have you been? Didn't you say you were going to the restroom? Why are you back so late? Did you fall into the toilet? Feng Xiao frowned. Who was this person, coming in and yelling at him? Were they that familiar? Feng Xiao wasn't foolish. He knew his identity as a delivery person, and according to the original setup, he should know the other party. Oh, I had an upset stomach. Feng Xiao casually made up an excuse. He was quite quick-witted now. How could you have an upset stomach for hours? How can you still stand? Forget it, since you're back, hurry up and take these things out for delivery. The other party didn't care about how Feng Xiao was doing, they just wanted him to work. But Feng Xiao was here to resign, so he naturally couldn't work. I came here to resign, you can find someone else for these things. What did you say? The other party let out a harsh sound. It was rare to see a big man make such a sharp voice. Suddenly, the other party rushed to Feng Xiao, and without warning, slapped him hard across the face. However, Feng Xiao had received rewards from the strange tale world. His physical fitness was already much stronger than ordinary people, and he stepped back to dodge the blow. The other party swung around, almost pulling a muscle in their back. Good. So you have skills now, huh? Who told you to dodge? Stand still and let me slap you to death. Feng Xiao couldn't let him slap him. Instead, he reacted and slapped back. Smack. The sound was crisp and extremely loud, instantly stunning everyone at the delivery station. The man covered his face, looking disbelieving, his face turning red in anger, like a lion. Unfilial son, unfilial son. When those words were spoken, several people, including Feng Xiao, were stunned. What the heck, this man is Feng Xiao's father in this world. How is that fair? At that moment, a middle-aged woman stepped forward and said, Feng Xiao, I know he's not your real dad, but you can't hit him. Hurry up and apologize. Feng Xiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief, so it turns out he was a stepdad. That would be fine. You see, his dad is living well in reality, and if there were to be another dad, he feels he might not be able to handle it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if I get hit by a car when I go out or choke to death while eating, I will never apologize. Feng Xiao held his head high, with an expression of defiance on his face. Hurry up and help me with the resignation procedures, and give me my wages. Let's clear things up now. Okay. Okay. Feng Xiao's stepdad trembled with anger, directly having someone help him handle the procedures, settling his wages, about 1,000 yuan. Take this money and get lost. Feng Xiao couldn't be bothered with him and simply walked away. Sun Kai remained silent, quietly observing these people. On the surface, he didn't notice anything strange about them, they were just a group of ordinary people. Even in a strange tale, it can't be everywhere. Sun Kai smiled and led the two away from there. However, he didn't notice that behind them, a group of people was watching them with peculiar looks. The strangest thing was that, despite so many people passing by here, not a single one went inside to pick up a package, as if there was nothing here at all. Among the three, only Sun Kai had the best job. A high school teacher, with a stable position. In reality, many would be overjoyed to have that. Unfortunately, this is the world of strange tales, and Sun Kai did not care about his identity as a high school teacher. On his small card, there was the address of his residence, otherwise, they would probably have to stay in a hotel tonight. The three arrived at the place where Sun Kai lived. It was a block of single apartments. Sun Kai used the key he had to open the door, and inside was surprisingly a well-decorated studio apartment. From now on, we will live together for this period. Brother Sun, you sleep on the bed, and Zhao Dakuan and I will take the floor. At this moment, naturally, no one had the intention to compete with Sun Kai for the bed. But just as they were about to enter, a cheerful voice came from not far away. Is it Teacher Sun? What a coincidence, I am Qianduoduo's dad. I would like to invite Teacher Sun to my home as a guest. I wonder if you have time now. Chapter 107, Who is the Imposter? Sun Kai turned around and saw a man with a flattering smile eagerly facing him. Although Sun Kai did not know this person, the fact that the other party mentioned Teacher Sun likely meant he was the father of one of his students. So it's Qianduoduo's dad. I'm sorry, but I have two friends here with me, you see. Look at my eye, since Teacher Sun has guests, let's do it next time. Qianduoduo's dad displayed an apologetic smile and left. Once the three walked inside, Sun Kai suddenly shut the door with a grim face. Did any of you see someone there just now? Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan exchanged glances and shook their heads. I suspect that man just now might also be a strange tale. Feng Xiao jumped in surprise. No way, Brother Sun, is there even a strange tale at the place we live? Are there so many strange tales in this city? Yeah, if even our living place isn't safe, should we change locations? Zhao Dakuan asked with some fear. Sun Kai shook his head, signaling the two to sit down. Let's slowly analyze some situations we've encountered since we entered this strange tale world. First of all, the 7 of us entered this world and were automatically assigned different jobs. I am a high school teacher, Feng Xiao is a delivery person, and Zhao Dakuan is an employee at a small company. But the problem is that Zhao Dakuan is the first one to resign, and we encountered a strange tale there. After that, we went to the delivery station, but nothing happened there. It can be said that there's about a 50% probability, which is enough to prove one thing. What's the matter? Zhao Dakuan hastily responded. Sun Kai pulled out a lighter, lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and softly said. Each of our jobs has a high probability of being related to bizarre tales. This conclusion sent chills down the two men's spines. But after thinking carefully, this possibility was not unfounded. The world of bizarre tales couldn't have assigned them jobs for no reason. After all, this seemed a bit superfluous to them. Yet, from Zhao Dakuan's experiences, it was clear that their jobs indeed had problems. Then why didn't I feel anything at the delivery point earlier? Feng Xiao scratched his head, a bit confused. Either your delivery point has no problems, or your courier has a huge problem. Think about it, that old love-struck guy couldn't wait to make a move when he encountered us, indicating that bizarre tales can't completely hide human desires. But we all entered the delivery point, and nothing happened at all, which means this bizarre tale is very greedy. What it wants is not just the 3 of us, but even more people. Upon hearing this from Sun Kai, Feng Xiao felt a chill rush up his back to his head. Damn! Brother Sun, don't scare me. Sun Kai smiled, this is just my guess, but in this situation, I'd rather say the worst possibility. Then it's my turn. I'm a high school teacher, and in any bizarre tale, school-related bizarre tales always occupy a large proportion. Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan couldn't help but nod, even if they were not familiar with bizarre tales, they had all gone through school. And in schools, there will always be some bizarre tales passed down from generation to generation. So I suspect that if I go to school to resign tomorrow, it might be very dangerous. At that time, I'll go in alone, and you two wait outside. Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan, besides being a hindrance, could do nothing else. Sun Kai knew this might be a kind of oppression from the world of bizarre tales. After all, he was the only one who had cleared 3 levels consecutively, this put a lot of pressure on others. Feng Xiao was self-aware, if he followed into such a place, he would only slow them down. Brother Sun, if there's anything I can help with, just tell me. Zhao Dakuan hurriedly followed, me too. I may not know anything, but I'm obedient. Hearing this shameless remark, Feng Xiao was speechless. At least you're a workshop director, could you speak a bit more politely? The general situation is like this. Next, I and Feng Xiao will search this house to see if we can find more rules. Zhao Dakuan, you contact the other two groups now and tell them about the situations we encountered and some guesses. After assigning tasks, Sun Kai led Feng Xiao to start searching the room. They weren't doing this for the first time, they were quite familiar with it. Sure enough, they found a small notebook and saw new rules written inside. Unfortunately, there was only one rule. Rule 3. Among every 7 national fortune bearers, there is one imposter. At the moment they saw this rule, both Sun Kai and Feng Xiao's faces changed drastically. By the way, this is the layout of the apartment, which has 2 floors. The two were standing on the second floor, while Zhao Dakuan downstairs was still on the phone, unaware of their situation. Looking at the rule in hand, Feng Xiao felt cold sweat all over his back. Brother Sun, what do we do now? This rule means that one person among the 7 of them is an imposter? If this gets out, it could cause issues within their group. Feng Xiao was sure that he was fine, and Brother Sun definitely was too. In that case, one of the other 5 people has a problem. The most serious one, below, Zhao Dakuan, might just be the imposter. Once this rule comes out, their so-called information exchange from before can basically no longer be used. Otherwise, many of their messages would be known by the imposter. Who knows how this imposter would deal with them? Sun Kai also fell into deep thought. He did not expect such a rule to appear this time. But could this imposter be the first traveler from the past of a Strange Tales world? If not, then who are these imposters? For now, he was unclear, but he was certain about one thing. Feng Xiao, don't tell anyone about this rule. Sun Kai urged. Of course, Feng Xiao understood the seriousness of this rule and nodded solemnly. Soon after, the two disposed of this rule and descended from the second floor. At this moment, Zhao Dakuan had just finished a phone call. Mr. Sun, I have already told the other 2 groups everything. They didn't rush to resign during the day but gathered some other intelligence instead. Chapter 108 Reliable Teammates. Xu Xiao and Wang Bao's group went directly to the internet cafe where Wang Bao worked, opened 2 machines, and collected information from the internet. After their search, they really found some useful information. The background of this world is almost the same as the real world, with only a few details being different. The city they are in is considered a rising city, with impressive development in various aspects, showing strong momentum. In this city, they did not discover anything related to strange tales, which was quite a pity. However, they unexpectedly found information about a suspected national traveler from a certain country. What, they found another country's traveler so soon? Are those people fools? Feng Xiao widened his eyes, thinking he had heard it wrong. In his view, when a country traveler enters the Strange Tales world, the first reaction should be to hide their identity, because this time, the Strange Tales world is not just one country's traveler. Logically, those countries' support groups should at least inform them about this matter. But in reality, Feng Xiao forgot one thing. Some small countries are too occupied with their own affairs, overwhelmed by the previous 3 Strange Tales worlds. Their national order has collapsed, let alone supporting their own traveler. What they hope for every day is just to see the sun rise again. This leads to some small country travelers really knowing nothing and just coming in like this. There was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner who, after realizing he had become a traveler, ran out madly onto the street. He was filmed by someone and posted online. As for how Xu Xiao and the others knew he was a traveler, it was because this person was a somewhat famous singer. Xu Xiao had happened to heard his song. This person's name was Swede. Everything was so coincidental, knowing the traveler's name also revealed the name of that country. Xia Nation. This country is famous for producing cherries and takes pride in them. In terms of overall national strength, it can rank among the middle among over 100 countries, at least stronger than those small countries. Currently, among the 7 countries, we can confirm one, Xia Nation, which has a singer. We can follow the clues to lock down the locations of others. This job can be given to Xu Xiao and Wang Bao, they indeed have a knack for gathering intelligence. Aside from Xu Xiao's group, Xia Lan's group did not gather any intelligence. But instead, they went directly to the bank for the maximum loan. The 2 of them borrowed almost 2 million in total, and they took the money to a private detective agency. They directly gave half of the money to have them look for some very special people in the city. How special were these people? They would either resign in the next 2 days or do something completely different from their job. Just right, there was a candidate named Swede, so they simply let the agency start with him. With so much money as motivation, the private detective agency couldn't wait to get started. In this day and age, money can make anything happen. After hearing what Zhao Dakuan said, Sun Kai nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Xia Lan is even more outstanding than I imagined. Not everyone can pull off such a move. Feng Xiao was astonished, diving straight into the bank for a loan, using the loan to find a private detective agency. This tactic was brilliant. But what if others do the same? Oh, Xiaolan used the remaining 1 million as a hush money, ensuring they won't leak any information related to them, and if anyone else tries to come for a similar thing, they must notify her first. Feng Xiao slapped his thigh. This trick by Xiaolan was simply genius. This way, she directly sealed off all similar actions by the other party. But what if they seek other private detective agencies? This time, it was Sun Kai who answered. Feng Xiao, you just graduated, you might not be aware, the private detective business is quite tough in Xia country. Most people don't need private detectives, and very few can afford them, but they also look down on hiring private detectives. Their position in Xia country is very awkward. Generally speaking, having one private detective agency in a city is already quite good, they are basically the local power. If there are other detective agencies wanting to expand across borders, it means dire conflict. It's a matter of survival, so even if they look for other cities' private detective agencies, it would be useless. Feng Xiao realized that although he was a graduate from a prestigious university, to Sun Kai and the others, he felt like a fool. In reality, this reflects the nature of society. They have been through many hardships and know that many things can't be figured out just by appearances. But recent graduates still have quite a naive way of thinking, lacking thorough considerations for many matters. Seeing Feng Xiao looking a bit embarrassed, Sun Kai smiled. Feng Xiao, you're not bad, you just lack some experience. I believe that with some time, even in the world of strange tales, you will be able to stand on your own. Really? Feng Xiao was overjoyed. He might not care much about what others said. But this was spoken by his most admired Sun Kai, and he was elated. Of course, I clearly saw how impressive Mr. Feng was in the mountain village teacher. It was remarkable. Zhao Dukuan timely praised Feng Xiao, instantly making him feel delighted. For now, I will go to the school tomorrow, while Feng Xiao and Zhao Dukuan will go to the delivery point and observe from the shadows. It's getting late, let's order takeout, eat, and then sleep. In this day and age, many people are used to ordering takeout, and Sun Kai was no exception. After ordering the takeout, the three waited for it to be delivered. But soon, their doorbell rang, and a voice came from outside. Your takeout has arrived, please open the door. The three exchanged puzzled looks. Had it been 10 minutes from when they ordered to the delivery? Is takeout really this competitive now? 10 minutes for delivery? No way, even our country doesn't have takeout this fast, this must be a problem. Feng Xiao's response this time was quick. Immediately blurted out. Yeah, I've ordered takeout too. It takes more than 10 minutes just to make the food delicious, and adding in delivery time, it's impossible in less than 10 minutes. Zhao Dukuan nodded along. Sun Kai remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door, where a strange line of text was appearing from outside. Chapter 109 Takeout Delivery Guy. The takeout delivered by a ghost story, just ask if you dare to eat. Remember to give a 5-star rating. The corner of Sun Kai's eye twitched, his hint seemed a bit cheeky. How could I dare eat takeout delivered by a ghost story? But what does the content in the parentheses mean? Is it really that as long as I give a 5-star rating, nothing will go wrong? Of course, what Sun Kai really wanted to complain about was, what kind of strange place is this city? These ghost stories appeared one after another, and just the number of ghost stories he encountered today was comparable to the number he experienced in the ghost story world. Brother Sun, why don't we pretend no one is here? Feng Xiao recalled the operation from the last ghost story world, speaking softly. Zhao Dukuan didn't say anything but continuously nodded in agreement with Feng Xiao's suggestion. Sun Kai stroked his chin, the hint was quite clear. As long as he gives the ghost story a 5-star rating, there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, if they want to clear this ghost story world, they must resolve the ghost story. Right in front of them was such a good opportunity. If he let it go, wouldn't that be a waste? Thinking of this, Sun Kai stood up. I'll go open the door. Feng Xiao was taken aback, quickly stopping Sun Kai. Brother Sun, this is not a joke. What if the ghost story is outside? What if it comes in and kills us? Mr. Sun, you can't joke about things like this. Worst case, we can just go to the supermarket and buy some instant noodles. The two disagreed with Sun Kai opening the door. At this moment, Sun Kai knew he needed to speak. My gut tells me I won't be in any trouble this time. Do you trust me? Feng Xiao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had seen Brother Sun's intuition, it was truly remarkable. In the last ghost story world, it was Brother Sun's intuition that saved them multiple times. If he said he didn't believe in Brother Sun's intuition, he would slap himself. Zhao Dukuan saw Feng Xiao's silence and became anxious himself. If the door opened to a killing, he would also be implicated. Mr. Sun, Brother Sun, I just want to go back alive. Can we not do such a risky thing? Zhao Dukuan had always had the mindset of an ordinary person, he hadn't realized. Since being chosen as a national fortune bearer, he could no longer live the ordinary life he once had. Even if he was lucky enough to survive this time and live a few days of ordinary life with his wife and children. Then when the next ghost story world started, he would still have to experience similar things. Must he rely on luck or others to take him each time? Sun Kai was not someone who would help everyone. Feng Xiao and Du Xiaodai had always performed well, which was why Sun Kai was so devoted to helping them. But if Zhao Dakuan always had this mindset, Sun Kai would not be so easy to talk to. Sun Kai said nothing. Feng Xiao spoke first. Old Zhao, Brother Sun's intuition has always been accurate. Since you want to follow Brother Sun, don't forget what you said. Zhao Dakuan opened his mouth wide, frozen in place, his expression very comical. He then remembered that to follow Sun Kai, he had once said he would listen to Sun Kai. But now his behavior was like slapping his own face. Zhao Dakuan lowered his head, saying nothing, while Sun Kai walked behind the door and opened it. Outside stood a takeout delivery guy in red clothes, his face beaming with a warm smile. This is your takeout order, please accept it. Thank you. Sun Kai took the food delivery, and the delivery guy immediately said, Sir, remember to give a 5-star review, okay? Sun Kai smiled and said, No problem, just because of your good service attitude, I will definitely give a 5-star review. I remember there's a tip feature now, let me give you some errand fees later. The delivery guy waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. Just a good review is enough, no need for errand fees. How can that be? You guys run through wind and rain every day, what's a little errand fee? It's settled. Saying this, Sun Kai didn't give the other party a chance to refuse and directly closed the door. Then, he took out his phone and immediately gave the other party a 5-star review and also tipped 10 yuan as errand fees. He knew the principle of moderation. Even in the world of ghost stories, suddenly tipping someone 1,000 or 10,000 clearly has issues. Faintly, Sun Kai heard a soft sobbing sound outside the door. Mr. Sun, that person just now, wasn't a ghost story? Zhao Dakuan looked at Sun Kai really bringing back the food, with a face full of surprise. In his view, the probability of it being a ghost story outside was too high. After all, they had their food delivered in less than 10 minutes. That speed was abnormal. Sun Kai casually placed the takeout on the table and said, No need to guess, what's outside is a ghost story. Ah? He is a ghost story? Then Mr. Sun, you. Zhao Dakuan's following words did not continue, but Sun Kai understood what he meant. It was nothing more than being curious about how he came back alive. Ghost stories were originally humans, they merely experienced some painful events and eventually became ghost stories. As long as you don't treat them as ghost stories and treat them like ordinary people, it's fine. Sun Kai opened the yellow braised chicken rice he ordered, took a whiff, and it smelled really good. Come on, hurry and eat, only when you're full can you have energy to work tomorrow. Upon Sun Kai's call, the two quickly started eating, and the taste was surprisingly good. After eating, the three went to sleep. Sun Kai knew very well that going out at night was quite dangerous, so he simply wouldn't go out. But not all people of fortune knew this. The fortunate ones from Cherry Country, after experiencing panic during the day, finally calmed down at night. They didn't care about the identities assigned to them by the ghost story world. 7 of them gathered together, ready to go out at night to see if there was any information. After all, at this moment, they didn't know a single rule and had no idea what they were supposed to do. You could say they were no different from headless chickens. Swede, among us, you're the most famous, you're the captain now, where are you taking us? A woman who had a decent build but looked quite ordinary directly asked Swede. In the foreign world, having fame and money makes you strong. Clearly, Swede is the most famous among these 7 people. Swede looked a bit weak and even wore a nose ring, exuding a non-mainstream vibe. Hee, I discovered a great place during the day, I'll take you all to have some fun. Swede showed a suggestive expression, directly pulling the woman into his arms and swaggering ahead. Chapter 110, Other People of Fortune. Surrounding them was music turned up to the max, and all they could see were young men and women shaking their heads, dancing their bodies. That's right, this is a bar. Captain, is this the fun place you talked about? A man looked at Swede with a disdainful expression. You just don't understand, there are plenty of good things in the bar, look over there. Swede casually pointed, and they saw a pair of men and women tangled together in a corner, completely unconcerned about others' gazes. Yo, didn't they say people from Xia Country are very conservative? How come they're so open? One team member whistled, a glint of desire in his eyes. This place is not Xia Country, just a place similar to Xia Country. I think you don't want to pass the level so quickly and go back to that rotten, shit-like reality, right? In this world, enjoy life a little. That way, even if you die, it's still better than dying at the hands of a creepy tale in the real world, am I wrong? Swide took out a cigarette, and the woman next to him immediately lit it for him. After taking a puff, he looked quite pleased. I must say, their thoughts are completely different from Sun Kai and the others. Xia Country is still very stable, with no creepy tale worlds invading. But Cherry Country is different. Their nation has experienced the invasion of 3 creepy tail worlds, and now the whole country is in chaos. Either die at the hands of a creepy tail or die at the hands of others. You should know, many countries can legally own firearms. Firearms are useless against creepy tails, but against humans, one shot for one. It can be said that Swide and the others being chosen to become the national fortune bearers actually gave them a chance to catch their breath. They would rather enter the creepy tail world than stay in the real world. In the real world, there are 3 creepy tails, but in the creepy tail world, at most there's just one. Does it need more explanation to choose? So after they entered, the first thing they wanted to do was not to pass the level but to enjoy themselves thoroughly. They were also prepared to delay the time to pass the level, that way they could spend a long time in this world. But they did not know that this creepy tail world was very special, and there was not a single person in Cherry Country to remind them. Captain, I have my eyes on a woman. I'm going over first. Soon, the other team members also had their own targets and left. Once they had gone, the smile on Swide's face disappeared. What a bunch of fools. You believe everything I say? Enjoying in the creepy tail world? You deserve to die early. Swide scoffed coldly in his heart. He was not as naive as he appeared. After the appearance of the creepy tail world, he learned a lot through some special channels. In the creepy tail world, the more people there are, the more dangerous it is. The most dangerous level is the one with 10 people, and they are currently at a level of 7, which is already quite dangerous. So to reduce the danger, he decided to sacrifice a few of his teammates. This way, as the number of people decreases, the danger will naturally lower. Ideally, he would be the only one left, that way, his safety would increase greatly. He didn't know when the creepy tail would appear, but he believed that if so many people gathered together, the creepy tail would definitely come looking for them. At this moment, there was only one thing he needed to do. Get out of here. I'm going to the restroom, you wait here for me. If you get bored, you can go find a man. I won't mind. Swide reached out to touch the woman's face and smiled as he walked away. Standing at the bar entrance, he looked back, a hint of disdain in his smile, then left without a backward glance. But Swide did not notice the figure appearing at the bar entrance, the woman he had just embraced. I really couldn't tell, he is so ruthless, directly abandoning all of his teammates. But a person like this should taste even better. The woman extended her tongue, but the length of this tongue far exceeded what a human should have. National fortune bearers from every country are taking action, and those who know this creepy tail world is special act discreetly, worried about being discovered by national fortune bearers from other countries. The national fortune bearer, unaware of this special situation, acts rather casually, doing whatever he wants. In their eyes, they don't see this world as reality, but rather as a game. Among them is a national fortune bearer, a gang member named Xia. In another country, he is considered a small boss, and when he arrives in this strange world, he does not plan to accept its rules. TSK, you searched all day yesterday and couldn't find a single person? Xia leans back on the sofa, wearing sunglasses, staring coldly at the 6 people kneeling before him. In his country, the Cactus Country, the one with the biggest fist is the boss, and he loves that feeling. Even as a national fortune bearer, he still uses his fists to teach these people how to do things. The 6 people tremble with fear. They have always been bullied in Cactus Country, and they never expected to encounter a big brother like this. They are practically scared to the point of wetting themselves. Big brother, we really searched, but in a city with millions of people, it's too hard to find dozens. The others immediately echoed, yes, yes. Bang! Xia slams his hand on the coffee table, his eyes filled with killing intent. I only want results, not the process. If you can't find a single national fortune bearer, I will make you know what cruelty is. Don't even think about escaping, I just need one word, and in reality, someone will help me take out your families, understand? The 6 people dare not resist and can only nod obediently. Get out! After the 6 leave, Xia takes a deep breath, turning to look at the shadow behind him, revealing a flattering smile. Boss, please wait a moment, as soon as they find other national fortune bearers, I will capture them for your enjoyment. Looking at this dark shadow in front of him, Xia's eyes are filled with fear. He never thought that on his first day, he would encounter a strange talk, and instead of killing him, it asks him to find other national fortune bearers to consume. Xia can't fathom why the strange talk would know the existence of national fortune bearers. Could it be that it overheard their conversation? But to save his own life, he can only obey its commands. After all, that is a strange talk. He is just an ordinary person, how could he be a match for a strange talk? Having received help from Cactus Country, he knows that this strange world is quite special, but he has not found the rules and does not know one thing. Every strange talk has its own weaknesses. Chapter 111, then it's all good. National fortune bearers are acting, and strange talks are also in action. Sun Kai has slept through the night and feels much more refreshed. Fengxiao feels the same, except for Zhao Dakuan, who is entering the strange talk world for the first time and looks somewhat haggard. Today we will act according to last night's plan. Feng Xiao, you need to be careful, this world is a bit different, your boy urine may not work. Sun Kai feels uneasy and gives him a warning. Feng Xiao nods, brother Sun, I guess this last night, in this case, unless we find the weakness of the strange talk, we can't deal with it, right? Zhao Dakuan timidly suggests, I can stay back and watch. Okay, I'll go. Zhao Dakuan originally wanted to say he would stay home, but seeing the looks from Sun Kai and Feng Xiao, he immediately changed his mind. After leaving the apartment, they split up. Sun Kai goes to school, while Feng Xiao and Zhao Dakuan go to monitor the delivery station. Is this the school I was assigned to? But, why is it a girls' school? Looking at the girls coming in and out, Sun Kai is filled with questions. If he remembers correctly, last night, a dad named Qian Duo invited him to dinner, but he declined. This Qian Duo, isn't that a boy's name? How could parents give their daughter such a ridiculous name? At this moment, Sun Kai's mouth was twitching wildly. You should know that in reality, there are no girls' schools in the summer country, this thing only exists in a few countries. The little card only wrote the school where he worked, without any more detailed content. For example, it didn't mention which class he taught or what subject. But these didn't really matter to him. All he needed to do was find the principal's office and go resign directly. However, just as he walked over, a female security guard smiled and shouted, Teacher Sun, good morning. Morning. Sun Kai replied. He didn't know that this was just the beginning. As he entered, many female students came to greet him, almost making him think he had hit the jackpot. After finally shaking off those female students, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a woman's voice. Teacher Sun, as our school's only male teacher, isn't it tiring? Sun Kai turned to look, and a beautiful teacher with long flowing hair and a very gentle smile was standing beside him. It's fine. Sun Kai didn't know how to address the other person, so he could only respond vaguely. Then, Teacher Sun, shall we go to the office together? The beauty invited, and most people do not refuse, but Sun Kai had no intention of getting along with her. He was here to resign. Sorry, I'm looking for the principal about something, do you know where the principal's office is? Sun Kai knew that asking like this would surely make others feel strange. After all, how could a teacher in a school not know where the principal's office is? Sure enough, the beautiful teacher looked surprised. Teacher Sun, are you okay? The principal's office is on the top floor of the administrative building, how did you forget? Earlier, something fell from the sky and hit my head, the doctor said I have some intermittent amnesia, so... Sun Kai blinked without hesitation and quickly came up with a reason. Hearing this, the beautiful teacher immediately showed a concerned expression, intermittent amnesia? That's terrifying, you wanted to find the principal to ask for a leave, right? I'll go with you. Saying this, the beautiful teacher gave Sun Kai no chance to refuse and directly grabbed his arm, heading toward the principal's office. Along the way, the two attracted many people's attention, and even some female students had stars in their eyes. Sun Kai vaguely heard something about marriage in other words. Were these students just idle? Knock knock. The beautiful teacher stood at the door of the principal's office and knocked, soon an old voice came from inside. Come in. After opening the door, the two walked in. The principal's office was simply decorated, but it gave a solemn feeling. Sitting behind the desk was an old lady, she was the principal of the girls' school. It's Teacher Sun and Teacher Lee, I wonder what brings you both here. Before Sun Kai could speak, Teacher Lee spoke first. Principal, Teacher Sun got hit on the head a few days ago and has developed intermittent amnesia, I suggest giving him a long leave so he can rest. The principal was greatly surprised, standing up all at once. Teacher Sun, is this true? Yes, I don't know when I will recover, I even forgot where the principal's office is, so I hope to resign from this job and go back to rest. Sun Kai seized the opportunity and decisively resigned. But just as he finished speaking, the entire office fell silent. It was as if his words had touched some kind of taboo. Sun Kai secretly tensed up, this school indeed had problems. Just as he prepared to bolt, the principal's voice finally sounded. Teacher Sun, forget about resigning, I can give you a long leave, and it will still be paid, how does that sound? Yes, Teacher Sun, so many students like you. Can you really bear to resign? Sun Kai did not speak, why were they so unwilling to resign themselves? Also, are they really ghost stories? Since he entered, he hadn't felt anything strange in the school, everything seemed normal. Just as Sun Kai was about to speak, his eyes caught a glimpse of bold text. Don't resign, you will die. The corner of Sun Kai's eye twitched, if it weren't for the hint, would refusing mean he'd be dead on the spot? That's too much. This situation happened last time in Wumen village. So this situation is equivalent to a plot kill. If you say or do the wrong thing, you'll definitely die. This also proved one thing, the two people in front of him were indeed ghost stories. Sun Kai forced a smile, since the principal and Teacher Lee both said so, then I won't resign. Just give me some time off. Anyway, if he cleared the game, he could return to the real world, which was not much different from resigning. Seeing that Sun Kai was not resigning, both of them smiled. That's good. I'll give you a month off, and your classes will be temporarily taken over by Teacher Lee. Come back when you feel ready. Thank you, Principal. Even though he wasn't resigning, taking time off was just the same. Just as Sun Kai was about to leave the school, Teacher Lee suddenly said, Teacher Sun, the school only opens during dismissal, you can't go out at other times. Let's wait in the office. A question mark popped up above Sun Kai's head. What kind of school has such rules? A school of ghost stories. Oh, then it's all good. Chapter 112, The Den of Ghost Stories. Sun Kai followed Teacher Lee to the teacher's office. Teachers from each grade were in a big office, and at that moment, a few teachers were preparing lessons. Isn't this Teacher Sun? Why are you only arriving now? Did you come late? Teacher Sun, do you want to continue talking about the TV series we mentioned last time? Teacher Sun, take a look at the black stockings I just bought, how is the quality? These teachers surrounded Sun Kai as soon as he entered, almost sticking tightly to him. To be honest, the teachers here looked quite nice, but they might all be ghost stories. Thinking this, Sun Kai immediately lost any worldly desire. Ahem, Teacher Sun isn't feeling well, don't disturb him. With one word from Teacher Lee, those teachers obediently went back. Sun Kai was a bit surprised. Was Teacher Lee possibly a leader? Sun Kai sat at his desk and found himself quite idle for a moment. He remembered clearly that any place related to him might hold rules, perhaps this place did too. So he began searching for his desk and looked for quite a while but found nothing. Forget it, rules can't possibly be everywhere. There's a computer here, let me see if I can find something. Taking the opportunity, Sun Kai went online to see if he could find other national destiny bearers. When he came back to his senses and turned to look around, all the teachers had disappeared. Not only that, but it had turned to dusk outside, and the sunset's glow spilled into the office. It's almost evening, how time flies. No, I only looked at the computer for a short while, how could it suddenly be evening? There's a problem. Sun Kai stood up and walked out of the office. Outside the school was very quiet, not a sound to be heard. At that moment, he saw a figure in the hallway that looked like a student. Sun Kai decisively walked in the opposite direction. But as he turned in the opposite direction, he soon saw another figure like that. Looking back, there were figures on both sides. Was this meant to kill him no matter what? Actually, upon seeing the changes in the school, he knew that the creepy stories in school had come for him. At this moment, he suddenly saw a female student ahead, and something seemed off about her. Sun Kai couldn't be the fool who went up and asked for directions. However, it seemed that she had no intention of letting him go, and her figure was slowly approaching, leaving him with little time. He looked around and found that the only place he could enter was the office he had just come out of. But if he went in, wouldn't he be trapped? In the end, Sun Kai's gaze fell outside the corridor railing. He was on the 4th floor, if he jumped down, would he die? Jumping straight down would probably require a hero's card, what about going down layer by layer? Sun Kai made a decision, immediately climbed over the railing, grabbed the lowest part of it with both hands, bringing his feet as close as possible to the next layer, and then let go. Clap. His hands grabbed the railing of the 3rd floor, and upon closer inspection, there were also 2 figures on this floor. The spirits won't dissipate. Sun Kai used his old trick and smoothly reached the 1st floor, where the 2 figures were less than 5 meters away from him. Once on the 1st floor, Sun Kai didn't give the figures a chance and took off running. At this moment, the benefits of his enhanced physical abilities became clear, he was running incredibly fast. But when he reached the school gate, he found that he couldn't get out. He suddenly remembered what Teacher Lee had said before, one couldn't leave the school until the end of the school day. This should be considered a rule of the school. He looked back and saw that only one figure remained, but it was very close to him. He suspected that if it got any closer, it might trigger something that would lead to his doom. It's always facing away from me, is it unable to look at me directly? Could facing me be its weakness? Thinking this, Sun Kai immediately started to run around the female student, but no matter how he ran, she was always facing away from him. Heh, do you really think this will stop me? Sun Kai smiled and took out his phone, opened the camera, and set it to selfie mode. Here we go. He accurately threw the phone in front of the female student, and using the screen, Sun Kai finally saw her face. Her front was still facing away. Sun Kai's mouth twitched uncontrollably, he realized he had been too reckless. The creepy stories were no longer human and couldn't be defined by human standards. However, the last creepy story could communicate, so this one should be able to as well. Classmate, I am a teacher at this school, if you have any grievances, I can help you. It was unclear if it was this sentence that moved her, but the female student's steps finally stopped. Then, a voice filled with fragility reached Sun Kai's ears. Teacher, are you really willing to help me? Sun Kai's eyes brightened, this was promising. Of course, you can ask around. Sun Kai, always keep my word. Sun Kai patted his chest and promised. That's wonderful. I would like to ask Teacher Sun for a favor. What kind of favor, you say? I want to ask Teacher Sun. The originally weak voice suddenly became sharp and piercing. Let me taste the flavor of human flesh. In an instant, the female student lunged towards Sun Kai. Sun Kai frowned. Just as he was about to use his trump card, a scolding voice rang out. Classmate Zwo Lily, what do you want to do to Teacher Sun? The female student's figure suddenly froze, and Sun Kai could even see her trembling. Teacher Lee appeared nearby, having spoken just now. She walked steadily, step by step, to Sun Kai's side, looking at the female student. I don't want to repeat myself, hurry back to class,